Look at Brown Sugar being in class on time. Good job, Brown Sugar. Good job. What's up, my peoples? What's up? Come outside. Come outside. Y'all, TikTok shop got the best of me. TikTok shop got the best of me, you guys. Oh, Lord. What's up, everybody? What's up? I'm trying to love my little mini twist. Whew, my hair is so short. Lord Jesus, help me. It's going to grow back. It's going to grow back. Ooh, I'm tired. What's up, everybody? What's up? Good. Get in here. Okay. Let me show you some things that I got. I got some stuff in the mail, as if you care, but I'm sure you do. TikTok shop. Hey, mommy. TikTok shop got the best of me. I placed an order on TikTok. You guys, hold on. Apple vinegar pore tightening serum. Look at this. While we wait for people to get in here, child. Let's give other people some time to get in here. This, ooh, okay. Interesting. Apple vinegar tightening serum. Instantly reduces pores, treats the pores, removing pore cloggers. Hey, Bruna. Don't say his name, Chair. Do you want to have a quiet live or nah? Do you want the live to be quiet or not? Baobab hydrogen to drop serum. Okay. TikTok shop will get the best of you. But I had a coupon, so look at this. All right. I'm starting I have a skincare channel, but let's start posting soon. Okay. Niacinamide with onion. I was like, an onion serum. Hey, Queen. What's up, love? I'm like, onion? What the heck? Now, that's the one I wanted to see. Look at that. Let me see how this one smells. Does it actually smell like onions? Can't smell. He just said he thought something, but he was like grimace. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. Mavi. He's a sweetheart. He's watching Pokemon. Hopefully he passes out. He has this like really nice. Yeah, onion serum. I'm telling you, babe. This one is cherry. Ooh, cherry and collagen. Okay. I've noticed that on TikTok shop, if you put stuff in your cart, you'll get a discount. Like they'll send you a coupon code. So that's what I've done. That's what I do now. I cracked the code. This one is white tomato. I was like, this was intriguing. I was like, white tomato. What in the world? White tomato. What the heck? White tomato. Interesting. Okay. Then I got these. Niacinamide and onion brightening mask. I wish y'all were here. We could try this together. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's really trying. Like, he wants to talk to you. Yeah, he does. He's like, Mommy, I want to talk to you. I'm like, man, be quiet. Look at this. Because I bought this to go with this one. So the serum has a matching face mask, huh? We'll try this. We'll try it. We'll try this. Well, thank you, TikTok shop. All these Asian companies, like, they're all over TikTok, like hair care, skincare. There are a lot of Asian brands on TikTok. I like that. Then I got 2 shampoos. Amika the Cure. Y'all, this brand is amazing. I didn't know Amika is real. What? Stop buying all that Mielle Shea Moisture crap, okay? Start using Amika. All right? Start using Amika. Like this brand, like this line. Oh my gosh. Oh my Lord. Ooh, I'm addicted. I am addicted. I gotta do my big giveaway. Oh, child, big giveaway to do. Oh my god. Yeah, he does. He really does. Okay, you guys. So let's start to show y'all. Let's come outside. Y'all outside. Too much to talk about. Let's start with it. I saw this one this morning. I was like, girl, what is going on? So let's start with this video. I got laid off of my 6-figure tech job. I'm like, girl, what? Let's see what this is about. Let's see what this is about. In the world. Girl, what's going on? Ooh.
Hello.
Hmm?
Hey, Simone, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Hey. Hey, thanks for making time on short notice. I'm sure my invite was rattling and not awesome, and you do not have to turn your camera on if you don't want to. I have a couple of notes to share with you, um, but so I'll be glancing at those notes to make sure I cover things. But I will also follow up with an email, so you don't have to retain everything I'm going to say. The difficult decision to restructure the XD org and as a result reduce the size of the org. And unfortunately, you're impacted by this change. So your last working day is today, but the good news is you'll be paid through February 2nd. Um, those are the most important pieces
Yes.
of information. Your system access as an employee will be turned off at some point today. I'm not sure when exactly. In your Workday and benefits portal, you still have access to until February 2nd as an employee, and then after that, you'll have access to it as an alumni. And then I'm going to email you the specifics, your severance, benefits, and a few other details that will probably be helpful later, and you're ready to go through them. Um, and then on your last day, you'll get your severance documents via DocuSign to sign, and they'll go to your personal email address. I'm gonna pause. I know I just rattled off a whole bunch of really big news. Is there any questions or anything that you want to ask?
Are there any reasons other than just like restructuring? Like, what's the reason for the restructuring?
That's a really good question. It has to do with the company is doing consolidated priorities this year and next
I
year.
think for me, it's like, I'm like, why are you recording yourself getting fired? Like, it's so dramatic. But then again, she's probably from TikTok. Number two, it's like, how can you say, well, I would like to know why the company's doing this? Girl, it's not your company. Like, people are so entitled. Like, how you gonna tell somebody what they're doing with their business? They don't want you there no more. They don't want you there no more. It's their business. Like, oh, I want to know what they're doing with the girl. It's not your company. It's their company. They can do whatever they want to do. Like, they don't really owe you. Like, they don't owe you anything. My thing is, when you work for a company in America, is it like not at will? Yeah, I'm like, is it not at will? Right? It's at will employment. They can fire you. You can leave. It is what it is. But it's like, oh, I want to know why is the restructuring. Girl, ultimately, they don't want you there no more. Hey, kid, what's up? Like, it's just so bizarre. Like, it is just so bizarre. And I'm sure if you go on her TikTok, she's the type to go in on white people. Now she's begging white folks not to fire her. Like, make it make sense. Like, it's their company. You like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like they like, I'm like, yeah, Kevin. It's like, it's so weird. Like, it's not your business. Yeah, it's not your company. Exactly. Like, it's not your company. Like, they don't want you anymore. They don't want you anymore. No, okay, thank you. It was nice knowing y'all. That's it. But it's like the days of like believing that you're gonna work for a company until you retire. Like, those days, I don't really think they exist anymore, right? So there's always a chance you can get fired, and there's a chance that you can leave them, right? That's it. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, I think people need to have a certain level of pride. Like, have some pride about yourself. Like, that's just me. I don't know. I'm West African, so what do I know? But that for me, I'm like, you should have some level of pride. If someone tells you they don't want you anymore, be like, hey, thank you. You know, as long as they pay you what they owe you, you know, hey, God is good. Yeah. I'm like, why are you recording yourself being fired? Like, if you see, and maybe this is the type of behavior that's why they want to fire you. Because I'm like, girl, what is this? Like, what is going on? Yeah, I don't, like, those days are gone. Those days are gone. Like, a lot of companies, they're restructuring all over the place. So,
They're looking to so the org, it has nothing to do with performance. It has nothing to do with location and everything to do with the company wanting to do less in tech and you take on less priorities. And as a result, the team is being reduced for that to support that.
Another question I had was around like my remote status. Is that like a factor in this as well?
Girl, they're not going to answer any question that could open up a lawsuit. Like, stop being retarded. They say they don't want you no more. She's not going to answer any questions that can open them up to a lawsuit. Okay. So if you, in your heart, you feel like being remote was a problem, why didn't you offer to go in the office? Like, the heck? What is wrong with you people? Like, what the heck? Exactly. It's like, for her, if you asking this question, oh, was the fact that I was remote part of the reason why I'm getting let go? So something in your heart was telling you go to the office? Go somewhere. Go sit down somewhere with that. Like, I can't stand, like, I fuck to me like it's like you lack integrity, because why would that come into your mind? Because in your subconscious, like, did you feel guilty about not going into the office? So could you have gone to the office more? Yeah, I'm like, she's not going to answer anything that opens them up to a lawsuit. She already gave you an answer. She said it's not you. They want to do less tech. And she said that you're doing less work because they're doing less tech. So there's no reason to keep you. She's not going to say anything that opens them up to a lawsuit. Girl, you're new to this. She's true to this. You think these white girls don't know how to let your people go peacefully? You are crazy. Okay? Yeah. But Akil, let me tell you something, right? Let's be 100% Akil, right? Whose fault is that? Hey, Val, what's up, love? Whose fault is that, Akil? If you didn't save any money, you know what I'm saying? What's your fault? Because everybody should know this. When you work for a company, it ain't your company, child. You all know these people. They can let you go at any moment. So that's why when everybody gets a job, start a job, people need to learn. We need to learn to save money. We truly need to learn to save money. And we truly need to learn to say no to going out, no to this, no to that. I told y'all this yesterday, right? We have to learn to be really mindful, because when you work for someone, you don't, you know what I'm saying? You don't own the company. They could hire you today and fire you tomorrow. That's why a lot of people got to be very careful with lifestyle creep. Oh, I just got a job. Oh, I have a pay increase. Let me go start buying a new car, buying a new this, buying a new that. You might want to be careful. You might want to be careful, right? So you live, you learn, right? But it's good that now you have a good attitude about it, right? But you live, you learn. But you got to be very careful. People can hire you today. Tomorrow be like, oh, you know what? We changed our mind because the market is looking crazy. When you don't own the business, be very careful. And people have to learn. Yeah, you really have to stack money, like you truly do. Like you know what I'm saying? Because they can be, oh, the economy, oh, the stock market, oh, the whatever. You know what? We change our minds. So like when you work for someone, like you're really not in charge of like where the company is going, right? You're really not. And like sometimes too, like when you get to a company, I feel like there's so many layers to that company. Like there's so many like different layers, right? You're like, you don't even know like what layer you're in. You're not even close to the boss. Like you don't even get to see the boss or whatever. So it's easy for them to fire you because they don't even know you directly. Like they don't have any contact with you. They don't have any rapport with you. So it's like, don't even know that person. Who's that person? Right? When people actually know you, it might be a little harder to fire you. But I'm like, for her, if she works remotely and she's not in the office all day, it's when you're not in the office all day, it's like, okay, well, if she's not even here, like we're not even going to miss her if we fire her. Does that make sense? If you're in the office all day and they kind of know you, they have a report, they see how beneficial you are to the team. Oh, well, you know what? We truly do need her, huh? You know what I'm saying? That's why sometimes working remotely, it can be a problem. If you work remotely, you're going to have to work even hard. I feel like working remote is kind of like going to like taking classes online. You have to work even harder than when you actually go to class in person. That's why I never like taking classes online, right? Because you don't get to talk to the teacher, professor. They don't really see you. You don't know the people. You don't get to meet friends. Like, I'm like, when you go to class, there's a vibe. Like the teacher, the professor knows you. You know some people, right? So towards the end, when it's time to compute your grade, professor might have more mercy on you because they actually know you. You know what I'm saying? People actually know you. But there's something to be said about building relationships, like in-person relationships. It makes people, be more hesitant about firing your ass because they know you. Like, okay, I know her. Like, she's really cool. She comes here. She works hard. She's important to the team, But when you're remote, it's like, okay, you turn your camera when you want to. You don't turn your camera on when you want to. You know what I mean? Like, are you even working hard? Who even knows? Like, you understand? Because a lot of people who work remotely, they've been stealing. I'll say it. A lot of people who work remotely, they have been robbing these companies. Like they're not giving it their all. They're in their bed. They're working in their pajamas. It's just some thieving ass behavior. thieving ass behavior, just out here just stealing from these companies, right? And the output is just not there. Because if you're working from home, you should work even harder. But people don't even feel the change. Like, okay, we're just paying for you to stay home in your pajamas and do TikTok. Oh, hell no. And they probably found out that she does TikTok. Like, oh, what she got time to do all this? Okay, so, hey, that's what it is. Yeah, but that's because you actually work hard, man. Maybe like you actually dedicated, okay? Child, rent is expensive where you live, right? But some people out here, man, nah, they're stealing. It's not even a joke. Some people out here, man, they are actually really stealing from these companies. Oh, I ain't even gonna post that, babe. I'm not even gonna. Let me delete that shit. We don't know. The ops might be in here. Let me delete this comment. Okay, you need your rent money. You never know. The ops is outside. You just never know. I'm like, oh, let me delete the comment. Okay, there's some ops.
Yeah, that's a really good question. It did, to be perfectly honest, it did come, the remote status in general came up as a potential discussion, but it ended up not being a factor.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, please don't obviously feel the pressure to do anything today other than take care of yourself and ramp down and have a few conversations.
They found the quote unquote most sweetest corporate white girls to let you up. She's very gentle. She's like, like they practice this. That's what they go to school for. She's not going to say anything that can open a company up to a lawsuit. So she's like, yeah, it came up, but it was not a factor. Boom. There you go. Because y'all so damn emotional. you are crazy. She does this every day. Yeah, that's what they do. So that way they don't call it so passive aggressive. White women are so good at this. They are just so good. They're so good at this.
If you want to, again, there's a lot of people being impacted today. So I'm sure everybody is going to be worried and confused and feeling all the things. So number one, take care of yourself today. And as questions come up, again, just because you're not working after today officially, you are paid through February 2nd. I'm so sorry, Simone. Well, please, again, like take today and take care of yourself. And again, I'm really sorry, but this is happening.
Okay. Thank you. See you on LinkedIn, I guess.
Simone, you crazy. Simone, you are crazy.
So I've already cried today.
Why? Why? Jeez Louise.
I have already cried today.
Why?
I'll probably cry more.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I got an email.
You guys, please understand me, right? Let me put this out there as a disclaimer, right? Marlene, I don't like crying. And I don't like it when people cry. It does something to me, right? So don't take it the wrong way. I just don't like when people cry for like non-life threatening stuff. Okay. I don't like it people cry for money, cry over foolishness. It's like, you're alive, you're fine. Okay. No one is dead. You don't have cancer. Your mom is okay. Your dad is okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know, y'all know I'm 40 now. So all this crying over a job, crying over this, I'm like, oh, shut up. Before the devil really gives you something to cry about. Okay. In life, you have to know that these are the realities of life. There's always a chance that you could get fired. Just like they should also know. They also have to know, hey, there's a chance that you might say one day, you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to leave, right? It's not a marriage. It's a job. Okay. It's not a family. It's a job. Okay. So all this crying stuff, it really overwhelms me. I remember like last year, was it last year or so? My mom cried for something. When I tell you it triggered me horribly. Cause I'm like, hey, Nicole. I was like, why are you crying? And I was like, to me, it's like, it's giving off manipulative, mother. Don't do that. It really triggered me. Because I'm like, if there's something to talk about, let's talk about it. You don't have to cry. Because when you cry, it's like you're trying to make people feel, oh, Marlene did something mean to me. I don't like that kind of stuff. So don't do that. Do not do that. And I tell her that. Don't be manipulative. I don't like that. Tears to me are extremely manipulative. Okay. And I don't like to feel like I'm being manipulated. Right. We get to a certain age, we have to learn to talk about what bothers us. There's no reason to cry. If your mom is sick, I get that. If your daddy's sick, I get that. Your mom passed away, yes. Your daddy passed away, yes. Your sister, your sibling, like real stuff, like real life stuff. Even you being sick, you get a phone call that they think you might have cancer. I can see how that can be jarring. You're starting to cry. Yes, Those for me, that's reasonable. But a job though, okay, yeah, tears of joy too. But you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, a job for real. That ain't your husband. That ain't your family. Okay, you should know this. You should know this, especially if you work remotely. You should know this, especially if you work remotely and you probably didn't put all the effort in. You should know this. Okay, there's no need to cry. It's a job. Oh my God. Okay, it is a job. Now, if you didn't want to lose your job, you probably should have gone to the office. If you didn't want to lose your job, probably should have worked like you were crazy. You should have worked really hard. And hey, is there anything else I can do? Is there anything else I can do? Da, 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 da. Okay, that's that. But if you work remotely and I look at your calendar behind you, there's barely anything on there. So don't seem even like you're stressed. Why is your calendar so empty? Okay, 2025. There's barely anything on that thing. Make it make sense. Okay, so no, I ain't got time for this. Right? And also, when you work a job, like DDG told y'all, he told y'all, let your 9 to 5, finance your business. Okay, you should always have a plan B. When you work a job, also, you probably should be hiring and you probably should be applying, okay, and interviewing for other jobs. It is your job. The man he told y'all yesterday, living in America is violent. America is a violent society. Okay, America is a violent society, right? Especially if you know also that you're single, like you're not married, you're by yourself. You definitely have to be on top of your business. When you work a job and it's good, apply for other jobs because you just never know. You just never know. Okay, and I'm gonna say this too, home. You might want to get married. Hey, okay, it's life. You gotta have different plans. You gotta have different plans. Okay, but there's no reason for sit here and cry. Exactly. It's very dangerous. It is seriously dangerous. It is seriously dangerous. And that's why even all the ladies who are single too, cut back on the consumerism and maybe start investing like stocks and things like that. Like start investing. But the good thing is for me, she said you're getting paid through February 2nd and you have your severance. So there's no need to cry. Get your mind working. What can you do? So either you're going to go full time on YouTube and social media, or you're going to apply for these jobs like crazy. But you should have been applying for these jobs. And I think when you work a job, you should always be updating your resume just in case something happens. But you should always know that this could be happening. Okay? It's a real thing. Okay?
An hour ago that said, "Hi, I'd like to get together and share an update on our organization and what this means for you." So, yeah, I already knew that this was coming. At first, I thought that like maybe it wouldn't just impact me because someone else mentioned that they got the same email. And I was like, oh, well, maybe because this has happened before when they laid off all of our managers. So I was like, well, maybe they're telling all of us at the same time that someone else is getting, like someone big at the top is getting laid off. But I reached out to that person and I was like, does your meeting start at 12? And she said, no, my meeting starts at 12:30. So when she said that, that's when I had my breakdown. And that's when I started crying. I think the best news out of that is that I'm going to get my bonus. So that will help.
Yeah.
I don't know how much the bonus will be because I don't know how well the company performed, but that check will come in
Well,
March.
how do you work for a company? You don't know how well they're performing. You see this? People are not serious. So you work for a company, you don't keep up with their performance to know. Had you kept up, you would have known. I don't know how well they're doing. So are you actually there? Hello, sis. Right? You should know how well they're performing because how well they perform or how badly they perform is going to affect whether you have a job. So why don't you know? Hello. And you see, and this is why I said, and I forgot which live, because y'all know I'm here for like hours. Hey, Lisa, this is why I said in one of the lives, this is why I was praying and I wanted Trump to win. Because I said, we need to have a better economy. If we have a better economy, so that my husband can keep his job. Because if you have a better economy for where he works, they're going to make more money. If they make more money, they're going to be happy. Right? You understand? Hey Jay, you have people like, oh yeah, let's go vote for Kamala Harris. Let's vote for Kamala Harris. I said, okay, how does she plan to fix the economy? Right? Did I say this? And I'm like, people are sitting here and acting as if we don't have to care about how well the economy is doing. The economy matters. Oh no, she's a Black woman. Oh no, vagina. Oh no, this is this. Like, no. Nobody can afford to be delusional. Being Black will never trump living in a place that has a great economy. We have to care about the economy, because if this economy tanks, all of us are going down with it. And we have come to realize, who are the first people to usually get fired? It's mostly women. It's mostly Black people. Okay. It's mostly minorities. It's mostly women, right? They're the first on the chopping block. So that's why when you're the most vulnerable in society, you have to care about the economy. Because when the economy is not doing good, everybody gets scared. When these companies get scared, they're like, oh, who can we fire? Who can we fire? Because on their balance sheet, one of the most expensive thing is human resource. It's the people, right? Because when you hire people, you pay their taxes, you put money in their 401ks, you give them health insurance, dental insurance, vision insurance. Like one person could cost you like, I don't know, 100, 200,000, right? One person. So imagine if you have a company that's like 100 people or 200 people. It's a lot of people. So when you cut back on labor, you save so much money, right? That's why usually most restructuring involves laying off all kinds of people, because it's really expensive to hire people. I would know, I hire people, right? So it's a real thing. But if the economy is doing well, then okay, we're not afraid, because we believe we're going to have more contracts. We believe we're going to have more this, and that. But when the economy like contracts, or when people are not sure where this is going, people start to panic. And when people panic, they're like, you know what? Let's let go of people now before we get to a really bad situation where we can't even afford to pay anybody, right? So that's why we have to care about the economy. When people are running, Democrats, Republicans, independent, whatever, they have to tell you, like, what is my plan for the economy? And we have to listen, like, is the stock market going to go up? Is it going to go down? Right? And we need people who know how to make the stock market go up. And that's why traditionally, I think most people even vote Republicans, because Republicans know how to fix the stock market. And usually when they come in, the stock market, it goes up, right? Because they're a lot nicer on corporations with taxes. So for the most part, it is assumed that if you have better taxation rates for corporations, if you tax them less, they'll create more jobs and they'll keep more people, right? Oh no, tax the rich, tax the rich, tax the rich. Okay, you scared these people. They're going to take their money back. They take their money back. A lot of people are going to be fired. And the government does not have enough money to pay everybody's unemployment. They don't have the money. They don't have the money, because they also rely on the stock market. Everybody's connected to the stock market. Everybody is. Even this whole like, oh, let's boycott Target. A lot of mutual funds invest in Target. So when you are planning to boycott Target, you are going against your own retirement. Hello, someone, right? It's like we're all connected. So like money truly matters. And I cannot stand how a lot of people, especially Black people, want to act as if money doesn't matter. Money matters. It's like oxygen. Money matters so much. You can't pretty much do anything without money. Everything out here requires money. And when you don't have money, like, it's really awful. It's really, really bad. It's really, really bad, right? But you can't live without money. You can't do anything without money. Everything costs money. Everything costs money. Like the internet, the phone, the camera, the computer, everything costs money. So what we have to make sure that people have enough money that they can take care of themselves. Okay? Because I'm like, that's crazy. But I'm like, hey, but you should know how well your company is doing or how bad they're doing, because that way, you know, okay, they didn't perform well, so most likely they're going to cut back. Then you start applying for jobs, right? You start updating your resume. You start applying for jobs, because most likely it might be you. But if it happened before, it might happen again. So are you ready? And I feel like the day they fired the managers, right? That's the day you should have said to yourself, I need to fix my resume and I need to start applying for jobs. Because they're not done. They'll cut some more. You know what I'm saying? And then you should also know, if you work remotely, are you working as hard as you can? If not, you might be next. You know? These people are brutal.
And I'll still get another
Hey,
regular paycheck from work. I don't know what I'm going to do. I do have savings, thank God, but like, I don't know what I'm going to do if it takes months to get a new job, because I still want to remain in tech. I still want a remote position.
Okay, you see? And this is why I say a lot of women truly, and please don't be offended, but if you're offended, I get it. This is why a lot of women need patriarchy. And this is why a lot of women need to have a husband. A lot of women need to get married. Marie Cuckoo. A lot of women need to have a husband. They need to be married. It's not even a joke anymore. I don't need a man. I can do it by myself. No, you can't do shit by yourself. Shut up. Right? To be at your big age and say, I don't even know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I want to do. You see, that's why you need patriarchy. Amen. So you need a man. You need a husband with a vision. That way you could go somewhere and go figure out your mess and everything can be taken care of. You see, this is why the people say, for the most part, women can't lead. At her big age, I don't know what I'm going to do. You should always know. I said this before, huh? When you start being in your 30s, at your goofy ass, that's a big ass age. You should have a plan for your life. When you're in your at 35s, you should have a plan for your life. When you are in your 40s, oh, definitely, you should have a 5-year plan for your life. You should be, I don't know. So that's how you live your life day to day. That's crazy. Okay. Everybody should have a 5-year plan for their life. 5 years from now, I see myself doing this, and that. So that way, every decision you make or every job you take or choose not to take, it has to align with the vision that you have for your life. There you go. Right? This vicissitude, like a lot of women are so ambivalent. I'm like, you're not a young woman. You're a grown ass woman. You're not a child. Right? You're a grown ass woman. I don't know what I want to do in my life. I don't know. And you're all by yourself. You can't do that. If you have a husband, you can do stuff like that because he's going to take care of everything, right? But when you're by yourself, you cannot do this. It's extremely dangerous. When you are by yourself, when you're a single woman by yourself, there are certain games out here you can't play like, I just don't know. You're going to end up being homeless. You are seriously going to end up being homeless. And that's why the vast majority of homeless people are women. I wonder why, right? Feminism, staying over here just lying to these people, making people believe that, you can do it all. You can do what a man does. No, you cannot. Okay? Because I promise you, how much you want to bet? If it was a man, he would have found a job by tomorrow. If it was a man, he would have been working. Remember that one time we watched Pop the Balloon and the short brother, like Demetrius, what was his name? He was like, oh no, I stay with a job. I'm like, yeah, he must be a tourist. He's like, yeah, he's a tourist. Yeah, he was a tourist. I'm like, there you go. He's like, I stay a job. I'm not going to go a month without a job. Do you see the psychology of men versus psychology of women? A man not gonna stay down for more than like 30 days. Oh, hell no, you crazy. You fire him. You got some dudes today. You fire them. They're gonna go knock on doors. They're gonna have a job by tomorrow. Because men know they have to move. Gotta go. I gotta move because no one's gonna take care of me. Right? Most women, I don't know. Yeah, that's just the nature of women. Ambivalent. Women are ambivalent. They are extremely ambivalent. So this is why you're like, nah, you need patriarchy. And for the most part, you need yourself a husband. You need yourself a husband. Because when you see how he moves, it's going to inspire, like, you know what? He's getting up in the morning. Maybe I can get up in the morning. Hey, he's doing this. Maybe I can do this too, huh? He's not giving up, so I'm not going to give up. Right? It's a real thing. Now you're saying, oh, you still want to work in tech and you want to work remote. Sis, do you not watch the news? Like, hello? Once again, aloof, delusional, right? Are you not watching the news? The president just signed an executive order that even the federal workers have to go back to work. Everybody wants people to go back to work. It is no longer going to happen. The era of remote work is not going to exist long unless you are extremely good at your job. And I don't think that's you. Delusional, aloof, never in the moment. These people live like I don't know where these people live. But I'm like, you see, this is the mindset of the vast majority of modern women. They're extremely delusional, extremely immature, and extremely infantile. They act like children. Do you not watch the news? The days of remote work are over. If the federal government is no longer allowing people to work remote, what that tell you? That the majority of companies are going to follow suit and do the same thing. They're going to follow suit and do the same thing. Unless you are extremely good at your job, you're going to have to go into work. At least it's going to be some kind of hybrid model. Hey, Kali Cuckoo, okay? It's going to be some kind of hybrid model, but you will have to go back to work. I don't know if you guys saw, even with the federal government, people who don't, because they offer them like a buyback program, right? 20,000 people took part of the buyback program. I'm like, see, because they knew y'all was not performing. So like, thank you, bye, right? And they're going to use remote work to weed out the people who don't really want to work. So if you know that you love your job and that you really want this job and you're by yourself and you're single, right? That whole remote work thing, put that in the trash can because those days are gone. Those days are gone, right? You should say, if you really want to work for tech, you should be willing to do whatever it takes to have a tech job. So if they're saying, hey, we'll hire you, but you have to come into the office, then you should go into the office. And why would you not? My thing is, why would you even want to work for a company and not even know who you're working for, not meet your coworkers? Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I believe in a hybrid model, but at the same time, like, yeah, you should want to know who you work for. You should want to someone know your coworkers. Like, okay, that's Marie, that's this, da, da, da. You should want to know the people. Because when you say, oh, I want to work remote, but I don't even want to come to the office, then do you even care about the company? Do you even care about the company? That don't even make any sense. That makes no sense. No, it's like, it's a serious place. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I'm like, those days are gone. Yeah. It's a real thing. It is a real thing. And once again, because 2 is better than 1. 2 is better than 1. It's better to have 2 paychecks than to have 1 paycheck. Right? No, I told y'all this. I said I had a friend. I still have her. That's my friend. Okay. I have a sis, right? I told y'all. She's trying to act funny over some bill she had to pay. I said, sis, would you rather pay the whole bills by yourself? Or would you rather pay this whole car insurance bill? They just like, oh, Marlene, you have to do me like that. I'm like, girl, bye. You didn't want to pay that bill. Okay? If your husband pays the rent, he's always paid the rent. I know sometimes he act crazy, but he's also an Aquarius, so it's what it is. But my point is, right? We're crazy. But my point is, he's always paid the bills, right? He's always paid the bills, always paid the rent, right? I don't know how he does it, but he's done it. You finally have a job. Pay the car insurance. What is the problem? Oh, but I don't know nothing. Leave me alone. Just pay the damn thing, because it's about having a sense of duty, right? We're all in this. You pay this, I pay that. You hear me? But what if he gets mad and says, okay, well, hey, from this moment on, we're going to pay half on everything. Can you afford that? No. Pay the little bill. Get out my face. Okay? Right? It's better to pay a $300, even a $400 bill than for you to pay all the bills, or for you to even pay half of the bills. Hello, somebody. Life is not that hard. Right? But I say it all the time. It is expensive out here. People think it's a joke. People love to lie to themselves. The ladies love lying to themselves. It is hard out here. The man told us yesterday, America is a violent society. Okay? What woman will say, hey, sis, I recommend that you live by yourself and pay all the bills by yourself? That's evil. That's very evil. Okay? You want a woman by herself to pay her rent, pay her car note, pay her car insurance, health insurance, dental insurance, vision insurance, her own food, what else? Even cleaning supplies, the water bill, the power bill, all the bills. This woman should pay all the bills by herself. You are freaking insane. Hey, River, you are insane. You are really insane. Like, you're really wicked. I think any woman who recommends that other women pay all the bills by themselves is a wicked woman. You should not listen to her. She's evil. She is evil. Okay? Because a woman needs to rest. We are very different than men. We are very different than men. And stress, it hits us differently. Matter of fact, it can even age you. It can just eat up your beauty. You can start breaking out. No, I don't believe in none of that kind of stuff, okay? And here's what I said. I said, Marlene, I don't believe in 50-50, because it does give roommate situation. Like, that's bizarre. I can just get a roommate, right? I said, if we are in a relationship, I can get down with anywhere from 70 all the way to 100%. Okay. So maybe when you start the relationship, it might be like 70-30. I don't think that's bad, because from going from paying 100% of your bills to only paying 30%, that is a great discount. That is a great discount. How often do you even see corporations out here offer you a 70% discount on a product? Okay. So if somebody's giving you a 70% discount on your lifestyle, that's pretty good. Okay. Yeah, it's really bad, Kevin. Like, it's very stressful. It is really, really stressful, because these bills, they don't stop coming. They do not stop coming. They don't stop coming. Okay. It's a lot. It's like you can't even take a day off, because every day off is money you didn't make. That's not life. That is just not life. Everybody needs help. Everybody needs help. But my thing is, right, if somebody offers you 70% off your lifestyle, that's not a bad deal. That is surely not bad. That's not a bad deal. 70% off, that's pretty good, right? And then maybe like by the time we get to year 5, now it's like 80%. So now you're only paying 20%. That is still a freaking good deal. That's not a bad deal. And then maybe 10 years from now, or like 15 years from now, it's fully 100%. That is not bad. That's not bad. What job gonna give you that? Okay? It's like sometimes you gotta have a long-term vision. right? There's what you want and there's what you can get. Sometimes you start what you can get, hoping for what you want by God's grace, right? But we all know, well, if he's not doing 100%, then, girl, if he's not doing 100%, you're doing 100%. Make it make sense. Make it make sense, right? Make it make sense. But to me, it's like anywhere from 70 all the way down to 100%. I don't think up to 100%. I don't think it's bad. I really don't believe that even 60-40, even 60-40, that's not bad. Because that is still 60% off your life, your lifestyle. That is not bad. Right? Get it how you live, right? But even if you have to start at 50-50, it could be that case. I don't know your situation, right? But even if you have to start 50-50, as long as you know somebody is working hard, thank you, Daddy, God bless you, to get to a point where it's like, y'all can get to a point where eventually it can be 60, then 70, then 80, then 90. And then eventually one day, 15, 20 years from now, it's a whole 100%. That's not bad. That's really not bad. You hear me? Right? Sometimes they sit here, they give these women all kinds of stupid ass advice. Listen, girl, if she says completely no, she's still paying all these bills by herself. And what if she gets fired? Because you see, it happens. That's why I'm like, there's certain people you just don't listen to. I'm like, friend, you better pay that bill. Okay? Because it's better for you to pay a $300 bill than for you to have to pay all the bills. Or he says, you know what? Pay half now. Because now you have a job. So give me your half. Give me your half. Because you can't afford it. You truly can't afford it. So let's not trigger this person. Pay this thing. Get out the way. Okay? God is good. God is faithful. Because this is crazy.
Those are harder to come by now.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know what I'm going to do if I can't get another job, because I have the mortgage now, and the mortgage is like $2,700 a month. I have my trip planned to New Zealand next month. I should probably cancel that. If I can get a refund on my flight, I should probably cancel that, which sucks because I've been planning that since like this time last year. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm trying to have faith that everything's gonna work out eventually. I just don't know how long it'll take for things to work out, and it just really scares me because I don't have anybody to like lean on.
Well, there you go.
Like, I'm not rich. My family isn't rich.
So you ain't rich, but you're out here planning trips to New Zealand. Girl, you crazy. You see? They need a husband. I told you this. The vast majority of women do not want to work. I've been telling y'all this. That's why I say men are the prize. Y'all think it's a joke. You think it's a joke. The vast majority of women do not want to work. So that's why the vast majority of women, they should do what they have to do to find a husband that can give them the lifestyle they want. And then they can work when they feel like it. And vacation when they feel like it. You don't want to work. Yeah, people don't want to work. They don't want to work.
Like, I don't know.
Well, girl, guess what?
I don't know. I'm sure it's all gonna work out.
Okay, now.
I'm sure it's all gonna work out. I just don't know.
Don't want to work. No, she has savings. She said she has some savings. She said that earlier, that she has some savings. But she bought a house, I guess. So she said she bought a house. She has a mortgage now, and it's $2,700. That's why I said, you see, if you had a husband, he would have paid for that. Or say, oh, I don't know what to do. Girl, start putting the ads up. Get a roommate. And my thing, why do you even have a house if you're all by yourself? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but my thing is get a roommate. And even now, you should have had a roommate. You should have had a roommate. If you're a single woman with a house by yourself, that doesn't make no sense. You should have a roommate. Even if you're just renting out your basement, have a roommate. So you see, you know what? If we go back, remember the girl from North Carolina who's dating the guy from Ghana, right? And she said like he's a millionaire. He has like a job where he makes like 6 figures, right? And you see how that man, once again, a man, he bought the house, but he has roommates. Even though I'm sure he makes enough to pay the rent by himself. So the guys, they pay the rent and then he pays utilities. You see, a man. That's why most women need patriarchy. And who's about to be homeless? The girlfriend sleeping in her car. But we see she has a Mercedes. She has a high-rise condo, whatever it is, townhouse, apartment. I don't know. It looks like a townhouse. I don't know. But it's like she can see the city, the skyline of the city, right? But she's not even making 6 figures. But the black guy the man who's making 6 figures, not only does he have a house, that's his house, he paid for it, but guess what? He has roommates. And she said one of the other guy, it was the Indian guy, he worked in tech, right? So you see, these are men who seem to have really good job, but yet they have roommates because they're trying to save. They're trying to live under their means. These women, they're not married. They by themselves. They work remotely. We don't even know if they have the right output for the job, right? But yet they buy these houses. They take on these mortgages by themselves, single. They know they like to cry. They cry all the time. They're not brave. They're not stoic. Right? Well, hey, then don't do it. Right? But my thing is, how are other people having tenants? How are other people having tenants? How they doing it? So you're not, because you're afraid you're not going to have tenants in there, and then but they're going to lose the house. Don't lose the house. Okay. But why take on a mortgage? Why take on a mortgage for $2,700 when you're all by yourself? If you should get a mortgage for $1,250, get an apartment for $1,250, get an apartment for $1,500, right? But why do you need a whole house by yourself? How does that even make sense? So there are people who have tenants. Yeah, oh, that's you. But if people have tenants, there are background checks you can do. There's credit checks you can do. You can call people. Like, you don't have, I'm not saying just let a random mofo just walk into your house. No, but there are serious people out there who are serious tenants and they're clean. So it's up to you and your application process to know how to vet people. But you can rent out the basement. Many people, there are hundreds of millions of people in this country who rent out their places and they do just fine. Some have bad transactions, right? You understand? Now I can see how, like, with the whole COVID thing, like, what if you get to a place where they can't pay rent? Maybe you put that in your contract. You get them to have like renters insurance. So if they can't pay it, the people pay it for them. There are ways out here. Use your mind. Whatever kind of hurdle you have, use your intelligence to go around your hurdles. It's not that hard. And it's not that hard. That's what lawyers are for. That's what contracts are for. That's what credit checks are for. There's a lot of things out here that can help you weed out who's a good tenant and who's a bad tenant. You're an adult. Increase your gangster. Stop crying over the place. Getting sick and tired of that shit. But anyways, right? So the Ghanaian guy, he has the money. He has a great job. He's building back in Ghana, right? But instead of taking on his own mortgage, he lives with people. And the girl who's about to be homeless, she tried to shame him for having tenants, for having roommates. Meanwhile, she doesn't have roommates, and she can't even afford. She's about to be homeless. I saw her sleeping in her car on TikTok, right? So sitting here crying, no, right? Things have to make sense. Things have to make a whole lot of sense. Hello. So otherwise, sell the property.
Know how it's gonna work out, but I'm sure it's all gonna work out. I have a meeting that starts in 15 minutes. Let me tell that person I am not coming. Go ahead and cancel that. Cancel this and all following events because I'll never be here again after today.
People don't want to work, child.
At least it's not just me. She said that, like, because I work remotely and a lot of our team is remote, but she said that it's not just the remote people, it's the people who live in like the city that our headquarters are in. So,
So now you want to see others lose their job so you can feel good about yourself. Girl, that's weird. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
everything's gonna work out eventually. In due time, everything will work out. Late in the midnight hour, it's gonna work out.
Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
So it's been like 2 hours since that phone call with my manager. Actually, she's not even my manager. She's like the director of my program. Um, I think I'm going through
Oh
cycles
my
of
God.
grief. I've had full on like breakdowns twice, once before the call even happened because I knew what was going to happen, and then once after that. And then I was talking to my parents about it, and they've been, very supportive and like encouraging. And I'm a daddy's girl, and my dad was like, it's gonna be okay and everything. And that made me cry even harder. Like, I don't know. But learn more details about it. So details that make me feel a little better. It's not just me who was laid off. I asked later I got to talk to my actual manager, and she said that like 24 people were involved in this. So that makes me feel a little better. 24 people total, like in my whole department. And then on my actual team, it was
Oh
8
wow.
people. And it was all like different levels of like hierarchy on our team. 2 of them are like the top positions on our team, and those people are like great at their job. So, and I asked my manager, and she said it had nothing to do with performance. And in fact, she had already collected feedback from my upcoming preview and things to say about me. Nothing to do with performance. Yeah. I am still very anxious. I guess on the bright side is kind of freeing because I wasn't completely happy at my job anyway. So at least, now I have the opportunity to find something new, hopefully sooner rather than later. But also, I feel like I should also view it as, for the first time in my adult life, I'm going to get a break. A break that's more than like 2 weeks. I don't think I would have another job in 2 weeks. Lord, if you want to give me another job within 2 weeks, I'll take it. I'll take it. But you know, just I'm gonna view it as a sabbatical. That's what I'm gonna view it as. And if you've been watching my videos, you know that I've been studying
You know the
for.
funny thing is, this is where you see like people truly lack self-awareness, because you're gonna say things like, "Oh yeah, capitalism, the greed," but you're also greedy because you sat here crying because you got laid off, but then you say you don't like the job. So what made you stay at the job? Your greed. So you're greedy too. That's why I told you this. I said it's funny how people talk about rich people and their greed, but poor people are greedy too. And their greed just is expressed differently, right? So I said you gotta ask people like, why are you poor? But poor people are the vast majority of poor people are greedy. Everybody's greedy. But we're so trained to only see the greed of the rich. No, you're greedy too. Because if you cry, you sit here crying for your job, you're not even crying because you love the job. Not even crying because you're gonna miss your coworkers. Not even crying because, oh wow, we were working on something so meaningful, so impactful. Like, I'm sad that I'm not gonna get to finish that. Right? No, you're crying because you're not gonna have money. Because you look at these people as, okay, you look at them, okay, I just do it so they can pay me. Not even because you're in love with the job. So why are you at the job? If you don't love what you do, you don't enjoy what you're doing, then why are you there? Because you want these people's money. That's greed. So then how you going to be mad because they fire you too? You're greedy. And my thing is, who's going to work in tech and talk about greed? Like, listen, Most tech companies are excessively greedy. That's why they have the kind of money they do. So if you go and apply for a job for the most greediest sector in America, then you also are a greedy person. You're no better than these people, right? Because if you despise greed, this ain't it. Hey, Thomas, what's up? I'm like, you're greedy too? Oh, yeah, capitalism. Girl, shut up. Capitalism is what gave the tech field. That's what you want. You still want to work there, huh? You know these people are greedy, but you just told us, oh, I still want a tech job. I want to work remotely. Oh, I hope you feel better, Thomas. Hope you feel better. Okay. There's a lot of pneumonia going around. I hope you don't have that. Hope you don't have that. But you're greedy too. I'm like, make it make sense, right? I don't even like the job. Then why are you crying? Because you're crying for the money. So you're just as greedy as these people. You're no better. Right? I was telling a friend yesterday. I was like, I don't care whichever way you slice it. At the end of the day, even Robin Hood was a thief. Okay? Oh yeah. You see it's going around. You can say to yourself, oh, Robin Hood was robbing the rich to give it to the poor. Yeah, but he was still robbing. He's a criminal. Okay? He's still a criminal, right? He's greedy too. Everybody's greedy. Exactly. You're greedy. They're greedy. You're all greedy. But if you don't like your job, you're miserable at your job. You don't even enjoy your coworkers. You don't even enjoy what you're working on, right? Go find something that you're actually passionate about, right? But my thing is also, if they got rid of like 8 people in your department, then maybe y'all department was not actually useful, because that's a lot of people. 24 people, and then 8 people in your department, then y'all was not really adding much, huh? So were y'all actually even working hard? Oh, y'all just cruising and hoping just be under the radar and not get caught? Because that's a lot of people from one department. And then you say, oh, I feel better knowing that other people are getting fired. Girl, that's not okay. That's not okay. So the more people get fired, the more you feel good. That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. Oh, I'm glad other people also are losing their paychecks. That is insane. That is insane. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's a lot. It's like pneumonia's going around. People are sick. Child, it's a lot. Oh my God.
A new certification. I have been studying for it, but my company hadn't paid for it yet. And they had, you see how they do? You see how they do? So I still want to get that.
But why didn't you pay for it yourself? Entitled. Why would you want to wait for somebody to pay for it? They haven't paid. If you really want to do it, take it. That money, the vacation money for New Zealand. Why don't you use that vacation money to pay for that certification yourself? Pay for it. No, you want a company to pay for it, you can go to another company and make more money. Nobody's stupid out here, sis. Okay? If you really want something, you go and you pay for it. And usually that's even how it goes. Like, I know, like Jimmy, for example, like, because his company paid for the masters, but you had to pay first. Like, he had to pay first, get the good grades, and then you submit your grades and stuff and how you paid. Then they pay you back. Exactly, Thomas. You got to pay for it yourself. But you're not going to wait for somebody to pay for you to get an education. Sorry, you guys. Sorry, I spit. I'm sorry. I apologize. Right? But I remember, like, because he graduated before me, like when he had the bachelor's, he was like, I remember him saying, he's like, oh, he's going to wait for a company to pay for him to get his master's. I'm like, Jimmy, that don't even make no damn sense. That don't even make no sense. If you don't even believe in yourself, right? Why would anybody put money in you? Don't know you like that. These companies don't owe you anything. I'm like, what you do is you start the master's degree, right? You get in there. You get in the master's degree. Because I didn't even know they can. How do they even know that you can even get in? And I told them the story of Nehemiah. I'm like, you see in the Bible, Nehemiah, he went back and he built the wall. And when people saw him building, then more and more people felt like helping him. You know, people will invest in builders. You know what I mean? People will pay, like, people will invest in builders. People are not going to invest in people who like, well, I was waiting for you. No, people love to see people do. And when you're doing, like, oh, wow, like if you believe in yourself this much, then guess what? I can believe in you. Here's some money, right? So I'm like, no, you have to apply to your master's. So when he started doing the master's and he put that on his resume, whatever, like it really helped to get the job. And then, okay, sure, we'll pay for it. But he still had to pay for it, get the grades, and then they will reimburse you. That's how it went. You understand? Right? But I'm like, you have to invest in yourself. Because those skills are for you. Because the company pays for you could stay, you could leave. right? But if you really feel like that's something that you need, the vacation money for New Zealand, you should use that money to invest in your education, not a vacation. Because it's your life. It's your resume to build. These are your skills. These are the skills that you have to acquire, right? You can't wait for anybody to pay for you pay for you. It could happen. It could not happen. But if you really want it, you should just pay for it. And then don't pay for the New Zealand. You don't have to go to New Zealand, right? Because how's that going to make your life better? Okay, you go on vacation. You're going on vacation just to spend money. If you spend money on that certification, it will always make you more money, right? So,
certification, but that certification is like $600.
oh my God.
So instead of the company
You
paying
are
for
silly. You are truly silly. You could even pay $600 out of your own pocket. Girl, bye. Girl, au revoir. I am tired. This is ridiculous. It's only $600. I thought you were going to say like $5,000. It's only $600. You could not pay that out of your own pocket. Girl, you're not ambitious. You are not ambitious. You are crazy.
Now I have to pay for it.
Oh, wow.
But I do think it would help with the job market.
Then pay for it. If you can get a refund for your trip, use that money and pay for it. What the heck? What in the world? Oh my God. Oh, Jesus.
I can be a pessimist. Is that the word? Someone who thinks negatively. I can be that, but I've planned for something like this, for being laid off. Like I've already thought about what I would do if I got laid off, and I already know I'm about to shut everything down. Anything that is not necessary to come out of my checking account, I will not spend money on it. I'm about to cancel. I already canceled a lot of my subscriptions with the no buy challenge, but I'm about to cancel Amazon Prime because I don't need to be buying nothing from Amazon. I'm about to cancel Kindle Unlimited, which I do like Kindle Unlimited, but I have the Libby card, so I can buy books from there. And yeah, I'm about to I'm really about to shut down all my spending. I don't know what I'm going to do about my trip. I have a trip planned to New Zealand. And the logical side of me says I need to cancel that trip if I can. Like I need to get a refund on my flight. The flight was the expensive part. My flight was like $3,000.
What?
So the logical.
Y'all, hold on. Y'all, sorry. Hold on. I'm chewing. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm eating. Sorry, you guys. Please forgive me. Forgive me. Sorry. I'm eating. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Sorry. It's not polite. So I took myself off the screen. Hold up. Wait a minute. Your certification for you to have a better job was only $600. You didn't want to pay that out of pocket. A flight, just a flight. That's not even a hotel. Just the flight alone was $3,000. It's 5 times the cost of your certification. Girl. Oh my gosh. So how much is the trip? Jesus Christ. You see? Do you see why I say these ladies need patriarchy? Do you see why I say these women need patriarchy? That is insanity. So you mean that with the price of one flight, you could have bought like 5 certifications? Wow. Jeez. Oh my Lord. Oh Jesus. This is insanity. I'm like, these people really think they're out here being millionaires. Like, you guys work jobs. You work jobs. You're not rich people. You are truly not rich people. You work jobs. Well, I'm like, oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. So I'm not going to spend $600 on certification. because I don't want to pay for it. The company should pay for that. The company's not your husband. It's not your boyfriend. So you had the money, pay for your certification. No, but it's $600. But when it comes to go to New Zealand, though, you're gonna drop $3,000 on an experience. Y'all crazy. That is insanity. That is crazy. That is insane. That is insane.
Side of me is like,
that's insane.
Cancel the trip. Some flights you can cancel it and you get refunded the money back, and then some you get just like a flight credit. Did you hear my wrist pop? Some of them you get like a flight credit. So I don't know if I'll get money back or a credit, but part of me says like I should just cancel that trip. And then another part of me is like, worst case scenario, 8 months from now, if I never found another job and I don't even want to think about the house. I don't even want to think about the mortgage, but like if I need to like move back home with my parents, which I'm thankful that could even be an option. I haven't talked to them about that, but I would hope that that's an option with them. They have a spare bedroom. But worst case scenario, if I have to move back home with my parents and I'm laying in the twin size bed in my parents' house and I'm like looking up at the ceiling,
oh my God,
would I regret having gone on the trip to New Zealand? Or would I be saying to myself, well, at least I got to go to New Zealand? I don't know. I need to think and decide on that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, like I said, I think I'm in the cycles of grief, and I don't know if I'm in denial right now, but things do feel a little more, definitely more numb. I may just take the week. Can't take the week. I may just like take the rest of the week because this is happening on a Wednesday. I may just take the rest of the week to like decompress, reset, and then Monday just like start tackling things and going on LinkedIn and fighting for my life in the sea.
Oh my God.
Of all the other people who have been laid off. And like in tech fields, like tech it's terrible trying to get a job in tech, right? Like I know people who, as someone said, like unemployed for 9 months. I do not have the funds for 9 months. It's above me now. Just got to give it over to God. Yeah. If y'all are praying, vibes.
Oh my Lord, sis.
Bye.
Girl, you will be praying for you, sis. Because child, that's crazy. That is really crazy. Early again. That is really crazy. Let me play this video for you guys. Oh, really? I'm like, it's just crazy. To not even realize that tech bubble is gone. That bubble that existed in tech, like during COVID and stuff, it is gone. It's really gone. Let me show you another video I saw yesterday. Hold on. Let me show y'all another video that I saw yesterday when I left you guys. I couldn't believe it. Hold on. Where's my history, y'all? People are crazy. I'm gonna find the other girl. What's her name? What's that girl's name? My name was like Shonda Rhimes something. No, what's her name again? I will find her. Hold on. Give me a second. I will find her. What is that girl's name from the other day? Oh my gosh. Where is that girl? Where the Child, where is that girl? What is her video? Play this one for you guys. As I find the other girl.
He's a womanizer. He cheated on his wife, and that's why she left him. He didn't cheat once; he cheated over and over again.
We cheated together, if that makes sense. Get things together. So it's not cheating if you're involved.
He's gaslighting himself and that wife to make it seem like he wants polyamory.
Again, everything's not for everybody. Monogamy's for you. It's not for me.
What's up, guys? It's your girl Riva, and I'm back again with another video. Now, if you do not know who these two women are on the screen, these women have one man in common that they have children with and that they were in relationships with, and that man is R&B singer Ne-Yo.
Ooh, it's something about the way she moves.
So in this picture, this is Ne-Yo's ex-wife. She's in the orange. And in the blue, this is the woman in which he had basically cheated on his wife with when they were together, and which caused the demise of their marriage.
Tell them about the freak off, Diddy Jr.
Now, I wanted to talk about this because recently I did a reaction video in which Dr. Cheyenne Bryant was going in on Ne-Yo, you know, talking about his wife didn't put up with the foolishness, and that's the reason why she left. She went off on him.
Right. What is Ne-Yo to you, Dr. B?
He's a womanizer. He cheated on his wife, and that's why she left him. He didn't cheat once; he cheated over and over again. He's a womanizer, and now what he's doing is, as a womanizer, he's gaslighting himself and that wife to make it seem like he wants polyamorous when you never wanted polyamorous from the beginning.
Now, in that video, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant also was talking about, it's because he failed in his marriage and he really want to be married, but he doesn't have the quote unquote tools to be able to do so. He's trying to convince people that he is now polygamous.
Wanted to be married but didn't have the discipline to do it, and your wife left you because she didn't tolerate that shit.
Maybe.
And so she pivoted from you, and now you're going and he's making these other women pay for the heartbreak that he caused to himself by saying I want to be polyamorous.
Now, the reason why I'm bringing all this stuff back up to the forefront is because, I even mentioned in my previous video, I don't know what the reason would be that Ne-Yo would have to lie, that he wants to be polygamous, but I thought it was very ironic that these two women are on social media very hugged up, right? So cool, calm, collected, hugging on each other,
If you guys, hopefully you guys know who these people are, right? So this new girl, hold on.
So cool, calm.
Okay, so y'all know this is Crystal, right? So Crystal was she was Ne-Yo's second wife, right? Mayanda, how is her name? Manetta. She was the first wife. No, she was a fiance. She wasn't a wife, right? The one who tied up her tubes, okay, after he told her to. Then you have Crystal, right? They got married. Then they renewed their vows. And then they got divorced like a week later. And then the new girl is the one he got pregnant, right? And her and Crystal kind of look the same, actually. They favor each other. So now Crystal and the new girl are like besties, okay? So Cheyenne was saying that he said, no, I don't. Well, I'm giving a real break. Hey, Lacey, your little breakdown. Okay. So Ne-Yo was with Manetta. Manetta had a baby. And then Ne-Yo told her to tie her tubes. So she tied her tubes, Kevin. And then he left Manetta. And then he went with Crystal. This one. Right? Went with Crystal. Had children with Crystal. They even renewed their vows like in Vegas. It was like super big. Lots of money was wasted. Then within less than a month, she filed for divorce because he had gotten the new girl pregnant. Now, the new girl looks just like Crystal. They do favor each other, right? And so now she's no longer with Ne-Yo. Both of them no longer with Ne-Yo. And now they're best friends, right? So then Cheyenne was saying that the reason why Crystal and the new girl are able to be best friends or like the first, I don't know. But she's pretty much saying that Ne-Yo is not really into polyamory, that he's gaslighting himself and gaslighting other people because he's just mad that his first marriage to what's that girl's name? Monietta. I don't think we're married though. Failed. So now he wants to make people believe that he's into polyamory, right? So I'm saying like, okay, what I believe is that these girls are the ones who are gaslighting themselves. Because I believe that Neo was always Neo, right? And for me, I even think, I have this one hypothesis when it comes to men who are excessively promiscuous and men who have an issue with their sex life. Like when I see a disorderly sex life, I'm like, okay, were you touched as a child? Okay, what is going on? Okay, it feels like you're overcompensating and you're trying to convince other people that you are heterosexual when maybe you probably are not. All right. So, but I do feel as though Neo was always being Neo, right? They favor each other. They pretty do. But I do feel like Neo was always promiscuous. I do feel like Neo could never commit. I do feel like Neo was always a hoe. Okay. But these ladies, because I stated, I'm going to say it again, women don't want to work. Okay. Women do not dream of work. Women dream of leisure. Women don't want to work. Okay. And then the vast majority of women too, they're looking for a man that can guarantee a certain lifestyle. You hear me? So when a man has the resources to guarantee a certain lifestyle, suddenly these girls start believing that, oh, I can change this man. Like they can do something that Jesus can't do. She's talking with a socialist. You understand? So I'm like, oh, let me tell you this, right? I think these women gaslight themselves. Oh, I can change him. I can make him monogamous, or, oh, maybe I can agree to have threesomes and it's going to stop there. No, it will not stop there. He has sex demons. Okay. He's a nymphomaniac. They are people who are addicted to sex, right? So you have to respect that. But because I told you the vast majority of women are greedy, right? So the greed leads to delusion and unreasonable expectations. Oh, I'm going to love him so much that he's going to be monogamous. No, he doesn't want to be. Doesn't want to be. You have to respect that, right? Not every man can be a husband, okay? Not every man can. But I'm like, when it comes to Neo, I don't think he ever hid who he was. Right? And these women lied to themselves, thinking, oh, I can change him. I can do this. I can do that. Oh, hey, Mark. Be safe out there, okay? And then you realize, like, no, you really can't. He doesn't want to change. He's not going to change, right? Because just like most men who are in this weird industry, I'm like, Neo probably realized that when you have money, you can make people do all kinds of things. And that turns him on. So as long as he has money, he will continue to be a pervert. Now, it's up to you to say, hey, do I want to be with that? Or am I going to say no to that? You know what I'm saying? But the vast majority of these women, no, he's not a good man. He's not going to change. But the greed, the money, the cars, the easy lifestyle, not having to work, being able to spend as much as you want, right? So I'm like, I don't even understand why sometimes people even complain about certain things. I really don't get it. But anyways, let me play this for y'all.
Yes, collected, hugging on each other, kissing each other on the cheek and all that kind of stuff. You see, the thing with me is you can't fool me. Okay, you can fool some people some of the time, but you can't fool everybody all the time. You can't fool me. Okay, when I saw this situation, the video screamed, we wish that he was in a relationship with us still, so that we still had the same access to him that he's now giving to these other women that he's in a relationship with.
I feel like in the realm of love and romance, you should let people do whatever the hell they want to do.
Yeah.
Can't see how it's hurting anybody.
Exactly.
I find it so ironic that all these women, find the maturity or find the peace with the other women who were involved in the situation whenever they no longer have the same access to the man that they really ideally wanted to be in a relationship with. This is not oh, we're cool because we've grown and matured. This is, well, I'm cool with you now since you can't have him and I can't have him. And, the one in the blue actually went out there and publicly, tried to discredit or break Neo down on social media. She was the one who did the quote unquote Diddy Jr. video.
This is what's going on. This is the tea. while the kids in the house, I asked him not to bring no kids in the house. I even came over here to help him with these kids because he won't watch these kids. Since we on live, let's go there. Let's start with the freak off. How we get there? Tell them about the freak off, Diddy Jr. Diddy Jr. Tell them about the freak off. Tell them about the freak off. Tell them the truth. Tell them
And these girls are so damn stupid. You know damn well you don't have a job. These girls are so damn stupid. You know damn well you don't have a job. You know damn well you can't take care of yourself and you can't take care of these kids, right? You turn your camera on and you start calling Neo Diddy Jr., right? If he gets arrested and he loses all his money, all y'all gonna be homeless. So damn stupid. Thinking he's dumb for getting random ass birds pregnant. You're an idiot, right? Because right now Neo takes care of all of y'all, right? You don't have a job. Can't take care of these kids. Can you take care of these kids without his money? Probably not. So what kind of stupid game is this? Completely immature. Also, my thing is, right? Oh, I'm trying to get this man to take care of the kids. No, not really. You're the woman. Take care of your kids. And also, he's a multimillionaire. Hire some nannies. Hello. There you go. Like what? I'm like, what multimillionaire wants to be at home running behind kids all day? That's not even sensible. That is not even sensible. Okay? He's a multimillionaire. Be nice to him so he can get you a nanny. Okay, then you take care of your kids. What do you do? Right? Like, what are you doing? Like, people are so crazy to me. Like, I think some of these girls are so damn stupid. Like, they're just so damn dumb. Like, Neo writes a song. He can sell that song for like $2, $3, $4, $5, $6 million. So between you and Neo, who should be watching the kids? You need to watch the kids. And like I said, be nice to him so he can get you a nanny if you need help. Right? But it's like opportunity cost, time. His time is worth like $100,000 an hour. Your time is worth like what, $20? You watch the kids. Okay? Of course she was. How else did she meet the man? And my thing is, did he tell you he wanted to have kids? No. You have kids because you want to have kids with Neo. So now watch the kids. They're your kids. Make it make sense. Like, this is insanity. Like, even me, I do lives and I hold my baby. Hold your child. Okay? Because I'm like, you got to think about money, y'all. Who makes more per hour? Neo makes more per hour. So what does he look like wasting his time watching kids when he could be writing a song that he can sell for $500,000 or even $1 million or $2 million? It don't make no damn sense. It makes no damn sense. How people want rich people to be in the house running behind kids all day. No, it's not profitable. It makes no sense. It's better to hire a nanny or hire someone that don't mind doing it for $20 or $30 or $50. Let them watch the kids. Hello? Like, you sound crazy. He's a multimillionaire. But the problem is he went ahead and had sex, unprotected sex with somebody that was not really on his level. So now he's stuck in these goofy ass conversations. Right? That's why you don't just get random people pregnant. Okay? But that's on him. Don't just get random people pregnant. But how can you expect somebody that is a multimillionaire to just sit here and watch kids all day? Like, what the freak? What does he look like? No. Even me, if I was a multimillionaire, you think I would sit here all day and watch kids? No, I'm not. I'm going to hire people because my time is worth more. But like Marlene, yes, my time is worth more. Okay? That's why most people, that's why most men who work jobs don't watch their kids because they have to work because they make most money. Whoever makes the least amount of money should be the one watching the kids because you can afford it. You don't make that much money. You don't make that much money. Hello? Make it make sense.
I don't give a fuck about none of these kids. Do y'all see a picture in his house of a kid? He don't care about these kids.
When I saw these clips,
he can care about the kids, but he's not going to care about the kids the way you care about the kids. You're the mama. Of course you care more about the kids. He's the daddy. He don't care like that. Yeah. I'm like, you're going to hold the baby. Like, it makes more sense. When I say, oh, Jimmy, you go hold the baby. He makes more per hour than I do. So I'll hold the baby. It's life. Life is what life is. You have to be reasonable. When he can, he will do it. But I'm gonna be like, oh no, you have to watch the kid because I'm doing a live. Child, I don't make that much. My lives, I don't even monetize my lives. Like, make it make sense, right? I don't monetize my lives. But I'm not gonna tell James, oh, you need to go watch the kids. Like, no, that's crazy. That's really crazy. Now the oldest one, like Trey's 14, Savani's 10, right? They're older. They can take care of themselves a little bit, right? But it's like, imagine chasing a man that makes millions of dollars per hour. It's about, oh yeah, you need to be watching the kids. How does that even make sense? How does that even make sense? And my thing is, y'all so damn stupid. Y'all find a way to finesse these guys to get you pregnant. Be nice to them. Play the game. Be nice to him. Be a good submissive baby mother so he can give you money and you can have the life that you want. Why do you want to fight this man? No, I'm serious. Hey, Elena, why do you want to fight this man when you know he has the money? Be nice to him. They're like, you cussing him out, you insulting him. You know, I'll give you money. Now you're stuck watching the kids, right? Be nice to him. Hey, Neo. Sometimes you gotta take your pain in stride. You gotta have a bigger vision here. They don't even know how to scam. Okay? You started the scam, now you gotta see it through. Play the game. Be nice to him. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta know what you want. Would you rather fight this man, or would you rather have access to his money? It's his money. If you are mean to him, you expose him, you talk bad about him, what are the odds he's gonna give you money? You know, he's gonna punish you with his money by not giving it to you. Stop being a freaking idiot. Bunch of birds. Act like you got some sense in your head, right? If you're nicer to him, even if you're upset, be upset on the inside, but don't show it. You know what I mean? Be his friend. Be nice to him so he can give you money. Then he can get you a nanny. Oh, Neo, I want to start a business, Neo. Oh my gosh, Neo, so amazing, girl. Oh my gosh, Neo. He might, okay, how much you need? 300,000. Boom. Oh my gosh, Neo. Oh, Neo. I want to hire this influencer. How much is it? 20,000. Boom. That's it. Be nice to him. You know what I'm saying? If you can, find you a new man. He might even pay for the wedding. You know, we're not learning a thing here. You didn't see the thing with like Donald Trump? Donald Trump, the more you flatter him, you get what you want. So you have to learn how to flatter people. Oh my gosh, oh my goodness, he's the best president. In the past 4 weeks, he's done more than Joe Biden has done in 4 years. Like, he likes to hear shit like that. Like, I'm sure if I did it too, he'd probably give you all kinds of money. Like, okay, Papa Trump, Donald Trump, President Trump, you've done more in 4 weeks than Joe Biden in 4 years. Yes. You are so amazing. You are the greatest president in America. Yes. Okay? Then you get what you want. Like, you have to learn how to read people. Like, you rather fight this person, or would you rather he makes your life easy? He has enough money to make your life easy. No, you want to make your life hard because you have to be an idiot. That makes no damn sense to me. You call this man Diddy Jr. and he loses everything. Oh, y'all gonna be homeless. Damn stupid. They're so dumb. These girls are so damn stupid.
Resurface. I also saw these other clips where, you know, ironically, the same woman who Dr. Cheyenne Bryant was defending, the woman in the orange,
Crystal.
who, you know, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant was like, oh, you know, that's why she left you, because she ain't with that and she not dealing with the foolishness.
Wanted to be married but didn't have the discipline to do it, and your wife left you because she didn't tolerate that shit.
And it's so funny because a lot of times when I have these conversations, you know, a lot of comments is like, oh, you know, you always take the man side and you always identify with the man and you always side with the men. And I think it's because a lot of women are listening to defend or to deflect or to try to protect other women instead of listening to completely comprehend what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we have to call out the hypocrisy of a lot of these women. You know, your problem is not the fact that he's dealt with many women. Your problem is not with the fact that you maybe entertained other women within the relationship. Your problem is your lack of control that you were able to sustain within the relationship. That is the true problem. Because even Neil's first wife has showed that Neil has been very consistent with this type of lifestyle that he's trying to live. Neil's wife said it very publicly that she also entertained women within the bedroom within their marriage.
We cheated together, if that makes sense. And then it just wasn't enough. And I was like, well, no, I didn't sign up to do this every day.
Cheated, so you cheated.
No, baby. I mean, you know, like, we did things together. So it's not cheating if you're involved.
So again,
you know, you sound hella stupid. You see the love of money. You see the love of money. Does Monietta even look like the type of girl who has 3 sons? You see, greed. These women are greedy. And I'm starting to realize, y'all, let me tell you something. This show is called Marlene Uncensored without the N. Okay, I need to fix that, but I need to wait 2 weeks. But let me tell you this, right? These women are excessively greedy. Women are greedy. I even think women are even more greedy than men. I'm starting to realize that because I'm like, sometimes I feel like the stuff men do is for their woman. It really is for their woman, right? They are so greedy. These women are so greedy. But I'm like, does Monietta even look like the type to do a threesome? No. But because she wants to stay with Neo, and I don't think she loved Neo that much. I'm like, it's the money. Like, Neo is short. Like, please. Girl, go ahead, okay? Please stop. Please stop, okay? Please stop. All right? But I'm like, it had to be the money. I refuse to believe that Monietta was like, oh, yes. Oh, I love him. Oh, that's the most handsome man. Oh, yeah. This man right here. That's the most beautiful man I ever seen. Whoop-de-womp-womp. No. It was the money. It was the coins. It was the moolah, right? So because of the money, she agreed to start doing nasty things. But y'all, let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something. I don't know how threesomes go, but I'm sure if there's another woman there, even you as a woman, you have to do nasty things to that woman. Hold up, wait a minute. If I'm not a lesbian, ain't nobody be about to make me a lesbian. Okay, I'd never been a lesbian. I never even thought about this. You understand me? What kind of money is a person gonna have for me to start being a carpet muncher? You are out your damn mind. Okay, you are out your damn mind. And maybe even right now, I do have my little lockup twist. Okay, I do have the lockup twist, but don't worry, they're gonna grow. Okay, I might have a little lockup look to myself, but damn, I will never be. I have never been. And I even told y'all, if I ever had to go behind the okay, I am fighting for my clitoris. I will beat somebody up over my clitoris. You better not come close to me. Your crazy ass, okay? You better leave me the hell alone. I will, okay? I will hurt you. Leave me alone. But I'm like, imagine you've never slept with a woman. You've never kissed a woman. And now they're expecting you to kiss and play with her kitty cat. Oh, nasty stuff, okay? That you will do it for some money. These women are greedy. Y'all some nasty ass heifers. Y'all some low down heifers. Y'all have low ass self-esteem. You don't even love your damn selves. You don't even love your damn selves. Don't even know who you are. And for some money, you will do things you wouldn't even do in prison. I will beat you down. Oh my God. I will beat somebody down. Oh my God. For some money. For some money. Ooh, did I wake up ever? For some money, though. You are willing to do things you wouldn't even do in prison? Oh, no, ma'am. Oh, no, ma'am. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. No. That's not possible. Like, you gotta be like, okay, this is not who I am. But she did it. And so many ladies are having threesomes. They care nothing about. They're kissing girls. They're kissing the body parts of girls when they've never done this their entire life. You wouldn't even do this in prison. But here you are doing it because somebody has money. Because a midget with a big head has money. You are greedy. You are excessively greedy. You need to go find God. You need to go find God. And you see, she had the threesome. So she was like, okay. So Monietta said she was expecting the threesome to be like maybe like twice a year. Neo was like, nah, but every day. She said, every day? You expecting me to play with a kitty cat of another woman every day? He said, yes. She said, ah! That's why you don't say yes to things. I'm not that person. Would have been nice to have a nice life. Would have been nice, huh? But you see, you lost it all anyways. I'm like, if you are a lesbian, that's one thing, right? If you're a lesbian and you marry a man who likes to sleep with women, that's one thing. But in your whole life, you've never been a lesbian. Your whole life, you've never looked at girls that way. You've never kissed a girl. You've never done this your whole life. You are doing things for money that you wouldn't even do in prison. Girl, you ain't got no self-esteem. You have no self-worth. Like, this is wild to me. What? No. So see what happened ultimately. He left. He wanted more and more perversion. And that's why you have to respect people who have sexual problems, sexual addiction, and sexual perversions, right? It will never be enough. So if you're not even that kind of person, I'm like, you know what? I'm not that person. So obviously it ain't going to work. But the greed of it all, you turn your back on God for some foolishness. And this is what you call a pick-me. This is really what a pick-me is. This is what you call a pick-me-sha. This is what you call having idolatry for a man. Because that is crazy. Something you have never done. Something you wouldn't even do in prison. You are doing it for the love of money. Because there's no way. I don't believe she was so in love with Neo. No, she was not. Okay, we've all seen Neo. Okay, she was in love with the money of Neo. His name, his fame, his status, his connections. And for that, she was willing to be. No. That is insanity. I was like, wow.
as Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, has tried to allege that he just woke up one day and decided to be this type of person.
He's gaslighting himself and that wife to make it seem like he wants polyamorous. You put out into the world, look at me, I want to be polyamorous because I cheated. No, you failed in your marriage. You're effed up, and that's the problem. Now you need to heal from that and not have these self-project your pain onto these women about your messed up decision making.
It showed that he has been consistently the same person throughout all these relationships.
Yep.
And he has been in spaces with women who have allowed him to explore that side of himself. And again, they only try to, force some kind of control over the situation when that doesn't make any sense. If you're a woman in a relationship with a man and you know he likes to be with many women, trying to set boundaries around that situation, you're fighting a losing battle.
It's very multifaceted, and that's where I was at that time. But it became a problem when you want that, a lot. Like maybe I'll give you maybe twice a year, but
it can't be it's only when I allow it, it should work.
And if you want to do it just twice a year, it means you're not really into it. So why are you doing it? You don't like it. So why are you doing it? He's obviously a pervert. You don't like it. So why are you doing it? Money. Because it's not love. It's money.
You can't do it on this time. You only got to do it on this time. And if you're on tour and I'm at home, you got to make sure you call me. It's foolishness.
It really is.
The door is open. You've also opened the door. The door is already open. He came in talking about, this is who I am. This is what it is. This is what the situation. And because these women are trying to, again, try to put some kind of control over the situation, that's the real problem. Not the fact that he's dealt with multiple women. And again, the same way that Cheyenne Bryant was going so hard in the paint for her girl, okay, the woman in the orange hugged up with this woman, it speaks volumes that a lot of these women let it go way over their head.
And your wife left you because she didn't tolerate that shit.
It had nothing to do with the fact that he's been with somebody else. It has nothing to do with the fact that he's entertained other women. It has nothing to do with the fact that he slept with other women or anything to do about those situations. Again, a lot of women get into situations and they say, well, I'll be the one to change him. Oh, well, he liked a lot of women before me, but now that he with me, I'm gonna be the one to try to. That's the problem.
I was a woman coming in. Absolutely. So all I remember is her hurt regarding that. So I'm defensive because I know how that feels. It's rough. But guess what? And now you're there.
If you want to be with somebody who is cookie cutter, want the house, picket fence, wants only one woman, there are men out there who you can definitely align with, who are goal-oriented, marriage-oriented.
A celebrity is not one of them. A celebrity is not one of them. I don't know how people expect monogamy from celebrities. That's crazy.
Who only want to be with one wife. But a lot of these women's behaviors are showing that they want something completely different because they all going for the same man. Clearly. There was a lot of women saying like, oh, well, obviously Neil was the problem in this situation because now they're hugged up. Yeah, he was the problem because they both wanted him. That was the problem.
Yeah, Neil is. Ladies, let me tell you something. All right, we're moving on. We are moving on. Guess what happened, y'all? You won't even believe what happened, y'all. You won't even believe this mess. You won't even believe who made it on Pop the Balloon. You're not going to believe this. You are not going to believe it. Are you ready? Are you ready? Time to get messy. Okay. It's taking too long. This is too much.
Welcome in. What's your name?
My name is Gerald.
Y'all, guess who made it? Guess who made it? Guess who made up Pop the Balloon? Who's this man, sis? Who is this man? I said, Gerald is out of his mind. Gerald's out of his mind. Gerald is crazy. I'm like, how did he end up there? Cheryl. Y'all know who this is? You guys know who this is? Y'all know who this is? The internet gonna be the end of me. The internet is going to be the end of me. Y'all. Ha! Lord have the mercy. Y'all know who this is? Y'all know who this is? Huh? Y'all know who this is? Huh?
I'll be mad.
I'm not
when
mad.
People are
calling you out.
Nobody's calling me out. I'm not supporting you because I don't want to support you.
Don't support me.
You don't support me.
Don't support me.
And
I'm not
okay
forcing you to support me. I have millions of supporters. You see that. You know that.
That's okay. I'm happy for that. I truly don't have anything negative about. I don't have anything negative towards this, but I'm letting you know that for me.
So when I say it's not my ex, don't attack me.
No, but
it's not my ex.
But if there's this
you made a video before about my ex and put it online that destroyed his life. And I don't want people attacking him again. So I clarified that it's not him.
It's been said that hell has no videos, right? That people did, which they, took part of Mercy's video. Welcome back to the channel. My name is Princess Banigo, and today,
Princess, thank you for the messages. I don't got time for you, girl.
The things online saying that your stuff got taken over, but I didn't want to post it. I didn't want to post it because you are hurting me. You're hurting me all the time.
No, I'm not hurting.
Yes, you are. You're hurting me all the time.
So don't be mad.
I'm not
when
mad.
People are calling you out.
Nobody's calling me out. I'm not supporting.
Oh yes, you did. Oh yes, you did.
You don't support me.
Don't support me.
And
I'm not forcing you to support me. I have millions of supporters. You see that. You know that.
That's okay. I'm happy for that. I truly don't have anything negative about. I don't have anything negative towards this, but I'm letting you know that for me.
So when I say it's not my ex, don't attack me.
No, but
it's not my ex.
But if there's this,
you made a video before about my ex and put it online that destroyed his life. And I don't want people attacking him again. So I clarified that it's not him.
You're accusing me?
Yes, you did, Gerald. You told me to make a video, put it online, and tell people that my ex used to beat me and
so you never told me your ex beat you?
I never did.
Your ex never beat you.
So you forced me to make
so
those
now
videos.
Your ex never beat you.
I put it there, and it destroyed his life. And now that I have another scenario happening, I don't want that poor boy to get destroyed again.
Your ex never beat you.
That's not the point.
Didn't you tell me your ex beat you?
The point is, Gerald.
I'm asking you. Your ex, since I made you do it, did your ex beat you?
You did make me do it.
Did your ex beat you, Mercy?
You did make me do it.
So did your ex beat you? Did you make up the marks on your body that he was dragging you?
The marks on my body right now is from you.
So your ex never beat you?
The bruises from my body right now is from you.
So your ex never beat you?
The bruises from my body right now.
Every relationship you go to, people beat you.
You have a record online.
So now you're saying,
right there.
So now I have videos of you showing what an angry woman you are.
You're an angry man too. You're aggressive.
No,
you're big aggressive man.
If I'm aggressive, I'm a big man. You're a tiny woman to me. I can't be that aggressive. Never beating you. I have videos of showing how aggressive you are. You're the one who's beating me before. You would never find. Yes, you have. Broke my phones, beat me.
My ex.
You are the evil genius.
Attacked me, and I'll make that very clear.
You should make it clear. But don't
attack me. Don't bother me.
I don't feel bothered. I'm not bothering you.
Yes, you are.
What this is about is I talk to you about my home. No, this is about my home. That means everything to me. And so
it means money to you.
No, this is the home.
So you had everything there, like you saw the drama practically. You saw Mercy who comes online and, well, everyone has a bad side. So because if you see me when I'm angry, my own anger is not even good. So I wouldn't even want to.
Lord Jesus.
And I hurt a lot of people by doing that. So because of that, I want to come out here and say the truth. I was physically abused by my ex for years. I was financially abused by him. I was emotionally abused, and I was verbally abused. Everything that I said in my first video was 100% true, but it was watered down. It was a watered down version.
Now the same Mercy is going on to say now that this guy, it was Gerald that made her do it. That she didn't have bruise on her body. Obviously, I think Mercy was just saying that part to hide Gerald because there's the possibility the baby daddy probably beat her up, but something would have warranted it. Mercy, I told you guys in the previous video that she's a ticking time bomb, just waiting to explode. She's small, but she's mighty. And you could hear Gerald saying if he wanted to beat Mercy, he would pound on her and she will be gone. But Mercy does not even look like who is afraid. She says she's scared, she's this, she's that, but she does not look like who is afraid one bit of Gerald. Now, Gerald is the biggest. I'm sorry to say that you saw a woman because you were trying to evade your bill because you didn't have a job, then you put your house in her name. How dumb can that be? Is it not better that you even go and sell the house at a certain price and collect the house than put the house in her name because you were staying in one place before. You felt that place was not good. So, you know, you guys have children, you have family. You said you want to start together. And when a woman cheats with you, when a woman cheats with you, like she had somebody and she was cheating on that person with you, and you definitely knew she had someone because that relationship produced a child, and you went ahead. Yes, I'm talking to Gerald now. You went ahead to still continue seeing Mercy. You continue dating Mercy, and right now it has come back to burn you in the ass. Because when a relationship is not done based on transparency, what was your reason for putting your house in Mercy's name, Gerald? If not because you didn't have money, you wanted her to take care of it as a them because you thought you were going to marry her. Right now, there is no marriage and your house is going to get sold and you're not being carried along the way you ought to be carried along because that is your complaint. And the next Mercy will run outside and shout that you are an abuser, you're an abuser. Obviously, because you're from
Lord Jesus. What is going on? That's my thing. My YouTube, my internet sucks. We all still hear
probably, you know, covered up, done some rubbish in the relationship, and the relationship is not transparent. Now, the part that got me in all of this, their issue again. In Mercy's video, when she was clearing the issue, she tried to clear it and say, oh, that the baby daddy was not the one that hacked her. Why did she say that? Because she had already said that baby daddy locked her out of our websites before, changed the password or whatever. So right now, it wasn't the baby daddy that hacked her. That was what she was saying when she said Mercy gonna go act or whatever. Now, I am thinking, I'm telling you guys that nobody acts Mercy. There is a possibility that nobody acts Mercy because Gerald was boldly telling her that I wasn't the one who asked you, but you made it seem like I was the one who asked you because a lot of us thought it was Gerald that asked Mercy's
YouTube
channel. Yes, but Mercy, I don't know. I want to believe now. But if it's Mercy that planned this thing, would she go and write to YouTube and show us all those information? Because this issue, guys, I really don't know what to believe anymore because Mercy is just looking like a liar. I am saying it here that it doesn't mean that Gerald is a saint. It doesn't mean that Mercy's baby daddy is a saint. But because Mercy Gono has not been 100% truthful, and probably our YouTube channel was really hacked, right? Because there were some funny activities actually going on. Because if we say she was not hacked, who were those people that were lying in her name on Instagram and, you know, doing Bitcoin stuffs, right? So we can't say the account was not hacked. You know, when I want to think about it, that, oh, was it really hacked? But yeah, possibly. I don't know the shit that went down, but Gerald seemed really honest, saying it wasn't the one. But I wasn't the one who asked you. That was what Gerald was saying. I want you guys to see it here. Gerald was saying it. I wasn't the one, but you made it seem like I was the one. Actually, I in my mind though, I thought it was Gerald.
If she has her daughter like this and she's fighting around her daughter like this, that is just so toxic. So toxic. So toxic.
Who asked Mercy Gun? I would have said it was.
You can put the baby in her room. Like, this is so, like, what is all this? What is all this? So toxic. And that's why sometimes I'm not a fan of like women break up with the mans, take their daughters, move into a new relationship with their daughters, because only God knows what that baby girl's being exposed to. Utter foolishness. Utter foolishness. Absolute foolishness. Why even moving with a man that's not your new husband with your daughter? Out of order. Out of order. Moving too fast and exposing a minor child to some foolishness.
Gerald. Because Mercy quickly was very quick to rule out the option of Nadia, baby daddy.
Andy.
Right? See, I am sure that Gerald is going to be unveiling more stuff. And as Gerald is unveiling them, I'll come here and I'll come and gist you guys about it.
Please
because
report the mess. Please report the mess. Okay. So yes. This is what's it called? Gerard and Andy. Okay. Two crazy people. So now we wake up yesterday and Gerard decided to go on Pop the Balloon. Okay, so let's see how it went.
By age.
Chanel, 32.
Chanel, what do you do?
I'm a pro makeup artist and a licensed esthetician.
So why did you end up popping your balloon?
I just think that the chemistry for me, and also I have a daughter and you already have 2 kids. So I think that kind of was a little bit of a concern for me. So that's why I popped. But you look great.
Thank you. And I think that's okay.
Thank
I
you.
understand. No problems at all.
Thanks.
All right. And now for the kids, like you want someone with no kids or
Preferably just so that's just my preference. So it has nothing to do with anything as far as appearance or the way that you speak. It was just those things.
Thank you. I do want to have more children.
Okay.
I had children at a young age, so
Okay.
I'm looking to recreate what I wasn't as great at doing.
Oh,
what do you mean by that? Like,
Well, I'm comfortable knowing that when I was young, I made mistakes in my previous relationship.
Okay.
I've grown into a better man, and so I'm open. I have a lot to give. I'm a
Okay.
great father at raising my children, and I have a lot to give. So I'm looking to do that again.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
so is she someone that's your type?
I think she's a beautiful woman.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would have to probably get to know her a little more, but she is a beautiful woman. I'm attracted to her.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. We take it another pop back over here. Your name and age.
Farah, 31.
Okay. Farah, what do you do?
I'm a singer model actress.
All right. Now, why did you end up popping your balloon?
I just don't feel the chemistry.
Okay. And like what way? What's
Like that instant, I'm looking for that instant connection, and I don't really feel that with us.
okay? But is he someone that if he were to approach you, you would go for it?
Yeah, he's handsome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, is she someone that's your type?
Well, I think she's beautiful. While she may not be my type, I do find her beautiful.
Thanks.
Thank you. Now we take it another pop back over here. Your name and age.
I'm Erica. I'm 35.
Erica, what do you do?
I'm a registered nurse.
Thank you. And why'd you end up popping your balloon?
The only reason I popped my balloon is because you said you wanted to have more kids, and I'm just done in the baby making department. My oldest is almost 17, and then my baby is almost 13. So I want a man that I can travel with and build a life with, but I'm not necessarily looking to have more children.
I think that's very understandable. I just happen to have so much to give, and I raise my children.
Right.
And I want to give a lot to children because I believe we have a responsibility to raise good children to have an impact on the world.
And I completely respect that. I think that's beautiful as a Black man for you to say that, and I appreciate you saying that. So,
Thank you very much. Thank you. Best of luck in your search.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Now, is Erica someone that's your type?
Erica is beautiful. Definitely very beautiful. I think she's a very beautiful woman. I find her attractive. As far as my type, I'm not sure, but I do find her very attractive.
Thank you.
I think over time, we're getting to know Erica. She might become more of my type.
Okay, Erica. If you can compromise on them kids, I don't know. I don't know, but I mean, you're a handsome guy. You're very well put together. You're very well spoken. Like I said, I appreciate what you said about having children and having more to give, and I think that's a beautiful thing. And I will say it again, as a Black man, to want to be involved in your children's lives. I think that's amazing. So
Thank you so much. It's interesting. It's interesting that you said that. With having 2 children, which are grown now, it can be somewhat of a space where I may want to consider not having children, but it's just on my heart. My heart desires to give more. Watching myself raise my children, some of the things I didn't do right, I want to redo. So that's really what it is.
All right, let's go down over here. Your name and age.
My name is Letitia, and I'm 30.
And Letitia, what do you do?
I am a crypto investor.
So why'd you end up popping your balloon?
He's handsome, well dressed. It's just,
Thank you.
I'm not attracted to the face. I'm sorry.
Thank you. No need to apologize.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And now, is she someone that you would approach? She your type?
I think she's beautiful.
Thank you.
She may not be my type, but she is beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's going over here. Name and age.
Nadira, and I'm 34.
Nadira, what do you do?
I'm a client research analyst for a well-known health insurance company. Yeah, a content creator and also a certified personal trainer.
And why did you end up popping your balloon?
Honestly, I think it was you seemed a little unsure with the follow-up with saying that like you wanted children. I thought I heard you say you could possibly be in a space where maybe you wouldn't want more, and I definitely want more children. So
I think you misunderstood me. And what I meant is sometimes with having grown children, like my children are 13 and 11, there's a probability that I consider the aspect that my life is free without children. However, I have a lot to give, and that urge is on my heart.
Okay.
So it puts me in a difficult space, but it's clear that I want more children.
Okay. Understandable.
Thank you.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now she's someone that's your type.
I think she's very beautiful. However, she is not my type.
Okay. So what makes her not really your type?
Well, I don't find her as attractive as I would other women.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Your name and age?
Kalia, 28.
And Kalia, what do you do?
I'm a braider and loctician.
And why did you end up popping your balloon?
I think everything you have going on is great. I'm open to more kids as well. I'm a mom of a 4-year-old. But I think it's the age.
Like you always every time you show up.
Where we might be in like 2 different places in life, maybe. Like, and so that would affect bonding and like things we have in common and things that we enjoy, things of that nature.
Okay.
That's understandable. I think those are things you can learn over time.
Right.
While I do respect how you feel, I totally understand, Yeah.
No, she's someone that's your type. Different answer. Don't say the same thing.
I do think she's beautiful, and yes, she is.
Thank you, Khalid. All right, let's have your name and age.
My name is Sherelle, and I'm 30 years old.
Sherelle, what do you do?
A licensed insurance agent and a Christian content creator.
Okay. And why did you end up popping your balloon?
He's dressed really nice. I think when he mentioned about not really sure about having more children, that kind of threw me off a little bit because I do have a son and I would like to have more children. So, yeah.
Okay. I know you clarified a little bit what you said there.
Yeah. But I do respect your opinion. I do want to have children. That's something I'm decided on. However, like I said before, with the fact that I have children that I have raised at a grown age, there is the urge to want to consider not having children. But again, I have a lot to give, and I love raising children, which is why I have a beautiful relationship with my children. So, yeah.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Now, she's someone that's your type?
I think she's beautiful. I don't think she is my type. No.
Okay. And why not?
Well, I think she's a little skinny for me. Yes.
Thank you. All right, let's head on back. So we do have 2 ladies with their balloons still left unpopped. Go ahead and ask these 2 ladies a question to see who's more of your type.
Okay. So in the most difficult times in your life, what do you typically resort to? Or anything for that matter.
Okay, let's start over here. Let's have your name and age first.
My name is Alexandria. I am 36.
And Alexandria, what do you do?
I am a licensed hairstylist. I'm also a fitness influencer and a Leo.
And if you want to go ahead and just answer his question.
Definitely God. Like I was raised in a church. I always run to God, no matter what's going on. That's why I wear this cross. And I keep a cross in my car just in case I forget to put this one on.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go on over here. All right, let's start with your name and age.
Millie, I am 33.
And Millie, what do you do?
I'm a chef.
Okay, and if you want to go ahead and just answer his question.
I'm a God-fearing woman, so God is everything to me, and I talk to him on a daily, so I'm running to him before I do anything.
And then while we're here, before we walk back, do you have any questions for him?
I don't.
No
I don't.
questions?
I don't. I just got a brain freeze. So
All right, we're gonna go back that way. If you got one.
That's a compliment.
Yeah. Okay, we'll come back. Do you have any questions for him over here?
Absolutely. So when you said mistakes in the past, what type of mistakes?
Oh God.
Well, I was young when I started having children at 20, 21, and then I got married later on. But the mistakes were that I was not very faithful.
Oh.
And those are the things that I've grown into a better man, and I'm accountable in my actions. I've learned to be a better person. I've built a closer relationship with God,
look like?
and He's helped me through my commitment and being committed to a woman.
Okay. So how did you like what held you accountable?
Well, I now only did I built my relationship with God and took some time off to really examine areas of my life that I needed to improve. Because when you have children, you start to get a reflection of yourself, and there's a kind of a responsibility to want to exemplify the best example for your children. So that really helped me continue to want to be accountable and grow. In addition to that, I've had relationships where I've been able to practicalize what I've exhibited in my life and learn to become better at. So by being in a relationship and being committed showed me that I had the ability to be in a relationship and not have to look outside to another woman.
Okay, I had to ask because I don't play, just so you know, with
I know
nobody.
that's right.
You're good. No
I
other
don't
questions?
play either.
You good over there? You got a question? Okay, let's head on over there. All right, go for it.
What state do you live in?
I live in Atlanta,
Okay.
Atlanta, Georgia.
So, do you do long distance relationships, or like how would you feel about long distance?
I'm very open to long distance relationships. I believe things have to develop and grow over time. Now, ultimately, I would like to have my significant other with me and I with her. So, but I am open to cultivating a relationship that transitions into that.
Okay. And are you willing to are you stuck in Atlanta, or are you willing to relocate?
Well, that's a great question, in fact. Because my children are in Atlanta, there's a probability I could be stuck. However, my ex-wife is very communicative and we work together very well. So there's also a probability if I were to have a very serious relationship that she would be open to that. Because again, I'm looking to establish a family. So,
Okay.
if that answers your question.
Where are you located?
I'm in Arizona. Yes.
All right, thank you. Let's head on back.
And if I could add a little more, she would be open because she knows my importance in my children's life.
Okay. All right. So I'm now going to hand you a pick. Okay. I'll have you hang on to that. And it is time to pop a balloon. Out of these two ladies, who's more your match, whatever it may be, go ahead and pop the other one's balloon.
I have to apologize. I'm sorry.
All right. So Millie, why did you have your balloon unpopped?
I feel like he's well put. He's I like the way he communicate. He very handsome. I love men with eyelashes. You got some gorgeous eyelashes. I'm big on oral hygiene.
He's not lying though. Gerard, he has nice hair. He has his brows, his lashes. It's really is.
Love white teeth. You gorgeous.
Thank you so much.
That's why I had it on.
Okay. All right. So why did you end up popping her balloon?
I think she's a wonderful person.
I don't think her outfit. I think she's like, you see her face. Beautiful complexion, beautiful face. I love her hair, but I just don't think the outfit. It's like she works at some fast food joint. See this? She didn't dress right. Because if you don't look at the rest of her body, just look at her face. I mean, take the glasses off too, right? Beautiful complexion, she has a pretty face, nice hair. But this outfit right here, no. It's not complimentary to her at all. She didn't dress right for her body.
I don't think she's my type, unfortunately.
Yeah, because she didn't dress right. You see, there's a fast food restaurant where people dress in black and white like this. Checkers, maybe? I don't know.
A great person, and thank you so much for the great compliments. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you. All right, let's head on back. And then, so we did get to hear where she's from. Where are you?
Originally, DC, Maryland, Virginia.
Okay, DMV.
You live there now?
I live in Houston.
Okay.
I am originally Liberian, West Africa. I was born and raised in Liberia. I came to America when I was 18. I'm 37 now, so I've been here. Do the math. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And is she someone that's your type?
Yes, she is.
All right. Well, then let me have you come on up here. I'll have you scoot that way.
But then you see, and then later on, I'm sure she's going to, most likely she's going to internalize that, saying that, oh, because I'm dark skinned, he didn't pick me. No. The outfit is not cute. That black and white, I swear, I don't know if it's checkers. Oh my gosh. There's a restaurant, people dress like this. I kid you not. It's like, it's given like she works at, I forgot what restaurant it is. But I'm there. Oh, no, it's not Waffle House. I'm like, yeah, she looks like she works at a restaurant. I don't like that. Like, dress for your body, like dress right. Well, she has a very pretty face, but she's not. She didn't pick the right outfit for her.
Okay, so you guys got to hear a bit about each other. Do you have one final question? If you don't, that's okay.
I'm trying to think because I asked the most important questions, like, what was your go-to for?
Right. Yeah. You see, I'm like, I know there's a fast food place people dress like this. You see, like, I don't like this. That's exactly what it is. Look, girl, no. You on a dating show, like, dress right. Dress like you're going on a date. You know, the outfit was not flattering.
It's important. I want to make sure you got them demons out your system. Okay. Because I already warned you, but no, I wouldn't say I have any other questions for that. No.
And I did get the demons out of my system because I've been through enough struggles.
Okay, because I fight. Okay.
I'm not fighting. I will always stay emotionally for you to be feisty. You know, I'm very understanding. I'm able to communicate very well. So if there's something that's bothering me, I would like to get to the root of it. So see how best I can be able to communicate where I'm at so we can get to a resolution.
Oh, I'm going to let you know.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. So
well, then I'm going to ask my final question then. Is it a yes for you for him?
Yes.
And is it a yes for you for her?
It's a yes.
We got a match! I'll take the mic and you guys can go on up. Make some noise for them, ladies. Hang on to it, girl. Hang on to it.
How you going to be a Christian with a BBL? Girl, is this Jesus right here? Oh, chair. Where's Sophie at? The Christian BBLs. Now, okay, let me be messy real quick, y'all. Let me be messy. Let me be messy.
Why you don't plug my stuff. Why are you recording? Don't plug my stuff. Okay. Stop. Carol, don't hurt. You pressing me. Don't hurt. Leave my stuff alone. Carol, leave my stuff alone. Let it go. I will not let it go. Let it go. I will not let it go. Leave my stuff alone. I will be aggressive about my stuff. Okay. Leave it alone. All it's my stuff. Yes. I'm talking that shit anyway. Leave it alone. I will. Come on, don't hit me. Stop. You hit me. Stop. Wait. You hitting me. You hitting me. You hitting me. All right, I'm ready for you. You hitting me. Yes. I'm ready for you. You're hitting me. I'm ready for you. Yes. Fight Peter. I'm ready for you. You're hitting me. I'm ready for you. Do not do shit in the house. You're hitting me. You're hitting me. You're hitting me.
The never-ending drama of Mercy Gono and Gerald Addy. You guys saw that brief intro I put. That is just a tip of the iceberg of this video or whatever it is that happened in that video. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. My name is Princess Banigo and I'm a Nigerian YouTuber based right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you guys for coming back to watch this video. Guys, see, I'm not going to say I'm tired of Mercy and Gerald because if you watch my channel recently, I did a video where I was talking about, Mercy rising above all the drama that she had been through. Yes, I said all that. But Gerald Addy is the video. And I want to analyze that video that Gerald Addy released. Unfortunately for me, okay, well, my laptop is here, so I can actually play the video and analyze as well. So let's just even go on YouTube, yeah? So Gerald Addy released a video of Mercy Gono showing us another side of Mercy. Now, this video is not something that we've not seen before, but we did not see the full video. But this video that Gerald Addy dropped is a matchup. It's not one day. That is one thing I realized because the first part of that video, Mercy Gono was wearing another outfit.
Okay.
Yes, Mercy was wearing another outfit. And then the second part, she was wearing another outfit. Every couple fights. So I want to come here and act as if, oh, so Mercy is like this. Mercy, you can fight. No, every couple, they fight. Now, the extent to which the fight gets to, that I don't know because me, I don't go to I need to follow my husband and sharpen my mouth. Hey, I won't come here and act like a saint, like I've never had a fight with my husband. So if you're going to start judging Mercy for fighting with Gerald, take a pause because I am sure you've probably had a fight with your partner before. What I'm analyzing here is not the fight just because Mercy fought. It's the things that are surrounding the fight that I am going to be analyzing. Before now, the thumbnail of that video, which it has changed now. Before now, the thumbnail that Gerald used for that video was what the lawyers sent to Gerald. That, oh, this property, we realize that you have an equity to, share with our client or with a certain Mercy, Mercy Gono. So when you're ready, reach out to me so we can discuss about it. Meaning that, you know, the property is up to be sold, right? Which is good that they are selling the property and moving on. Let Mercy take her money, Gerald take your money, and let the property go. Yes. Because I'm not understanding why Gerald is bringing out this video right now. It is not a new video. And Gerald is bringing out right now. Why? Why is he bringing it out now? I'm not here to defend Mercy because I will still give Mercy. But why is Gerald bringing out that video now for us to see? Because you've heard it, okay, because you feel like, oh, you got it to the point whereby, oh, everything don't cast, last, you don't.
Okay, so let me translate a little bit, because in case you guys are, okay, Gerard had a house. I don't know if the house was like in foreclosure. I forgot. It's some kind of name, like I forgot, right? So he made a deal with Mercy that Mercy was going to put her house, like put her name on the house and take the house out of whatever situation it was, right? And then allegedly he was going to pay her back her money, some weird transaction, right? So that's why she said in the first video, it would have been so much better for Gerard to just have sold the house, like just sell the house, count your losses, right? If you can get something out of the sell the house, just take it, but yeah, just give it the house. No, he didn't sell the house. He wanted Mercy to put her name on the house. So Mercy puts her name on the house. I don't know how much money she spent on that. I don't know, but she got the house out of whatever it was that the house was in, like kind of like she had the house. Right. And I think he took money from that. She gave him like 100,000, if I remember correctly. I think from that money, he took like 15,000. He bought her a ring, you know. But at some point, Mercy no longer wanted the house because Gerard said he's going to take the house back from her. She's like, okay, when are you going to take back the house? Right. The man can't take back the house because he doesn't have the money. Right. Because his real estate, financial, whatever he's on, I don't even think any of that stuff was working. And honestly, the kind of money that Mercy was making on YouTube, he can't compete with that. So he didn't have the means. So I think Mercy got to a point where she got restless. Like, okay, I want my money back. So since he can't give her the money, she said, okay, she's going to sell the house. Gerard got really, really upset because he said, so it's like, you know, he's from Liberia by way of the Ivory Coast. Like, you know, they both like reside on the Ivory Coast and then they moved here. So his dream was always to have a house, always to have a property, and this is the first house that he bought. So how dare Mercy wants to sell the house, knowing how much the house means to him. But at the same time, he didn't have the money to take the house back from her. So for me, I feel like the way I feel, and I even told her that, I'm like, what I think it was, I really believe like you were in a romance scam. I think he scammed her romantically. I think Gerard told himself, if I give her a ring, plus some good, you know, sex, right? Eventually she'll just forget about it and she'll just keep paying for the house because she makes so much money on YouTube, right? But I think Mercy likes her money. Mercy likes her money. She was like, no, not this house. I don't like this house, okay? Right? So it wasn't enough. The sex, the ring was not enough. She didn't want to keep this house. She wanted something else, okay? So it turns into the house has to be sold. And that turns really crazy. And I'm truly glad that nobody got killed. I am seriously glad that nobody got hurt because, you know, sometimes when it comes to money and assets, people can really go crazy, right? And for me, honestly, I think Mercy was not the wisest, but I'm glad that nobody got killed. Nobody was murdered, you know, but it was really ugly. Yeah, their fight definitely lasted longer than their relationship, okay? But he should have sold the house. So what she's saying is, the moment that Mercy wants to sell the house and they're able to find a buyer, I guess her lawyer reached out to Gerard to say, hey, there's equity in this house. And so you and my client have to split that equity. Love to talk to you. So she's saying, well, Gerard, you should have been happy because according to her, the way she sees it, this house should have been sold because you don't have the money to keep this house. You can always get another house. It's not a big deal. But he didn't want to let go of this house. So here we are.
Collect breakfast. Last, Gerard, Daddy don't chop breakfast. No, but you can't give Mercy breakfast again. It wasn't the one who served breakfast to Mercy. Mercy served him the breakfast hot and bought a crazy car. We are going to get to that. Okay. So now, Gerald,
you know when she said like last, like it means it's over. It's a wrap. Okay. If you said the song for Burna Boy, last, now everybody go chop breakfast. Okay, I guess it means like this is what it is. Okay. So she's like, yeah, it's last, like you acting like it's the end of the world. You want to serve her breakfast, but she gonna serve to you first. Okay, because she makes a lot of money. I mean, at that point, she was making lots of money on YouTube. I don't know if she is currently because her channel's not doing that well. Because this drama, like all this mess, her brand really took a hit. It really, really took a hit. I think right now she's even struggling knowing like what should I do for my content.
Gerald is crazy. He's angry. Gerald changed that thumbnail because the thumbnail now is Mercy's face. Because obviously Gerald wants that video to travel far, no problem. But initially it wasn't Mercy's face that was there. Now let's click in the video.
So it's a lie. How do you date? I have writing. I have documents to show that. It's okay. No, you don't. I won't argue with you. No, you don't. Stop being so violent. Stop being so aggressive. This is what got us in trouble in the first place. No, I don't take nothing from you. Fuck my stuff.
So the first fights, Gerald mixed these clips. These were not one. This is not a one-day fight. So these two people, they've always been fighting.
Yeah.
Mercy and Gerald Hardy, they've always been fighting. And if you heard some of the things that Mercy was saying in this video, Gerald has beaten her to a pulp because, and according to Gerald, because Mercy laid hands on his kid and that was why he beat her. Well, if Mercy laid hands on his kid, me, I'm not saying I can't do that. It depends on what the children have done. And if I consider your child my child and they do something wrong, I should be able to spank them. Unless Mercy beats the children, you know, out of spite or very, very wickedness or very, very angry or whatever. But even if she laid out on the kids for doing something wrong, if actually that's what happened, it is not enough reason for Gerald to hit Mercy. That is one. Two, Gerald just picks me this thing because in the beginning, Mercy was wearing a white sweat top and, you know, probably a gown on that, right? And that was the clip that Mercy showed us where Gerald came in and broke down the house because he left the house and then, you know, she wasn't opening the door and he broke it down. At this point, this was when Mercy probably decided to fight back because initially Mercy said she left the house, you know, she left the home. So now she's ready to stay there and fight for whatever it is, probably to get her money. Maybe because she has realized, oh, this relationship or this marriage is not going to work anymore. This fight, very sweet fight.
You don't do that to your own friend, Benny. You so submissive among your friend, Benny. All they kissing their asses, but when it comes to women, you want to beat, you want.
So Mercy here was saying that Gerald doesn't do that to his friend when she was speaking all those liberal English. You don't do that to your friend Mene when you're kissing their asses, but it comes to a woman, you wanna beat her. You wanna beat her. So I didn't know that Mercy can speak Liberia English. Oh yes. I thought it was only spray guys today. Preach. I don't know that this. Well, of course now we should all know that this I'm real. I don't have any English that I am speaking other than this. Yeah, sometimes I try to sound very, very Englishy, but you people know me on this channel already. I speak my pidgin, I speak everything. But someone like Mercy, who is a brand, she has packaged and propelled herself in a certain way. And Gerald bringing out all these things. Is Gerald trying to ruin Mercy's reputation totally or what? Because you guys have separated. The girl now launched a very, very big car. And you're not bringing out this video. You want to ruin her reputation. You don't want brands to even go and meet her. You want them to see her in a crazy light because I don't understand why Gerald is bringing out this video. Yes. So the part where Mercy yanked the sockets from the wall, saying that she's the one that pays for the light, pays for everything, and Gerald is broke. Mercy, if you're not a troublesome woman, you won't yank those things from the wall. You won't yank the way she yanked it.
And then, because Mercy, even though like Mercy's from Liberia, like her and my mom's mother, they have the same ethnicity. Okay. So I think like in English you'll say Mano, in French you'll say Manoise. So because when I first saw her, especially like with her nose, I was like, yeah, like she has to be my people's. Like I asked her, I'm like, Mercy, she's like, yeah, okay. So like the western part of Ivory Coast, like part that touches Liberia is like that's where my mom is from, right? Her dad, I think her grandmother, like, what? Her grandmother's like, no, her dad, no. My granddad's father, I think he's half Liberian too. Like, you can really literally, like, you can just walk. Like, you just go walk and you're in Liberia. Like, it's not that far, right? It's not that far. But they have different ethnicities though, right? So she's Mano. In French, we say Manoise, right? My grandma's people. When I tell you these girls beat men, they beat them up. Like when I first saw them, like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, she's not scared. Like she is, like if you're not from there, you'd be like, running, you're crazy. I'm like, no, they beat up men. You know, like sometimes you have certain ethnicities like that, right? You have certain ethnicities like where women actually beat men. They're not afraid of men. They will fight these people. Yeah. Hey, Manoise. Yeah, I was like, you see, so I feel like that, I think she went like the Denene, like either like Denene will be able to, but I'm telling you, like those aunties there, like they beat men. They are not afraid of men. They're not afraid. Like my mom, her grandmother, right? Doquiti, like her name was Do, like her last name is Doe, but her first name is Quiti. Okay, like cute, but like cutie. Okay, cutie, right? She was divorced. So if my grandma was like born in like 1920s, think about that. My grandma's like probably like born like 1920s, like 1930s, like at that point it's not even the Ivory Coast because it's a French colony, right? So then how old? Like when was my great grandmother born? So for her to divorce her husband at that time, it lets you know these are some feminists. They're crazy. They don't care. They do not care. Because her first husband was beating her. She's like, oh, hell no. So she left the man. And then she married my grandma's dad. Now, he's also from, like, my grandma's dad. He's from Guinea. He's from Guinea. And then they immigrated to the Ivory Coast. So he used to be Muslim. Like, he was Muslim. He was raised Muslim, all that kind of Muslim. But then he changed. He became a Christian, right? You understand? That's why, like, if you see, a lot of times, people from Senegal, it's Senegal, Guinea, Mali, who else? Like, northern part of the Ivory Coast, parts of Burkina Faso, the northern part of Nigeria. There's another country called Nigeria, right? All of these people are like, quote unquote, like Fulani-ish. Like, they're like I want to say, like, they're like the, I guess, like the Muslims of like West Africa, right? They're all the same. It's that Fulani kingdom stuff. Like, but because back then you didn't have all these countries, so they took all of that place. And the British came and did all this cutting up of places, right? But usually like Guinea, Mali, Niger, the northern part of Nigeria, like Hausa people, like all these people, they're all related in some ways, right? So my grandmother's father, he comes from Guinea. So he comes with like his Mandinga, like the Mandinga Fulani. So he's Muslim, right? And like they're really like, they tend to be like really light skinned, like very small noses, like everything's super, super small, right? So that he comes there, he comes to Ivory Coast, the western part, and then he marries my great grandmother, the Kwiti, like he marries her, but she was already divorced. So he was her second husband. I was like, what? Who's the second husband? So that's how my grandma is conceived. But I'm like, there are people, these women will beat up these guys. Like they're not afraid of men. They're not scared. They're not scared. Like they are truly not scared. Like you have to experience that. Like it's a thing. But they're not afraid. Like men are. Oh, they beat up these men. When I tell you they be grabbing them like this. So like when I saw this, I'm like, yep. I was like, yep. I just said, I was like, this one right here. And then my wife, Papa seen that's so fun. They're crazy. They are really crazy. I remember like one time I was in London, right? And this like one of my friends, right, Nitty, her mom was dating this man. I forgot what it was, but I don't know if I don't remember what it was. But there was one auntie. She's the same ethnicity as my grandmother. The man started, and she said to him, "I will beat your ass." He was like, "Oh shit!" And they all knew. They knew she could. You guys, kids went all crazy. They are really, really crazy. They are so crazy. They are insane. Then I tell you, they will grab a man like this. They're not afraid. They're not afraid. And it's like all the ladies will come and they start beating up this man. These girls are insane. They are crazy. You have to see it. You have to see it for yourself. That's so fun. They are crazy. They are really, really crazy. They are so, you know how some women, like the man scream, they run. These girls do not run. They get ready. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And then my mom, my mom's older sister, like her actual older sister, she used to live in this like military camp. Like it's a military base, and it's right in Abidjan, right? So, because her husband, my uncle, like he was part of like customs. He worked customs, right? So they all live. It's a reserve. Like everybody lives there. And I remember one time because it's full of them. Because in the Ivory Coast, like the western part of the Ivory Coast, like my mom's people, the vast majority of them are like in the military. Like anything that involves like the military, they're all in there. So you have an entire camp, like. The vast majority have my mom's ethnicity. So one day, because I used to stay there over like the summers, I used to stay there. One day, there's this woman who walked in, you guys. She was the mistress. She walked in there with her child, right? To go see the man. She knocked at the door. I don't know what happened. But then the man decided he was going to leave with the mistress and the child. When I tell you, these ladies walked outside. First, it was her sister, her younger sister, right? She held the man by the belt. You guys, the stuff was real. I was like, oh, shit, okay. Because they were right at the gate. Because it's a gate to come in there, right? They were right at the gate. So the little sister held him. She's like, you're not leaving, right? Then her sister's walking. Then you see all the aunties walking. All the aunties said, the man's not leaving, child. I was like, oh, crap. Oh, Lord Jesus. I was like, They're like, you're not leaving with this woman. So the young sister, like, she has the man by the belt. I'm like, his belt. Like, she's holding him like this. By the gate, the man's against the gate, you guys. Then you see all the aunties. It's like it's an enclave. Like I mean, they're just the deployment of aunties. Like they're just coming. Oh, they were ready for that man. They were ready for that man. That man gonna get his ass whooped, and he ended up not leaving. So the girl, she had to leave with her child. I'm like, oh my gosh, you people are crazy. You people are crazy. But growing up, I always knew they could whoop some mans. They are insane. They are crazy. Like, no, they beat these people up. Like, it's like the whole ethnicity is laid up like this. Like, they're just unhinged. Like, they're not afraid of men. They are not afraid of men. Like, they will come outside. It's like they're gonna beat this. It's like ants. You know, like the way ants just like walk all over like a piece of bread, just like that. They will crawl on this man and they will beat that man up. Like, you have to see it. They don't care. They do not care. They're not afraid. So when I saw them, I'm like, this girl right here, she's not afraid of Gerard. She's not afraid. It's like it's either he's gonna stop or he's gonna have to like unalive her. But she's not gonna stop. She ain't scared. She is not scared. They are not scared. They are truly, these girls are not scared. Yeah, they're not afraid. They are not afraid. They are truly not afraid. You might it's a sight to behold. Like, you really have to see it, because if you're not used to it, like, nah, Marlene, like, nah, they are not afraid. They are not afraid. It's not in their blood. Like, they're not afraid of men. They're just not. So, like, oh, y'all, in London, like, it was real. She told that man, I will beat you up. When I tell you, everybody got quiet because they knew she could. They knew she could. And she probably was going to. Or she going to break something on top of his head. Because I thought it was hilarious. I was like, this is so fun. And so,
then Gerald went to another spot. Mercy yanked it again.
Yeah.
If Mercy was not a troublesome person, also, right. I'm not saying Gerald is a saint, but she wouldn't have yanked that thing from the wall, right? Gerald has been disturbing her. She and Gerald have been fighting. They've been doing their back and forth, scattering everywhere, doing whatever it is they want to do. But why couldn't Mercy just leave Gerald alone?
Like, even the French had a hard time colonizing these people because they don't submit. They do not submit. They had a hard time. They had a really hard time. Even like after the slavery, they had a hard time. Colonization, they had a hard time. That's why Mali is so far behind, because Charles de Gaulle, when he went there, they wouldn't bow down to him. It's these Mandinga people. It's not in their blood. Like, it's And so it was so funny, because when I lived in Louisiana, right? One day we went to the Whitley plantation, right? And I told you about the plantation, and I said to y'all, when you go on the plantation, like, part of the estate, there's a space where they have a mausoleum. So on the mausoleum, you see the names, right? And you recognize these Mandinga names, like, they sound like Muslim-ish, I don't know, right? So the man was telling us about the revolts, because they had some revolts. Guess who was doing the revolts? Guess, just guess. And it was like, oh yeah, and then they would cut off their heads. Guess who was doing that, right? Guess who it was? These people do not submit. They do not submit. And that's why the vast majority of them are nomads. They're not static people. They're nomads. They do not submit to people. They don't submit. So I'm like, so when he was telling the story, and then it was these Mandinga names like Keita, Wom. It's those people who were doing the revolts on the plantation, and they were the ones who slaughtered these white people. I was like, yeah, it makes perfect sense. It's not in their blood. They don't submit to people. They do not submit to people. They have a hard time. They like, oh, child, it's not going to end well. These people, it's not in their blood. It's just not in their blood. It's a nomadic people. You know what I mean? And so which is very different. It's very different than like other ethnicities about the water. Like, like whether it's like in the, like, like the Ashanti people, like, all these water people are more submissive than desert people. You know what I'm saying? Desert people, yeah, good luck with that one. Good luck with that. Because, and I think maybe like the climate also, like, it's really hard out there, right? To live and everything like that. So, but they don't submit. They don't submit. Like, you are crazy. You are really, really crazy. And then they're also the first to like deal with the Arabs, right? They're the first to like deal with the Arabs. They're the first to take on Islam and things like that. So, Islam will make you crazy. So like, it's not in their blood. So when the man was telling the story about like, oh, the revolts they used to have and the slave revolts and the people who led the revolts, and they would go in there and slaughter. One time they slaughtered all these white people. They almost got away with it, right? But then I forgot the name. But I'm like, yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. And maybe that's why also when it comes to Kenya, they were never able to also get slaves out of Kenya. Because these Maasai people are crazy. They are really, really crazy. They are crazy. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck with that. But there's certain, like, coast people, water people are more submissive. Because it's very comfortable. There's food. They don't know how to fight like that. Like, because life is very easy. Life is really, really easy by the water, right? But you go up there, you go up north, like you go more into the desert, like it gets really hard. Life is really hard. So they're different. But it's not a people who take kindly to submission. You know what I'm saying? So like you'll see, and so like if you see with like people from Sierra Leone, People from Sierra Leone, they will have these Mandinga names, but they speak English, right? But it's the same family. It's the same family. Yeah, it's the same family. It's just, they're like English-speaking Mandingas, Fulanis, that's it. But they have the same, they have Muslim names. There's even one who plays in New Orleans, like Admin Kamaha, right? But he's Kamaha with the K. The actual one is with the C. Like the one from Guinea, like Guinea, Mali, like the actual Kamaha is like the real one starts with the C. But I guess as you like move on to like further lands, it turns into a K. But the Kamaha, like the actual Kamaha sounds, it's a C, right? I'm like, yeah. I was like, oh, his name looks familiar. I'm like, you see? But he's Mandinga too, huh? But he just speaks English, like his people speak English because he's from Sierra Leone. But you'll have a lot of people from Sierra Leone. They're Mandingas, but they speak like they speak English, right? But they're all in Liberia also, like they're all over the place, right? But it's like they're crazy. They are seriously crazy. They are crazy. They're crazy people. They're not afraid. They're not scared. So good luck with that one. Good luck. They're gonna behead you. Like these people are insane.
When Gerald was moving from spot to spot, why was Messi following Gerald up and down also? Why? If you are not looking for trouble, you will leave him or you will go to him, say what you have to say. If it's me and I'm hungry at the person, you're using the electricity, I'm the one paying, oh, I don't like it, I will come to you, I will say what I want to say and I'll walk away. But Messi was literally following Gerald everywhere. And then Gerald went to the garage. Messi still went there. Meaning, Messi has her own in her body. Gerald might be very, very aggressive. He has a record for beating Messi. He has done wrong by Messi and everything. But Messi in a small bomb. Like she's small, but she's mighty. And the fear that Messi says she's afraid of Gerald, she's scared for her life. I didn't see any fear in this video.
No, she's not afraid.
I didn't see Mercy as any fear in this video.
Yeah,
she's afraid for her life. And the way Gerald was even looking at her at the point when they will fight, Gerald was quiet. I think, there's some sexual tension. I don't want to say they love each other, but love even bring people love and they fight too. But there's some sexual tension between both of them, really, guys, if you ask me. There is, it did. Also, the one that got me the most, why I'm even talking about this one lastly before this video will come to a wrap, is that Messi's child was in that house. Messi's child was in that house. Messi went, wore a diaper changed a child's diaper. A child was there playing, and Messi was fighting with a man like this. I'll put that place for you guys to see again. Look at Messi's child practically there, practically playing in the house, and Messi was fighting like this. This man is not even the father of your child. When parents separate single homes, it is not even funny. This Nadia, now this child that this Messi claims she loves so much, Messi thinks she doesn't know anything, she's a baby. But this girl, these things are recording in her head. Messi, please do yourself good before you hang up, shack up, hook up with any man again. Be sure. And if possible, if you can leave your child with your mom. I know that your mother did not send you to go and do nonsense. But if you're going to go and shack up with a man, please don't carry that girl along. Make sure that you are sure of where this relationship is headed, or you see the kind of man. Don't go and start fighting and behaving like a raving lunatic. And then your child is in the premises. It's shameful. I blame you. Because if, as Gerald was just trying to plug his phone, and you didn't want him to, let him plug his phone. Call the cops on him that they should come and take this man out of your house. But you were fighting. So Messi, you are to blame. And Gerald also, that is a man that cannot even leave the house. Why didn't Gerald just leave the house? Because Messi was telling him, go upstairs. Gerald said, no, you will not leave. You will not leave. You want to stay. So two of you are two mad people that they're never supposed to be with each other. Anyways, guys, I just wanted to put this out here. When I see hot gist like this, I need to bring it for my amazing audience.
So, like, if you're gonna release the video, you could at least block the child's face. Like, what is wrong with you, child? What's your problem? What's your issue? Right? And now these girls too. If y'all don't want to raise your kids, just like she said, let your child stay with the father. Let your child stay with the mother, with your mother, because obviously you don't know what the heck you're doing. But I'm like, the baby girl, she has seen so much. She has seen so much. You guys are really out here fighting like this in front of her. This is ridiculous. Absolute lunacy. Straight up madness. Let me see. Let me look at his channel real quick.
Hello, beautiful people. My name is Joe.
Shut up, Joro. Oh, child, look at him. He's such a narc. Okay. Jay, what is this? Gerard, what is this?
Good afternoon, beautiful people.
Oh, Lord.
It's been an overwhelming level of support and love from all of you.
Yeah,
So
you're not
it's only
famous.
right that I take my time to firstly express my deepest gratitude
For what?
and the humbling experience that I have experienced and continue to experience from the level of support that I'm receiving from you all. So with no further ado, I want to go right into what I've written out. I haven't had the time to memorize anything, so I wanted to just spend some time here just sharing with you from my heart how I feel and thanking you for all the love and support.
What the heck? Is he okay?
Firstly, I would like to say, as I've said already,
Yeah?
the overwhelming love and support I have received has
Gerard, you won't pop the balloon. You're
so
doing a little
much
too
joy.
much.
So much joy.
What is wrong with
I'm
this
so
man?
grateful for all of those that have supported me,
What?
and even those who have not supported me,
What?
and especially those who have continually supported me and showed love.
Oh, my God.
I am truly humbled by the grace of God
Oh,
that is
my
upon my life. Because this level of acceptance,
Oh,
this
my Lord.
level of support has to be in connection with the grace of God
Oh,
upon
Lord.
my life. Now, the Bible says,
Oh, no.
let your light shine
Oh,
so that
Lord.
others may see
Oh, my
and
God.
glorify God.
So you want to pop
Now,
the balloon?
by no means am I a pastor.
No.
All that I am is that I have a conviction and I was raised in the church and I have a relationship with God.
Oh,
Continually grow in a
this dude is
relationship that
insane.
is far from perfect.
Oh, my God.
Now,
Oh, my God.
as I've said,
Oh, my Lord.
like you all, like many of you out there, I have endured my share of trials and tribulations.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
No short of those.
Did you?
But that has not stopped me
Oh,
from
my
putting
God.
my complete trust in God
Oh, my
and the
God.
plans that He has for my life.
Oh, my God.
God said, if we delight in Him, He will give us peace.
Gerard, you want to
Throughout
pop the
all
balloon,
of my
sir.
tribulations and trials that I've endured,
She said, Junior,
and
Junior.
trust me, like I've said, there's a lot of them.
Oh, my
God
God.
has continued to be right beside me every step of the way. I would like to give a special shout out to my parents.
Oh, my Lord.
Without them, I would not be the man that I am today, the man you get to appreciate. Fortunately, I grew up in a home with my father and my mother.
Oh, my God.
My father is a disciplinarian, and he was focused on making sure that his children were well-mannered and gracious in every way possible.
Oh, my God.
That meant whooping butt as often as possible to make sure that we were learning certain things that he believed were necessary.
You have to write that out.
For an impactful life in this world.
Oh, well, unfortunately.
You know, they say spare the rod, you spoil the child. My father did not spare the rod. Okay. Anyhow, my mother.
Oh, they really are, Kevin.
I know. Was always there to make sure things were easier for us.
Oh, my God.
She is without a doubt.
So your mom raised a narc.
Love you, Mama.
Your mom raised a
I'm
narcissist.
grateful to both my parents for teaching me important principles of life. Most importantly, my relationship with God.
Oh, my God.
I understand this is the internet. Many will support you and some will oppose you. At the end of the day, even Jesus, who lived an unblemished life on this earth, was still crucified regardless of his unwavering
You are a malignant narcissist.
So who am I? Why I don't compare
I don't know who he thinks he is.
By no means. I am simply saying that who am I? Who am I to even complain when I know I don't live a perfect life?
You only have 27 views, Gerard.
My level of difficult experience paled in comparison to what Jesus endured.
Oh, my God.
I want to encourage all of you to stand firm, stand on business.
Oh, my God.
Stand firm in your beliefs.
Oh, my God.
And trust that God will solve all of your problems.
Oh, my God.
Remember Cat Williams interview quite recent, a little while back here. He said 2024 is the year of standing on business.
Oh, he said the year of exposure. He said exposure. He said
Trust
exposure.
and know that your trials and tribulations
He
will
said
wither
exposure.
away because God will be with you.
Oh my God.
Now, sometimes standing firm has to be well examined and calculated because there is a point, like I said, there's a thin line between love and hate. There is a point where you have to now fall back and let God do his work.
Oh
So
my
you're
God.
not doing God's work.
Oh my
Trust me,
God.
I've been through this also.
Oh my God.
Do not allow people or your circumstance to
Oh my
deter
God.
you from your purpose and God's plans
Oh.
for your life.
Oh my God.
Sometimes it may be tempting to prove your point, speak your truth, standing on business.
Oh.
But I encourage you,
oh my God.
let go and let God fight
Oh
your battles.
my God. Bunch of cliches.
There is a point where you let go and you let God fight your battles.
Yeah, thank God she didn't get pregnant.
Again, I want to thank you all for your love and support.
Oh my God.
I look forward to growing and learning with you all. With love, Gerald.
Oh, no. Okay, so last night, right? She deleted some of the stuff. But last night she sure was posting about him. And I told Faye, I'm like, I didn't think she should have posted about this man because now he's gonna go on a rant. I will show you his TikTok, but he blocked me on TikTok. Because him and I, we got into it. I was like, Gerard, you ran a love scam. Like, Mercy is not innocent, but what you did, you ran a love scam on that girl. And you thought buying her an engagement ring and giving her the eggplant was going to be enough for her to carry the load of your mortgage. And she got tired of that. But last night she was posting. She deleted some of the posts because she posted his criminal record. Okay? She posted his criminal record. I think he has I don't know. It was I don't know, 4 convictions, hitting people, maybe 4 arrests. I don't know. Yes, he blocked me because we got into it. Because he's on TikTok lying to people. He's on TikTok saying, oh, he suffered a narcissist. He was with a narcissist. She ruined his life. I'm like, Gerard, shut up. Okay. You were both involved in this foolishness. And both of y'all try to ruin 90. Not it backfired on y'all's asses. Right? It's either he has conviction or he has arrest. I don't know. But he has a record. I think it's domestic abuse. I think it's 4 incidents of domestic abuse. I don't know if he was arrested or not. I don't know because I can't quite recall because now it's gone. So she deleted the stuff, but she's still messy. It's Mercy. And Mercy gonna be petty, right? So, let me see this. See the post.
So I heard you're looking for a way to hurt the narcissist. You want to hurt the narcissist? Ignore them. There is no amount of cussing, fighting, back and forth, paragraph, whatever you do, there is nothing on earth that arcs the narcissist's feelings and hurts them more than ignoring them. So the best way you can get back at those fools is to ignore them. Ignore their text messages, ignore their phone calls, their paragraphs, whatever they're sending over, ignore it. Be the pretty princess that you are, the queen that you are, sit on your throne and ignore them. It cuts
but that also makes you a narcissist though, a pretty princess on her throne. Mercy, you're also a narcissist. What? A pretty princess sitting on her throne. Mercy, you're not a princess and you don't have a throne. Girl, shut up.
Them deeper than anything you'll ever do to them. So if you were ever looking for a way to hurt those fools, ignore them. Make them feel irrelevant. Irrelevance to the narcissist is like death. It's like taking the fish out of water and expecting it to live. They cannot live without your control or their control over you, your approval, your acceptance, your reaction. They just cannot live with it. Ignore them. Best advice you'll get today. So I heard you're looking for a way to hurt the narcissist. You want to hurt the narcissist.
So she went ahead and created an entire Instagram. She has an entire Instagram and she has an entire YouTube page dedicated to content about narcissists. And you know what? Marlene, honestly, y'all, if we keep it a buck, okay, keep it a beam, I think she's still in love with him. Because even when they were fighting like this and saying all these nasty things, they were still having sex. And I'm like, I think she really liked him. I think she was really attracted to him. I think they had great intercourse. I really did. I do. I really, really do. Because she can't move on and he can't move on. Because I'm like, okay, he's on Pop the Balloon, right? Don't even talk about the man. Go about your business. And let other people expose him for who he is, right? Oh, she couldn't do that. Oh, she could not do that. She had to post about him getting arrested, that he has 4 arrests in Atlanta, whatever it is. Da, 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 da. I'm like, girl, why do you care? Why do you care? So let's watch a few. Hold on. Let's see.
3 things narcissistic abuse survivors suffer from. Notice how I said survivors, not victims. If you're a survivor of a narcissistic person or narcissistic abuse, these are the 3 things you're going to suffer from.
I noticed that she just posted this an hour ago. So you mean to tell me, like, I'm like, y'all, I'm not trying to be funny, huh? But I think she still loves that man. Because seriously, she wanted to put her makeup on. She wanted to put her makeup on, put her best wig on. Okay? Yeah. Put her makeup on, put the best wig on, put her cutest outfit on, record the video, put the text on the video, edit the video. It was like, see, posted an hour ago. So you're still triggered about this man. There's still feelings there for this man. I really do believe that her and Gerard needs to go. They need to go to therapy and find a good way to, you know, forgive, forget, and like kind of move on. So they need proper closure. Okay. But I'm like, you did all of this for that man, sis. Seriously, nah. That's too much work.
And if this is you, if you have been going through this and you just didn't know what was happening, this video should give you some clarity about that, okay? You're not crazy. There's a reason for everything you're going through, especially after dealing with a narcissist. The number one thing the narcissistic abuse survivor is going to suffer from is self-doubt. You are going to doubt yourself a lot. Why? Because before you dealt with this narcissist, you probably thought you were a smart person, you were a rational person, you made great decision, you thought about everything, and you probably overthought about everything. And some way, somehow, you got entangled with the narcissist, you got bamboozled by the narcissist, and now you know that that was a really, really bad decision because you're starting to see that the red flags were there, the signs were there, everything was there, and you chose to ignore it. So now you doubt yourself. You are going to doubt yourself in a lot of scenarios, in a lot of situations, and even in relationships. Even your new relationships, you're going to doubt yourself because you're constantly going to think, am I making the right decision? Am I doing the right thing? Is this the right path? You're going to keep doubting yourself and doubting yourself. This is because of the trauma you were exposed to with the narcissist and the betrayal that you went through with the narcissist. It has left you doubting yourself and doubting your every decision. You're doubting your every move. So self-doubt is one of the biggest things that the survivor is going to suffer from. Another thing you're going to suffer from after dealing with narcissistic abuse or narcissistic individual is regret. It kind of relates to the first one, but regret is something you're going to deal with. You are going to regret ever meeting that person. You're going to regret not listening to your gut feeling. You're going to regret not listening to the few people who saw right through them. You're going to regret making the decisions you made. You're going to regret some of the things you did with them, some of the things you did for them, you're going to have a lot of regret. And this is when a lot of the victims ruminate. You're going to ruminate a lot. Rumination.
And you know, the thing is, me sometimes, I wish a lot more ladies would be honest with themselves. You say, you know what? I also was a narcissist. And because I was a narcissist, and you could be a mild narcissist, not an excessive narcissist. You don't have to be a malignant narcissist, right? But I was a narcissist. And because of that, I needed somebody to validate who I was, my ego, So when he came into my life and he was always kissing my ass and complimenting me and making me feel extra special, I fell for that. In the case of Mercy, I wish Mercy would have enough honesty to say, right? In my lifetime, I didn't think I was ever going to be this successful. I didn't think I was going to have this much money. I didn't think that I would get to a place one day where I could afford all of these things. But with YouTube, like I was able to make a lot of money, change my life, you know, and have things I never thought I could buy. So therefore, when I looked at Nandi, I just didn't feel as though he reflected the kind of successful husband or man that I should have, right? She wanted a man that looked like her new level of success. I wish she would have the courage to say that, right? Because it's true. If you compare Nandi to Gerard, for example, right? Nandi is a lot smaller. He's very skinny. He's forgettable. He's like Kelly Rowland's husband. Sorry for catching strays. Like, he's like, Ronnie, what? Like, why am I catching strays? I apologize to the husband, right? But Kelly Rowland's husband, like, he's not quite memorable, huh? He's not quite memorable. You understand? So it's like, okay, I'm making money now. I drive a nice car now. I'm fancy. I got, all kinds of money. I have all these fans. And when you looked at Nandi, he didn't look like the next phase of your life. So you wanted something taller, darker, nice hair, nice lashes, whoomp. and even maybe somebody with a better English accent. I don't know. What do I know? You understand me, right? So you felt like Gerard looked like success, and together y'all could have a great image. So what did you do, Mercy? You started spending a lot of money on him. You knew he didn't have a job. You knew he could not pay his mortgage. And I think from the videos I remember, he was even having a hard time making child support payment. All of that she took care of. These girls be out here buying love, yo. Like, they will buy a man. You understand me? They be out here buying a man. You bought this man. Because she knew he had no job. She knew he had no job. She knew he didn't have good finances. She knew all of it. But she went along with it. Why? Because she was attracted to him. He looked good. And she figured, hey, I can dress him up. Even the fact that he was not good at real estate. Even the fact that he's not good at the finance stuff, right? She knew it was all fake. He was lying. Finance my butt. But she helped him to lie. You know, because she was going to help this man build his image. It's not until she realized that he could no longer take care of the mortgage for real, that she thought, oh, damn, like what? But lying to other people about who he was and what he was doing, she went right along with that. I'm like, so what if some of your subscribers have reached out to him for real estate, or they have reached out to him for financial advice, right? They would have done that because of you. Like, hey, if Mercy's with him, if Mercy co-signs him, he must be good. The whole time, you don't know ish. People could have gotten hurt. You know what I'm saying? People truly could have gotten hurt. But she knew that a lot of things Gerard was claiming to do as far as his career, fraudulent, non-existent, okay? No job, no money, no dinero. I don't even think he was paying his child support. And all of that she did. To the point that she takes on the house. She puts her name on the house. She pays the bill. She pays the mortgage. She even pays the electricity. Right? So it's like, and none of that was done at gunpoint. None of it was done at gunpoint. She did it. I'm like, okay, so that's what I'm saying. Like, she's extremely masculine. She's like, that's a masculine ass mindset. Okay? She thinks like a man. Okay? So that's what got your ass in trouble. You should be honest with yourself. Gerard did it because he could. He never forced you. He never forced you. Even when she said things like, oh, you made me do a video about Nandi saying that he beat. Nobody can make you do anything, Mercy. Shut up. Okay? We saw you fight this man. He was sitting there working quietly. You came downstairs and you just yanked his cord out of the socket. So you're not afraid. You follow him throughout the house. He can't make you do no video. You did the video because you wanted to do it. You wanted to hurt Nandi. And you wanted your subscribers to be on your side. So you were willing to lie. You were willing to say whatever you had to say for your subscribers to let you go, to co-sign you moving with a man you barely knew with your daughter. So you're also dangerous. You have a dangerous mind. But nobody can force you to say anything you don't want to say. And then upload and edit, and then you had to edit. So he forced you to edit. He sat there with a gun to your head, and he watched you edit the whole video. Then he watched you upload the video. Girl, bye. Go sit down somewhere, right? But to even sit there and say, oh, you made me make a video about Nandi. No, you did the video because you wanted to do the video. Because it was going to help you. It was going to help you bamboozle these black women and making them feel like, oh, yeah, girl, you better leave, girl. Leave that man, girl. Leave that man, girl. Right? All along, it was a plan between you and Gerard so that you could introduce your new relationship and not get too much flack for having a new relationship that's so fast moving in with your daughter. So you had to make it seem like your life was on the line. That's sick as hell. That is sick. I don't know why people always want to manipulate their audience like this. It's disgusting. And to me, people who engage in gross forms of manipulation, you're obviously a narcissist. Right? You could have said that to the girl. And then the people who want to unfollow, they have the right to unfollow. Why do y'all not want to let people unsubscribe from y'all? I just don't get that. People have the right to unsubscribe. No, I need to lie so they stay. Why? Everybody's gonna get exposed. You people are gonna get exposed. And that's why you and Gerard, you both got exposed. What you meant for Nandi became y'all's portion. And it's a hot mess. Now you can't get away from it. He can't get away from it. And Nandi's just like, hey, there you go. Right? But I wish people would have enough courage to say, like, you know what? I messed up. I got greedy. Okay? I really messed up. Listen, this stuff, it just took me by surprise. Like the money, the videos, you know, because like when you have a video that has like 1 million views, yo, that's almost like 10 grand. That's almost 10 grand off of one video. If you have 2, 3 videos, girl, that's $50,000. And as long as you keep posting, you're going to keep making a nice amount of change. So you should just say, like, you know, when I was a nurse, I never thought it could be like this. But when I started making money on YouTube, dang, that's just the AdSense money. What about the sponsorships and stuff like that? Making a whole lot of money. So you just didn't feel like Nandi looked like your next chapter. She was buying, when I tell you she was out here buying this boy Dior sandals. And that's why I told you a lot of these girls, these influencer girls, they pay for love. They pay for love. That's why most of them, the mans don't work. They're always on vacation. The guy does not work. He's a bum. He's a bum, right? Because I told y'all this. I say you can be mad. It's fine. I get it. You can be mad. But I told y'all this. I said most men are not looking for a woman who has money because they have their own money, right? I said the same thing about B. Simone. People say, oh, well, if she has more money, she needs to be finding a man that's on a higher level. No, men on a higher level are not looking for a woman with money. They have their own money. They're looking for something completely different. So a woman having money does not mean that she has access to men of a higher status. No, the mere fact that Mercy had to go back to Nandi, what did that tell you? Her options are limited, right? Her options are limited. You see, you don't have a bunch of men out here with high careers, high potential running behind her, right? And I said this, just because a woman has a lot of money doesn't mean that she has access to men of a higher stature. She does not. Because men choose, women don't choose, right? That's a real thing. I even saw another video about Nella Rose. Like, I don't know, she made some video with that girl, ZZ, the UK people. I mean, maybe we can look at that. Right? And the girls were in the comments like, oh, you know, don't date broke men. They're telling Nella, oh, don't date a broke man. Like, date up, Nella, date up. And, you know, pretty much like, you know, she used to go find men in like an upper echelon. But I'm like, I get it. Y'all love Nella Rose and stuff like that. But Nella, nothing about Nella gives men of a higher status. Right? I'm not trying to be offensive, but it's like, okay, she's extremely loud. Yeah, she's extremely loud. Right? Her image is very urban. The long ass nails. Let me show you something, right? Yeah, I mean, people just love to sit here and lie. Let me tell you something. And you can be mad, you know? That's fine. I get it, right? You understand? But I'm like, most men of a higher echelon, right? Most men of upper echelon, this ain't what they want, right? The long weaves, the long ass weaves, the long ass nails, the loudness, the baby hair, the 40-inch bust down. Okay, she gets what she gets, right? You want a man of a higher echelon, you're going to have to be more refined. And that's the fact. You're going to have to be more refined. You're going to have to be very soft, very gentle, right? Exactly. She looks like a rapper. She does. She really does. So it's like, if you're a black girl and you look like a rapper, what you think you're going to get? Rapper products. That's what you're going to get. And that's why most female rappers, they date boogers. No, but I don't lie. Sandra, you know I don't lie. You might not like what I say because you're not ready to hear it, but I'm not lying. I think Nella's a sweetheart. But her image, it gives what she gets. Because once again, these ladies are thinking like, well, Nella has all this money. So because Nella has money, that automatically grants her access to men of a higher stature. Men of higher stature don't want this, Abi. They don't want this. Men of a higher stature, they want girls that wear the natural hair. They want girls that are soft. They want girls that whisper, right? They want girls that are really, really soft. Like, you see, like, not trying to be mean, right? But you see Aja, for example. Aja looks like she attracts men that have money, right? If you saw Aja, like, you wouldn't be like, oh, I think she's out here dating bums. She looks like, without even, like, oh, you can see her. Okay, she looks like she attracts men that make a lot of money, right? Meanwhile, Nella could have way more money than Aja, but Aja can attract men that make way more than the men that Nella can attract. Why? Because of the way she looks. It's very calm. It's very demure. It's very feminine. I think like now she probably has like a little bit of extensions, but the way she did it, like, it's very soft. Natural hair in the front, a little bit of extension in the back, right? But it's very demure. The makeup is very demure. It's very calm. The blush is calm. Like, everything is like, it's muted. It is muted, right? It's muted. Like, you know what I'm saying? It is extremely muted, right? So when you see Aja, in your head, you're like, okay, even guys who are broke, like, nah, you know what? I can't approach her because she looks like she needs a certain lifestyle. So they know not to mess with you. That's why I say, like, when girls are like, oh, Marlene, you just don't know these guys out here. I'm like, no, how do y'all look like when y'all meet these people? Because I know most men, they will look at you and be like, okay, like, you know, the way she look expensive. Let me not even bother because I ain't got the money, right? But if he approached you because he felt like he could afford you, so now you got to look at yourself and say, hey, how do I position myself? Okay. Like, you know, even me, like the way I look right now, I would not be surprised if somebody crazy tried me because I don't look like, you know what I'm saying? But you got to be very mindful. Like when you're single and you're dating out there, you really have to be mindful of what you look like. You got to be mindful of what you look like. But when your nails are this long, oh, I can't wait to be with my ass on a yacht. Girl, like who does that? Like what is this, right? But the girls were in the comments like, yes. I'm like, you see, that's why girls keep other girls singles, right? Stupid girls, foolish girls keep other girls single because they say stupid stuff. They give stupid ass advice. Okay, hey Nafisa, you see what I'm saying? It's a real thing. It's a real thing. So if you're a young lady, oh no, you've always been very beautiful. You know you're very beautiful. Always been very beautiful. But there's a way that you carry yourself. People can look at her and be like, oh wow, like it looks like she dates men of a certain way. You understand? And even as a young woman, when you speak, you got to bring down your decibels. Like you can't be like, girl, yeah, girl, you know? Some of you like young ladies, like you, I don't know, I'm a millennial, right? Y'all Gen Z people, whatever, like young and stuff like that. You know, a lot of times also, you ladies don't even know how to laugh in public. You are so freaking loud. You're so, and y'all do this in restaurants. Like you, I don't, en fait, like, let me speak in French a little bit, okay? I don't, okay? Mais en fait, okay? In reality, you don't have a time and a place. Like it's extremely concerning. It is extremely concerning. You don't have a time and a place. There is a time and a place for everything. But you will see these young ladies at a restaurant. This is how they laugh in public. Jesus. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord Jesus. I'm like, who raises these people? You're savages. You're a bunch of little savages. You're not raised right. Franchement, she said, like, seriously, where are we? On est où là, okay? It means, where are we? Okay, on is we, but it's backwards. No, French is backwards, right? On est où? Okay, seriously, like, where are we? What is this? Like, where are we? What is this? What is going on? This is insanity. Like, you know, or you go to a restaurant, you want to order everything on the menu. Oh my gosh, who raised you? Who raised you? Who raised you? I'm like, Jesus, who raised these babies? Who raised these people? Oh my God, oh my God. You do too much. But you guys, you're a bunch of, I'm like, I look at these young ladies, I'm like, wow, they're so unrefined. They're a bunch of little savages. They're a bunch of little savages. They have no manners. They have no decorum. They have no etiquette. They have no manners. But they're so loud. I'm like, oh my God, why are these girls so loud? Okay. But you can't do it. They're just like, they cackle. They cackle. I'm like, you cannot do this. Vanilla is extremely loud. She is so loud. I'm like, wow, girl. Like her decibels are just like, yeah. I'm like, okay, you got to calm down, right? You got to calm down. You have to calm down. So my thing is, yes, she makes a lot of money. But the guys that you think she should be with, they don't want her. Not because she's not pretty, but the packaging is not going to attract that. You understand? When you want to attract men of a certain echelon, you got to conduct yourself in the same manner. You have to look like what you're trying to attract, right? But you can't look like a rapper girl and think that somehow you're going to attract men of like this level and that level. No, you're going to be stuck with a certain kind of men because men don't, the majority of men who are serious are not looking for a woman based on how much money she makes. They already make enough money. I think most of them know that, hey, if I have a family, I'm going to be responsible for my wife. So they're not here looking for you to have money, right? That's crazy. They're looking for something else. You got to make them look good. Like, okay, she fits my image. But you think a man that's up here is trying to have a girl that wears a 40-inch, 50-inch bust down with the baby hair, the part in the middle with the concealer in there. When you see her in person, you can see her lace. Her nails are this long. She's always super loud. Me on the yacht with my ass in Dubai. Like, girl, what? What are you talking about? Be naked everywhere, want to twerk everywhere. That is so low class. I'm sorry to say it, but today, a lot of black girls, young black girls, are extremely low class. Low class. It gives hella cheap. Okay? So I'm like, no. And they think, oh, because I'm black, you don't want to date me. No, because you exude low class. Everything about your image is low class. Them skimpy ass clothes, them skimpy ass Fashion Nova clothes, it is not cute. It's giving low class. Cut those nails. Stop wearing like 25,000 rings. Are you a sorceress? Are you Miss Cleo? What is going on? Yeah, it gives low class. So, oh yeah, she cute. And that's why for the most part, when I see her with guys, she usually gets like, you know, homegirl energy. They usually give her homegirl energy, right? Because her energy is like, it's something else. I'm like, y'all crazy. Y'all are really, really crazy. Y'all are seriously crazy, right? So you see, so even Mercy, she is stuck. She's stuck. So she had to go back to Gerard. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. She's stuck having to go back she went back to Nandi because that's all she can get. Because it's a lot. There's a lot more to attract the man of a higher caliber. She can't do it. Right? What's she gonna talk about? What conversation? Some of y'all don't even read books. You don't read books. You don't read the news. Don't read the stock market. Like you read nothing at all. How can you even have a meaningful conversation? Right? Because the higher the echelon of men, right, the more intellectual acuity. Like, you don't even have it. What are you guys going to talk about? You understand, right? Don't even know how to order food at a restaurant. Straight for the entree. I'm like, you got to calm down. Order a salad. Order a salad. Okay, drink some water. Limit how many drinks you have. And usually you eat at home because you're a lady. I remember one time Jimmy served me some food. I was like, Daddy, this is not giving like ladylike portion. Like he put all the fries on the plate. I said, Jimmy, that is so disrespectful. I'm a lady. My plate cannot look like this. He's like, and he said to me, but I know you're gonna eat it all. I'm like, okay, sure, but I don't have to eat it all at once. Okay. I'm like, I'm a woman, I'm a lady. You cannot serve me these portions. What is wrong with you, sir? What is wrong with you? Okay. So no, yeah, I think she went back to Nandi, right? To some extent, I think so. But it's like, okay, right? Because I don't know. I really want people to, I want the ladies to understand that. Like, if you are looking for a man that's a high earner, high achiever, really intelligent, right? He is not out here looking for you to have money. He knows he has to have money, right? No, she does not. No, she does not. She has elements to attract investors, but she does not. I think the day y'all understand that, it's going to click in your heads, right? A man, no, she does not, because where is he? On top of that, she does it on social media. So it's not like, oh, she's doing it somewhere remotely where nobody knows about her. She's doing it on social media, right? So you think men don't see that? A lot of men see it. It's all over YouTube. It's all over Instagram. It's all over TikTok, right? So if this thing really attracted men, how come men are not lining up? She should have had a 5-star wedding by now by Mendy Weiss in Beverly Hills, right? Oh, okay. There you go, right? Like, come on. We like, okay, no. Like, she can attract a real estate investor, yeah, maybe. But as far as like a romantic partner of a certain caliber, no. She doesn't even know how to move on. She doesn't even know how to move on. If you're in a relationship with her and she's still making video about what's that man's name, Gerard, right? He's like, okay, are you over this man? Because this is weird. Like, why are you doing this? Right? She's not over this man. She's still into this man. But my point is, if you could, you would. But if it hasn't happened yet, because you're not that kind of girl. And I'm like, people need to understand that. I'm not trying to be funny, right? You have girls out here without even trying. They could, like, every boyfriend was some kind of successful man, executive, without even trying, because that's what they attract. It's there's nothing crazy. You have girls out here, that's really their life. Like, it really is their life. Like, they only date successful people. Why? Then you have the frauds who have to rely on Shira and whatever, right? Because this is not normally who they attract. Oh. You see this? You see this? You people are not serious. Oh, so you wouldn't date her. But yet you say, oh, she has real estate. She has this. So even though she has all this real estate, and even though you're a woman, you still wouldn't date her. Why? Because mercy brings drama. There you go. And you're not even a man, but you already see the problem. You already see the problem. You already see the problem. Okay? You already see the problem. Yeah, you have to look. Like I'm trying to tell you, this stuff is a real thing. It's a real thing. Like sometimes when I say things, people might think I'm being mean. I am not mean. If you listen to me and you make the changes, you will see positive results. I know what I'm talking about, right? Like take Marjorie, take Marjorie Harvey and Steve Harvey. Does Steve Harvey require Marjorie? Look at Marjorie's past. Look at her past. Look at the people who got her pregnant. Look at Marjorie's life. Did Steve Harvey require for her to have money? No. But you see, two baby daddies, I think they're like cousins or brothers. I don't even know. Like it's so crazy. It's so insane. But she told him no. And he went and worked so hard to come back and get this woman with all kinds of money because he doesn't need her to have money. He gonna find a way to get that money. But if Marjorie Harvey can say no to Steve Harvey and he can divorce two wives, work crazy, be worth $150 million just so he can have her back, what does that tell you? Men are not looking for women that have money. They're looking for something else. Right? It's extremely masculine to say, oh, because I have money, now I can have what I want. That's how a man thinks. Because now I have money, I can go for girls of a different caliber because I have money. Yeah, because the prettier the woman, the more resources she expects from a man, right? But a man is like, that's how you think. But a man, he's looking for something different in a woman. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Exactly. A woman has to put herself on, oh yeah, you know what? Hey, right? But you have ladies out here. If you ask these women who they dated, oh, who was your ex-boyfriend? Who was your ex this? These people are always successful. Why? Ask yourself why. And most of the time, when you see these girls, very demure, everything is super toned down. I'm not saying they don't wear makeup. I'm not saying they don't. No. But it's really refined. Like they're really toned down, and that's and you see this, like you know this. Like really rich people, when they wear designer, you're not gonna have like logos like all over the place. All LV, Gucci, right? People who are extremely rich, when they wear designer stuff, sometimes there's no logo. Like it might be like a little tag somewhere, but it's really like if you know, you know. If you don't, then you don't. Right? Because they have nothing to promote. Like they have nothing to prove to you. Like, shut back. Right? And that's why I always say real gangsters move in silence. Right? I've always said, wealth, money doesn't like noise. When you have money and you're super loud, people, oh yeah, you just started making money yesterday. Right? But people who've always had money, people who grew up in money, they are extremely quiet. When you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. They have nothing to prove to you. And my thing is, they don't even care about what you think because you're not their entourage. You are not their friend. Like you're not their circle of influence. So they don't even care about what you have to say. Okay? They don't care. Like your approval means nothing to these people. Right? And if you ever notice too, when you're around like really rich people, they don't talk about money. They talk about experiences. Oh, I went here. I did this. I tried this. I read this. I worked with this. To them, it's like they focus more on experiences, not how much money I'm spending. That's crazy. They have people for that. Okay. But when you're stuck between two men, and you have success, money, cars, right? As a woman, it's like, okay, there's a problem. You just don't know how to break the mold. You don't know how to break the veil and level up and attract a man of a higher caliber because you don't have the skill sets to attract a man of a higher caliber, right? And money is not a skill set, okay? Money is a resource. Being able to have the skill set to attract the man that you want is a whole different thing, right? And that's why there are a lot of ladies who don't have money, who are not financially stable, whatever, but they're able to attract men that have way more money, right? There are a lot of ladies who never made a lot of money, and today they're married to men that have lots of money because she understands what this man's need. She understands what this man's needs are, okay? She gets it because that's what he's looking for. I don't want to say that when you date somebody rich, you kind of have to be like a personal assistant, but you kind of a little bit have to, right? Kind of, right? Makes sense. So, hey, you know what I'm saying? Make it make sense.
It means you just sit there and think about what happened. Every single day, you're just going to sit there and all of these scenarios are going to replay in your head. And you're going to just be thinking about it and you're going to regret it. Because most time, when you look at stuff after it happens, you're going to think, wow, I should have done this. My gut feeling was telling me to do this and I didn't do it. My gut feeling was telling me not to go. My gut feeling was telling me not to agree. 3 things narcissistic abuse survivors suffer from. Notice how I said survivors, not victims. If you're a survivor of a narcissistic person or...
Okay, Marcy, be quiet. What's up with you? Yeah. Let's see this. Let's watch this real quick. Let's see what happened over here. Yeah. Here it is. Okay. So let's see what happened over here.
I know, but I'm scared. The reason why I hid them is because at full work, I don't know what it will look like.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
But this is the beauty, though. You didn't ever have to worry about that. Because if you get it, yeah, that's true.
Interesting.
So I went on, I had a little search and I was when was Nella's first video for YouTube?
Please don't tell me you watched it.
They said, no, I didn't watch it.
Thank God.
But they said July the 1st, is this right? July the 1st, 2017. This is what the Google was saying.
Oh, right.
It says July 1st, 2017. And I was wondering, if it was July the 1st, was there a reason why you chose July the 1st? Like back then, can you remember? Like,
yeah, there was a reason actually. The reason was because it's fine. Chill. It's fine. He's just a baby. Okay. He's just a baby. It was because I had started uni. Okay. Yeah. And I remember before I went to uni, I typed in like black girl uni videos, like Midlands and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then I was just like watching everybody's videos and everybody was like, yeah, you're going to meet the love of your life at uni. The student finance is going to give you so much money and it's just going to be great. There's going to be freshers. You guys are going to be partying all the time. And then I remember when I got to uni, student finance didn't want to pay me till January because obviously I had a Belgian passport. Okay, so they thought I was an international student when I've been here for a very long time.
Right.
So I was broke. And then on top of that, I was just like, I feel like I've been swindled. Like I actually could have stayed at home and went to Middlesex University because I was down the road from where I grew up.
Right.
Okay. So I just felt like all of these, not lies, but like this expectation that uni's gonna be amazing
because of the videos you saw.
Yeah, it was just a big fat lie. So then I wanted to go on YouTube, and I think my first like group video was like expectations versus reality of like our first year of university, and we were suffering. Me and all my friends, when we watched that video, like we were so skinny, like we were so skinny, and then it was just like
would do that to you though.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to tell everybody like. Not don't come, but like, yeah, this is what it is.
This is the reality of it.
Yeah. So when people are like on Twitter and stuff like, oh, this is not the university experience that Nella Rose said. My first video was literally telling everybody this is some trash.
Beware of what it was.
So yeah.
So why did you want to go to uni?
No. Not really.
It was more of just like...
It was more... So my mum, she came to Europe at a very young age, yeah? Okay. And her only dream was that, I want my kids to graduate. So I was just like, you know what? It's just 3 more extra years of education. I've been doing education... At that point, I had been doing education for the majority of my life. And then I got really good grades as well. So it was kind of like, if you don't go to uni, you should...
Okay, let's move.
So... I've always kind of like been like, it's very easy for me to make platonic friendships with men.
Me too.
Do you know what I mean? But I feel like we're in this generation where it's like men and women can't really be friends. Like, are you guys really friends? Like, no. Oh, I bet you like him.
Yeah.
But it's just like, no.
And I think that's also why when sometimes people are like, oh, you're so blunt when it comes to dating and talking about, I'm like, I have so much male friends. I'm around so much men. I have male friends that also come to me, confide in me, ask me opinions like, what do you think? What do you think I'm overreacting, or do you think she's overreacting? And I'm like, this is why I'm able to, because I genuinely have platonic relationships that were 100% definitely healthy.
It's healthy. Like every single time.
I'm so sorry. These girls is telling all kind of bullshit. if you're a girl and you have a lot of guy friends and it's all platonic and none of these guys are finding you attractive, there's a problem. There is a problem. Like, either you like one of these dudes and you're just hoping that one day you'll be his type. I got time for this, okay? We do not have time for this, okay? And if you're sensitive, hey, that's what it is, right? But 1 or 2 friends that are guys, okay, sure, whatever. It is what it is, right? Even up to 5. But let's say you got a whole posse of dudes, like 10 dudes, 20 dudes, 30 dudes, and all of y'all, they just platonic. Nobody in there finds you attractive. Nah, nah, it's a problem. It's a problem. So it either means like either you are friend zoning yourself because there's a guy in there or a few guys in that you like, and you're hoping that one day they'll see potential in you. Like, oh, she's always here for me, right? Because that's crazy. We're not falling for this. And I don't even know what kind of woman. I don't know. Y'all tell me. I'm 40 now, so y'all let me know. But I don't even know what kind of woman is friends with a bunch of mans and doesn't find it weird that nobody finds me attractive. Like, these dudes see me like a homeboy. Like, they see me like a dude. Like, that's bizarre. That is extremely bizarre. C'est très bizarre. Okay? That is bizarre. So either there are guys in there that you want, but you don't have the courage to say, that's what I want. So you're hoping one day you'll see potential in you. And there are probably guys in there also who are putting themselves in the friend zone because they're hoping that one day you'll see potential. Somebody in here lying, okay? But that's really bizarre. That is so bizarre. You have all these dudes and nobody ever said, hey, I find you pretty. Let's get together. La, da, da, da. Is all these dudes is platonic? Nah. I don't think so. Yeah, I'm like, that's bizarre. That's bizarre because I don't know. It depends on what you want. It depends on what you want because, people be lying out here. So I don't know. But to me, it's like, if you know that you're getting to a certain age and you want to date and you want to have your own relationships, right? I can't have you dudes out here like that with me because you're blocking my blessings, right? Because anybody sees me with y'all, they're going to think, oh, she got to have one boyfriend in there. So if there's somebody interested, you're not going to make a move because you blocking my blessing. You understand? And same thing with a man. Like, if you know that you want to date a woman, but you're surrounded by all these girls who are just here for platonic, they blocking your blessings. You're going to have to move a little bit. You have to move a little bit. Like, disperse, right? But I do believe when people don't know how to be honest, people will play this goofy ass friend business because you're hoping that one day he or she will see potential in me. I am buying this. I'm not buying this. I am buying this. And if you guys are a certain age, these dudes that you're friends with, they need to be planning on how they're going to build a family, right? They need to go do something, okay? They should be working. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm a millennial. You know what I'm saying? And I see a lot of stuff on the internet, but I think that today, these young ladies today are extremely accommodating. I think today, a lot of these young ladies love themselves a lazy-ass boy. As long as he's very loquacious, he talks a lot, he pillow talks, he reads the Bible. These girls will put up with all kinds of foolishness. Marlene, I don't like people who don't work. I don't even know why or how a man would even be able to vacation with me. Even like my guy friends that I know, right? Maybe talk with me a little bit. I don't know. But go on vacation with me, they're just too busy for that. I don't even know if they take vacations. I need to ask. I don't know. But that's extreme. That's so bizarre. But you tell me some grown-ass dudes are going on vacation with a woman. Okay, sure. But I just feel like today, these young women, they have a strong appetite, a strong level of tolerance for lazy-ass dudes. As long as the guy talks to them, he's tweeting, he's texting, like, they're looking for a friend. Like, they're looking for, like, a bestie and a boy. And they don't understand a man is a man. A man is a man. Why is he not working? It's all the makeup. It's the weave, the makeup, the nails. It's a lot. Oh, well, good luck for her. I wish her all the best. Right? But somebody is not being truthful. Somebody's not being truthful. And, I don't have time for foolishness. Somebody over here is not being truthful. Someone is not being truthful. Right? But my point is, hey, Ms. V, my point is, I don't even know why I would go on vacation with a bunch of dudes. For what reason? For what reason? Truly, for what reason? For what I'm asking. I have a lot of friends, but why would I go on vacation with you for what? To do what? I even think as a young woman, as a lady, I don't know if that's even good for my image. Because I don't know. I mean, perception is everything. I'll be very careful. But I just feel like somebody's playing the friend zone type of game. hoping that somebody sees potential. Okay, because this is like, to me, it's like, this sounds hella bizarre. It sounds bizarre. It sounds bizarre. That's why I said, like, the young man who was walking in that neighborhood, I'm like, okay, why don't you have a job? Why aren't you working? What are you up to? Right? You gotta be busy. But it's like, that's bizarre. So at their big age, they don't have girlfriends and they have time for girl trips. What are we doing? What are we doing? No, it's bizarre. It's bizarre.
I've moved mad in my personal life. Yeah. It's my male friends that sit me down, because my female friends would be like, oh, it's okay. Like,
Right.
oh, you know, but because this happens and that, they're more like motherly. And then my male friends are more like bullies. Do you know what I mean?
But like that rough love.
Rough love. Tough.
Yeah.
I pattern up, man. Like stuff like that.
Like,
So-
how many times do you want me to? Like, how many times are you gonna go back there? And you're just
exactly.
like, okay,
so it's just,
fine.
I really enjoy the balance. I really, and I feel like it seems like I have a lot of male friends and like not as much female friends, because my like real life female friends, a lot of them are like, don't want to be on my social media.
Right. Okay.
There's like at least 10 people that I could name right now that are just like, babes, don't put me on your snap.
Yeah.
Like, babes, like, no. And do you know what I mean? And it's like, because they have like real, like, they don't want to be stopped. Like, oh, you friends with
yeah.
like how it was at uni. But you know, I love
So, the girls who are your friends do not want to be on your snap, because they don't want to have people come up to them and say, hey, do you know Nella? Because then people might want to try to take advantage. Hey, can you hook me up? Can you connect me? So those girls don't want that, because they don't want that type of energy. But these guys are also aware that if they show up on your Snapchat, show up on your YouTube, show up on your whatever, that people will walk up to them and say, hey, do you know Nella? Can you hook this up? Can you hook this up? So these guys don't mind. So they don't mind coming off of a woman. You see what I'm trying to say? That's why I say these young ladies, feminism got these girls messed up. They got these girls messed up, right? Because now what you're saying is these dudes walk with you knowing that by being in your snap and your whatever, they're going to get some kind of exposure. I mean, no, I feel like, I'm not saying, I don't think she means like Andrea and what's her name? Ade and them people. I don't think she's talking about them people, but she's saying she has way more. I think she means like she has way more friends that if she really wanted to, she could put way more people on her social media. But the other girls don't really want to be on her social media because they don't want people walking up to them like, hey, do you know Nella? Can you hook me up? Or da. Because, you know, people can try to take advantage. So they rather let me enjoy our friendship without, you know, like all of that. You understand? Right? But my problem is, what you're saying is the dudes don't mind that. So they're coming off your name. That's what I'm trying to say. Why would dudes want to go on a vacation with Nella? Like, for what? For what? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for what? For what? Unless they want something. Because everything out here is transactional. What a young man, like, I'm not trying to be funny, right? But if oh my gosh, y'all, please, excuse me. Y'all know I gotta be honest, right? I got time for this. But we're all outside. We know that the vast majority of young men think about sex a whole lot. Most young men want to have sex. It's a real thing. It is a real thing, right? Nella is quite young. So whoever she hangs with, they about to her age, right? They're not at the age where, what is this? What's going on? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Come on. Who's doing that? Is Daddy here? Then why don't you go help your brother? Whatever CD. Your stuff is here. You don't have to go. I took it out. Your CD is here. I'm like, what does this show do? Oh, Lord. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. I was like, what is Trey doing? Like, okay, sorry. My bad, y'all. It was Trey, right? Okay, let me go back where I was, right? So here I start over, right? The vast majority of young men, unless even if they're gay, whatever, but they're thinking about sex, right? So opportunity cost, right? I'm gonna go on vacation with you. It's a platonic relationship. He could be in his relationship with a girlfriend having sex right now. So what's the benefit of coming on vacation with you? So he's getting something. That's what I'm saying. Oh, it's just platonic. No, it's transactional, right? You know what I'm saying? It's transactional. He wants something. Now, if the something is not sexual, then what is it? A come up. So once again, we realize that these dudes out here, they're not competitive. They're trying to walk, like, take advantage of a young lady to build up their social, right? Why don't they go fight with mans to build their socials with the mans? Or better yet, why don't they build their own social media, right? Because they're taking advantage. They are taking advantage. No, I'm not falling for this. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense to me, right? You go on a vacation with a woman for what? What are you looking for? So you're not attracted to her. You don't want to date her. It's not romantic. She's not your sister. She's not your blood cousin. Why are you there? Because she's famous, like because she's social media famous. So that's what you want. You want to be in her space so that way you can build your own following. So therefore, you ain't ish. Because part of being a man is you should know how to compete and you should know how to have things for yourself. Okay? Eat what you kill. Don't take advantage. Do not take advantage. That's what I'm saying. This whole thing right here, it's very bizarre to me. It's very bizarre. Okay? So you're taking advantage. Yeah, but the same thing goes for these men because they want something. Men are extremely transactional. Don't lie to yourself, right? But I'm like, why would a man waste hours nurturing a friendly platonic relationship with a young woman when he could use that time to find his own woman that he can have sex with? It doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, the men them, okay? Make it make sense. It doesn't make sense. They want something. Men always want something, right? So if the men them is spending all this time with you, when he could be investing that time either building his own social, building his own sexual relationship with a woman, whatever, why spend that time with you? So he wants something. Now, you might not be brave enough to admit that to yourself, right? It is what it is. But let's not say, like, oh, yeah, like it's so normal to have platonic relationship with men. Them like all these dudes, like, nah, it's not normal. Okay, right? Like, nah. Yeah, like you got to start asking yourself questions like, that's bizarre. So if he's attracted, then I understand why he's coming on the vacation because he's trying to like get more time with you so he can tell you what he's about. I get that. But if it's not romantic, then what is it? It's business. All right, cool. You understand? You didn't grow up in school with them people like, oh, nah, I'm not buying this. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of okay, men them. Okay, that's how you say, right? The men them and them. Okay, but I'm nah. It don't make no sense. It does not make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. We're not gonna be in a relationship. Okay, so why are you here blocking my blessings? Move, go somewhere. Go somewhere. Nah, no.
Do you? Because you basically have grown up
on the
internet, and everyone kind of knowing you as Nella Rose. How's that been for you?
It's been so that I think I don't know. Maybe I need to go see a therapist and tell me exactly what it is. No.
Why not?
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
I feel like the reason why I haven't gone to therapy is the reason why a lot of people haven't gone to therapy. I know deep down what's inside of here. And it's like, say, for example, I've got a therapy appointment for the 25th of January.
Yeah.
I know that on the 25th of January now, I'm going to open the dam and address things that I refuse to address. So it's like...
would you not go on the 25th or would you just be anxious about the 25th?
I'd be anxious from now.
Okay.
Like, I know that there's a lot of things that have happened in my life. Yeah. But like sitting and
surround yourself with a bunch of people so that because there's noise, you're not going to have to focus on your internal ish. Okay. Makes a lot of sense.
Talking about it to a therapist. would make me be. It's the scariest thing. Like thinking about it is very scary for me.
So, but then you got people that you do talk to though.
Yeah, my friends.
Okay, but
like I talk.
Okay, so you've got like an outlet.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just you don't just keep it pinned up inside.
No.
Okay,
my friends are my therapists.
Okay, that's a good start, but I do still think that you should.
And that's a bunch of BS. Your friends are not your therapist. Therapists are people that are properly trained. They are properly trained. Okay, your friends are your friends. So if you're most likely, if you're not too bright, they ain't too bright, because you pretty much attract maybe like 2 to 3 IQ points higher than what you really rank, right? So if you a C student, most likely most of your friends are some C students, D students, and maybe like B minus, right? It's really hard to see a C student walk with A students. Okay, so if you're a C student, yeah, most of your friends are C students. So how far y'all gonna go? Okay, you're not gonna make it far. It's very hard to. It's really rare to see people walk with people who are in a whole different intellectual league that can really challenge them, because they get frustrated, because then they realize, oh shit, I ain't that smart. No, you're really not. Okay, right? But therapists are trained people, right? They are trained people. It's not just about talking, but it's also about like problem solving, putting up a plan, right? How do you have a plan? Like, how do you fix it? How will you fix? Like, they help you with all of that. Trey, come here, sir. Come here. No. Walk this way. Sir, come here. What is it? What you do? Shit. You and these Geminis, I don't know how I feel about that.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It's a lot of Gemini energy. I don't know. But because they're a lot. How was your day?
Good.
Different socks, really?
Socks were lacking today, to say the least.
You look a little cute. To some extent.
I've been trying out new outfits, so I wouldn't try out.
You're trying to be more fashionable.
I did like a black and white stripe thing, and then just like some bland plants, so it would pop out more.
Okay, they'll pop out. Okay, you're trying.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let me proud of you. He's like, I don't know, this little Virgo. He's like obsessed with these Gemini people. Can he handle it? Can he actually take it? Hey, you're allowed to go. Like, what the heck? Okay. Yeah, exactly. The black lady in Pakistan, that lady is crazy. Yo, the black lady in Pakistan is insane. Okay. But I'm like, okay, these kids are crazy. But my thing is, right? My thing is, therapists are actually professional people. It's not a joke. And I even think that sometimes it's not fair to say, oh, my friends are my therapists, because the thing is, right, your friends also ain't trained for that. Because sometimes whatever you want to unpack on your friends, they might not be ready for that because it's just too much. It's not always fair, right? You have the money, go see a therapist, because those people are better equipped, right? People do too much. Like, people feel as though, oh, you're my friend, so therefore I'm gonna put all this stress on my peoples. Okay, that lady, I'm gonna put her up. That lady is funny. That lady is so funny.
Someone will have to book it and also, then book a car. Take me there.
Maybe also you will in your own time.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ready to like. I don't know. It's such a scary concept for me.
I can imagine, because like you're saying, you have been through like a lot. Like I always never. I don't think I can comprehend. And I think people probably say this all the time, like losing 2 parents. And whenever I look at somebody that has had a friend that I went to school with, same thing. Both of her parents passed away. I knew both of her parents, and every time I see her, I just look at her and I think, how is this like? How are you still like? You know what I mean?
Do you know what the saddest thing, like the saddest part about death, is that, like, say if you could go to a funeral on Monday, everybody that was at that funeral on Monday, their life, they go back to work on Tuesday, you know.
But yours is,
And then it's like, seeing that is what kind of always kicks me back into gear. And it's like, okay, life actually hasn't stopped. Right. So now you're going to have to do it, but just do it sad. Do you know what I mean? But it's harsh reality. Yeah. Harsh reality, because your bills don't stop. Like, rent doesn't stop. Taxis don't stop. Nothing stops. So you could be as sad as you want. But unfortunately, like, when they say life goes on, so just do it sad. Honestly. And not enough, like, I feel like there's not enough, not enough. Oh, it sounds a bit dark, but like, not a lot of people have lost both parents. So it's like when I lost, it was my mum first and then my dad. It was like, who do I look at that's gone through exactly this and where are they now, sort of thing. So it's like, that's why I don't mind speaking about it, because it's, my DMs are so dark. Like Mother's Day, Father's Day, like people be like, oh, I lost my dad 5 years ago. Oh, I lost my mum 2 years ago. Da, da, da. How do you do it? And it's like, that's why I'm never opposed to speaking about it, because for some people, I might be like kind of like a beacon of light. So if Nella can do it and she's okay, then it's like maybe I can too, sort of thing. So that's why I'm not opposed to talking about it. But just do it sad until the pain kind of like, the pain will always be.
I think people need to be mindful of that. I forgot who it was, and I was like, girl, what you're doing here is not fair, because even your friends too, like, you know, and sometimes people will just call you and just like, and not even say, are you okay? Can I talk to you about this? Are you ready to receive what I'm about to say? No, they just dump. I'm like, what is this? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you got, like, even your friends, like, you have to make sure that they are emotionally prepared for what you're about to do, like what you're about to say, because you could also trigger your friends. You know what I mean? You can really, really trigger your friends, right? And it can be a lot. And I think that's something that happened between like B. Simone and Megan, because I think Megan was really like trauma dumping on B. Simone. I think B. Simone, for the most part, she likes to keep things really light and fun and things like that. So I feel like it got to a point Megan was becoming a little too much. You know what I mean? So you really have to like, you really have to make sure that even your friends are ready. And sometimes your friends themselves are not ready, right? And what you might dump on your friends, it might cause your friend to also need a therapist, right? So that's why sometimes it's just best to go to a therapist, because these are properly trained people. Like they are trained for this. Right? They're trained to like open you up and then close you back up. Okay. But your friends, they might not have the skill sets for that. Like trauma, grief, losing both parents and stuff. It can be a lot. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, it really is like, yeah. And it really is, and that's not fair. And and also it's like, are you being cheap also? But if you have health insurance, if you have the money, you should definitely go to, you should definitely go to a therapist, right? So that way you can have your friendships for a lot longer. But using your friends as your therapist, I don't think I really think that's unethical. I think that is grossly unethical, because they're not ready. Certain things we can talk about, but certain things can be very, very, very dark. And your friends, they can also get triggered. You know what I'm saying? Because if it does this to you, imagine what it can do to somebody else. Right? It's a lot. It really is a lot.
Be there, but you'll kind of find ways to have like moments of happiness.
Yeah.
And
because it's like you see how there's 365 days in a year, yeah. Right. There's always dates that come that remind you. Okay. So Mother's Day, everyone's posting their mums. Or when they're giving their mums flowers and money, people are buying their mums cars, and it's like, I will never be able to do that. Then on Father's Day, same thing. Then it's like on Christmas, every single Christmas, I'm just like, raw. Because wow, like we have to make our own Christmas. Like, and then it's also like when you think about the future, it's like, oh, my kids are not going to have any grandparents on their mum's side of the family. Right. And then it's like, oh, okay, when I get married, who's going to walk me down the aisle? Right, so you think it's like things in the past make you sad, but then things in the future make you sad as well. But just like on my wedding day, when I walk down the aisle by myself, I'm going to be happy. But remember, it's just do it sad.
There might be someone that you might find
probably my brother, but then I would most likely force my brother to be my husband's best man. Because it's my wedding. You're just here for the just give me the ring and say I do. Let's be But I don't know. When the day comes, do I even have potential?
Like
dating. Zizi, you know what I'm gonna say. We're both in the streets together. We are in the hood.
In the streets.
But I find dating extremely difficult. Extremely difficult.
Why?
For many reasons.
Yeah.
But like, say for example, this summer I went to 2 party holidays with my friends, yeah. And then it was just like, and I had the time of my life. Oh, baby, we had the time.
Did the man them like? Because I feel the man them want to come up to you.
Oh, they do.
Are they? Because I would. Because
they do.
Okay, cool. Because I was wondering if they would be a bit like, oh, is Nella gonna be?
No.
Okay,
I think,
right.
Nah, especially if you see me out and I'm with my friends.
Right. Okay.
I'm laughing and I'm smiling and I'm giggling and anything.
Right.
So from the outside looking in, you'd want to approach me. It's like, oh, she's over there having a blast.
Okay, cool.
But I feel like guys always have an ulterior motive. And if they don't, I will always think that they have an ulterior motive because of like interactions that I've had in the past. Like I remember I was speaking to this guy. How long was I speaking to him for? I don't remember how long I was speaking to him for, but it was like a while.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, he was just like, I'm going to start a podcast and I want you to be the first guest on my podcast.
No, absolutely not. No way.
Guest.
No, that is
I'm going to, after this, I'm going to show you who it is.
Oh my gosh,
I'm going to show you who it is, yeah. And you're just going to be like, huh? Yeah. So then he was like, oh,
so had you been talking for a while?
We had been, I'm talking dinners, everything.
No, that would sting me as well, because I'll be like, so all of this has been for this.
So then when I said like, so at first I was like, if you're going to start a podcast and podcast is your passion, like your real passion, not because you're seeing everybody else have a podcast and now you want one too.
Yeah.
If that was the case, wouldn't you just either have started or just start? Like your subscriber count is 0 right now, but I'm your first episode. I don't know, it felt weird.
No, that is 100% weird. And also, where's the shame? Like, I need to know where the shame is, because you see me, I could be dating the hugest person, and I still would find it weird to be like, oh, do you want to like come on? Do you want to come on my show? Even as an established show, I'd be like, I don't want him to think that this is because of this.
Yeah, but because of, and that wasn't.
Okay. These girls are saying a whole bunch of BS. Okay, they just do too much. Okay, you ZZ, I think people know that you talk. You've had your little podcast for a hot minute, right? If a man has a lot of stature, lots of clout, lots of fame, right? And you guys really have a real relationship, I don't know why you would feel weird to say, hey, babe, come on my podcast so you can run these numbers up. Like, what the freak? If you're in a relationship with a man and you can't even ask him to sit on the couch and give you some of his fame to make your stuff go up, what is the point? It's not a real relationship, girl. Are you a side piece? Make it make sense, okay? If you're the main chick and it's real, he should sit his ass on your podcast and run these numbers up for you. Okay? All right. So that's completely different than Nella. What she's saying is, I was talking to this man. He don't even have a YouTube yet. The channel's not even started. Okay? It's just a thought in his head. But because he doesn't want to have to grind, he's saying, hey, my first episode be on my podcast. So we're like, yeah, that's hella weird. Because the reason why he was dating her, it was his way of trying to get her on the show without paying her fee. Right? So he wasn't, I'm not trying to be mean, but I don't even think he was interested. Okay? He was like, hey, that's Nella. Let me be who she thinks let me be the man she probably wants. So that way I can get her on my show without having to pay her fee. Because most likely she charges. Okay? Most likely she charges. So instead of paying her like her booking fee, I'm going to take her out to eat. Even if it's a very expensive restaurant, it's a whole lot cheaper than paying her booking fee. All right? That's why I say men are transactional. I've said this earlier, so are women, but men are transactional. So when you're saying that you're going on vacation with them and it's like, oh, it's platonic. Yeah, right. They want something too. But they understand it's a lot easier to be your friend to get something later, right? Because they're investing. Because I'm like, most men, I hope y'all understand me, right? Most men think about sex. So why is a man not going to, okay, if I could be having sex right now, I'm going to go outside with Nella, like, because they want something. They're going to probably cash that in like later. But they investing, they building a friendship. But one day they're going to ask for something back. Right? Because they could be out here doing anything else. It's like, it's not very masculine to go on vacation with a woman that's just your friend. That is extremely bizarre. That is so bizarre. Like, nah. You understand? But they're going to get you with the friendship, because with the friendship, it's a lot easier than paying your booking fee. Do you understand me? That's that. Right? It's what it is. Okay? But these are two different scenarios, though. If you, like ZZ, she already has a podcast. She's had the podcast for years. So it's not like, I'm just trying to be famous. She's been doing this for a hot minute. if you are in a serious relationship and the man is committed to you, he should sit his goofy ass on your podcast and help you run these numbers up. I said this, even like for me, I feel like, girl, if you can ask him that he's not really your man, next, you might be a side. Imagine me having a podcast and Jimmy famous. He don't want to sit on my podcast. He wants to sit on my podcast. Now, he's going to sit there for a whole 12 hours. It's not going to happen. But he could come a little bit and help us out. Right? I even think, I really do believe, like, if I wanted to do like vlogs and have him on my podcast, on my vlogs, I think he would do it. I'm the one who chose to never put him on social media because I just felt like it wasn't fair. Like, you know, I can be a little crazy sometimes. I can say some crazy things, but I just felt like, you know, he has his career, he has his own thing. And sometimes when you're on social media, based on your field, like it could kind of like demote you a little bit. Or, you know, I can say something and people can try to make him pay for that, which I don't think is fair. But then people don't play fair. People play dirty. So for that reason, I chose to never put him on my social media. I think it's best that way. You know what I'm saying? Me, I'm crazy. So I'm with the mess. You know what I'm saying? I am definitely with the mess. I'm really with the mess. Okay. I couldn't even imagine being famous because I'm like, whoa, if I become famous, I really can come outside like this. Okay. I love coming outside like this. Right. But if you're like, you know, even that girl, Maya Pajama, okay? That girl from England who dates the black guy, the dark-skinned Ghanaian guy, Bugsy, what's his name again? Stormy? I don't know, right? But you see, he helps her a lot. He helps her a lot. And he knows when he's on her Instagram, when they take pictures together, right? It boosts up her stock. So he takes pictures because it helps her, right? So you have a lot of guys out here who help their women because they know, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, I'm really crazy. You know what I'm saying? But that's me. You know, hold me accountable for what I say. But people don't play fair. So, let's go attack James because Marlene said it, so James said it. No, I said it. I said it. Sometimes he looks at me like I'm crazy. You understand? Like, he doesn't agree with everything I say, but there you go. There she goes again. She's no Aquarius. He just goes and minds his business, right? And that's my thing. Yeah. Right. But I mean, he's helped her. So I'm like, it's the same thing with that girl, the one that was dating, the boy that plays football, the white boy who's dating, what's that? Yo, these names, I'm so bad with these names. Taylor Swift. Right? The white boy she's dating, the black girl he was with, right? She didn't want to ask him for anything. She didn't want to ask him for $100. She didn't want to ask him for them. Like, girl, is he your man's or not? Right? You understand? Because what you want, ask somebody else will. Okay? Make it make sense. But if you're dating somebody who's with Travis, yeah, if you're dating somebody, if you're with someone that's really successful and he can really run your numbers up, he should be more than willing to help you. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, can he do it every day? Probably not. But once in a while, if he can really help you, like if he can really help Kayla Nicole, there you go. If he can help your numbers to go up, he really should. Like, why are you afraid to ask this man? Right? Why are you afraid to ask this man? If he wants some gushy, he's not going to ask you. So ask this man. Like, what up? Maverick.
First or last that's happened. Yeah. So it's like when guys approach me, I feel like everything that comes out of their mouth
can they
is
slide
a
in the
lie.
DMs? Or would you find that cringe?
I wouldn't find it cringe, but I probably won't see it.
Okay, right.
Because a lot of people are in there like, get me on Pink Courtroom, man. It's like a job application. Do you know what I mean? And then there's a lot of people like asking for advice, and then there's a lot of girls. Like, it's like my DMs is 90% girls.
I was gonna touch on that. I feel like, oh my god, I know we just don't have enough time for the things I want to talk about.
Yeah.
But I was gonna touch on you. I feel like you've gone into this wave of what you always kind of have, but you definitely step into the bag of like agony aunt. Like, I see like the Pink Courtroom, like I was saying, the Foot Asylum.
That's actually not my fault. Blame the production companies. When they make shows like around me, it's always like, we're gonna make her tell these people advice.
Because you give like big sis vibes.
Yeah.
You give big sis vibes, and also you give, I'm gonna tell you the truth, but I'm gonna make it light in a way. So I'm gonna give it to you hard, but I'm gonna sprinkle some humor in it so the bullet doesn't feel as harsh.
Do you know what's so mad? Yeah, I've always said that I don't have my personality is not me. Like, that agony aunt, that's all my older sister. Do you know what I mean? Like, growing up, when we was in Belgium, we had a great life. But then my mom, she wanted to start afresh. Do you know what I mean? So she's like, I'm going to move to the UK. So we had a good life in Belgium. Yeah. But then when we moved here, it was like, I remember we moved to Collindale. Yeah. And we moved opposite. It's called Bang Bang now. It used to be called Oriental City. Do you remember
Oh,
Oriental?
like, is it like
So Oriental City was like massive, and then there was like loads of like food stores and stuff.
Oh,
like that.
okay.
So we moved
different
to a house.
and all those. Was it? Is that?
Pardon?
Was it like different cuisines and stuff?
Different, yeah.
Oh, okay,
They
yeah,
had
no, okay,
everything
yeah,
in
yeah.
there. So we moved to a house opposite there, yeah. And I remember pulling up to the house thinking, oh my days, this is gonna be our new house. And, da, 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 da. And then some man opened the door and he told us to be quiet, yeah. He led us upstairs to a single bedroom and he said, this is where you're gonna be staying.
Wait, how old was you?
I was like, I don't remember. It was when I first came here because I feel like a lot of my life I block out.
Yeah, but it's so interesting that you can remember it so clearly.
Because the shock. I remember. So we was in a sing. You know the I call it the cupboard room. Like it's a room. You know, in 3-bedroom houses, there's 2 nice sized bedrooms, and then the one that like common that's a cupboard.
The one that now everyone has a walk-in wardrobe.
Wardrobe,
one there that everyone's using.
So it was me, my mum, my auntie, and my brother living there, and I just remember saying, "Oh, raw." And I remember even just for like dinner, my mum would buy. So my mum would wait because obviously Oriental City is right next to the big Asda in Collindale, yeah. So my mum would wait until a certain time, to go to Asda because then everything is like reduced, and then she'll buy like a massive loaf of bread and then 2 tins of sardines, and that's what we had for dinner.
Wow.
Do you know what I mean? So it's like remembering where I came from, yeah, and remembering how hard my mum worked to get us out of that situation. She was suffering, she was ill, yeah, and she still went to work.
Yeah,
I need to still be able to go to work because life doesn't stop.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? So it's like the fear of like, God forbid, like I wake up one day and like all the money's out of my account and like I lose my house, I lose my car, and I have to go back to that. Going back to that is like my biggest fear because I didn't enjoy it.
Right, yeah.
I didn't. Do you know what I mean?
Do you feel like you've had do you feel like life has hardened you? Or do you still feel soft? Like, do you still, because I still
okay, I definitely don't feel soft.
You don't?
Which is something that I don't not necessarily like about myself, but it's something I need to improve of. I feel like everything is just black and white. Like you have to move on, you have to keep going. Bills need to be paid, you need to pay your taxes, you need to do everything. So it's like I don't dwell on things. It hurts, but it's like a pain you carry with you,
right,
instead of sitting in the pain, if that makes sense. So, but I do feel like I've become very like hyper independent to the point where I don't even let people pay for me for like food and stuff like that.
Right.
Like I've become hyper independent. But it's kind of bad because it's like I don't even let my friends do things for me.
I was going to say that. It's what about people that you trust? You still not let them do that?
No.
As well?
No.
And that's
it's really bad.
Do you think it's because when you have allowed people to be like people that were close to you and they've burnt you, now you're kind of just like, nah, I won't really allow that to happen again?
Facts, but it was more family members.
Right.
Like I would see how people would treat my mum.
Okay.
And then I see why she became hyper independent, and I think I kind of just like it's like a protection. You're just protected.
100%.
Like people would take money from her and then catch her attitude when she asks for it back. Same as happened to me.
Right.
Like everything that's happened to mama has happened to me. So it's like I'd rather learn from her mistakes. So like for example, like you know when you fall out with somebody. It could be like in school, for example, you fall out with somebody and then it's like, after I did this for you, I did that for you, I did this for you, I did that for you. And it's like, I'm never going to let anybody do anything for me again.
Right, yeah.
And it takes one experience for you to just switch and be like, yeah, I'm all I've got.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Obviously, you have your friends, your family and stuff like that. But really and truly, it sounds so sad. I'm very brutal, but it's like, you have to live life black and white, yeah? Nothing is promised in this life, yeah.
100%, definitely.
I don't know. It's not promised that I'm gonna get married. It's not promised that I'm gonna have kids. It's not promised that I'm gonna be even like more successful.
Right.
But one thing is promised is that I'm going to die one day,
right?
And that is just the brutal truth. So it's like, let me at least enjoy the moments that I have now with the correct like surroundings and stuff like that. and live my life the way I want to live it. Because, baby, that there's only one thing that's promised, and that I'm gonna. Hopefully not soon, please, 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 please. Oh my God, I'm so scared. Like, the thought of dying is so scary, but it's actually gonna happen one day.
Do you know what? Someone said this to me, that this is the only thing that we are guaranteed, but we don't really talk about it.
Because it's scary.
It's scary. And no one really also talks about like what they want at their funeral, like who they want at their funeral, what I want to look like, because that will also stop a lot of
the
arguments.
amount of ops. Oh my God, like somebody will pass away, and all the people that have done them dirty will show up to the funeral. I promise you, Zizi, I'm coming back as a ghost. It's the sheer audacity. I find it so disrespectful.
But like, also that must have been very hard for you, because you're navigating all of this.
Well, imagine being dead. Imagine being dead and being worried about who's coming to your funeral. You're dead. I'm like, imagine being dead. Oh, like me, if I'm dead, I'm out of here, y'all. I'm out of time to check who's coming to my funeral. I gotta go. Enjoy my life. Get my wings. Okay. I'm like, girl, what? It's not guaranteed. A lot of things are not guaranteed, but if you want something, it's worth a try. Right? Nothing's not guaranteed, but if you really want something, it's worth a try. You understand? And if you're not careful, the way you live your life, because this is not guaranteed, this is not guaranteed, and you think, let me just enjoy the life, so I'm gonna do whatever. Like, you might even end up dying sooner than you're supposed to. Be careful. Yeah, she really needs to. Like, they're truly boring. Like, those two girls together, like, I'm bored. Let's see this last part. Hold on.
Maybe when you get into like a relationship,
whenever that happens,
do you want to be in a relationship?
I don't know.
How do you?
I have 27. Yeah, I'm gonna be 28 this year. But like, let me tell you where I'm like 50-50. I go through phases. Yeah, I go through phases where it's like, oh my God, I really want a man. I want to start dating. Like, because I'm seeing like all my friends that vacation
like
anniversary.
Your friend, my cousin got married to Nella's friend.
That's and then we saw each other at the wedding. I was like,
Nella.
I was like, Zizi.
I was like, yeah, he's my cousin. She was like, what? I was like,
I'm a bridesmaid.
Such a small world. Like, yeah.
But yeah, so exactly, like, for example, at the wedding, I was just like, oh my God, love is so beautiful, this, that, and the other. And then also, like, I'm getting older, like, I need to settle down and this, that, and the other. But then, because, again, hyper independent, the same reason my mom didn't have a man after my dad is because she got so comfortable with the freedom of, like, I don't have to cook for a man. No one's snoring in my ear. No one's just like, I remember when guys used to want to like date her and they'd come to the house in their suits and she'd be so uninterested. I remember one guy must have bought her a Louis bag and she was just like, okay, take it back. What is this? Mom. So I feel like I'm now more like, there's nothing in this.
So she's telling us that men with money wanted to date her mom. Her mom said no, but then she shoved y'all in a cupboard room where all you ate was bread and sardines. I'm gonna play another video for y'all. This is why I mean single motherhood, I don't trust it. Like, we are extremely confused. If it's true, then your mom, she had problems because you have 2 kids you can't take care of. You're shoving the kids in the cupboard room. All they can eat is sardines with bread. You're so embarrassed that you have to shop at night because you don't want people to realize you ain't got no money. But men are coming to date you. They can buy a Louis bag. And you don't say to yourself, I'm going to marry them, because you don't want to have to cook. You don't want to have to cook. Like, imagine the worst thing you have to do for a man is cook. And you can live a decent life, a good life with your children. Everybody can have a room, but what you have to do is cook. So your mom says, oh, hell no, I don't want to cook for a man. I don't want a man to snore in my ears. I'd rather struggle, suffer, hide, go buy groceries at night, feed my kids bread and sardines. Where are the pots? Where are the pans? Where are the Maggie cubes? Okay, where is the rice? Where's the goat meat? Where is the chicken? Okay, that is utterly ridiculous. That sounds so ridiculous. People, shit. That's why sometimes I'm just like, what the heck? The older I get, I find it really, really hard to have empathy for women, because sometimes it's like you're the creator of your own. You're the creator of your own demise. Okay, that makes no sense. If it's true, it really makes no sense. Because it's better if you have to get remarried so you can have financial stability and help and make sure your kids have a better life. it'd be better. But it seems like your mama, she traumatized you. And she taught you all this hyper independent stuff. And now look at you, right? So, cooking for a man as if she's not going to eat the food her damn self. These women do the most. Like when let's say you cook for a man, you're not going to eat the food. If this man was here or he wasn't here, wouldn't you have to cook the food anyways? They do too much. They do too much. Okay, you do too damn much. Oh, I have to cook for a man. So your mom was not going to cook. She has 2 kids. Was she not going to cook? Make it make sense. When you live, you're going to cook, right? Okay. You just have to make bigger portions. But to act like, oh, it's the end all be all to have to cook for a man. You're not going to eat the food when you cook. Only the man going to eat the food. My girl, shut up. Shut up. Exactly. Like they make no sense. Like me, man, these women, child, they make no sense to me. Oh, I ain't trying to cook for no man. Ma'am, whether the man is here or not, you have 2 kids. You're going to have to feed the kids. You're going to have to cook for the kids. Okay. And plus, she's Congolese, right? I'm like, your mama African. So you mean to tell me, regardless or not, there will be a pot of rice in that house. Okay. You're African. Like there's going to be a pot of rice in that house. Okay. There's going to be a pot of rice on the stove every day. So what's the problem? What is the problem? But my thing is, if all you have to do is cook for a man, and you might have to hear him snore in your ear, but I'm saying, like, if he can give you a better life, that every child can have their own room, the kids can grow up in abundance, you can have financial stability, you don't have to work so much and kill yourself like this, right? Then yeah, cook the food, because regardless, you were going to eat the food also. You're going to eat the food. So what's the big deal? I'm like, these people, man, always missing the forest for the trees. It's ridiculous. It's like, so I'm like, it's all stupid to me.
This day and age, yeah, there's nothing that a man can do for me that I can't do for myself.
Right.
You can't buy me a car. I have a car.
Company?
You can't fly me out. Let me tell you, I've got an excuse. I've got an excuse for everything. Yeah. You want to fly me out? I go on solo trips more than I go on trips with my friends. Do you want to take me out to eat? I take myself to Nobu once a month by myself. I'm the girl that's sitting there and you think everybody stood her up. I'm eating by myself. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, I come home like to my peace. Like I can sleep. I can wake up when I want. I don't have to feel the need to look after a man.
I hear that.
And then on top of that, it's like with men, yeah.
No, Nella, you're so full of shit. You're insecure. You're insecure and you're scared. Nella, I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm trying to be mean. Sis, you were almost like 300 pounds. You were almost like 300 pounds. People didn't want to tell you this, but you were like really, really big. You were almost like 300, 400 pounds. But you were not okay. You are not okay. You were seriously not okay. Right? And the reason why you need a man, right? Because you need somebody to build with. You need somebody to have family with. You need somebody to have security with. Because you're really scared. You are truly scared. And it probably got to a point. Oh, no. Let's be so for real. When you see a young lady like that is that big, right? She's hurting. So food turned into her comfort zone. And you think, I'm like, I take myself to Nobu. And you don't think that most people see you in there, they feel sorry for you. Like, why are you here by yourself? Because you want to prove to yourself you don't need anybody. So you're suffering on the inside. Me, for the longest, I was really concerned about her because I'm like, her weight. I have seen videos of Nella on her YouTube crying out because she has depression. Depression. And it's not a joke. So stop lying for your followers. Stop. Like these girls lie so damn much. We are in 2025, like whatever, 4 or 5, right? The average man today is not your typical old school Congolese man who needs a woman to take care of him, right? But these dudes today are quite independent, okay? I see them on TikTok. I see them on Instagram. Most men today in the West, to some extent, know how to take care of themselves. And honestly, not to be offensive, I've seen your YouTube. You don't even do a good job taking care of your own house. Not trying to be offensive, right? Because some of y'all, you're quite messy. And then you put it on YouTube, so it's not my fault, right? So I don't even think you can take care of a house, if we're being honest. So I don't think most guys who date you today, I think most men who date women today are not expecting like Betty Crocker of the 60s. Because most girls can't cook, they can't clean, they can't even keep their emotions in check. A lot of you girls, you're not competent. All you can do is do your makeup, put lashes on, be loud, and turn on YouTube. You make money on social media for being vapid as hell. The vast majority of your content is not life-changing content. It's brain rot, but nobody wants to tell you that. Okay, that's it. Y'all get drunk. We see you on social media. You need somebody to take care of yourself. If anything, a man marries you, he's going to have to raise you because you didn't have parents. Not to be offensive, Not to be offensive, right? But you cannot honestly, like, for what we have seen, like, now you've lost lots of weight, but you were like twice the size. So are you actually okay? You're not okay. So stop making it seem like, oh, I don't need a man. I can take myself out on vacation. I can buy myself a car. I can da, 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 da. And all of that, you were still miserable. You had the car. You were morbidly obese. You could take yourself to Nobu. You were morbidly obese. You could take yourself on vacation. You were morbidly obese. You see, you have all this money and you don't even know how to take care of your mental health. You are afraid of going to therapy. You think, like, between you and the man, who you think is scared to date who? Men are scared to date you because you're a walking bag of trauma. Hello. Like, people need to stop lying. Y'all, this is Marlene Uncensored. It is what it is. And I hope you're not offended, right? But if you are offended, it's okay. It's not a big deal, right? We'll never probably meet in real life. So it's cool. D'accord. My thing is, you have to be honest with yourself, right? Anybody sees a young lady who's not married, no kids, you see her 200-something pounds, 300-something pounds. You're not thinking like, oh, wow, she looks like she's happy. She looks like she has everything together. People are like, yo, something is going on. She's obviously not okay. Like I said, I have seen videos of her on YouTube sitting there crying because of her depression. So I'm like, you're full of shit. You are legitimately full of shit, right? You think it's cute to go to the restaurant and be there all by yourself, right? It's sad. It's really sad. I'm like, to me, it's not a flex. I'd rather sit in my house and eat in my house, right? But with everything you had, the cars, the whatever, you take yourself on vacation, right? Were you actually in a healthy mind? No. Because you're like, once again, that's what they call toxic masculinity, is that people hide behind making money. Oh, I make money, so therefore I'm okay. No, you're not okay. That is a toxic trait. Money is a resource. That's it, right? Money is not medicine. Money is not a person. A lot of you scared, insecure girls, you talk about money like it's a person. More money is a piece of paper. Sometimes we don't even see it. It's all digital. So whatever, right? Money is not a person. Money is not a tool. Money is a resource. You understand? You can have lots of money and you can still be dying on the inside, right? So to say that, oh, I don't want to look after a man. Baby girl, you can barely look after yourself. We have seen the content. We have seen the content, right? The content is there. Like I said, many young ladies, you do videos, your closet's a mess, your room's a mess, your kitchen's a mess. And y'all, and you just record all of that. And you think that somehow if a young man is dating y'all, he has this great blessing. No, some of y'all, like, you're a liability, right? You don't even know how to keep a tidy, neat, organized place. You're a hot mess. You only know how to make content, but you don't even know how to take care of yourselves. Not to be offensive, right? But it's like your physical health, your mental health, exercising, even like portion control, you don't have that because somewhere in your life, you've lost control. Somewhere in your life, you've lost control. And that's a real thing. And we thank God. Me personally, when I saw the weight loss, I said, oh gosh, thank you, Jesus. She's losing weight. Because it was really concerning. And I was like, yo, all of her friends, nobody is going to say, Nella, tu as trop pris de poids. C'était excessif. C'était vraiment excessif. Même 25 ans, 26 ans, 200 kilos. Tu dépassais même 100 kilos. Attends, mais qu'est-ce qui t'arrive? Qu'est-ce qui t'arrive? What is going on? What is going on? What is happening? Right? 25, 20-something. All we saw you, like when you started YouTube, you were so small. You keep watching the YouTube videos. You're just blowing up and blowing up and blowing up and blowing up. And then you're telling us, well, I don't need no man. You need more than the girl. But you definitely need a therapist though, because something ain't right. Something ain't right. And people need to understand this. When people see you, and especially when you're young, no family, no children, and people see you morbidly obese, people are telling themselves, you've lost control somewhere. You've lost control somewhere, and now the food is your comfort. The food is your comfort, right? And that is sad, because once again, food is a resource. It's not a tool. It's not a person, right? But I'm saying most men today, yeah, okay, like no, I'm just saying, Kevin, like, c'est quand même, c'est beaucoup. It was a lot. It was a lot. She was released. It was a lot. You're like, what is going on? Because he's the best, right? And you see, she has all these girlfriends, and nobody is saying like, Nella, faut descendre un peu. C'est trop. C'est trop. It's too much. It's really too much. Like, it really is too much. But it's like, that, and I think maybe because she lost both parents, people didn't want to say anything. because they felt like, you know, she's going through a lot. But I'm like, there's a polite way, there's a kind way to say, hey, sis, I'm concerned about you because, you know, but like I'm saying, I thank God that she lost a lot of weight, you know, because it was extremely concerning. It was really concerning. Like it was a lot. It was a lot. But I'm like, you know, so I feel like anybody on the outside looking in, understand, yeah, you have social media success. And yes, you have money, but you're not okay. You're not okay. Right? And having money does not mean that you are a catch. You know, I don't know. Maybe it was. But if she really couldn't control it, then it's better for her to do it. You know, it's better for her to do that. The only thing is you got to make sure that the weight stays off, right? But I think a lot of ladies have to understand, just because you can do your makeup, wear a lace front, and because you make money on social media, doesn't make you a catch. Like today, I think the bar is so low for so many girls. Oh, I can do my makeup. I can crack jokes, but what else can you do? Right? Many of them don't even know how to take care of a home, run a home, be maternal. You know, it's like there's a lot you don't know how to do. But you're thinking, hey, I have lace fronts, I have makeup, I have fake lashes, I have long nails, I wear skimpy clothes, I have a following, so therefore I'm a catch. No, you're not. Are you even intelligent? Can you even like raise intelligent kids? I keep saying that, like, you know, do you even have the genetics to create intelligent kids? You know, I think some part is genetics. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot that goes into it. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot that goes into it. But I think it's like it's enough of like trying to malign these men. Like today in this modern age, a man is out here really looking for Betty Crocker. Those days are gone. Now there are still some girls who can do it though, but the vast majority of them can't do that, right? But I'm like, I think most guys know they're not going to marry Betty Crocker. And we're also not in Africa. Like, it's not like, oh, like, you know, even in Africa too, I think a lot of men now know how to cook and stuff, right? When not in those old days, like those days are gone. I think today most men are extremely self-sufficient, right? Like my husband, he's self-sufficient. There are other guys too who are just like Jimmy, even better, right? I see them on TikTok. They cook, they clean, they organize their space. They're very neat. They're very tidy. And then you girls want to come in with your weaves, and then your weave has sheds all over the place. Your dog hair, like it's just dog hair. It's just like all over the place, right? You put your makeup on their sheets. You put your makeup on their clothes. If anything, a lot of these guys don't even want y'all around because like you leave a trail every time you show up, right? I'm telling you, let me tell you something. I have not worn, Kevin, these weaves and these wigs, honey, they shed. Some of them shed so bad, Kevin, like they shed so badly. I can't even tell you. Like, I remember when I used to wear weaves, right? And wigs, but mostly weaves. And now I can't even tell you how good it feels to not have hair all over the place. But when you wear wigs and weaves, Kevin, you'll have hair all over. Even on your, like, you can even have hair like on in your butt crack. Child, the hair is just everywhere. Like, it's all over the bathroom. It's in the sheet, the pillows. Like, it's just all over. And then makeup also. Makeup messes a lot of things up. You can't really hug people. You can't put your head on the pillow like the makeup because they wear so much makeup, right? They wear so much makeup. They'll put makeup here, makeup there, makeup over here. It's a lie. It really is a lie. You know what I'm saying? You go to a man's house, your hair's all over the damn place. Like, what is this? Her weave. It's her weave. It is her weave, right? It is a lie. It's a lie. Today, you have a lot of guys. I can say this. Like today, I've seen that. You have guys who are way more organized than girls. You have guys that are way cleaner, way neater, you know, than most girls. Like you really do. When we watched the video with Dear Future Wifey, right? Priscilla Schreier and her husband. You see, she didn't even know how to do laundry. He did. She didn't even know how to cook. He did. She didn't even know how to make the bed. He did. That's what I'm trying to say. Like today, a lot of these girls, they're not a catch. They are not a catch. They're not the girls of yesterday that knew how to keep a house, decorate a house, make the bed, cook food, you know, like do all like, oh, damn, like you did all this, right? No. Today, most of them, it's like, okay, they watch TV, they do makeup, but that's about it. You know what I mean? You have girls, you have a lot of girls, like they'll even eat food, can't even put the stuff in the dishwasher. Like, girl, you're an entire woman. They'll like their entire room be full of dirt. They even take the trash bag, put it outside. They ain't gonna do it. You eat on the plate, put the damn plate in the dishwasher. There's so many girls that are filthy, right? So many guys don't want these girls in their spaces. Like, you're a mess. You're a hot mess. You truly are a hot mess. Okay, like she's not gonna make your life easier. So what's the point? What really is the point? But like back in the day, Yeah, women were a catch. Like back, I do like, you know, I can say like back in the day, women were a prize. They were a catch because they could do so much. Like they could just so much, and they would do it still looking beautiful. Like I'm like, damn, like how do you do it? Like how do you manage your time like this? They're like robots. It's crazy. It's impressive, right? But today, these girls can't. Like they cannot. They cannot. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of girls don't make their bed, right? I'll show you that girl. Like, what's her name again? What's this girl's name? Hold on. What's that girl's name? What's her name? It starts with an M. There you go. Faith Matini. I forgot her name was. You see? Remember her?
Is there for them. And I think what is going to happen.
Remember her? You see? There's a lot of young ladies who live like this today. There's a lot of girls who live like this. I'm like the woman of like yesteryears, or them girls, them people's gone. This is how she lives. You see? She's not even 25. Look how she lives. 2 kids, herself and 2 children. So the babies are not the one doing this. It's her. She's the problem. She's the problem. Right. And then one day her baby daddy called her a loser. She started crying. I'm like, girl, do you not see how you live? Of course you're a loser. Like he called you a loser for a reason. She started crying because the man he called her a loser. I'm like, but you are a loser who lives like this. This is how she lives. Oh my God. I was so bad. I'm like, wow, you're so damn nasty. It's so many of them. This is how they live. It is crazy. And they have no shame. They put this on the internet. I could never. What is this? Yeah, they become extremely independent. Extremely. Okay? They don't want this mess. And this is her entire YouTube channel. Her entire YouTube channel is her doing this. She's always like, she lives like her. She's so messy. Let me show y'all. Okay? You see? Always, oh, I'm depressed. I'm so depressed. I am so depressed. I am so depressed. She's always depressed, this one. Right? So because you're depressed, you don't clean. You know? Always like this. I'm like, all of her popular videos is her cleaning her house. And she lets the house get so dirty. I'm like, how can you live like this? How can you live like this? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the reality of it all. And it's like, yeah. So she was mad because the man called her a loser. I'm like, duh. Like, what do you want me to call you? And you have these little babies around. Like, what if they pick something up and put that in their mouth and then they choke on it? I would be so afraid. I'm like, it's not even a big apartment. One auntie in here just cussed her out. She's like, girl, you do too much. You see? She don't clean, don't take care of her weight. I mean, I was like, girl, this girl used to trigger me. She used to trigger me. I think she's gotten better though. But I'm like, it's a lot of videos like this. It is a lot. You have lots of videos like this. I'm like, nah, they don't clean.
The thought of living with a guy scares me so much because why are there boxes on the floor? I'll fight.
Exactly. And mind you, she probably the one that's dirty. Like, I've watched her videos. She said, oh, if there are boxes on the floor, girl, bye. It probably gonna be you putting there. Like, girl, please. Like, when you wear this much weave, this much makeup, this many lashes, right? Just imagine just the mess of getting ready. Just imagine. I'm like, I've seen her apartment sometimes. I've seen it on videos. I have seen stuff on the videos. I'm like, girl, while there are boxes on the floor. Girl, stop. You're looking for excuses.
Buy me out. Let me tell you, I've got an excuse. I've got an excuse for everything, yeah? You want to fly me out? I go on solo trips more than I go on trips with my friends. Do you want to take me out to eat? I take myself to Nobu once a month by myself. I'm the girl that's sitting there and you think everybody stood her up. I'm eating by myself. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, I come home, like, to my peace. Like, I can sleep. I can wake up when I want. I don't have to feel the need to look after a man.
I hear that.
And then on top of that, it's like, with men, yeah, the thought of living with a guy scares me so much because why are there boxes on the floor? I'll fight you.
No, listen. And then you get into an argument, you tell them about the boxes. Then for that 1 week, they'll pick the boxes up. Then after the dust is settled, the boxes is in the same way. And it's like, so that was a choice.
No, and then on top of that, my biggest nightmare.
So she can't live with the man, but she can go on vacation with dudes. Girl, you're so incoherent. Like, these girls make no sense. So I go on vacations with men, but I can't see myself living with a man. Then when you're on this vacation, you're living with the man. That makes no sense. So per your logic, you should not go on vacation with dudes. Because if I go on vacation with dudes, you're going to have to do the same work, right? So I don't get it. So something is not making sense. When you go on vacation with these guys, are they messy or not? Because if the men is not messy, then it shows that there are guys who are not messy. So this is bullshit, right? Now, if you go on vacation with men and the men is messy and you still enjoy yourself, then it's not a deal breaker. That's it. Like something. I think the problem is the guy she wants, he don't want her back. That's it. Bullshit. I'm calling cap on the bullshit. Okay. Because this is one thing I have noticed with these ladies, right? When they want something and that something don't want them back, they start to discredit a thing. You understand? But one thing I know, and two things I know for certain, right? When a woman has the man that she wants, she'll start doing things that she never thought she would do before. Okay? Yes. And sometimes it includes even messing with a woman and doing a threesome. Okay? You're full of it, Nella. You are full of it. You're full of it. All right? You are full of it. And your friend Zizi over here just allowing you to zzz on her microphone. Okay? You're speaking Z's. You're speaking lies. Okay? We're not falling for this. We have seen women out here. What they will even do for a man. They ain't got no damn job. Okay? You ain't full of it. That's for the little girls. This type of content, I've come to realize, this kind of content is for the goofy ass young girls who don't have smart mamas. Because some girls, they got stupid mamas. Your mama ain't smart, your mama ain't wise, or your mama don't care. Okay? These are for the kind of girls, they're young, they don't have real direction, they don't have real women with real experience speaking to them. So they're extremely green. Like they're pink AF. Don't know much about life. I'm 40 years old. I'm gonna tell you something, right? When a woman is in love with the man, when a woman has the man that she always wanted, she will do things she never thought she would do. You understand me? So if you're the kind of girl who don't cook, the day you meet the guy that you're in love with and he wants you back, you're gonna be Chef Boyardee out of this mess. Okay, even Chef Ramsay ain't gonna have nothing on you. You're gonna cook, you're gonna chop, you're gonna slice, you're gonna dice. Why? Because you're in love with the Negro. Okay? We have seen girls out here. If you are in love with the man, if that's the man you really want and he wants you back, even if this fool got 2 kids, 3 kids, you will learn to love his children because that's the man that you want. Don't play with me, right? We have seen it all, right? If you're in love with the man, him leaving boxes on the floor is not a reason why you're going to fight this man. You ain't going to fight for nothing. You're going to pick up the boxes and you're going to put them boxes away because you love that man. There you go. There you go. So don't sit here. I'm like, once again, the narcissism and the lies. Sit your behind down and say, you know what? The guy that I want, as far as now, I haven't found him yet. I'm still looking. Hopefully he sees me. Hey, papi. Hola, papi. Hey, hey. You get me? Exactly. And we have seen it all, okay? We have seen women over here be so in love. A man will have no job. A man can't even pay his own mortgage. She will give the man money. She will go get his house out of the foreclosure, save the house. It's called Mercy Gono, okay? When a woman is in love, there is nothing you can tell her. She can even, the girl from North Carolina, she told us the baby daddy, the child was born, he didn't show up. Then when he got arrested, he told her, hey, come to Walmart. She went to Walmart. He gave her $300. He went to jail. He got out of jail. She let that man stay in her house, even though the whole pregnancy was not helping her. When the baby was born, he was not helping her. He pretty much never gave her any money but $300. But she told us when she bought a car, he said, hey, there's this car I really, really want. She went to the bank the next day. She pulled out $7,000. $7,000. And she gave to the man with no job who just got out of prison. And he told her, I'm going to pay you back in 2 weeks. Then why he can just wait the 2 weeks? Okay? If he's going to have the money in 2 weeks, he can just wait 2 weeks. And then we saw her message him and say, oh, how come you didn't eat my box? How come you didn't eat my box? You see this? So he doesn't care for you in your pregnancy. You have the baby. He doesn't show up. He never checks on the child. He goes to prison, only gives you $300. She said, oh, when he came back, he didn't even come back for the child. He came back for me. So now we know that you are in competition with your daughter, right? The man comes out of prison. You let him stay with you. You buy yourself a car. And then the man says, oh, there's this car that I want, but I ain't got the money. I'm going to have the money in 2 weeks. You say, oh, you know what? You don't even have to wait that long. I'm going to give you the money back tomorrow. She goes to the bank. A mother, she has a child. The baby depends on her. But she goes to the bank. In her savings, she takes out $7,000. Gives it to a man that just came out of prison. And he said, I'm going to pay you in 2 weeks. So, okay, here you go. But then she messaged him, oh, how come you didn't eat my box yet? I mean, like, you didn't play with my lady part. When you going to play with my lady part? When are you going to play with my lady part? When, like, whoa. Men are the prize. Don't play with me. Okay? Do not play with me. Okay? Exactly. That, at least you see Ninja being honest. Exactly. Right? Okay. So it's like, oh, okay. Exactly. Mercy went and got an entire house, y'all. I'm not even saying paying a bill. That house was in foreclosure. I don't know if it's like 195. I don't even know where this girl got the money. I don't even know where Mercy got the money, y'all. Mercy went and took Gerard's house out of foreclosure to the point that he refinanced the house and got like 100,000. Y'all, this thing was crazy. I said, Mercy, what are you doing? Gerard was not even paying child support. Mercy paid the child support for that man. You guys, then she was buying him Dior sandals, Dior hats. She was buying so many luxury items with this guy. He was her doll baby. What are we talking about? Like I said, this right here is for the little girls. This ain't for the real people. If you want to be on some grown woman stuff and you want to know the real, come over here. Come to death row. Come to death row, okay? Because over here, we don't lie, okay? You might not like it, but don't you ever forget, okay? The West Coast is the best coast. Yay, okay? We're not going to lie to you. You might not like it, but I'm not going to lie to you. When a woman is in love, yes, Kevin, you better say it, Kevin, right? When a woman is in love, there's nothing she will not do for a man, right? So the man you want, Nella, either you haven't found him or you have found him, but he doesn't want you back. And that's the reason why you're telling yourself, oh, I don't need a man, I don't need that, right? Because what you want, you are afraid that you might not get it, right? So that's what it is. Be honest about that. No woman can sit here and tell me that she doesn't want to be with somebody. It is a damn lie. Even if you're a lesbian, you want to be with somebody, okay? Because it's in all of us. It's innate in all of us. Women long for community, whether it's sisterhood, family. Women, they long for community. So my thing is, the man you want, you probably know who he is. He's probably in a relationship now, or he doesn't want you. Like right now, you're not his type. He probably sees you like a little sis, whatever, right? It's some platonic stuff, and that hurts your heart because, oh, how come you don't see me like that? We can change that if you're willing to do the work. I can help. But today, ma chérie, okay? Voilà. Or you haven't found him yet, and so you're concerned that you might never find him, right? It's okay. It's okay to say that you're scared. Oh, I can buy myself a car. I can buy myself no boot. You think eating food is a flex? You think the fact that you can pay for overpriced sashimi, huh? You think the fact that you can pay for overpriced sashimi and wet Asian rice is a flex? Okay. Nobu, I can buy myself Nobu. Girl, it's sashimi. Okay. It's a bunch of sticky rice. And you know damn well, however much you spend on Nobu, being that you're African, how many bags of rice is that? Okay, it can feed the nation. I can buy myself Nobu. Girl, like you people in food, y'all love food way too much, okay? Eating food, stuffing your face with food by yourself makes you look greedy, okay? It's not the flex you think it is, no matter how expensive it is, okay? A woman sitting there by herself, stuffing her face with food, it never gave. It really never gave, okay? It never gave. Yeah. Like, what the heck? What the heck? We are not stupid. You are scared. You are afraid. Just say that. We're going to help you through it. It's insane. It's okay. Okay. It's insane. It's insanity. It's insanity. So either she knows who he is, But he doesn't see her the way she sees, like the way she sees him, the way she wants him. He don't want her that way. And he could be in that little friend zone thing, right? But and my thing is, how can you even say to us that you don't see yourself with the mans, but you were sitting here entertaining the man with the podcast? You're full of shit, Nella. You're full of shit, right? If you don't see yourself amend them, why are you entertaining a man with no podcast who wants to have a podcast? Because you was talking to him. Oh, we were talking for a while. I even forgot. A girl who knows that she can buy herself this and buy herself that. Okay? Like Jay-Z said, you stash him and you leave him. Right? But you was entertaining. So you wanted that relationship until he asked you for the podcast. Okay? Y'all gonna stop lying? You was entertaining men them until the men them said, be on my podcast, mon amour. And you said, oh. It's getting transactional. He's not here for love. Don't play with me. Okay? 4 decades. 40 spins around the sun. I ain't no stupid idiot. I spun the block 40 times. I tell my son every time. I said, Trey, mommy been outside since 1985. I'm going to put that on a t-shirt. I'm going to put that on a t-shirt. Okay? I spun the block 40 times around the sun. What you want to look like? What I look like? And I'm still not burnt. Look at this. No burn mark. No burn mark. Burn where? Burn where? Okay? 40 spins around the sun. Don't play with me. Okay? Do not play with me. You don't want to, the thought of being in a relationship with a man. Girl, you was entertaining men them until men them asked you to be on a podcast. You would have been his girl. Okay? And most likely you was entertaining. He probably busted the pipes and you liked it. You liked it until he asked you to be on the podcast. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Do not play with me. Okay? Play with somebody else. Play with somebody else. Goofy shit. Bunch of balls. Been outside since 1985. I've been outside. Okay? I've been outside. When a woman is in love, there's nothing she won't do. Even that boy, if she was really in love with him, she would have helped him with the podcast. Right? Maybe he was not good in bed, so she wasn't too smitten. Okay? He was too worried about feeding her. He didn't bust the pipes right. Doing it well. Okay? I represent Peckham. I was right outside of Woolwich. outside since 1985. I'm not the one. I'm not the one. Men them. I told y'all I've been outside. Y'all didn't know I knew this word, huh? You didn't know I knew this word. What y'all take me for? What do y'all take me for? Okay? What do you take me for? Men them. Okay, you young ones, y'all crazy. I'm like, girl, bye. We are not falling for this. We are not falling for the lies and the treachery and the delusion. Go see your therapist and get this stuff in order. Get on my nerves. Baby says, you get on my nerves, okay? You get on my nerves. Yeah, that's it. Okay? But if she was really in love with the podcast boy, okay, the entrepreneur, okay, if she was in love with the entrepreneur, she would have been on that podcast and she'd have won the t-shirt of the damn podcast. She just was not too sure because most likely he's not good at busting the pipes. Okay, there you go. Exactly. He was not that good. He probably was not swinging, nor was he slinging. So she was like, nah. Nope, she didn't want to do it. Okay, but we have seen it. Okay, we have seen it. We know exactly what it looks like when a woman is in love. She's completely irrational. We have, myself included, maybe, huh? Okay? We have seen it. We have seen it all. Okay? Oh, yes. Okay? Doing it. He represents Peckham. He was right outside of Woolwich. Okay? You see, this is why I just couldn't see myself be famous. I just could not see myself be famous because, y'all, I have things to say. When you're famous, you can't talk like this. I'm like, oh my gosh, Marlene said this. Marlene said this is why, y'all, I swear. This is why I don't really want to be popular. I'm like, sometimes I think about it, I'm like, nah, not really, because I need to be free. I want to be free. I'm an Aquarius. I need to be free. I got to be myself. I need to be myself. Okay? When you get too big, like when you have like it's too much, like now you're a brand, you can't say this, you can't say that. Woo! You're gonna be suffocating me. I don't know. I feel like I have opinions And I have a personality. Okay, I need to share all of that. Share all of me. I'm like boxes. If he leaves a box right there. Oh, baby, my poor little baby. Girl, go sit down somewhere.
Yeah. Imagine you come home, say you're living with a guy, and then you come home, it's like the Euros, and there's 20 men in your living room screaming, and I've just had a 12-hour shoot. I'm kicking.
Why would there be 20 men? Like, what are you talking? Girl, who do you date? Like, you're so weird. So imagine you come to your house and there's 20 men in the men-dems is in your living room. Like 20 men-dem? That's crazy, right? Why would there even be 20 men in the living room? Okay, that is so bizarre. Like, you are just giving these weird examples like you live in a hood. Like, that's crazy. My thing is, don't you go on vacation with a bunch of mans anyways? What's the difference? 5, 20, it's all the same. But if you talk to your mans, you can say, hey, I'm coming home. Please don't have too many people. That's just called communication, Ella. Right? But my thing is, he could be a quiet type too, though. There are different kinds of people. But maybe because I don't know. But I'm like, not every man has a bunch of friends. Yeah, not every man has a bunch of friends. Like, that's crazy. But you go on vacation with like people, though, right? I was raised in Peckham, outside of Woolwich. Okay? That makes no sense. Like I said, all of this right here is a bunch of BS, right? Once again, if you really love him, you're not even gonna mind him and his way. Oh, do y'all want me to cook for y'all? Y'all want me to get something to eat, right? You're not gonna mind. You are truly not gonna mind. You're just making up BS. That's the reason why you don't want to date. Oh, I just don't want to come home and there's like 20 people in the living room. Girl, you're Congolese. Like, you are Congolese. Y'all want me to show you a Congolese wedding? You are Congolese, okay? Girl. Imagine being Congolese, but I don't know where these people came from. Girl, you were raised around a bunch of loud people. Nalobi. Okay? You were raised around a bunch of loud ass people. Stop acting brand new, okay? Because we're in Europe. Stop acting brand new. My point is, if you don't want, first of all, like I said, not every man has a bunch of friends. Not every man brings 20 people over. That's extreme, right? But if he's the type to do that, then that means you like that. You can just tell him, hey, not today. But is everybody going to have every man, even the most like, they are, oh my gosh, Congolese people? Oh, Jesus, shit. My cousins, they too much. Okay, Nalobi, oh, my peoples, okay? Nalobi, your people are loud. You are Congolese. You guys, I will show you a Congolese wedding. When I tell you that little boy was overwhelmed, the guy that was embarrassed, the guy went to marry a girl who's Congolese. That little boy, he's Creole, like he's like biracial Creole. I tell you, that little boy was overwhelmed. He was overwhelmed. He's like, what? Who's all these people? Okay, like stop. You just think all kinds of foolishness. But even the most friendliest of person, like even if you have the kind of man that has like a bunch of friends, I don't even think he wants to see his friends every single day. Like 20 people, that's like weekend stuff. Like that is crazy. People have to work, okay? But I'm like, girl, stop acting brand new. You're Congolese. Exactly. She always has an entourage, but now it's like, the population of Congo, okay? Kinshasa in your living room, and you're gonna be just fine. Hey, okay, you're gonna be just fine. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with us. We are tired.
Everybody out. I think I'm very, very used to and very comfortable with my way of life. Like the thought of sharing that. Like, for example, 1st of January, I got bored. Yeah. 2nd of January, I was in Barcelona on the 40th floor of some spa. I don't want to have to be like, oh, by the way, babe, I'm gonna go to. You're not my dad.
I feel like, yeah.
Ew.
You know what?
Permission?
What is she? No, you sound like a hood rat. You sound like a hood rat. You sound like a hood rat. Permission. She's like, you know what, Nella, Nella, I ain't trying to be funny, sis. I ain't trying to be funny. But you really do sound like you didn't grow up with too much. Like you really, like, I don't know. If I didn't know who you were and the way you talk, I was like, yeah, she grew up poor. Because the only way you know how to flex is talking about the car you drive, what restaurant you eat at. Oh, I went to a spa in Barcelona. Okay, so you're new to this. Like, it's not your regular. You see, and that's why I'm saying, like, she couldn't even attract rich people. Because this way of talking is, yeah, she's so new to money. It's like you can tell that even herself, she's impressing herself. Like, that is crazy. That is so crazy. Oh, do you know where I was last week? Like, I was in Barcelona at a spa. Girl, for some people, that's their everyday. Is that your everyday? No. Right? Like, stop. Yeah, everything's about money to her. That's how you know she didn't grow up with a lot. Like she has a chip on her shoulder. I'm starting to realize that. The only way she knows how to flex is like, oh, I drive this car. Oh, do you know I eat a Nobu once a month? There are people who eat a Nobu every weekend. Ask Blue Ivy. Okay. There are people who probably eat Nobu like every week, every day. Right? You understand? You have to call in to get a reservation. That's why you got to do it once a month, because they have people above you that can go in there whenever they want to. Right? But it's like you can tell her she's not used to money. She really is not used to money. Oh, I drive this car. Oh, I can go here. Oh, I can do this. I can do that. Anything else you give to the poor? Have you built a school in your village? Have you invested in like even building a well back in Congo somewhere? All these women are getting slaughtered in your village, right? Are you helping these people out? Yeah, she's really not used to it. Okay. So I'm like, that's all she talks about. Oh, I can buy myself this. I can buy like, girl, you have a complex. You seriously have a wealth complex. You have a money complex. Nobody ever told you that? I'm going to tell you that. It's very ugly. It's not the flex you think it is. It's extremely ugly. Okay? It is extremely ugly. And I do feel like maybe you were bullied growing up. Like you didn't have the nicer clothes. You didn't have the nicer this. So I think all your life you felt, I can't wait to have this. I can't wait to have this. So I can flex on people with that, right? You truly have to work on building the beauty of your soul. Because like right now, it's not cute. I don't even know, right? But I'm like, it will be like, imagine flexing on, oh, you know, like there are things I work on, or I have a non-for-profit, or I'm like really working on helping these people. I have these projects I'm working on. So maybe that's why I wouldn't want to have a relationship right now, because, you know, this thing is, that's like, it's a passion project of mine. So I don't have too much time for a relationship. No. Oh, but you know, I drive this car and I buy this food and I can eat by myself in Nobu. And do you know where I was last month? I was in Spain at a spa. People who live in Spain, they go to the spa every week. They live there, right? But you're not used to it, right? So that's why I'm saying, like I've told you earlier, like the kind of guy she can get is like it's a certain caliber of men, because who can put up with this? That is ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. That's the only way she knows how to brag. What she can buy. That's it. Anything else? No. Yeah. I'm like, that's all you got? I like to read books. And I know it's like money. Like I'm able to go to the spa in Spain, so I don't want to have to ask for permission. You're in a relationship. Nobody force you, right? The same way, if you was to go somewhere, you don't want him to say, hey, Nella, I'm going outside, or hey, Nella, I'm leaving my friend. I'll be back, this or that. It's communication, right? I'm like, but who raised you? Like, it's crazy. Yeah, it's extremely poor. Like, I'm like, who talks like that? To me, it's extremely gauche. Like, if you were raised right, you know that even when you go outside, you say, hey, I'm going to the store, I'll be back. Right? Like, even me, if I go get the mail, I'm going to get the mail. Like, you know, people communicate with other people. Like, it's just respectful. Nobody is your dad. Nobody is just like you're not his mama. Yeah, like, that's just crazy to me. But I'm like, it's just like, it's about being raised right. Like, the savoir-vivre, okay? When you live with people, you tell them where you're going. That's it. It's not about control. Okay, just in case something happens, we know where you are, right? But I'm like, how exactly were you raised, though? Like, who raised you? Like, that's crazy to me. But he's not about being your father. Like, yo, if I'm going to go get my hair, I'm like, oh, Jimmy, I'm leaving my hair done. I'll be back at this time, right? It's like, what the heck? It's like as if he can stop you from going. But you choose to be in a relationship. So if you're leaving, just say, hey, I'm going here. I'll be back this, and this. And okay, have fun. That's it. But in case something happens to you, we know that, hey, she said she went there. She said she was coming back on this day. We have not heard from her. Oh, hey, she said she went outside. It's been a lot of hours, right? And now we don't know where she is, because anything can happen. But it's not about like, oh, this, and that. And I even feel like this girl right here, if she was to even date a man that had more money, right, she wouldn't know what to do with herself. Because I think she enjoys the fact that she can brag about, oh, I can pay for this. I can have this. You know, I can do more than you. I think she enjoys that. If she met a man that was richer, given her mindset, how would he make her feel? She wouldn't be able to take it. Right? She would not be able to take it. Like, yeah, like she's crazy. I'm like, who raised you? Like, it's insane. Yeah. I'm like, but it's like, to me, it comes off like you were not raised with money. Like, you're new to money. So even when you buy these things, you're shocking yourself. Oh, damn, I can't believe I'm buying this. Oh, damn, I can't believe I'm affording this. Because you never saw your life there. Right? So I do feel like for her, she needs to take time to enjoy her money, enjoy her life, until she can get to a place where she understands that money is not a person, money is a resource, and also money is not the end all be all. Because once she's done coming up the euphoria of her new money, then I think she'll be more prepared to be in a relationship. But no sons of anybody should be dating this girl. She's insane. Yeah, she feels extremely insecure. Exactly. Like she needs people that she can talk down onto. Because a classy person, I'm being so serious, right? A classy person, a person raised in money, who's had money, like you were raised in money, you understand like money is not everything. And that's why if you usually notice like girls that come from families that have a lot of money, they usually say, oh, I'm marrying for love because daddy has everything covered. There's nothing you can give her that her dad can't give her. So usually like you'll find these girls like, oh, I want to marry him because I really love him, right? Because the whole money thing is more, it's a lot, it's covered already, right? But saying like, oh, I can buy this, I can go to Nobu once a month. There are people who go to Nobu every day. There are people who probably even have the number of the chefs and Nobu, like, hey, you got me? Like, yeah, sure. Right? So it's not food, like flexing with food, like, girl, like, let me, yeah. Okay, that's excessive. That is excessive because you should get to an age where you understand like quality people, being able to not even just relate like sexual, intimate relationship, but even in friendship, like quality people. You can never put a price on quality people. I have never heard a person say, wow, I've met awesome people, but I would replace them with money. No. Money comes and goes, right? But how often in your lifetime can you say, I know quality people? You cannot put a price on quality people, whether it's friendship, business relationships, and like even romantic relationship, right? Because it's hard to find quality people. Money comes and goes, right? But to be able to say, in my life, I know at least like 5 people that are solid people, right? That's a blessing. That's really a blessing. Yeah, it's like food. Like, girl, who cares? Like, no one cares. And to a lot of people also don't even like sushi. Like, you know, Nobu is like, it's mostly sushi. Maybe they have steak up there, but it's like, okay, whatever. Who cares? It's food. Okay. And you probably even have smaller sushi restaurants that probably make even better sushi than they do at Nobu. Because sometimes the price point is not always everything. You have people who might even enjoy like tacos by the side of the street way more than eating in a fancy restaurant. Because once again, sometimes it's not the food you eat, it's not how much the food costs, but it's who you're enjoying the food with. So I hope that you get to a place where you recognize that there's more to life than money. Grow up. Yeah, grow up. Like, yeah. That is crazy.
I think, at the stage, I think this makes sense.
I'm
a little bit older now, so I'm like 35, and I'm like, oh, I wish I had someone to cuddle up with, and it gets a little bit lonely.
But that's the thing. I've got an answer for that as well.
What?
Me, my closest friend, Surrender.
Yeah.
If I feel like I want cuddles, oh babe, do you want to come over? We're gonna watch Netflix and binge watch something, and it's like we're snuggled up.
It's not the same.
It is the same
because it's not going to lead to anything.
You're nasty.
This is how they start lesbian relationships. So I don't want to be with a man, but if I ever need to cuddle, I'm gonna call my friends and you can come, we can cuddle together. This is how they start lesbian relationships. This is how they turn their friends into lesbians. Okay, like, no, I am not gonna cuddle with you, girl. You are weird. Get you a teddy bear. This is bizarre. Okay, and whoever her friend is, you stupid as hell, because when she travels the world, she goes by herself. But then when she needs cuddles because she wishes she had a man, then she call you. No, bitch. Take me to Spain and the spa. Then you could call me to cuddle with your goofy ass, okay? Take me to fucking Noble. Sandra, girl. What's your number, girl? Sandra, she be going to Noble by herself, sis. Next time she call you, you better make sure she fed you Noble. Imagine telling somebody that I eat Noble by myself, but when I need cuddles, I'm gonna call her. Sandra, you better ask for some Noble, girl. You better ask for some Noble. So you book Noble by yourself, knowing damn well Sandra is your cuddling partner. Sandra, if she don't take you to Noble, no more cuddles. No more cuddles. Stop taking advantage of people. Oh, I'm the type of girl to go to Noble by myself. I'm the type of girl to go to Noble by myself. And I'll sit there and I'll just eat up. Okay. Oh, but you know Sandra. Where is Sandra at? So when it comes time to go to Noble, Sandra gonna get invited. But when you wish you had men them, oh, you know, I guess I'll call Sandra. Oh, really? Because Sandra ain't got nothing going on with her life. Sandra, get you a man, Sandra. And send this girl to Do Not Disturb, okay? Send her the voicemail. Because, girl, I got me a man, just like you got your plate of Nobu. Okay? Imagine that. Me, if I was Sandra, I would feel some type of way. Like, what? Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Sandra, you better pick up the phone right now, Sandra. The girl just said she goes to Nobu and just eats it up. Okay? And you're not even invited. She told us, Sandra, she go to Spain at the spa. And you're not even invited. But when it's cold in the London town, when it's cold and rainy in the London town, and she's looking out the window and it's gray and rainy, she's like, oh, I wish I had a man. Oh, Sandra ain't doing shit. Let me call Sandra. No. Sandra, you better let her know I got me a man. Men's them, and there's 20 of them. Sandra, I'm cooking for my man. Okay? I'm cooking for the men them, and there's 20 of them. Sandra, make it make sense. Exactly. Vacations alone. Luxury vacations too, huh? Don't be inviting Sandra, right? But when it's time for Netflix, with her 15-pound subscription, $20 a month subscription, and some blankets. Did you even wash the blanket? Are they even Dior blankets? And my thing, we're going to sit there and snuggle. Girl, where is the food? What kind of snacks? And if she don't even have the audacity to buy you Cadbury candy, she buy them cheap-ass candy, and it's not even Cadbury. Oh, hell to the no. Sandra, you need to woman up. Okay? Sandra. No more, Sandra. If she's not feeding you Nobu, and she's not taking you out to eat, and if she's not taking you to the spa, okay, in Spain, no. ¿Qué dice? No más. No más. You better speak Spanish, Sandra, and you better say to her, no más. No más. No están tu novio. No eres tu novio. I am not your boyfriend. Okay? Sandra, you better ask for some equity. You better ask for some respect. Let me find out you go to Nobu by yourself, you go to Spain by yourself, and then when you over here and it's cold and it's rainy, then you think of me like I'm some goofy ass girl that ain't got nothing else going on but come to your house and cuddle with your goofy ass. You gonna put your makeup on my shirt. What the fuck is this? 5 pounds of makeup on your face on my damn shirt. Girl, don't touch me, girl. No. Sandra, you be like, girl, what you doing, girl? I'm with my mans and them. Like, oh, yes, I'm cooking for my man. Like, what? Yes, I'm mincing onions. I'm making rice. Yes. Mend them. Feed them. All them. Sometimes I wish I knew Nicki Minaj. That's a bar. Mend them. Okay? Feed them. All them. Then I love them. Okay? Don't play with me. She said, you are a moment of greater than men. At least men know how to fake this transaction. She wants lesbian cuddles for free. Exactly. Trying to turn Sandra into a lesbian. What the freak is this? What is this? Exactly. Oh my God. It's always cold. It's always cold, gray, and rainy in London. She must call Sandra over a lot. Exactly. How's that thing? But once the weather clears up, okay. Once the weather clears up, the sun's outside. She's like, ooh, no, by myself. Sandra not invited. When she booking flights, Sandra is not invited. When she booking spa sessions, Sandra is not invited. I don't like that. Sandra, you better stand up for yourself. Okay? Sandra, find you a man and send this girl to voicemail. Sandra, yes? What you doing? Cooking? Mend them and them. Feed them. All them. Okay? No more, Sandra. She takes advantage. She's taking advantage, Sandra. She is taking advantage. Because she should have said, you know what? I got my girl, Sandra. We eat together. We go to Nobu together. We ride outside. We're outside. We ride dirty in London town, right? I go to Spain with Sandra. And then when I need the cuddles, I call Sandra. I'm like, okay, cool. No, you do all the nice things. You do all the expensive things by yourself. And then you want to call Sandra when it's rainy and gray. And I'm like, ooh, do you even have Cadbury chocolate? Or is it the cheap chocolate? Okay, would you even order food? What kind of fancy food? Sandra, if you go there, Sandra, you better make her buy you some expensive food. I'm like, I can't do this. I can't do this. You better pay. You better make sure she pays for your Uber, because if she has you take the bus to come to her house, oh, it's a hell no. But anyway, Sandra, get you a man, okay? Because it's like she's trying to have you in the lesbian core. This ain't it. This truly is not it. We don't have time for this. We do not have time for this.
I want to be like, oh, come to snuggle, but really it's like, oh.
No, look at you. Look at you.
Oops, a daisy. And now here we are. It doesn't, I need the cuddles to have potential.
Yeah. But I feel like the guy that I'm going to end up with, he's going to have to grab, you know when your parents used to grab you like this? I feel like he's going to have to grab me by my collar and be like,
I am here.
Even when I think I've got a PhD in like pretending I don't know a guy's flirting with me.
You're just like oblivious. Like, oh my God.
They'll be like, yeah, because you look really nice today. I'll be like, oh yeah. And I walk away.
Have you ever approached a guy?
Girl, somebody give you a compliment is not somebody flirting with you. Like, grow up. A man tells you look nice means he's flirting with you. Girl, are you actually okay? Like, are you all the way there? People like this, I hate when people do that. Even guys will do that. Like, you'll give them a compliment and they think like, oh, it means like, oh, she's flirting with me. No, it's a compliment. You look nice. That's it. That's that. Like, you have to know how to distinguish between somebody giving me a compliment because you look good and somebody flirting. Like, somebody says, oh, girl, you look good. They ain't like, okay, like you look good. Like, you're really beautiful. That's a compliment. Now somebody saying like, girl, I hit that. Like, I don't know, whatever. Like, okay, that's somebody trying to flirt with you, right? But that's a compliment. Giving you a compliment does not mean that somebody is flirting with you. Nella, you are like giving narc. This is crazy. Like, that's insane. Like, that's not what flirting is. And I'm like, what the heck? And then when you leave, he doesn't follow through. Like, he was not flirting. He was just giving you a compliment. This is crazy. Yeah, she said, oh, he's going, like, he needs to grab her by her collar. Like, girl, these girls are not mature. I'm telling you, they're not mature. They are truly not mature. They are so immature. A man needs to grab me by my collar. For what reason? For what reason? Like, that's like, she's crazy. Like, she is really, really crazy. She is so crazy. Have I ever pushed her? Yes.
So I remember I went to Ibiza with my friend, yeah, and she was very much like, if you like her mentality, it makes sense.
Right.
If you like a guy, then you should go up and speak to him, because then if you only get moved to, you kind of just deal with what's given to you.
This is okay. I hear
so that was her mentality.
Okay,
so when she told me like that, like, it's true. Like, say I want a guy at this party, I cannot speak to him unless he wants to speak to me, and I'm too awkward to give you the eye.
Right.
So it's like,
okay.
So I remember I went up to a guy.
Do y'all see this? Do you see how incoherent? Oh, bye, Kevin. Love you, right? Do you see how incoherent she is? So first it's saying, oh, I don't see myself being with a man, like the boxes, the this, and that. The man's in my house. Okay. Now she's saying that she walked up to a man. Oh, I don't see myself. Oh, okay, Kevin, we'll be here, right? I don't see myself being with a man because of this, that. I can buy myself this. I can buy myself that. I don't need a man. Okay. Then she says to us also, what you say? Oh, I don't want to come home to all these guys in my house. I don't want to see boxes in my house. You know, when guys try to flirt with me, I just run for my life. And now she's telling us this is the same girl who doesn't want a man, that she walks up to men. So I saw this guy and I walked up to him. There are inconsistencies here. Which one is it? We see once again. The kind of guys that are approaching her seem to be the kind of guys she doesn't want. Just say that. But the kind of guys she wants, they don't really approach her. Say that, right? I told y'all, there's something fishy. There's something bizarre going on. So she has no issue with the man. She ain't got none, okay? The kind of guys she wants, they're not making moves towards her. The kind of guys she doesn't want, those are more likely the guys that are coming to her. And because she's not attracted, she's like, well, not doing it, right? Not doing it. So now her friend told her, well, if you don't like what's coming to you, then go towards what you want. So now she's going towards what she wants. So there's somebody out there that you're attracted to. That's what I said. Because when a woman is in love, she'll do all kinds of stuff. She will do all kinds of stuff. If things are triggering you because he's not the one. He's just not the one. He's just not the one.
Very attractive guy in I think it was like Ocean Beach or something.
Okay.
And as I was speaking to him, I just kept stuttering and I said, you know what my friends are calling me, and I left and I said, I'm never doing this again.
Oh no! What did you say when you went up?
I was like,
You see. So the guy was really attractive. So she walked up to him because most likely he wouldn't have walked up to her. Why? Because the guys that she likes, she's not their type. I told y'all, it ain't that hard. That's why people start having all these excuses. Oh, I don't really need a man because I need a man to buy. But that guy that you saw at that moment, right? Let's be for real, y'all. Let's be so honest, right? When you look at a guy, wherever she was, Ibiza, wherever she was, right? You don't know if he can afford your car. You don't know if he can afford this. You don't even know if he has a job. That's why I said when it came to what's that goofy girl's name? What's the lawyer's name? What's that girl's name, y'all? The lawyer, the bus driver lady. The light-skinned one. What is her name, y'all? And y'all have fixed my life. What is her name? And then y'all asked her if she would date a bus driver. What is her name? I think I also played a part in Ebony Williams. Okay. Remember when the and y'all said, would you date a bus driver? And she said, oh, it depends. It depends if he owns a bus company. I'm like, you're full of shit. You're full of shit. If that bus driver looks like Idris Elba, you're not gonna go on the date. Girl, shut the fuck up. If that bus driver looks like Boris Kojo, you're not gonna go on the date. If that bus driver looks like Morris Chestnut, you're not gonna do it. Girl, shut up. Shut up. Y'all just say these things because you don't want these ladies out here to see y'all like punks. Y'all full of it. If you see a bus driver and he looks like Idris Elba, you're not gonna go on that date. Please shut up. Whether he owns the bus, don't own the bus, right? Because even when you go places like a restaurant, a club, a lounge, I don't care, right? When you go places and you see a man, the first thing you see is how attractive he is. Is he even your type? You're not thinking about what job does he have? Is he making 6 figures? Wumpty wump wump. Nobody thinks like that. Nobody thinks like that, right? The first thing that you think about is like when you look at him, it's like, damn, he look good. That's it. Now, everything else, it will come later as you get to know him. But the first thing that goes through your mind is like, damn, he looks good. He's unattractive. He's too short, right? But if he's really the kind of guy that you're attracted to, right? You mean to tell me you're not going to go on a date with him because he doesn't make 6 figures? Yeah, right. Feed that to the birds. Go feed that to the birds. Go feed that to somebody who's like, child, please go give that to the migrants. Okay? Go give that to the migrants. And then for me, it's not for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, please. I'm like, I need to know what he looks like. That's what I would have said. What does he look like? Right? But if you see a bus driver, and imagine, let's say the bus driver is like, he's over 6 feet. Just the way like him driving, you can see his forearm. Like you can see like a big old forearm. And then he got a big arm coming through his little uniform. Okay? You're like, damn, that's a big arm. What the freak? Okay, and he got like big hands, he got a big wrist, he got like a big forearm, he got big muscles. You gonna be like, oh no, he drives a bus, so therefore I ain't gonna do it. You gonna do it, girl. You gonna do it, girl. You've done worse. You've done worse. Shut up. You have done worse. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. You at least gonna see. And if you like what you see, y'all might even have sex. Then you're like, not really, but it was nice though. Hey, don't play with me. Don't play with me. Go feed that to the migrants, okay? They're looking for food, okay? Don't do that. Don't play with me. Do not play with me. You hear me? I hate when these girls do that. Like, it's so damn stupid. When you're at that beach, when you saw that boy, the first thing that comes to your mind is, well, I'll buy my own car and I can take myself over here. No, you saw how good he looked. You couldn't even talk. Because that's how flustered his looks had you. And if that boy had said to you, Nella, come right here. You're like, who? Exactly. If that boy had said tonight, come meet me, you would have gone. Why? Because he looked good. You can't even talk, right? So you sit on this couch, I can buy my own car, I can buy this, because most dudes you see is unattractive. You understand me? Shut up. Shut up. If the kind of guy you met even walked right here on this interview, you would start talking on this microphone. Like, girl, I gotta go. Whew! It looking like my life. It looking like my blessing. It's looking like my prize has arrived. It looks like my prize has arrived. Shut up. Shut up. Y'all just say, these girls just say all kinds of BS on the internet. Say all kinds of BS. I had never, even me, like, When I met Jimmy, I was like, oh yeah, he needs to make some. No, I was like, oh shit, Jimmy's very attractive like that. He's tall. The only thing I was scared was like, okay, his age. Because when I saw his face, it didn't give the age. I was like, let me make sure he's not younger than me because I don't date younger people. So I'm like, give me your ID. So then he gave me his ID. Like, oh yeah, this sounds about right. Ooh, okay, that's it. That's it. But what woman is going to see a man who's extremely attractive and be like, oh, you know, he drives a bus. Girl, bye. Girl, bye. Gerard was jobless. Gerard didn't have no job. He was out here struggling. Mercy said, oh, yeah, because Gerard is tall, dark, nice hair. She said, oh, yeah, I got it. I got the money. Don't worry about it. Papi chulo. Okay, so go feed that to the migrants. People are crazy. These girls are crazy. They are insane. They are true. Man, they lie too much. They lie too much. It's insanity.
Okay. See, now will you give guys more grace when they come up to you now? No, it's hard.
What do you want? Like, what do you need? You know what I'm saying?
The worst one is though when they see you and then they slide in your DMs later on, like, oh, I saw you at an event.
Oh, I
earlier.
hate that. I hate that. Because why didn't you say anything?
It was better that you just came up to me.
Yeah, but then, yeah, if you're that shy, then you shouldn't speak to me.
But sometimes those are the best ones, the shy ones.
Shy guys.
Yeah.
You just boss them around. I would.
No, I think maybe a shy guy would be good for you, Nella. When you're ready to date, not now. Yeah, like a nice little one that she's like
not shy, but I like more not shy, but I get what you mean. I like more serious guys. Like I don't no class clowns. No, you're not allowed to make anybody laugh. Like
that's your role.
Do you know what I mean? Like I like very like those guys that are just like
no, Nella, no. Nella, no. Shall I tell you why? Because nonchalant guys are the worst.
Are they? I've never been with like
she didn't say nonchalant. She never said nonchalant. ZZ, you are so remedial, huh? I see why you get dragged every day. ZZ, they stay dragging her. She did not say nonchalant. She's saying she wants a man when he comes in the room, his presence alone, it talks for him. That's what she's trying to say. She didn't say nonchalant. Exactly. Like, you've seen guys like that. Like, they're so intimidating. Like, when they walk in the room, like, oh, shit. Men are the prize. There you go. That's it. She doesn't want a man. He talks too much. He's, like, super friendly. Like, she like the kind of guy, like, when he walks in quietly, like, his presence does all the talking. That's what she wants. She didn't say nonchalant. She never said that. You're putting words in her mouth. Your goofy self. Okay? That's what she wants. Now, she don't know how to get that man. Because all the ladies want that man. So it means it's competitive to get that man. So it's not money. It's not money. It ain't money. Money ain't gonna get you what you want. Money is not gonna get you that kind of man. Because that kind of man, he's not looking for a woman that has money. Because he's not gonna be the man to be submissive to a woman. You're not like, oh, blah, blah. And imagine a man like the kind of man she says she wants, like, oh, he walks in there, he just sits down and he's quiet. You think that kind of man gonna put up with a woman that comes in, comes out, no, she don't tell people where she going. She just leaves the house, don't tell people where she going. Girl, like, it's like half your brain immature and piece of your brain is sensible. Okay, make more of your brain sensible, and then like that little immature side, like the immature side, make it smaller, right? But that seems like a very mature person. So that kind of mature person, he's not gonna grab you by your collar. That's not how it works. That's toxic. Okay, that's low vibrational. That's low functioning behavior. A man that's that impressive, putting his hands on a woman, it don't match. Doesn't match. Right? And that kind of man also, he's not going to put up with a woman that just comes in inside the house. You come in, you come out. Don't tell people where you're going. You do whatever you want. He's not going to put up with that. Because when you go on that trip to Spain to be at the spa, by the time you come back, you've been replaced. Okay? He doesn't do chaos. Doesn't do chaos. So you see, it's a lot of maturity. And most likely she's not there. And most likely it's going to take her a long time to get there because given her audience, yeah, they like foolishness. So good luck on that. Good luck on that.
They're nonchalant guys. They're nonchalant in everything, in their emotions, in communicating. Everything is that. It's just like, yeah, you know.
But like in the movies, the nonchalant guys always got a big energy. Like,
behavior.
You see this? Big energy. You see? You heard her, right? She said so she wants someone that got the big peen energy. Did I not tell you that the guy from the podcast didn't have it? What I told you, right? Didn't I tell you? Y'all here, right? Y'all still here. Did I not tell you that the man that she was talking to, who asked her to be on the podcast, did I not tell you he didn't have it? Did I not tell you he didn't have it? I told you he's not hanging, he's not slinging. I told y'all this because I said if he had it, she would have been on the podcast and she would have gladly worn the t-shirt. Okay, I told you this. And now she's saying she wants a man that has big energy. Okay, so podcast dude, he didn't have it. He didn't have it. So that's why her mind still worked. Like, you know what? Why would I be the first one on your podcast when it's barely working? Right? But the guy, huh? Exactly. I tell you that you, okay. All right. So, exactly. I told y'all, if that boy had it, she would have been on the podcast and she would have worn the t-shirt. Okay. But because he didn't have it, her brain was still sensible. Right? Her brain was still working, right? She's like, okay, logic. If he had it, she'd be like, stupid. Yeah. These women, I told you guys, I said it's not what people say, it's what people don't say. Right? The vast majority of these women, when you listen to what they say, don't pay them no mind. Okay? Listen to what they're not saying, because then that tells everything. Make it make sense. Exactly. I told y'all. But if he had the big energy, she would have been on the podcast and she would have worn the t-shirt. It's my man's. Okay. All right. But he didn't have it. So she was still logical. Right? Because like I stated, when a woman is in love, we have seen what they are capable of. We have seen it. Okay. All right. Okay.
I don't have to say to you, like, if I was with like a serious guy, if he told me to sit down, I would.
Yeah, but you can have
it. You see this? How that even make sense? You see this? So everything she was saying on the start, it was just her trying to sell herself, put herself on a pedestal, hype the girlies up. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I don't need no man. Now she said if she met a serious dude and he told her to sit that black ass down, she sure would sit down. So Sandra, she wouldn't be calling you for the cuddles. Okay? My. You okay? They're all, like, these girls are so easy to read. She said, oh, if I met the man, a serious man, and he told me to sit down, I would. Okay? There you go. So the guy she's been with, she doesn't respect him because that's not what she wants. That's what she can get. She knows what she wants. She knows the kind of man she wants. She just doesn't know how to get him yet. There you go. Okay? And for that man, she will sit her ass down. Okay? She would even do a podcast. And she would wear the t-shirt. Okay? Believe me. Yes. Okay? Let's do it again, right? Let's start over.
See, now will you give guys more grace when they come up to you now? No, it's hard.
What do you want? Like, what do you need? You know what I'm saying?
The worst one is though when they see you and then they slide in your DMs later on, like, oh, I saw you at the event.
I hate that. Because why didn't you say anything?
It was better that you just came up to me.
Yeah, but then, yeah, if you're that shy, then you shouldn't speak to me.
But sometimes those are the best ones, the shy ones.
Shy guys.
Yeah.
You just bust them around. I would.
No, I think maybe a shy guy would be good for you, Nella. When you're ready to date, not now. Yeah, like a nice little one that she's like
not shy, but I like more not shy, but I get what you mean. I like more serious guys. Oh, like nice. I don't no class clowns. No, you're not allowed to make anybody laugh. Like
that's your role.
Do you know what I mean? Like I like very like those guys that are just like
no, Nella, no. I'll tell you why, because nonchalant guys are the worst.
Are they? I've never been with like nonchalant
guys. They're nonchalant in everything, in their emotions, in communicating. Everything is that. It's just like, yeah,
But like in the movies, the nonchalant guy always got a big dick energy. Like
behavior.
I don't have to say to you, like if I was with like a serious guy, if he told me to sit down, I would.
Yeah, but you can have like you don't want a nonchalant, you want a chalant guy.
We're making things up.
No,
see, women. I
want you to be chalanting.
Oh, chalant.
That's a word. I don't know. I've just made it up just now, but I want the person to be chalanting. I want them chalant hard. I don't want anything to do with nonchalant guys. I don't want it at all. Not even a little bit.
That's just what we need. Yes.
That's it. I feel like
chalant.
Yeah. So,
anyways, moving on. Let me show y'all this clip. Okay. Let me show y'all this clip.
Up or heart. Just to let me know that it's real. But let's waste some more time. Let's roll the clip. Oh, you know what that was? Oh, that doo-doo, man.
this is why so much of the blame get blamed on women. Let's take just the last 40 years. This batch of niggas that's out right now was predominantly raised by single black mothers. Okay? These niggas these emotional ass niggas, the ones that popping y'all in the face, the ones y'all call sassy, the one who always in female business, are products of single women. Okay, these ain't the 2-parent household niggas. This is y'all work. So if y'all had a problem with the 2 household niggas and you got a problem with these niggas, who you gonna put the blame on this time?
It sounds like you just doing what the video just said niggas be doing. What is you talking about?
Yeah. Listen,
you're blaming women. You're proving her sentiment right now.
When we talk about these single mother households, the conversation about single mother households be exhausting because in real life, they're not single mother households. They're fatherless households. The mother chose to stay there to raise that child.
She did it again. She always do it. So she's been doing this back then and she's doing it now. She is going to always bring up that women stayed. They didn't leave the guy. She's pretending like majority of men literally are Rolling Stones. She believed they go out and say that they're going to get cigarettes and never come back. That's majority of men to her. I don't know where she got this logic from, but it's so disturbing.
Okay. I'm over the whole single mothers raise horrible people conversation.
Okay, so can I ask a question?
Let her finish. Hold on, because her mic
let me rebuttal back to it.
Please let her finish.
Randy, you cannot. Okay, these are motherless a household with only mothers and fatherless households, right? You can't imitate nothing. Okay, all this bad shit that you see going on in the community, it had to be seen, then imitated. If your daddy wasn't there, how could you pick up on his bullshit?
That's true.
Hold on. If there's nothing, if he didn't pick up on the bad shit from the daddy, who the fuck got it from?
Society. When you have music saying that, do these drugs, your friends, these niggas, bang, 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 all on the hood, and you have a mother that's working 14-hour shifts, society is raising these motherfuckers to be bad, bro.
So the rappers aren't black and they weren't children. Where did they get the behavior from? Because you just pointed out the older person who was all.
Did you hear what he said? He said if the daddy wasn't there, how did he pick up? I cannot. Oh, his accent is too funny. He cracked me up. He said if the daddy wasn't there, then how did he pick up on his daddy's BS? How about that? So then Randy said society. These two are crazy. They are crazy. They are crazy. These people, oh y'all, I laughed at this one. This clip was stupid. I don't even know how he gets these clips. He said if the daddy wasn't there, because you say it's a fatherless household. So then he said, but the daddy wasn't there. Where does she learn all this? She said society. She don't want to say it's the mother. Randy, you were stupid. These people are insane. They are insane.
Also raised by a single mother. Where did that older person?
You had this conversation without saying, oh yeah, single mothers in their household, they raise horrible kids anyway. No, bro, back to the conversation at hand. Okay. The conversation at hand was her saying men always blame women opposed to leading. Is there any truth in what's being said there? That's it.
Listen, the whole problem is when y'all tell us that we are partners and we shoulder to shoulder and we do equality, but when it comes time to take the blame, y'all ain't never stepping up for that. Okay?
That's true.
I'm gonna tell you about men. There's always another man that's gonna police a man. Okay? I can't beat on nobody because another man will come and intervene. Mm-hmm. Name a group of women or organization that'll stop women from doing other bullshit.
Mm-hmm. So you think we don't
think
accountable? I think that we hold each other accountable. I think that you want us to do.
I don't. I think
old dog, old tricks. I didn't even have to pause it. I'm just triggered because she believes she holds women accountable.
She doesn't.
Old dog, Old tricks.
When a pro athlete from a single mother household makes it to the league, they're like, look at this single mom. She was great. This nigga is the king dingaling. But if that mother crackhead, they like it's because of daddy wasn't there.
Yes, absolutely. And as someone who was raised in a single mother household, I don't understand the narrative of asking about the absent father when I can't, again, if his presence isn't here, he does not have an influence on me. If society is raising my child, that means the mother is failing because she should be raising her child, not society. So she has access, she controls the access to what her child has access to, at least in the home. So this idea of blaming the father, he's not there. So
thank you, Pam.
Yeah, he's being blamed because he left.
You know why I'm playing this? Because it goes back to Nella's point about how their mom like had a good life in Brussels, but she left Brussels and pretty much brought them to London to suffer. Right. So this young lady here, Cameron, that's why not for him. I'm playing this for Cameron. I don't know where he got this clip, but I saw this through him. But Cameron, I like what she had to say, which is why I think a lot of women don't want to admit to themselves is that it's not easy. And most are not going to be successful. Okay. Most women are not going to be successful doing that. And we saw that with like Nella's situation. Like if you guys had a great life in Brussels, y'all should have stayed there. Right? If you had guys that could afford your mom all these nice things and she didn't want to marry them simply because she didn't want to have to cook for a man, even though she's going to eat the food herself, that's crazy. And then you guys have to suffer and just eat sardine and bread every night? Nah, that's insane.
Right. So let's have this conversation. What you're saying is he's not there, so he can't influence. Him not being there is a lack of influence, and that's the problem. You don't see that issue?
Okay. What's mentally wrong with y'all? So what y'all are trying to say is this: if the father is not there and the mother is the only one with the kid, and then that kid loves McDonald's and that mother loves to give their kid McDonald's, that child is now over there looking like Kirby. You're gonna blame the father?
Yes.
Oh, are y'all just trying to say that women are grown children as well? Because that would be true. I can't blame a child for watching a child and then that child become crazy. Yeah. Blaming a child and child is kind of wild. But so are y'all saying grown women are children? Would y'all blame the mother if the father was with the child and the child became terrible? You know why you probably can't blame them? Because the children don't usually end up terrible. The stats show that they're technically like almost the same thing as a father and a mother together. What is this?
Again, again, because this is my personal background, I can agree that yes, not having a father is a detriment in a child's life, absolutely. But when we go from the point of raising the child, you blame the person that raised the child, not the person that was not there. Because again, yes, that is one trauma that I don't have a father, but any trauma that I experience in my life is due to whoever my mother left me around, whoever my mother put in charge of me, whoever my mother allowed around me, not him. Now, in the absence of a father, yes, I'm very sure that there are things that he could have protected me from. And you know why I agree with what Cameron is saying too, right? If we go back to Mercy, like the other sis that was commenting on the whole Mercy thing, right? Mercy had her daughter around Gerard. You know, she's fighting Gerard and she intentionally holds the baby. She's holding the baby. She's holding the camera. Like right now, who's causing the trauma? Is it Nandi or is it Mercy? It's Mercy, right? Gerard has his camera wide open. Her camera's open. And then she puts the baby there. She takes the diaper off, exposes her daughter's private parts while Gerard's holding the camera. You know what I'm saying? In front of Gerard, you change the baby. In front of him and the camera, you change the baby, right? And then it's like, and then he puts that on the internet. Like, this is crazy. So if tomorrow the young lady has trauma, who are we going to blame? Are we going to blame Nandi or are we going to blame Mercy? We're going to blame Mercy. We're going to blame her. And I think that's the part they don't want. Like, these ladies don't want to hear like, oh, I'm to blame because my kids didn't turn out right. Yes, you are. Now, it could be that you meant well. Then that's fine. But even your good intentions did not create a good product. Because raising even one child alone is incredibly hard. And that's the part that Randy doesn't want to hear. But I guess she got to sell tickets, though. So, you know what I'm saying? She got to sell tickets to her show. So she doesn't want to hurt these people. Right? And that's the problem with, like, when you live off of social media, when you make money from your audience, right?
to some extent, you're held captive because you can't say things that are offensive to them, because if they get mad, they're not going to buy your tickets, right? And that's why you should, like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, you got to be very careful, because you can turn into a liar because you're thinking about your bills and you're not thinking about what needs to be said, because the kids also have to be taken into account. But when there are children involved, we have to be truthful. We got to be truthful. Some parts you can blame the dad, but the vast majority of it is going to be on you, because you had full custody of that child. So if you know that you're not going to be successful, especially with boys, right? I say, I'm like, at a certain age, the mamas has to be okay and let the boys go live with his dad, because it's not going to end well. It is not going to end well. And a lot of times too, when I see these young boys who are like gay, effeminate, whatever, usually they were raised by a woman. And I wonder if that doesn't play a part in the young man, you know, being in the Rainbow Coalition. Like, if he was raised by his dad, would he have been like this? Even if he was gay, would he have been like that, like extreme with it? Right? I wonder, because there's different flavor of gayness, right? You have men who are gay, like Walter. Walter is gay, but he's extremely masculine. And then you have like the whole like drag queen type of gay, which to me is like the extreme, right? But I'm like, you can be gay and be centered. You don't have to be all this, like, you know what I'm saying? But some boys are like that. And so sometimes I wonder if it's not because of their mom. You know what I mean?
And other things like that. And that's why a father is necessary.
Before make all the decisions on her own, if your father was there being a man.
Gentlemen, what brings me to my next point. Don't smoke crack.
Well, here's the flip side.
So
Here, hold on. Here's the flip side.
Just the same question I posed to my mother: why would you allow a boy to get you pregnant? Because again, this is a mentality to abandon your children. So that's not a man.
You wouldn't be here. Why would you ask your mother that?
I'm sorry.
You would not be here had she not. So for you to be like, you shouldn't have had sex with a boy, now you wouldn't exist.
Who the fuck you talking to? What did that mean? Sweet Jesus. That's like a grown man who was only on this earth because his mother got raped. You're saying he can't say nothing about that guy because without that guy, he wouldn't be here on this earth. That's what you just said, Miss Triggered. Be kind. Shut up. How about you shut your mouth? Oh, God, you and that goddamn perm on your head. This is all microphones. Microphones.
I mean, agree. I mean, it's a high conversation.
I just feel like that's a little much to ask your mom that when she gave you life. Like,
I mean, you can say that,
but just because that's the gaslighting that they do in the Black community. I hate that stuff, right? Just because my mom gave me life, I can be grateful and still be like, girl, you should have made sure it happened a different way. Right? Oh, well, she gave me life, so it doesn't really matter how she did it. No, it kind of does, right? Because now it affected both of us. So, just be grateful and shut up. No, because the way she conceived me led to me having a certain life. Had she done things better, maybe I wouldn't have been born. Or if it was still me, it would have been me in a whole different, healthier predicament. But is it okay to bring babies into chaos and then to cause the babies to suffer? No. Right? Because she's right. If you sleep with a man and he leaves, then he was never ready to be a man. So how come you didn't vet him properly? She makes a lot of sense. She makes a lot of sense. Why he leave? Why did he leave you and me? So he wasn't ready. How come you didn't know he wasn't ready? Okay. This is like, I'm like, oh, Cameron had time for them. Like, they all got so triggered and she stayed so calm. I'm like, good for you, Cameron.
Hold on, y'all.
So it's my personal experience, and that right there is my point. Everybody assumes that every single mother does her job, does 110%, and does what she's supposed to do. Q literally works with children that are abusing. You're not going to tell me, Q, and you can attest to that. These children are being abused in homes with single mothers. And in the times that is because the women are not taking care of their children. Every single mom is not doing above and beyond. That's your story. No, but that's what I'm saying. That's not just.
That's not her story. She just said Q. You mean that's her and Q story, and then that's all the other people who agree with her story. That's you about to say, Randy, you're foolish.
My story. That's actually more the majority of single parents. No. The writing. Most single moms are not doing everything.
Like, how often do we hear that a Black child was murdered because the mom left their baby with her boyfriend? I saw a story recently. This Black child was murdered because the lady left her baby with a new boyfriend. Y'all, you look at that boyfriend like, what the heck? Why would you trust this person with your baby? right? And I remember there was one post, like, I can't find the video, but there was one thing with Shiraza Ali, and she was like, yeah, that these women will leave their babies to pretty much anybody. And like, I'm starting to see that. But how many Black children have gotten murdered because the mama chose to leave the boyfriend with the baby because she had to go to work? Make it make sense. Like, what? Why is he not working? And sometimes you look at these boyfriends like, you looked at his head and you say, yep, it looks like he can take care of a baby, right? That is ridiculous. And for as much as they talk about those sisterhood, how come you can't call anybody in your sister to say, oh, I got to go to work? Is it okay if you watch my baby? At least make sure that you put your baby in the hands of a woman. No, they will leave these babies with men. They will leave these babies with men they barely know. So it's like, it's okay. Like, I get it. Oh, I don't want people attacking women. I get that. But you also have to say, you know what? Some girls are not doing their job. And so those girls, you have to talk to them, right? You can be a defender of women and still be like, you know what? I'm not going to be completely foolish and act as if every single mother is out here doing her best. No, some are intentionally reckless. Some are doing their best and their best is not good enough. Maverick, let me go see. My sister came. Right? And some are just not. So it's like, you got to be honest with yourself. Little person.
One mic. We got to do one mic.
Because the reality is, most single mothers are not doing everything they can. I have found very few real life single moms that are able to offer their children, and they are great mothers. But the great,
y'all hear Maverick? Let me go get that little boy. Child, But like, even with Maverick though, I'm gonna say this: like James is not really good with like small babies. Like he really is not. Like now he'll have Maverick more because he's he's messing with him. Jimmy, are you messing with him? Is he? So like you see, that's why I can sit here like longer. Because the other bit with Jim, like my sister will come, right? But I'm like, when he was like, when the babies are tiny, like Jim's not good with them. Like 7 months, 8 months, like when they can do a little bit more about themselves, like have a bottle, then he's a lot better, right? But I'm like, you can't leave a little baby with a grown man, especially that's not even his child. That's not even he has no connection to that child. Right? You can't expect him to have mercy and empathy and care. Like you barely know this boy. How can you leave a random person to just watch the baby? And every time the babies end up dead. But there are a lot of babies who end up dead because the mamas give the baby to just random people. There are a lot of children who end up molested because the mama put the babies in the wrong people's care. So yes, a lot of these girls are clowns. A lot of these girls are reckless. They don't treat these babies. Oh, that's an extremely like delicate package. I gotta be extremely careful, right? Many of them are not careful. You know what I'm saying? No, Fumi, what Lena is saying, something like when they're little and they cry like this, to a lot of men, they can just shut down. Like I see what James do, right? But a mom can be like, oh, calm down, little baby. You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay, right? Because when they're like little tiny, like it's a lot when they're tiny, right? But when they're a little bit older, like 8 months, 9 months, like it's a lot easier. Now, the thing is, when it's not, because if it's the dad, okay, that's his blood. But when it's not even his blood, the baby is crying. The baby has a wet diaper. The baby has this, like, you barely know this boy. He's not going to have empathy and love and care for that child. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll even see people like who date girls and they'll call their son, oh, this little ninja. I'm like, he's referring to a child as a ninja, right? That is crazy. That is crazy. How can you leave your baby you know what I'm saying? How can you leave your baby in the care of somebody who calls even a baby a ninja? Like, are you insane? Are you insane? And then you go to work. Why can't you call your mother? Why can't you call your sister? Why can't you call your girlfriend? Like, why can't you call somebody? Do not leave this baby with this man. You barely know this man. But you leave your baby with a boyfriend and then you go to work. What makes you think you're gonna come home and see this child? You know what I'm saying? Exactly, a baby that is not his. So it's like, okay, what's her name? Randy? Okay, sure. You wanna fight for women, but you also have to admit that some women are awful. They're awful mothers. They're not good. They're just not nice. You can't do that.
Great single mothers that I know are not the majority. Absolutely not. Do you see what these kids go to? The majority of these kids are in regular public schools. They're not in extracurricular activities. They barely have food in their homes. Their mothers are on 7 and 8.
schools, they're bad people. You said the majority of these kids go to regular public schools, baby. Some of us live in good neighborhoods where public schools.
You see, Randy rather get upset and get triggered than to listen to what she's saying. Cameron is not saying every single mom, single mother is a horrible person. This is not what she's saying, y'all. Did she say that? So why? Look how triggered she is. Did she ever say that all mothers, like every single mother, every single mom is a bad mother? Like if you're a single mom, you're just horrible. You're the worst person ever. You're just an awful, awful person. She had never said that. She had never implied that. She had never said that. What she's saying is when a woman is a single mom, you know, the odds of the baby doing well are really slim. Okay? The odds of the baby doing well are really slim, right? The odds of him or her being in like after school and this and that, it's very slim. So you, Randy, you can be honest, like, you know what? I see your point of view, right? No, you're mad. You snap your neck. Like, girl, you're doing too much. You're doing too much. You know, and that's the problem. It's like y'all want to be so team women that you don't say, you know what? Some women are really good, but the ones that are not doing well, we definitely have to talk to them, right? So we can have better outcome because we want these kids to do well. It's like, no, like, look how mad she is.
Schools actually offer quality education. What's wrong?
That's not the majority of
regular.
It's not regular. Yeah, he's right.
Below a 5 out of 10 in the scoring of greater schools. So my point is, majority of public schools are not great schools. So
you lost again, Randy. You should stop talking. You should stop talking and stop holding that face, making you look like a troll. You're like a troll doll, how you keep holding your face.
All I'm saying is the majority of single mother households are not thriving households. They're surviving households. And if you came from that, you would understand that that's the majority of our circumstances, not thriving.
But even the shot at saying that you guys are going to public school versus going to private school, a single mother
is part of what I said. That's one part of what about the living conditions?
And that's the one part I'm speaking right now.
You yourself
speaking on.
You have to speak on everything.
You said the mom was working 40 hours a week, right? If she's working these 14-hour shifts and society is raising her child, what do you think that child is getting into? That's not a conducive household for a child. It's a conducive environment.
That's what I was saying in regards to judging the mother for sending her child to public school when she probably can't afford private school. I understand that that your experience is what it is. And I'm sorry that it was certain shortcomings that you went through. But what I am saying is that it's a little bit of things that you're saying that just don't align, in my opinion.
You said nothing. You just said a bunch of words and then just said you don't agree, while she is stating you things that everybody else understands, except for those, my fault. Everybody with any goddamn common sense understands. That's what's triggered her.
Yes. Is there people that can do better in parenting? Absolutely. People drop the ball in parenting all the time. Even the best of parents, your child is going to have something to heal from. But to sit here and say like,
is so remedial. So Randy, if you can recognize that even when there are two parents, people can drop the ball, then what are we going to say about when there's just one parent? You see, and that's how we know you're pandering, right? If you recognize that even with two parents, the drop can be the ball can be dropped with two parents, right? There's still a chance that a ball could be dropped, right? With two parents. So then what are we going to say about just one parent? Right? If two parents can miss the mark, it's going to be easier for one parent. It don't make sense, Randy. And that's what we're saying, that you're pandering because you got to sell tickets. That's you're intellectually dishonest. You got to stop doing that. It's not okay. As Jimmy will say, you're willfully ignorant. You have to stop doing that, right? It's okay to say, you know what? I believe that most single moms are not bad people. I think the vast majority of us believe that most single moms are not bad people. You can't just say that. Being a single mother does not automatically make you a witch, a demon, an evil person. Nobody's even saying that. People are saying it's going to be harder. It's going to be harder, right? It's going to be harder. And because it's going to be harder, when there are gaps, it's going to be society that fills in those gaps. Now, what part of society, only God knows. Hopefully, it's a good part, but unfortunately, it'll be the foolish stuff, right? But if two parents can mix the mark, then what are we going to say about just one parent, especially a woman? Well, especially if she's raising sons. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is really, really crazy, right? But the numbers don't lie. Even the atrocities we see, they don't lie. But very often, these girls don't even have babysitters, don't even have somebody to watch the baby. They'll tell a boyfriend to watch the baby. Next thing you know, he murdered the black baby. The baby's just dead. And sometimes they even touch the baby and then they kill the baby. You know, almost every week now, there's some baby that was left for the boyfriend and the boyfriend has slaughtered the child. And I always say, like, what was her sisterhood? Like, why didn't she have anybody she could call? This is crazy. Why are you leaving a baby with a man? And that's not even his child. You go for like an entire 8-hour shift plus commute, like almost 10 hours. You gonna trust a boyfriend with your baby for 10 hours. Where is your family? And my thing is also, like, when you're a single mom too, like, you need to, if you have a bad attitude, you got a bad temper, you might want to fix that. Because you're gonna need your family. So you should know how to talk to people, how to be friendly with people. You should know how to have great communication skills with your family so your family can help you out. The moment you have kids and you by yourself, you can no longer be sassy, mean, full of attitude because you need your family's help. You need their help. Even like your I guess your in-laws, like the guy who got you pregnant, if he has a good family, you might want to be friends with them too, huh? Because you'll need their help. But I think sometimes the reason why they have the boyfriend watch the kid because they don't even get along with their own family. Because otherwise, you could have dropped that child at his grandmother's house. Right? But a lot of these girls, too, don't know how to talk to people. Don't know how to make peace with people. Right? It's a real thing. But you can't leave a baby with a boyfriend. That's not his child. That's not his blood. What are the odds of a grandmother killing her grandbaby? Yeah. You see? They do all kinds of foolishness like this. You see this? They don't care because many of them don't want to be mothers. It's the child support or it's just a control thing, right? If you don't want that child, if the daddy wants the child, let the daddy have that child. But I think sometimes because of society, oh, I'll be a bad mother, so I got to have custody. You don't really have to. If you're not going to love this child, if you're going to make this child's life miserable, or you want this child to die, but you don't really have the courage to say it, just let the child live with the baby, the mom, the daddy, or maybe let your parents adopt the baby, or maybe let your sister adopt the baby. Or maybe put your child up for adoption because you don't want the child. You know, don't feel like you have to keep the baby because society might call you a bad mother. Maybe you are a bad mother, but it's better to be a bad mother than a killing mother. Right? Because some of y'all not, like some of these girls are not ready to be moms. They don't want to be moms. They don't want to do it. They truly do not want to do it. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to do it. So don't do it. Because if you're going to do something and do a horrible job, and traumatize a child, scar a child, even have a child get killed in the process, we'd rather you give up the baby. Give up the child. Do things the right way. You don't want this child. Or better yet, let the daddy have the child. Or even if your mom don't want it, maybe his mother wants the baby. So why are you being mean? Let the people who want the baby have the baby. Don't just keep the baby for child support. Don't just keep the baby because you don't want people to look down on you. Girl, if that baby dies, we're going to look down on you regardless. But at least we might look down on you, but the baby's alive. You know what I'm saying? But how can you go get a BBL and you're not even making sure that your child is safe? Like you just leave your child with random people because having a fat ass means more to you than taking care of your kid? Like that's crazy. That is crazy. Still boy obsessed. Right? And there are a lot of girls out here who want to run the streets. Go ahead, run the streets. You know, one thing I've come to realize is that I'm like, yo, like, you know, I often speak about men not having sexual discipline, but I'm starting to realize that a lot of girls today don't have sexual discipline because they started having sex so young. They're a hot mess. A lot of girls today, too, do not have sexual discipline. It's not even just the boys. You have girls out here that are crazy. You know what I mean? They're sex crazy. They're boy crazy. It's like, yeah, if you want to run the streets, run the streets. Just let somebody responsible have the child. You can give your mom the child. You can give your you can give the other grandmother the child. You can give the man his child, right? Or you can put the child up for adoption because obviously you don't want to raise this child and you hate the child because you feel like this baby is like shackles on you. You don't want to be a mom. You don't want to be a mom. You know what I'm saying? And people need to be honest with themselves. Like you don't want to be a mom. You don't want to do it. Don't want to do it. You're going to risk your life for a BBL because you want to attract some goofy ass dude. Because what kind of woman attracts a quality man with a BBL? Okay? Foolishness.
Like, oh, the vast majority of single black mothers are trash damn near. That to me is goofy. I don't agree with that. Period.
No one cares.
I agree with.
Can I okay, so I just want to know, when people have this sentiment, I want you to show me single mothers that you know that are thriving with their children. When I mean thriving, I don't mean just
you want many.
Because again, the sentiment, again, let me finish. The sentiment that I'm speaking on is the quality of life for the children. We understand that missing a parent is already a detriment. The first thing that I said is, why pick a man that is incapable of the responsibility of being a father? That's the first thing. But that's the hindsight conversation, because the kids are
like asking,
moving forward. So then moving forward in that conversation, let's talk about how she's raising that child. What is this child's quality of life? Most women are literally paycheck to paycheck. How are you living a good quality of life, giving that child what they need? Because children need a lot. Everybody says that they're expensive.
No matter what that single mother does, she's not going to ever amount to what it is you're expecting her to amount to. No matter what she does, no matter what.
Now, Randy, stop being remedial, right? Even if Cameron has excessive standards, but there is a minimum standard financially to give a child a decent life, right? Now, the question is, on average, are most single Black mothers capable of even meeting that standard of life financially for a child, let alone multiple children? And the answer is no. And that's why you're triggered, because you know the answers, right? If the vast majority of single moms were out here thriving and just, exceeding, and their kids were just exceeding, you would not be this triggered, right? You wouldn't be this triggered. You would laugh it off like, oh, you're crazy, because you would have the data, you would have the numbers, you would not be triggered. But the fact that you're triggered, it means you know it's right. And you just don't like the fact that it's being said out loud. That's it. That's it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's right, but because you are hell bent on deceiving people, you don't want it to be said out loud. But there's like, we're not going to say, oh, if you're a single mom, you got to be a multimillionaire. Heck no. But what we're saying is, there is a financial standard for a child to be raised comfortably. Or on average, can most single, or are most single mothers giving their children that minimum standard? No, they're not. No, they are not. And when children are raised in poverty, it causes trauma. It causes trauma. Okay? Exactly. It, like, you know what I'm saying? A girl, it causes trauma. And that we can admit to. We can admit to that. There is a standard. Everybody should think about, okay, if I have a child, like, what is the standard of life I want to give my child? You know what I mean? There is a standard. Like, we just heard Nella said that her mom moved 4 people into a tiny bedroom in somebody else's house. And that her mom had to wait until nighttime to go grocery shopping because she couldn't afford much. Then every night they had to eat bread and sardines. It's traumatic. So now you see Nella grew up and she thinks everything and all, it just stops with money. Money this, money that. Because it's trauma. It's trauma from growing up in scarcity. So she measures everything through money, to the point that she's like, oh no, people don't matter. Only money does, right? Because it's trauma. It really is trauma. It's a lot of trauma. Poverty causes people trauma. It traumatizes people. You know what I'm saying? And it's a real thing. It's a real thing. But there needs to be we all have to be like, okay, there's a standard. There's a financial standard. Even education-wise, right? In this day and age, I think any mom should at least have a high school degree plus maybe 2 years of college, something. But if all you have is a high school degree, don't be anybody's mama. It's not fair. It's not fair to that child. You ain't smart enough. You're not smart enough. Right? Would you even want to be like, if you had a mother, would you want your mother to only have a high school degree? No, you would not. So don't do that. Don't give that to somebody else. Don't give that to somebody else. That's insanity. Don't give that to somebody else. Like, I would not want my mom to only have a high school degree. So if all you have is a high school degree, you better get on birth control. You better get on birth control. Right? And I feel like we got to have a hard conversation with women. It's like, oh yeah, a man left, a man didn't leave. Girl, that's too much talking. Right? At the end of the day, you need to know how to, have better vagina management. Because there's always a chance somebody could leave you. Even a job. There's always a job that there's always a chance that the job could fire you. You got to be able to count on yourself, right? So if you can't count on yourself, that tells you everything you need to know. Get on birth control. Get on birth control. Okay? Like it sure is. It sure is. But if all you have is a high school degree, you definitely need on birth control. You're not fit to be somebody's mama. You're not fit to be somebody's mama. What kind of life are you gonna give this person? With a high school degree? No, you need to be on birth control. If a young man only has a high school degree, why are you allowing this man to come into your body with no condom? Why are you allowing this man to do whatever in your club? Like, don't show up my club. He only has a high school degree. You know, girls also got to have standards. Women also got to have standards for the men who get them pregnant. You got to have standards. Why do you let just random people with random education and weird ass family backgrounds get you pregnant? What about this man is giving stability? Okay. No, because a lot of girls do not have sexual discipline. You don't have sexual discipline. You don't know how to manage your lady part like you got some sense. Treat your lady part like it's a bank. Okay. Treat it like a bank, like an expensive bank. Okay. Well, he's right here, right? But that don't make no sense though.
What she does, no matter what she provides, no matter how she shows up for that child, no matter how good she is for that child, to that child, no matter what activity, whatever that child does, that's not going to be enough for you. And
you're like, you see, lazy, mediocre. She is, Randy, you are lazy, you are mediocre, you're unambitious, and you have bad faith. Like intellectually, you have bad faith. Like Marlene, I wouldn't even engage in any debate with your ass. You have bad faith. Oh, but what's the point of even trying? Because no matter what I do, shut up, girl. That's the whole point of life. We try anyways. And you don't do what you're supposed to do because you wait for praises. You do what you're supposed to do because that's the right thing to do. Right? But you're a lazy person. You are intellectually mediocre. Okay? And you are the kind of people who give advice to other Black women. Shame on you. Shame on you. Right? It's like saying, oh, what's the point of making your bed? Because you're going to go right back in there. Because it's knowing how to live. Oh, what's the point of even cleaning your house? Because it's going to get dirty anyways. What's the point of washing dishes? Because they're going to get dirty anyways. Girl, are you hearing yourself talk? You're a grown ass, right? You talk like a child. Oh, what's the point of even like cleaning your bathroom? Because they're going to get dirty anyways. What's the point of even like brushing your toilet? Because it's going to get dirty anyways. We know that, but we still do it because you still got to live somewhere clean, right? Oh, you don't wash your dishes. What you gonna do when you need more dishes? Go buy more dishes, right? You have to make your bed. You have to do your laundry. Okay, certain things are repetitive. Yeah, it's gonna be dirty all over again, but it's life. I'm like, you're so lazy. Like you are. I'm like, she was so triggered. Like you're so lazy. You are so lazy. That's life. That is life. Okay, so what's the point of taking a shower? All I'm gonna do is sweat anyways because you have to be clean. The freak. That makes no sense. Ivy, what you up to?
That to me is wicked coming from a Black woman.
Oh, that see, now she want to gaslight you, like weaponizing your complexion. Girl, shut up.
That meant nothing. That meant nothing what you just said. All you did was try to dismiss what she was saying because you didn't have the answers, Sway.
Exactly.
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway.
That's all that meant. Randy, I'm pretty sure because you don't hear very well, you don't have Q-tips. You should clean your ears, brush your teeth, do a bunch of things that's supposed to help you with your hygiene, and sit down. I don't even know how you get put in these conversations. Where did Randy even come from? Because she's just wrong all the time.
You're basing that off of what you're saying is based off of my personal experience, but even statistics.
Off of the blanket statement that you said about Black mothers, off of your personal experience, is wicked as to me. And it's
so what part of what I said is lame?
Period.
What part of what I said is lame? Because we all validated your experience, even though you don't even come from a single parent household, yet you spoke on it. And
I told you, I apologize that your experience was what it was.
I mean, you don't have to apologize. This is the reality of the Black community of children.
You need
like this.
some love and some care.
Anton literally said the majority of our children are from single mothers. It's not my reality.
You assumed every single black mother didn't give it. And I'm going to stand 10 toes for all the single black mothers I know. I know some good single black mothers.
And that's great. So do I. But
So you thought you could do to women what you would do to a guy and say, who hurt you? Was that your who hurt you thing to a lady? That's wild. Everyone can do that to Randy when it comes to guys. Everybody.
And and this is like Mavi, hold on. That's the problem with like women like what's that girl's name? Randy, right? Women like Randy are the reason why so many black women today, unfortunately, are emotionally crippled. You understand? Like a woman like Randy is extremely toxic because a woman like her is the reason why so many black women, especially when their mothers are, will be emotionally crippled. A single critique, they spiral out of control. They spiral to a different orbit, right? Because a girl like her makes it okay for you not to have self-awareness. She makes it okay for you not to take any accountability. She makes it okay for you to be blaming the father of the child even 10 years after the fact, 15 years after the fact, right? It's extremely dangerous. Okay? Because she has to sell tickets. She learned from Ace Metaphor. She got to sell tickets to her show, right? So she knows. If I keep these women emotionally crippled, they will keep coming to me. Right? And that's what you call a culture vulture. You're taking advantage. Mavi, right? You're taking advantage. Because when you realize that these women, they have children. They have black children. So we have a job to do. We got a job to do. We got to make these women capable of raising their kids. But if they're so emotional that they can't even deal with reality, honesty, take critique without thinking like, oh, somebody criticizing me. They're saying I'm the most horrible person ever. No one said that. But you can be a good person and do a bad job. And that you have to understand that. But someone like Randy, she's extremely toxic because she will keep you emotionally crippled. And she will make you believe that anybody who tries to correct you is against you. And that is sick. It's Anton's channel. Anton, is it like a fight? What's it called? Anton After Dark? I don't even know. Right? Oh, his channel? I'm going to show you his channel. Right? And I'm like, don't do that. Do not keep these women emotionally crippled. Right? Because the ones that are doing a great job, we're obviously not talking about them. Mwah. Right? Yes, Mavi. But there are plenty who are not doing a good job. So how is it that you didn't even grow up in a single family home and you got all this energy? Like, girl, you're doing too much. You are doing too much because she has to sell tickets. Okay, like now. Let me show you his channel. Hold on. What's his channel again? Dad Shack 2X.
They can do that. But that was her who hurt you. Retardation, fentanyl, or crack. One or the other. She has to pick one. She can pick all three, I guess.
There are few far in between.
Speak up for them too then. Next time you talking about women.
Calm down, really. Calm down.
If you weren't so angry, you would have heard me. If you weren't so angry, you would have heard me say that I know there are very good mothers out there, but they are few far in between. When we talk about single mothers, I have found very few real life single moms that are able to offer their children, and they are great mothers. But the great single mothers that I know are not the majority.
Y'all gotta do one mic. Y'all gotta do one mic.
You're too angry to hear what I'm saying.
I don't want to. Nothing that you can say to me that is even gonna be digestible to me as a person. Period.
And that's proving that that's what I'm saying. So it's no point in having the conversation. You're not listening to what I.
Culinary Cam, she cooking.
Shut up, 2K. Don't be angry. Okay, let's do one mic. Because what happens, it washes y'all out to where we can't hear the conversation. I think this is a good conversation because we have different perspectives. We have people from two-parent households, single-parent households. We have people that actually are single mothers on here. So, Kwane, do you want to speak on this or you want to pass on?
I mean, unfortunately, my internet is acting up, so I don't even know if it's like giving what it needs to give even right now, because I missed a good majority of the conversation.
Cold. You don't want what Culinary Cam just did the motherfucking Randy, so you for the bow out. Did you?
No. That's not what happened, because I literally just got in, but there was
be a clip, and baby is gonna get ate up for speaking on black women the way she just did.
And that's the only part of it that I'm a little like, I don't know.
Did Randy just call out to the sisterhood to help her? She just tried to assemble the sisterhood because what Cameron said, which was correct. So when you get your behind whooped back and forth, head not between a washer and dryer, you gonna call out to all the sisters to attack somebody. Sisters, assemble! That's what you do. All right, that's crazy what I just heard.
Yeah, that's the. I came in on that part. That part I came in on, and I was kind of looking like, excuse me. So I don't know what's the backstory? What happened with you, Cameron?
So the question
She's about to bring up your life as well and say that you was hurt.
was asking about single mothers, and what was it again?
No. I already know that part. I want to know what was your experience? What was the experience?
What you heard?
Say what you said?
Right. So I was basically saying that growing up from a single mother household, a single parent household, I understand the dynamic of being in that. And in saying that, most single mother households are not thriving with their children. We are merely surviving. They are merely making ends meet for the majority. I also said, with a comma, that there are great mothers out there that I know that are great single mothers. I have friends that have their children in public schools and work great jobs. But in saying that, they are few. So all I was saying is that those women are few and far in between. They are not the majority of Black single mothers. And also, too, this idea that all Black single mothers are just the queen. They're all trying their best. They're all working their hardest. That's not true. And that's all I'm saying. There are some women that are not good moms, and this idea that all women are good mothers.
Outside source or from your own personal experience?
Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's why you don't waste your time with people who have just bad faith. So the life you've lived, you've never heard of a woman that was a bad mom. Like you've never heard any woman being a bad mom. Like you've never heard that. Like that's just crazy to me. That is just crazy to me. But if she was saying like, oh, some fathers are bad fathers, like, yeah, you're so right. You're so right. Like some men are so horrible. You've lived this whole life because you don't seem like you quite young. You look like you're in your 40s, right? For as long as you've been outside, you've never heard that some women are not good mothers. Like, girl, gaslighting.
This is not a me thing. It's not a monolith. I'm not a monolith in this situation.
The Kwani lady, whatever her name is trying to be a soft voice. That's what's happening right now. She doesn't care what your argument is. She's just going to try to find some way to say that you've been hurt.
This is literally written down. This is statistically found. You can go outside and ask people that have single mothers and ask them about their experiences at home. You can ask Q, who works with children that are abused. These children are coming from single parent households majority of the time.
This is what bothers me in the conversation.
Don't do this. Please.
Oh my God.
When we first started this conversation, it was about Adam and Eve. The conversation went from a man's responsibility, a man blaming a woman, to a woman of society. And there was still no conversation in why it's important to have a two-parent household, why it's important to have a father in your life, the benefits of having a father in your life, the statistics of two-parent households in black communities. It was none of that. It was just it was only let's attack the single mother that's there trying. And to me, the reason why that sucks, the reason why that sucks is because it's like you damned if you do and you damned if you don't.
You don't need to have the kid. Give it to the dad. What are you talking about? That's not a damned if you do, a damned if you don't. Oh, my fault. It's Randy I got mad at. Randy's retarded. You can't get mad at retarded people. You look bad.
Am I saying that every single mother out here is perfect and trying their best and doing all that? I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is they're at least putting 1 foot forward, opposed to these trash dads who's not doing anything. It's 2 people should be held accountable in this situation, absolutely. But the dads, we talking about, we're literally dragging the mothers for being who they are, and these dads.
So if you can recognize that some fathers are trash, then why can't you recognize that some mothers are also trash? Some fathers are trash. That's a fact. So are some mothers, because people will be people, right? But it's like because you have to sell tickets. We should always say black woman good, black man bad, right? Black mother queen, black father trash. No. You have great black fathers, just like you have great black mothers. And you have horrible black fathers. You also have horrible black mothers. It's a real thing, right? It's a real thing. But why are you triggered? Maddie, everybody missed you, huh? Like, that makes no sense.
Genuinely are not, they're not even there.
All I heard was she knocking Mario coins out y'all. That's all I heard.
Get up.
Get off. Fight back.
I conversations, or you just like going back and forth with people, okay?
Huh?
You like how you can hear. Do you like having real conversations, or do you just like
Cam just gave us a real conversation? You start talking about black women.
The way I genuinely just broke that down, my guy, there was like, what's the next part of the conversation? You trying to make jokes? I'm genuinely trying.
I ain't here to make no joke. Culinary Cam just got on y'all. Now y'all trying to move the goalposts.
Big screen. Don't get mad at 2K because he's correct. Boy, she beat the dog shit out y'all. There was nothing you could do, Randy. You can't dumb your way out of this one because the lady you got, the trigger, like everybody already knows she says crazy shit. Everybody knows she's dumb.
We're gonna see this one video about Abba. I saw this was it 2 days ago? 8 days ago already? It's been that long? Let's watch this video, you guys. Let's watch this video.
You guys can see the title. I stand behind it. It's not bait. It's not a joke. Destiny's getting canceled, all right? And the reason being this time is that he supposedly had an intimate relationship with some women. And what he would do is when he would film intimate moments with these ladies, record them, he would share some of these with other women he was approaching. In one case, he shared it with a 19-year-old e-girl who he had never met in his life, and he was flirting with her and shared videos of himself sleep with another person without their consent. Essentially, the 19-year-old gets hacked and that stuff goes public. The person who was in the videos finds out, loses her mind, files a lawsuit asking Destiny for a huge sum of money. And then, it comes out thereafter that Destiny apparently had also recorded a lot of other women while they were in his apartments without their consent. So this has kind of gotten bigger and bigger since. We're back. Me specifically, where's Preach busy, you know what I mean, out there doing gay shit with his wife. Me, I'm here for you guys right now. I was up in Africa. Now if you think I'm gonna take my time away from my people so I can go spend time on the internet to talk about white on white violence, you are bugging. And if you guys are wondering where Preach is, aside from doing gay shit with his wife, we both agreed that there's only one woman that each of us are going to defend in our lives. For him, it's his wife. For me, it's a streamer named Destiny, and we got to do our job. So this is my responsibility. I'm gonna handle her. Now, some of you guys know, Destiny is a friend of mine. Okay, and you might be confused why I decided to come out dripped out from my friend's cancellation. You know what I'm saying? Looking kind of fresh. And again, you fucking idiot! This is a fairly serious matter, and people wanted to hear my opinions. And I'll be honest with you, for all the bad things that are happening to Destiny, I don't feel bad. The reason why I don't feel bad, and this might surprise some of you because some of you don't know this, me and Destiny have spoken about his dating behavior for a very long time. We've talked about it on stream, off stream, and I've always been very vocal about the fact that I think he's very fucking dysfunctional with how he handles his dating life, with how.
So I hope y'all been hearing this, right? So there's a streamer, a white boy. He's like liberal, but he's extremely like, he's extreme. Like he's extreme, right? So Abba is friends with the guy, okay? So now the guy got in trouble because allegedly he likes to, you know, date girls that have like disabilities. Yes, baby. He likes to date girls that have disabilities. He likes to have intercourse with girls that have disabilities. And then he records it and then he saves it. And I guess on Discord, he gave the girl, some girl access to all those tapes. Then the girl saw all the people that he slept with, like some revenge pornography type of stuff. I don't know. It's really crazy. Right? So then now, so the man's getting canceled. So now Abba is making a video saying like, yeah, he's my friend, but I don't feel bad for what's happening to him because he has weird ways of dating. And we talked about it. And so he didn't want to listen. So therefore, I'm making a video to let people know I'm distancing myself from him and I don't feel bad about it. And I was like, Abba, it kind of makes you look fake though, right? I don't know. Y'all tell me. I was like, it kind of makes you look fake because if you realize that this boy was a weirdo, that he has, hold on a minute, he has weird dating patterns, right? He has weird dating patterns. He does weird things and he didn't want to listen to you. From that moment, you should have cut him off. You should have cut him off. Why do you want to keep a relationship with someone that you know is doing bad things? You're talking to him. He's not listening. He's still doing it, right? Why do you keep the relationship? Was it helping you for social media? Because I'm like, that's not your friend. He's not your friend. Because I'm like, if he was really your friend, you would have stopped the friendship. And if he was really your friend, even if you're going to distance yourself from him, you're not going to say, oh, I don't care. I don't feel bad for what's happening to him. If he's your friend, you should feel bad for what's happening to him, right? Because I'm like, friend, you see, I told you this was going to happen. And when I look at everything you wrote, because Destiny has like millions of followers, like he has a lot of subs, he has a lot of people. And I'm like, if you see that he's about to be ruined, he's about to be arrested, he might go to prison, you know, oh, I don't feel bad. No, you should still feel bad. You can say, I'm going to distance myself from him, but I still feel bad because Maverick, he worked so hard. We tried to tell him, but he wouldn't listen. And now he heard the consequences, right? But this video, I'm like, Abba, like, he's really scary. Like, I'm like, child, Eric needs to be careful because I don't know. Because if that's what your friendship looks like, what do you do when you actually don't like a person? You're tired, huh? Yeah. You're sleepy. You want to sleep?
He prioritizes pleasure over everything else. And I think the root of a lot of these issues in this whole situation is that he prioritizes his own selfish desires over other people's well-being, over what's good for his business and his career. And now it's costing him more. It cost him already some things in the past. And he's always been very much in denial about how it affects him negatively. And now it's costing him even more. And I'm, to this day, not entirely sure if he's ready to really acknowledge the impact it has on him.
Do you think I'm self-destructive?
Yeah. If you engage in hedonism, I would say you're self-destructive. I say the same thing about Destiny. I think he can be self-destructive, and I don't think you would entirely disagree.
So
I completely disagree. I don't think I'm self-destructive at all.
Oh, hold up. I was actually curious. You don't think that to some degree your hedonism doesn't bite you in the ass?
Nope. I think I have a really good engagement with most of my hobbies. I think I do it pretty well. I think that my mental functioning is very high. I think my career is incredibly successful. There are parts of my life that I can improve, but I think that people look at some of the standard markers for trouble and they, for some reason, project a ton of stuff onto me. But I think I'm living like one of the healthiest, fullest lives that I possibly could be.
Constantly having poor relationships with women over a long period of time, or in other situations, STDs, different things like that. Eventually, that hedonism comes back to bite them in the life, and they also recognize they could have invested that time a lot better.
So wait, what do you ask us about this? Like, what was your idea of this?
Yeah, it's not like I have like 100 kids and 5 million STDs and like
No, you just constantly. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about it.
Well, you might as well. But no, you drop the accusation. Go for it. You just constantly what? Say it. No, say it.
End this, right?
No, shut up,
Come on.
Melina. Shut up. Let him talk. What do you mean constantly? What?
Hold.
Anything you do in life that's going to increase like your ability to like have fun or do like crazy stuff or whatever is always going to carry with it like the risk of death, right?
Absolutely.
Like you have no chance of dying by falling out of a plane unless you go skydiving. But that's not an argument against never skydiving.
But it is an argument against maybe skydiving 1,000 times if you don't want to die that way.
Well, if you want to skydive 1,000 times, then fucking skydive 1,000 times. Like, what's wrong? Damn, what happened to all the self-empowerment shit that you guys were talking about earlier?
I mean, it just depends on whether or not you want that outcome. If you're saying like, oh, I don't want this kind of destructive thing, or I don't want to end up dying by skydiving, then maybe don't skydive every other day.
Yeah, but I'm not complaining about that. You guys are. If your lifestyle choices are like, damn, I would never want to deal with like a crazy girl or anything like that, that's totally valid. I think that's totally fine. I accept that that's probably true for most people. But like, I'm okay with the trade-off on that for like all the benefits that I get. I like f***ing a lot of people. I like traveling a lot. I like doing drugs. I like my stream shit. That's like super fun for me. To be like, well, doesn't bad stuff happen sometimes so you shouldn't do it? That doesn't compute to me. Like, I feel like I'm living a super amazing life, and I feel like there's a lot of shit that happens all the time. I understand.
You see how he is? This dude is like neurotic. So I'm like, Abba, the moment you understand that this is who he is, that's how he thinks. If you have your own sets of principles and you see life a certain way, you should simply say, hey, me and this guy can't sustain a friendship because I believe in living my life this way, and this is how he wants to live his life. No, you let the man be your friend. He continues to live like this. You know what he does because you know way more than what we did. But you wait for him to be canceled to be like, oh, yeah, I'm distancing myself from him. Yes, he's my friend, but I don't really feel bad because that's what you get. I'm like, no, he was not your friend. He was your associate. Because most likely, because he probably has more followers, you know, you wanted his stuff so that he could help your YouTube channel, right? But if you live a life of integrity and you hear his mindset, that's really crazy. What do you have to gain from this man, right? If he's on a path to self-destruction, you got to be like, you know what? I got to go because that's not what I want. That's not what I want. But you stay. You stay. You witness the foolishness. You witness the hedonism, the degeneracy, the reprobate mind, like all the nasty stuff he's into. And you continue to have a friendship with him. But now that he's publicly getting canceled, now you're jumping on the bandwagon because you have a brand to save. I'm like, I don't know. I felt like it had like, I don't know. I was like, you like integrity.
It might be a lot for some people, but it seems weird to be like, oh, well, I think that you're like secretly like hurting or damaged inside because of some negative outcomes. Like,
or to others, because I think the main thing with this is you have to think about the activity. The activity involves hurting others. Like even Destiny, as good as he is at what he does, probably can admit he's broken a lot of hearts. He's disappointed a lot of women. He's made a lot of people upset. It's not just how he feels about it. When you involve other people in this kind of pursuit of pleasure, other people get hurt as well. I'll stand by what I said at the beginning. I don't feel bad for Steven whatsoever because he knew what he was getting into. He was brazen about it. When he was warned, when he said, hey, this is a bad idea, this is a bad lifestyle, he said, I don't care. I want to have fun. It's fun.
I mean, for me, he comes off hella fake. He comes off hella fake. He comes off like he doesn't have integrity. Because the moment you have this conversation with him and you know what he's into, you're like, sir, you're a liability. Like, you crazy. You some crazy ass little white boy. Okay? It's too much. No. You try to push back. He's like, he ain't going to stop. He likes his drugs. He likes his streaming. He likes to have sex with multiple people, like all kinds of weird ish. So I'm like, even for someone who's African also, it's kind of weird. Like, why would you even put up with that? Right? But I feel like Abba and Preach, in order, you know, when it comes to YouTube, I do believe that YouTube has their favorites. I do believe that with YouTube, like once you're in the click, then they allow your videos to go really viral. Right. And I feel like because like during quarantine and stuff, there's stuff like this, I get a lot of views because they've been outside. But during quarantine, they really were getting lots of views, crazy views. Right. So when that happens, like you probably have a channel manager, you know, like there are certain things that YouTube requires from you because you can really influence people. Right. I think YouTube keeps a tab on who can influence who and how the conversation can go on social media because it's a very left leaning progressive app. They might seem as though they're open to dialogue, but they're not really. Like they truly want the leftists and the progressive to really take over this app and kind of like, you know, be in charge of the conversation on this app. I even remember one time there was a panel on the lead attorney's live and he was there because Abba was talking to the lead attorney. And then Kevin Samuels got on. As soon as Kevin got on, Abba got off the live because I'm assuming for the sake of his brand, he didn't want to be caught on the same live with Kevin Samuels and people thinking that he's a Kevin Samuels supporter. But I'm like, that's some weak ass stuff anyways, right? But yet, here is Destiny, who happens to be white with blue hair, says that he's into drugs, having sex with multiple women, recording the people, you know, like all the stuff he said. But you didn't have a hard time being friends with him. You didn't have a hard time being on a stream. You didn't have a hard time being shown up. Like, you didn't have a hard time being outside with this guy, right? So I do believe, like, you're kind of fake. And I even remember, like, years ago, before they blew up, Abba used to be like, when they were not really known, right? Because I feel like once they became really popular, there was a cleanup of the content. Like, there was a cleanup. They're more left-leaning. They're more progressive. Like, it's given like, yeah, we support all women kind of BS, right? But I'm like, there was a time Abba and them used to make videos. He was like, oh, yeah, this girl sucked my, she sucked my, the only way you're coming to my house is if you're going to suck my, like, he used to talk about blowjobs like he was crazy. I'm like, is this guy not getting enough sex? Like, what is this, right? Very, very unserious behavior. Extremely unserious behavior. And I do believe, because he's still probably sexually unserious, that's why him and Destiny kind of linked up, because, okay, that's why him and him kind of linked up, because he probably still deals with like sexual perversion. But I remember Abba's content. He'd be on something like, this girl sucked my dick, this, you gonna suck my this, you gonna suck my this girl came over here and she sucked this and she sucked that and she sucked this. I'm like, this guy is obsessed with fellatio. Like, sir, are you okay? But that's all he used to talk about. Hey, all the time, all the time. But when they started going viral in the quarantine, there was a rebrand of their content. This little boy got a nasty mind. He got a nasty mind. And now he knows, like, people expect a certain persona out of him. So now he wants to give that to people. Okay. But I'm like, you know who you are. Because if deep down inside you are a person of integrity and you are a person of morals, even as an African person, you can't even mess with Destiny. Drugs. What if one day we together, you got some drugs and I get arrested? Hold up, wait a minute. That's a lot. That's crazy. The man is crazy. And that's how he wants to live his life. So you shouldn't have nothing to do with this man. But you're like, oh no, he's my friend, but I don't feel bad for what happened to him. Then he was never really your friend. Because if he was your friend and he got to face the consequences, you're like, you know what? I feel bad for him because I tried to save his ass. I tried to reason with him. I try to let him know. He just wouldn't listen. It's kind of unfortunate that he has to be embarrassed. He got to get canceled. He might have to lose everything just to finally understand what I'm trying to tell him. But if he's your friend, you should feel, yeah, I definitely think Eric is more decent, right? You should definitely feel bad for your friend. You can say, I don't approve of his behavior, but the consequences, like, I feel bad because I try to tell him, like, don't do this. Because if you do this one day, this is not going to end well for you. And now, friend, you chose not to listen, and here are the consequences. It's like, I have a friend who committed murder. I have a friend who killed his wife, right? Now, I don't agree with what he did. Of course, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Even thinking about it, like, it makes me cry. You know what I'm saying? But it's still my friend. You know, he had to go to jail. I wish he would have confessed, because he confessed it first. But I wish he would have taken a plea deal and really, you know, asked for forgiveness. But no, he was hell-bent on lying. But ultimately, it's really sad. All of this is sad. The wife is gone over a freaking cell phone. How can you strangle somebody over a cell phone? Then I read the stuff because I read his appeal, like, cause he asked for an appeal, and they responded. Come to find out, the baby was on the bed. So I'm like, the baby saw you strangle his mom? Are you insane? Right? There were children in the house, 4 kids, babies, like everybody's super underage. You killed her in the closet. And then when the people came, all he cared about was his cell phone. Like, where's my phone? Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Right? But ultimately, he killed her. He got himself locked up. He was sentenced like maybe 2 days before his birthday. They gave him 35 years. You don't know how to fight? You don't know how to fight? How you gonna survive? And it's Texas. Can you imagine how many like crazy people in that prison? Okay? You got 4 children. So they're pretty much orphaned because they will never see their mother. And they might not see you until they're 40. It's like, what the hell have you done? You understand? So for me, yeah, there are consequences to murder. But at the same time, it's so sad because all these lives, he has ruined everybody's life for the most part, not the kids. But I mean, it's a part going to be ruined. But hopefully, by God's grace, they'll be really successful. But he ruined his life. He killed his wife. And he put his children in a position like where they don't have parents. How selfish. You know what I'm saying? How selfish, how cruel, right? but you still feel bad because you see like all of this could have been avoided. Let her have the cell phone. What's the big deal? You're cheating. Okay, stand on business. You're a cheating ass person. You can leave your house and go to your mistress. You ain't got to kill nobody. You don't have to kill people. If she wants your phone, let her have the damn phone. Right? I'm just saying, like, or have 2 phones. But she caught you. Like, you got caught? Okay. You ain't got to kill nobody. You're a cheater. Stand on business. You cheat. Do you have to strangle somebody for your side piece and your cell phone? You're doing too damn much. Doing too damn much. Right? So now he's in prison. But my thing is, it's still sad. Because look at, it's not even just him and his wife and the kids, right? Her family, his friends. Like, I'm including that too, right? Look at how many people he hurt for his foolishness. Utter foolishness. Just causing freaking chaos, right? But I'm like, it's still sad. Still sad. His mom's going to die. He's not going to be there. His father's going to die. He's not going to be, like, so many things are going to happen. He's going to miss out. Why? Over a cell phone? Because you got to go see your side piece? You cheating ass heifer. And my thing is, he's not even cute enough to cheat. Your ugly ass. Go sit down somewhere. Act your looks. Okay? Act your looks, act your height, and act your neck. Okay? Stay in your lane. I can see if you're a pretty boy. No, you're not even a pretty boy. You out here doing all this. Doing the very most. Doing the very most. Because all your life you never felt cute. Make it make sense. But you still feel bad though, right? I still feel bad. You know, I think about it, it still makes me sad. Sometimes like his cousin will message me like, damn, this is crazy. What the freak have you done? You went to school for accounting. Did you go to school to kill people? Like, what is this? Shameful behavior, right? It's extremely shameful, but it's still sad. This didn't even have to happen. Like, okay, she wants your phone. Let her have the damn phone, right? These goofy ass phones. People will kill somebody over a phone. That's crazy.
For me. That's why I like these mentally ill women. That's why I like doing this stuff. That's why I can't keep my dick in my pants. It's because it's fun. Well, I'm like, all right, then. When it fucking inevitably blows up in your face, I'm not going to have no sympathy for you. You can be my friend, my worst enemy. I don't give a fuck. If you engage in behavior repeatedly after you're warned, fuck around and find out. And that's what Steven's doing. But I don't want to make it just sound like a happenstance of hedonism that, no, some of this stuff.
Why were you still his friend? You make no sense. Then why were you still his friend? Because it was transactional. Why would, if you talk to somebody and you know like this stuff right here is criminal, because this behavior is criminal. Let's be honest, right? The stuff Destiny was doing at this point is criminal. It is criminal. The drugs, the having sex with people that have disabilities, recording himself with people that have disabilities. All of that is illegal behavior. So why were you still a friend? Why were you still there? What were you looking for? Exactly. What were you looking for? Because like the moment you find, like let's say he's dating a girl that's paraplegic and he's having sex with a girl that's paraplegic and he's recording it. Why are you still his friend? Why are you still his friend? I'm so confused. Because he knows he messed up. He knows he's sick. He knows he's sick. You know he's sick. And he's standing behind his mental illnesses. So then why are you still his friend? Why are you still engaging with this man? What did he have that you needed so badly that you had to keep being friends with this guy? Right? Makes no sense. Makes no dang sense.
Stuff is also just morally bad in regards to what he did with recording these women and all this other shit. And if he gets sued for it, he loses money, then it is what it is too. You do the crime, you do the time, right? So no, all these people will be like, oh, Abba, stick by him, he's your friend. I already told y'all. If my friend goes out and murders a bunch of people, I don't give a fuck, send his ass to jail. And if my friend does some shit like what Steven just did and he's going to lose a bunch of money, I'm not going to cry. All right. I would tell my friends and I would warn them beforehand. Hey, don't do that. Don't do that. You go and do it. Then, hey, man, that's your problem, bro. You didn't listen to me. You're not going to get my sympathy at this point. Nope.
That's fake as hell. This is fake. You're a fake ass person, Abba. You fake as hell. You are fake as hell. You ain't got no integrity. You fake as hell. B. Marlene, I'd rather cut you off before I see your demise. And if I hear about your demise, I'm still gonna feel bad for you. Like, you know what? I don't like your ass, but this is sad. Because all this could have been avoided. Because obviously Destiny, he's also going through stuff. Because healthy-minded people don't act like this. So he's going through stuff too. But I'm like, oh, I don't feel bad for you. Like you can still feel bad. Like, you know, there are consequences. You have to face the consequence. But it's sad because you built so much and now you're gonna lose everything because you just couldn't listen. That's crazy. Yeah. Like, but he's on some fake stuff. Like, he is fake. To me, he's fake. He is really fake. I'm like, I don't know. There's something about him I just don't trust. I'm like, yeah, you're so fake. Like, he's so performative. He is so performative. If you are really about that life, Once you know that he's out here dating people with disabilities, paraplegic and whatever, and he's having sex and he's recording it because he knew, you're like, nah, I'm done with this because that's criminal behavior, right? So you got some kind of sexual kink in you that this boy, the stuff he was doing, like it probably kind of turned you on. Like, man, I wish I could do that too. Because I'm like, why are you there? Like, why are you there? And Abba is not there, and Preach was not there because I'm sure Eric doesn't like that kind of stuff. So Eric didn't go there. Why are you there? Right? Because you like, maybe you take drugs too. Like you do, like there's something you and that guy have in common. You just think, like, oh, my stuff is not as bad. But there's something deviant in you because that is crazy. That is really crazy.
Nope. My sympathy is for when a tragedy happens, not when the inevitable does. Yeah, what you're hearing from me right now is disappointment and a bit of anger. But I'm angry at myself. What let me say? You know, if there's anything that this situation and that most of the people in these online spaces have taught me, is that these are not serious people. The problems are not serious. The way they engage with relationships is not serious. It's a lot of juvenile bullshit. You know, while I was on vacation, I was just hearing glimmers about this stuff. I was like, yo, turn that shit off. Because I'll be honest with you, if you touch grass and you hear this stuff, you're like, y'all some fucking losers. You realize, like, this is a story about socially retarded people, mentally ill people, all engaging in sexual behaviors and sex.
And why was he your friend then? So if because I'm like, you know him, like you talk to him, you have his number. People on social media, they're reacting based off like what they know on social media. So they don't even know everything. You know way more than what people know on social media. So my thing is, why were you friends with the man? Because to me, all this right here, like I said, feed it to the migrants. Exactly. And like feed it to the migrants. Feed this to the migrants. This is for the birds. Like this don't make no sense. We're talking like drugs, pills, this and that, this and that. Of course, baby. Yes, you can. Right? Actually, walking the bathroom, Stefan, it's pink. Right? This is for the birds. This is for the birds.
And they're not ready for it. You know, but I also have to have some humility and admit that I've tethered myself to that world. I dip my toes into it. And, you know, having spent some time there, was it a bit entertaining? Sure. But it was entertaining like it was when you go to the zoo and you see a bunch of freak animals do a bunch of circus monkey tricks. And that's it. And now that it's gotten to the point where it's kind of spilling over into real life and you're realizing that these people behind closed doors are doing weird shit, it's time to take a step back and be like, okay, we've had our fun at the zoo. It's closing up. Time to head home. I'm not interested in being part of the act. I'm not interested in being in the enclosure. I'm not interested in befriending any of the other freak animals that they want to bring in. It's just a weird assortment of people. And it's just so different than my real life. I'm like, why am I wasting time with this? This is not beneficial for my business. This is not beneficial for my personal life. I'm not learning anything about social interaction. So I have nothing to gain by being around this. And despite Destiny being my friend, there's a lot of things that I just don't agree with, that I don't want to be associated with. To keep a long story short, for those of you asking, like, all right, well, Ab, what are you going to do going forward? This is a conversation I had with Steven already. I just told him I wouldn't show up on any of his stuff in the future. And I don't think that's that big of a deal because at the end of the day, he's going to be doing mostly political stuff from now on. So it's probably for the best. But I just don't want to be associated with it. And there's a few different reasons. So I'm going to try to go with it. And I'll kind of just break down everything. But there's a couple things I got to get out the way. One, listen, I might be the only person in this orbit who hasn't fucked one of these women, including Destiny herself. I'm not friends with any of these people. I don't talk to them really offline. So I kind of just keep my distance. And that's generally true for me and most content creators. So you don't see us doing too many collaborations. I don't hang out with these people. This whole idea that I wouldn't criticize Destiny, I mean, I think that's also nonsense. If you spend any time watching debates between me and him, we argue, we yell, we get very animated, we disagree strongly. And there's dozens of debates. So this idea that I wouldn't take a stand if I saw something I didn't like, I think
lies. So y'all heard the part where he said that he dipped his toes in there and this and that, right? Okay. You saw how he said, oh, he dipped his toes in there, this and that. Oh, okay. Reprobate mind. I just think he did some of that stuff. He was not as extreme, right? He sure did hang out with this boy. He sure did enjoy the circus. It's just that Destiny is extreme, right? But I remember Abba, like I'm telling you, I remember his content. This girl sucked all kinds of sucking this, sucking that. I'm like, this boy's obsessed with his private parts. Okay. And now you're coming to, well, I don't care what happens. I'm gonna be careful, child, because you never know. One day it might be you. Because I'm telling you, I remember the old videos. Like, I remember the old video. It was really giving Beavis and Butthead. And he was like, this girl came over here and she sucked my This, oh, you gonna suck my This girl better suck my Like, it was, their stuff was excessively profane. And he used to be so upset with his private parts. He used to be so obsessed with his private. So I'm like, okay, your friendship with Destiny, I can kind of see it. I can kind of see it. He sure is doing damage control. Because he don't want to hurt their channel. Right? But I'm like, yeah, you watch the whole videos too, right? Yeah. He used to be on that stuff. He used to be that kind of time. Like, oh, this girl came over here. And I said, girl, if you don't suck my oh, she said that. Like, girl, you better suck my He used to talk about like sucking all the time. I'm like, what is wrong with this kid? Like, is he okay? He must have a small eggplant. Because he was just obsessed with his private. Oh, you got to I'm like, shut up. Shut up. But I'm like, if you really felt like Destiny was such a menace to society, you should have cut him off. But there was something in that relationship for you. So I don't believe that he was your friend. I think it was transactional. And you were trying to milk it for as long as possible because what do you stand to gain from that? Right? But that's crazy. Oh, I don't care if you're my friend or my worst enemy. Your friend and your worst enemy or should not be on the same pedestal in your life. A friend is a friend. A worst enemy is a worst enemy. But my thing is, if my friend did something bad, even though I believe in consequences, I will still feel bad. Oh, you see, they probably deleted those videos. I'm telling you, when they went viral, like when they went viral during COVID, like they did a rebrand. They did a rebrand, child. They became a brand. Well, now they always take the right positions. They always say the right thing. You know, there are certain people, like, well, I'll tell you, YouTube has favorites. YouTube has favorite. And you want, if you want to be on the good side of YouTube, you got to talk a certain way. You have to say certain things. You have to take on certain positions. I've noticed that even these podcast boys, like Andrew Lieberman, like all these white boys with the little podcasts, right? They're on that side of YouTube. Like they're part of the gang. Like they are part of the Illuminati. They really are. Because Andrew, the guy from Stanford, he be out here smashing these broads. He be out here smashing these girls, right? And YouTube does everything. Like the videos where people talk about Andrew, they make sure that these videos don't go far. They pick and choose. Like YouTube picks and chooses. They pick and choose. Like a lot of stuff out here, it's not, oh, if you work hard. Nah, it's about who you know at YouTube. Like if somebody at YouTube likes your content, you're going to make it. If somebody at YouTube really loves your content, you're going to be very successful because they want you to make it. They choose people, like they pick people. It's not fair. The game is rigged. The game is rigged. It's so rigged.
People can't understand why I'd be friends with him, or they can't understand why I would agree with anything he says. And so the only thing in their head is like, okay, it must be friendship or whatever. I don't operate that way. If I disagree with you, Preach is my brother, and I disagree with him every day. So if you don't think I'm not going to disagree with Destiny, you bugging, okay? And there's a lot of content creators who, they thought we was cool, and I disagree with something they said, and now they don't want to talk no more. So the idea that I wouldn't, disagree with someone to avoid burning a bridge, no. I'll deal with anybody because at the end of the day, I think what I actually believe is more important to me than maintaining these kinds of cordial relationships. I don't care about having access to these people. That includes Destiny and anybody else. Actually, one of the craziest parts about this whole story is the fact that Destiny trusted a 19-year-old Discord lady, named Rose is Coming, with sex tapes of other people in his life. Nigga. If that's not compromised judgment, I don't know what the fuck is, okay? I wouldn't trust a Discord member with my first name, and that's just public information.
He's very fake. He is very fake. Because I'm like, say what you want about Kevin Samuels. Like, Kevin was not a reprobate like that. Like, Destiny is an extreme reprobate. Destiny is an extreme reprobate. But I'm like, they were on the thing with lead attorney, and as soon as Kevin came on, he left the panel. I'm like, why are you leaving the panel for? I'm like, what the fuck? Okay. You're your person. He's this person. Like, why are you acting like, oh, he's like, I gotta go. I'm like, shut up, Abba. Like, nobody even cares. Like, I even feel like, I feel like even, if I'm being honest, I think Abba and Preach, I think like the vast majority of their audience is a bunch of white boys. I think it's a bunch of white liberal boys who just like, I think they have, I don't know. I'm like, their audience to me, it gets excessively white. It really does, share. But I'm like, what? Fake sauce. Like, go somewhere with that. Feed it to the migrants. Like, whatever this is. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Like, no, we're not buying this.
Information. He was giving other people sex tape. But if there's one thing that nobody would ever say about Destiny is that he makes good personal life dating decisions. Okay? There's a couple of things that bother me. That's like, and I've said this to Destiny too, like, this dude really has a penchant for going after mentally ill women. Okay, women with like severe depression or just like these kind of like dainty, smart ass, fucking feeble looking, small white women. Like that's his type. And a lot of them got like self-diagnosed BPD or some bullshit. Like he just likes that. I don't know. To me, the fact that there's a pattern with a lot of these girls is a bit weird. And when he's asked why he likes bringing on these self-destructive women in his streams and in his life, he says it.
So he knows. So you know that he intentionally goes after girls that are mentally retarded. So you know that he dates girls that are mentally retarded. You know that he goes after girls that are that have disabilities. So you knew he was a predator. Like you've made like how many videos now? You comment on everything. You make all these commentary videos. So like the whole time your friend is a creep squad. That don't make no sense. So you know this. You've been knowing this, right? You've been knowing, like you've known that he only goes after girls who have mental disabilities, who are mentally retarded. So he's a predator. And he was still your friend. And had he never been canceled, you never would have came outside and publicly said, you know what, now this boy is crazy. Let me tell you what he be into. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Okay? And I don't even believe that you didn't know about the tapes. I'm sure he told you before because he doesn't hide his foolishness. So you know he goes after girls that are mentally retarded. You know he goes after girls that have disabilities. You know all of that. But yet you kept the friendship, right? Because most likely you kinky too, huh? Man, please. I'm like, Eric, you better be careful. This dude right here, he crazy.
It's because it's fun. It's fun for him to bring on women who are probably going to, at some point negatively impact his life in a huge way. He knows it's going to be short-lived. He doesn't care because it's fun. That's a moral failing to me, okay? That shows to me that you don't really care about how you affect the other people in your life when these people become atomic bombs who affect everyone in the area. And it tells me that you don't really care that much about your career when you attack, again, who will fuck up things in your area. And this comes down to the thing about like, oh, if everyone consents, it's fine. But it's not. If you know that the people you're going to be involved with are only short-term partners, and you constantly see the after effect of most of your hookups and your interactions leaving a trail of broken hearts and disappointed people, that's a moral failing. Sure, it's not illegal. It's not criminal. But I can still look at that behavior and like, yo, you just spend time dating these women and it's just hurting all of them. You have no intentions of committing to most of them. This is all fun. It's nothing responsible. You're an irresponsible person. And that reflects on your character. With this whole...
Then why was he still your friend? Like I'm still confused. Like, you're talking a good game, fan, but I'm like, why was he still your friend? Why was he still your friend? No, he called them out. He called them out they want to stream. He called them out. But I'm saying is like, you got to stop the relationship. Because the moment you realize that Destiny only goes after girls who are mentally retarded, girls that have disabilities, on top of that, yeah, he is. On top of that, he likes drugs. So maybe he also gives those girls drugs. Because we're supposed to believe like he only takes the drugs, like he doesn't give the girls the drugs also. But what if Destiny's out here giving drugs to girls that are mentally retarded? Is that even okay? What if he's out here giving drugs to girls that are paraplegic, or he's out here giving drugs to girls that have disabilities? Like that is crazy. That is crazy. Oh hell no. Oh hell no. You are insane. But you wait until he gets canceled to not come and tell us all this. No, I'm like, you're trifling. You are scandalous. You're not a good person. But I'm like, that is so bizarre. And then he records this stuff. He records himself. He records himself having intercourse with girls that are paraplegic. And he knows, my God. And maybe doing drugs. So once you're made aware of all of this, oh, hell no. Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. And you think, oh, somehow like it alleviates you of any like moral burden by saying, well, I don't care what happens. So I don't feel bad what happens. So no, it's not even about what happens to him. You didn't even care about his victims. Like, you are crazy. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't think the recording part, the girls don't know they're being recorded. Now, the drugging part, I don't know. Right? But I'm like, maybe he says he likes drugs. But why is he still friends with him?
Whole situation. I don't think Steven shared this because he thought it was okay to share. I personally believe this was my theory, that he shared this because he just didn't care and he didn't think that the other person would ever find out. And that to me is almost worse, because it shows that you don't care about the people you slept with and who shared that intimate moment with you and recorded it. And it shows to me that if you are going to be able to avoid the consequences of it, you'll say and do things behind closed doors that are just unbecoming. And if I'm your friend and I see you do that to your other people that you slept with and you call friends, then I can only imagine that even for me, I might not be safe and I can't trust you.
Therefore, you're not friends.
You know, and it's a shame that this came from a hack, but regardless, what it reveals to me personally is like, I could never afford to trust this person with personal stuff that's really close to me or dear to me, because if they think they can get away with it, no one else is going to find out. They might just share that shit. And Steven might watch this and disagree strongly, but the evidence is not in your favor. And I can't rely on what you're going to say. I'm going to rely on your past and your history. And what I see is another moral failing where it's like, when no one's watching, you're not doing the right thing. You can massage it however you want. It's a shitty thing to share a sex tape, but it's not the worst thing. I'm sorry. That's fucking garbage behavior, okay? It just is. Call it a spade. It's garbage behavior. Don't mush it over because you like your favorite streamer. Don't mush it over because you think he's important politically. It's garbage behavior. And like the reason why he's doing it too, it's so he can pillow talk a fucking 19-year-old. I was like...
Abba, shut up. Don't act like you didn't know what this boy, who he was going to. Shut up, Abba, shut up. None of this stuff is new to you. None of this stuff is new to you. None of this stuff. Because if he was out here telling random people on Discord, you mean to tell me that you're his friend and he didn't tell you? Boy, bye. Boy, bye. Because he's obviously proud of his little collection. He's obviously really proud of his little collection. If he can tell a random person on Discord, you mean to tell me that you're his friend and he hasn't told you? When he come, y'all were on the stream and he was like, yeah, I do drugs. I have sex. He ain't shy. He don't care. So I don't believe that you didn't know. This is the first time you hear about them tapes. Boy, bye. Like, au revoir. Like, you're full of it.
It's not that hard to bag a teenager. Pause. That sounds crazy. But you know what I mean? It's not. And you shared like it is such a weird form of like, I don't know what the fuck that shit is. And one thing he said, I think he said something like, you know, that was me a couple of years back. I'm on Vyvanse now, which Vyvanse I think is like some kind of drug, ADHD. I don't know. He's like, I'm on Vyvanse now. I'm really just focused on political stuff. I want to stay away from the drama. It's like, I didn't realize they made a, you know, finding God moment for druggies. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how some people do a bunch of fuck shit for their whole life? And all of a sudden they go to church once and they're like, I found God. Like it absolves all the bullshit that they've just done. I don't know. It was such a weird way. Like when you're being said that you're doing a bunch of foul shit and you've hurt a bunch of people and like mentioning the fact that you're on Vyvanse and you're a changed person. It's just like, I don't know. Something about it just seemed off to me. And it just didn't seem like someone who was really repenting or felt some type of way about what they did. It just felt like, it made me think of Sneeko. You know, Sneeko's doing all this like goofy ass red pill shit, and all of a sudden he finds Allah and everything's just forgiven. All the bad messaging, all the people he insulted, never apologized for none of that. None of that is just like, I moved on. It was just weird to move on to the career stuff. Like, listen, man. How do we say this? If you have political aspirations, you just can't behave like this. One of the weirdest things that Steven had was an anti-misogyny arc, right? He felt like there was too much misogyny in his audience and whatever. So he's like, he was trying to shape them up and he was banning people and banning certain kind of messaging. All the while, my guy, you were fucking a bunch of the women that you worked with. You would bring women on stream.
Yeah, but you knew that. Shut up. And have you guys noticed a thing? It's always the simps, the betas, the pro-woman, the feminists, the guys like, yeah, we got to fight the misogyny. And then all the people who, oh, look at me, I'm going to save you. I got your back. Always out here preying on women. That's why sometimes you come to realize that people who give it to you raw and who not nice to you, they might be nice to you. They really might. Oh, I got your back. I'm going to fight these dudes for you. Ace metaphor, another one, right? Always to prey on people, prey on these women. It's always the guys who act like they're pro-woman. They put on their cape. You know, you should be somebody's. Yeah. You're going to end up in his bed. Same thing with Ace metaphor. They say he don't smash the whole clique. They say he don't smash everybody. Derek Jackson smashed everybody. It's a ploy. It's a ploy to get to the ladies, to get them in bed.
and to drug him up and get him in bed. Make it make sense. They're the worst ones. They're not good people. They are not good people.
And fuck them within a short amount of time. It's like you're reinforcing a lot of the stereotypes that a lot of this misogyny comes from. There's a certain level of hypocrisy there that just makes like the whole thing just seems like such a flamboyant joke. And personally, like that's actually one of the big reasons I don't want to be associated with like the platform is I don't like the idea that we're normalizing, you know, someone bringing in a bunch of small content creators that are women, fucking them, right? And then when that fallout inevitably happens, like just cast them away. Like it's a really weird dynamic. And I started getting comments from people like, oh, you this girl in the orbit. And meanwhile, I ain't done shit. But because Steven is just so flagrant with how much he's just gooning it up and he can't keep his dick in his pants and he just wants to be a hedonist, even me being close to that by proximity, I start to, you know, have that reputation. And it's just, I don't want to be associated with that. You know, I'm happy with the fact that I work with women, and I'm happy with the fact that it's professional. And that needs to be a standard that we set for more people, because I hate the idea that I just show up on screen with a woman and it's automatically sex. But can I really be mad at an audience for thinking that when I hang out with Steven, who literally fucks pretty much everybody he works with? Like, how could I be that mad? Right? So I don't know. There's a lot about the way that he kind of goes about his work and his personal life that makes it very difficult to want to be close to it. And if you notice...
Shut up. He was your friend. Shut up, Abba. Shut up. I'm done with your ass. Anyways, ladies, let's move on. Abba's full of it. He's fake as hell. Anyways, let's go on, ladies. Let's talk about this.
A man that would tell you what you want to hear is a very dangerous man.
Mm-hmm.
They just said Ace Metaphor was smashing the whole crew.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know who Ace Metaphor is, he's a pander bear. A man that panders to get what he wants speaks to you just like this right here.
Stop letting these men play in your face as if you're not beautiful, as if you're not worth it, as if there isn't a man right now praying to God to eventually meet you. You are somebody's E who finds a good thing.
And the whole time he's full of shit. I had an OG on here, right? His name was Pastor Poppy Don. He would pander just to get hoes. Like, he would pander just to get women. And it would be beautiful women too. Like, he would show me how he gets down. And I'm like, damn, all right, OG, I see you. But it's all a master plan to get you to sleep with them. It's that easy. All common sense. Most men think the same. So if you have a man coming out the woodworks just saying some outlandish bullshit like, oh, and just telling you what you want to hear, you have to be like, okay, he's on to something. Like, he has a plan and he's gonna execute. You know what I'm saying? The power of the tongue is crazy. But most men think the same, just like most women think the same. So don't sit here and just believe anything a man says. The thing with Ace Metaphor is Ace Metaphor has 1 million followers right on TikTok. Pastor Poppy Don, he had like 700,000. If you want to make it in social media, man or woman, if you're a man, pander to the women. If you're a woman, pander to the men. Just say what the opposite gender wants to hear, and you will make it on the internet. I've seen it time and time again.
Yeah, he's not
I'm surprised that Ace Metaphor is moving how he moves and is getting exposed for it. No, it happens over and over. It's just like that Yada Awakening dude. He makes a bag off of telling women what they want to hear. Bash men, make the women seem like the good ones. Or, you know what I'm saying? Or vice versa. It doesn't matter. That's how they do it. A man that would tell you what you want to hear is a very dangerous man. They just said Ace Metaphor was smashing the whole crew. If you don't know who Ace Metaphor is, he's a pander bear. A man that panders to get what he wants speaks to you just like this right here.
Stop letting these men play in your face as if you're not beautiful, as if you're not worth it, as if there isn't a man right now praying to God to eventually meet you. You are somebody's E who finds a good thing.
And the whole time he's full of shit. I had an OG on here, right? His name was Pastor Poppy Don. He would pander just to get hoes. Like, he would pander just to get women. And it would be beautiful women too. Like, he would show me how he gets down. And I'm like, damn, all right, OG, I see you. But it's all a master plan to get you to sleep with them.
Mm-hmm.
It's that easy. All common sense. Most men think the same. So if you have a man coming out the woodworks just saying some outlandish bullshit like, oh, and just telling you what you want to hear, you have to be like, okay, he's on to something. Like, he has a plan and he's gonna execute. You know what I'm saying? The power of the tongue is crazy. But most men think the same, just like most women think the same. So don't sit here and just believe anything a man says. The thing with Ace Metaphor is Ace Metaphor has 1 million followers right on TikTok. Pastor Poppy Don, he had like 700,000. If you want to make it in social media, man or woman, If you're a man, pander to the women. If you're a woman, pander to the men. Just say what the opposite gender wants to hear, and you will make it on the internet. I've seen it time and time again. But am I surprised that Ace Metaphor is moving how he moves and is getting exposed for it? No. It happens over and over. It's just like that Yada Awakening dude. He makes a bag off of telling women what they want to hear. Bash men, make the women seem like the good ones. Or, you know what I'm saying? Or vice versa. It doesn't matter. That's how they do it.
Okay. He's not lying. He is not lying. Now, we have a new story here with this girl who decided to expose Matt Barnes. So Matt Barnes' current wife is exposing him because he's a cheater. And I'm like, okay, that's a big deal. I am confused. Girl, what? So let me see this. Hold on. Who has views on this?
Ooh, child. Okay, I literally stopped eating my lunch because there's a lot going on with this story. I wasn't going to even talk about.
Yo, you have music on the song like this.
Oh, Matt. Matt, what is wrong with you?
What do you mean?
What is wrong with you? Now, you know, this high tea with Tiff, so I'm going to give y'all the tea on this. If y'all don't know, this is Mr. Matthew Barnes from Sacramento. He played for the Lakers. He played he played for the Warriors. He retired, played with the Warriors as a champion. Now, he used to be with Gloria Govan. That's who the twins at the end are with. Gloria Govan, that was on Basketball Wives, right? They met here in Oakland because everybody from the Bay. So they got divorced because he was cheating, or they were engaged, and they weren't together. They broke up when their sons were like maybe 4 or 5. Then she got with Derek Fisher, who was the coach. He coached and played with Matt on the Lakers, right? Matt ended up beating him up because the boys was around. It was a whole bunch of mess years ago, right? So after that, he then got with Anansa. So Anansa is Beverly Johnson's daughter. Anansa came into the relationship with Matt with 3 kids. The younger boy next to her, the girl next to Matt, and the other boy next to the twin. And she had those kids with the football player. They had some drama too in their relationship, as far as like custody and things like that. So boom, they come into the relationship. They got 5 kids total, taken care of. And then they had Ashton, which is the little baby, the little boy that's in front of Matt. She just recently had a son 4 months ago.
But who forced
by Matt. Now, if you guys watch the Barnes Bunch,
whose fault is that? Hold on, let Tasha tell it, sis. You're not exciting. Hold on.
Barnes, light skinned nigga, get your ass to the stage. You Al B. Sure looking mother.
Becky with the good hair.
We're doing what we're doing, minding our own business on social media, minding the business that pays us. A few weeks ago, when one of my sources in Hollywood dropped some messages that went on between Matt Barnes and a white girl. He asked the white girl, "Are you a squirter or creamer?"
What?
Now,
what?
Matt's in a whole relationship. I think she's pregnant. They're engaged, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? So we put out the story. Of course, he said it's not true. It's fake. Now, he also had a lot of energy for me, so much so he kept going and ended up calling, I guess, the source himself because he figured out who it was that dropped it. And I won't be revealing that source. Absolutely not. He wants to reveal the source. He can reveal the source, but I'm not doing that. My sources provide so much wine to y'all. I'm not, no. And so he was a little upset that he was exposed and tried to come out and say, "Oh, it was old," right? And then there was a little recording that dropped that I guess he didn't know he was being recorded either. He must have pissed these people off in LA. And let's listen to that recording. I'm just kind of giving you some backstory real quick. Let's go.
Tasha K is the black chick who got sued by Cardi B for putting out false information about her and sued by Kevin Hart for putting false information out about him. So I think she would tread lightly on anything.
You know, that's the same guy.
Keep playing. Keep on.
So Tasha K is the black chick who got sued by Cardi B for putting out false information about her and sued by Kevin Hart for putting false information out about him. So I think she would tread lightly on any situation.
Okay. Then he went on to, talk about Pissy Lee and all of that there. That ain't none of our business. We have our business. We don't intertwine our business with any other bloggers or talk show hosts unless they're directly associated or affiliated with our.
Okay, so he bringing it up. Okay, Cardi won her case against Tasha. That's a fact, right? But let me tell you something, right? Kevin Hart, his lawsuit against Tasha got dismissed. So you gonna come correct, sir? So yeah, 2 lawsuits. One she lost. One was dismissed. It was dismissed. It was dismissed. Okay, did it go anywhere? No. The lawsuit by Kevin Hart got dismissed. He did it to scare her. Yeah, it really sounded a bit weird. It sure did sound a bit weird. Okay, so that's the thing. My only issue with Anissa is, if you guys don't know this, Anissa is Beverly Johnson's daughter, like the first black supermodel-ish. Her mama is gorgeous, but her mama's a narcissist. Okay, y'all know Bev Johnson, right? Hold on, Beverly Johnson, y'all. Okay, she is the daughter of D. Beverly Johnson. Oh gosh, Maverick is back. This is her mother. Okay, her mom is Beverly Johnson. Okay, her mom is Beverly Johnson. And I don't know if you guys remember, but years ago, I'm like, I don't know, 2 decades ago, Beverly Johnson and her had a TV show. And I think at that time, Anissa was married, right? I think she was married. They were moving in with her. When I tell you Bev is not good with kids, I'm like, this lady is not good with kids. Okay, they had a show. Okay, they had a TV show. Yeah, it was called. There you go. It was a TV show, and I'm telling you, she was not a good. You can tell her mom is a narcissist. Like, besides being beautiful and how she looks, she don't know how to be a mom. She don't know how to be a grandma. So Anissa, she also had weight issues, right? But you could tell the stress of having a mother being a supermodel, it did something to her. It really did. But she's very pretty. She's very pretty, but she has incredible low self-esteem. Yeah, it is bad. It is really, really bad. All right. But she has a mom that can't be a mother. Beverly Johnson is so in love with herself. It's disgusting. It's so disgusting. Right. So that damaged her. It really did. So just so that you know who she is. Okay. So she is the daughter of a supermodel. Right. And she's very pretty. And he says very, very pretty. She's very, very gorgeous. But like I said, she has extremely low self-esteem. Now, when I was on Instagram, minding my business, and then I see the post from Gossip of the City, it's Anissa just dropping receipt on her man's just being a cheater. And I'm like, girl, it's getting old. Okay? Some of y'all, I'm going to need y'all to, I guess, meet some African ladies and get in your African bag. Because y'all want to pursue these men, knowing that they're basketball players, knowing that they're football players, R&B stars, superstars, but then y'all want to start boo-hoo-hoo crying when they cheat. That's what comes with the lifestyle. Okay? It comes with the lifestyle. If you want you a faithful man, these people are not for you. If you know that you're sensitive, these people are not for you. Who in their right mind would ever think that Matt Barnes was going to be faithful? I'm waiting. Okay? If you were outside, we were younger, whatever. When he stopped dating, Gloria, whatever the sister's name is, right? He was out here dating Eva Longoria. He was out here messing with Eva Longoria. And even with her, he would cheat on her ass. This boy ain't got no respect. Y'all don't know. Matt Barnes was out here dating Eva Longoria. And that's when she had that show. What's that stupid show? What's that stupid show she was on? With Stereo Lane, I forgot what it's called. Housewives. What was it called again? Right? Okay, understand, right? Matt Barnes was out here and he was out here and he was still acting a mess. She thought she could tame this little boy. Okay, Becky with the good hair. Oh hell no, you cannot. Matt is a problem. Okay, he's always been a problem. This boy was even a problem for Kobe Bryant. So Kobe had him drafted to the Lakers. He's a problem. He is a problem. Even Kobe was like, oh no, you too much, Becky with the good hair. The only one who can calm his ass down is Kwame Brown. Okay, Kwame read that boy up and down. He just sat down somewhere. Okay. Kwame called this man Becky with the good hair. That's him right here. He said Becky with the good hair. Kwame is so damn stupid. Okay. But he was out here like smashing everybody. Like even Longoria, he was cheating on Eva. Girl, Anissa, before you go and mess with the man, you need to look at his track record. You need to look at his exes. You're pretty, but I'm just saying, like, that's Eva Longoria. She got Eva Longoria money. And he was still cheating. That boy is disrespectful. So my thing is, if you decide to be with Matt Barnes, girl, that's what it comes with. Cry in your house. Cry in your pillow. But don't you cry on the internet. Yeah, that's who he is. She said vet him. Okay. But I'm like, you guys be so for real. You guys, let's be honest, right? How many, baby, be quiet. How many of us are sitting here expect a basketball player to be faithful? Please tell me. Like, seriously, how many of us sitting here truly expect a basketball player to be faithful? Girl, if you don't stop getting on my nerves real quick. Even doctors ain't faithful. Oh no, I want to be with a basketball player. I want to be with a basketball player. And you see his exes, right? Oh yeah, he gonna be faithful. To what? Matt's faithful to two things: the ball and the money. Okay? He's in love with the basketball and he's in love with the money. Everything else, it don't make no damn sense. You know damn well these people right here, they obsessed with basketball and they're obsessed with money. That's about it. That's about it. So I'm like, why is this on my timeline? Why is this on my time? Anissa, if you don't go cry in your closet somewhere and leave me out of this, I wish I was her friend. I wish I was her friend. I'd have cussed her ass out. I would have cussed her ass out. Exactly. Like, what is this? Donna, she coming outside like, oh, I'm supposed to be shocked. I ain't shocked by nothing. Go ask Gabby. Go ask Gabby Union. Okay? This man went and had a baby on her. Make it make sense. But I'm like, who in their right mind is sitting here expecting a basketball player to be faithful? Where did they do that at? What league he playing? The Invisible League? No, an NBA player? Be faithful? Girl, shut up. If you don't go cry in your pillow and put all that makeup in your pillow, I want to see your mascara in your pillow. I want to see your lashes in your pillow. I want to see your makeup in your pillow. Don't bother me, sis. Do not bother me. Take his car and go shopping. My girl, I'm like, listen, if you're not brave, if you are not brave, if you're not a gangster, if you're not about that life, then don't go for these boys. You know you sensitive, play like you know what I'm saying. You sensitive. Stay inside. Stay inside. You know, if you don't go shoving your face in your damn pillow and cry in whispers. Girl, you better take that man's card and make yourself happy. Because he will never be faithful to you. What the heck? What is this? Anissa, you have African ancestry, so you need to go tap into your Nigerian side, okay? You go tap in your Nigerian side, okay? You do what the aunties do. Like if you don't go cry in your pillow. Okay? I was so mad. I was like, what the freak is this on my timeline? I don't give a damn. Cheating. Oh, y'all, he cheating on me. Girl, that's what they do. Is your lifestyle demoted? You need to come to me. If he tells you to downsize, now that's where you need to start crying. But you know damn well you will never have that thing to yourself. Okay. Exactly. But as long as you're first in line, that's about it. Maverick, stop being a hater. Maverick, stop being a hater.
Okay, and so Pissy Lee is not and will never would be. Okay. And so the black chick is here to report that there's been an update in information after he jumped in my DM when we got a hold to this recording and we got a hold to the white girl that he was allegedly about to cheat with and asked if she was a squirter or creamer while he was in a relationship with Anasa. How do you say her name? Jasmine, how do you say this lady name? Anasa Sims? Anasa Sims? Anasa? I don't know her name, okay? And so he jumps in my DM.
Stop being stupid. And her name is Anissa. It is not that hard. Her name is Anissa. If you don't go, Anissa, you better go cry. You better find the whitest sheets you got. You better go find the whitest sheets, the whitest pillowcases you have. And I need you to go like this. There you go. There you go. This man was out here cheating on Eva. He was out here cheating on Eva Longoria. Matt is disrespectful. Y'all don't understand. You're not gangster enough for this boy. You're not gangster enough for this boy. Go like this. And then ask for a new car. Ask for a bigger house. You're a dumb ass crying on the internet as if you're not gonna stay. Shut up. Shut the hell up. This is gonna get on my nerves. I was so triggered when I saw this. I said, Anissa, unless he's downgrading your life, unless he's taking away your American Express card, I don't want to hear this foolishness. I don't want to hear this foolishness. We have never heard of a basketball player being faithful. Never. Do you know how many people Magic Johnson slept with? Utterly disgusting. Even Dr. J. Dr. J said he slept with like 1,000 women or like 3,000. What the heck? You are nasty. These boys are filthy. They is nasty. I want a new car. I want a bigger house. You're a dumbass. Didn't even ask for shit. You come and tell us now you lost your leverage. You, Anissa, you got my nerve, girl. You got my nerves. Okay? You should have used that for leverage. Like, you know what? I could really expose you, but I ain't going to do that. Buy me a new car. I want a bigger house. I want a nanny. You use that as leverage to get what you want. Then you grab the pillow. You go like this. Exactly. Like this boy, he's insane. Matt is crazy. Oh my Lord. He is insane. Derek Fisher was a player of the Lakers too, huh? He played with Kobe. Okay. Girl. No. You're running to social media like you're a child, like you don't know what time this is. Child. You got time for this? Okay, exactly. He would get her nanny, so weaponize that. Use it as leverage. Girl, at least make it to the altar. Yeah. Like, what is this?
A lot to say, and he's all in the comments defending himself, about this story that I had put out a few weeks ago. Matter of fact, it was at the beginning of January, around January 5th. Per se. And so he said, if y'all are going to continue to post these old ass messages from 2023, at least get the woman right. Okay. Then he says, this is the chick I was having a back and forth with in July around 2023 when me and my girl and I weren't together. He says, okay. She's mad. She was trying to extort money out of me. They always go for the extortion. Kevin Hart too went for the extortion. He's trying to extort me. Okay. All she has is a convo. I've never met this person a day in my life. She tried to expose this last year and no one picked it up. Well, we did. We picked it up. And boy, did we get to see the flower grew real quick. It just grew. Okay. And so no one picked it up. Y'all decided to start 2025 off by picking up her bullshit. LOL. God bless. Okay. And so this is a white girl that he asked, was she a squirter or creamer? Yeah, while he was with Anasia. So little, and I think here's the thing, because I was like,
Matt is a mess. Oh my gosh, Matt is a mess. I'm telling you, the only person that can calm his ass down was Kwame Brown. Matt is a problem. He really is a problem. So it's like, as a woman, if you know you're sensitive, he ain't the type for you because he's a lot. He is a lot. So you're gonna have to make up your mind. But if you know you're the sensitive type, Matt is not the one for you. Go get a regular person.
Why is he spending so much time in the comments? Because he was in the comments going back and forth. It's fake. It's not true. She lying on me. I'm going to sue her. He all up in my DM, calling the source, doing all this and that. And it was because his fiance, Anissa, was already on his ass.
Nasa or Nisa?
Same thing happened with Mike Mike Epps, you know, when we interviewed his ex-wife, you know, he called trying to, I'ma sue you. And now he don't want to sue me no more, Mike Epps. He want me to come perform in his comedy club. And I said, I won't. And I won't. And will never. That comedy club kind of dry down there, ain't it, bro? Yep. The winos will be going next door. So, Matt had a lot of smoke for the black chick, right? Meanwhile, he was catching smoke at home because I was like, why is he all up in the comments? And it all makes sense. So we ain't even in February yet. So this all went down on January 9th, January 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Anasia, Anna Saw, whatever her name is, Sims, his fiance, was giving him pure tea hell and decided to post today that she was heartbroken. Okay? And she says, and we're not laughing at her pain, okay? I don't think this is her fault at all. I just don't, you know? It is not her fault as to why a man would decide to cheat, okay? And so she says in a post today, she said, I once loved a man so much that I was fixing him while he was breaking me. And then she has a little heart emoji and she says,
girl, why did you love him so much? Because he had money. If he didn't have money to do all this,
why match 8 different women in January? So January was a pretty difficult month for this light-skinned man, for this Albie Shore looking.
But I guess some ladies have to understand, like, no matter how pretty you are, how gorgeous you are, you know what I'm saying? You will never be enough for that man. He needs more than one woman. Some men need more than one woman. And you got to be okay with that. But I just don't see, I don't know. I don't see how you date or marry or whatever, like, or with a basketball player, an NBA basketball player, and say, oh yeah, you're going to be with just me only. Is Savannah James even getting that? Okay. You asking for a lot. Is Savannah James even just, you know what I'm saying?
That's why he was giving me so much energy and threatening lawsuits, and I would tread lightly, projecting and blaming everyone else on where your cum goes.
Yeah, but my thing is, retired or not, is the money retired? No. Maverick's out here talking to himself.
And so, you know, we love receipts. And so Anasa Sims decided to upload the receipts with dates, times, and things like that. Jasmine, go ahead and pull out this list. We got a list. I like her. I like her. I love her. Thank you. Talking about suing me. You need to sue your dick. How about that? File a lawsuit against that dirty shit. So she posts a list. She said allegedly January 18th through 19th. Denver trip. Allegedly back on since summer 2020.
Tasha is crazy. She said, go sue your private parts. Tasha, you are insane. Yeah, man, he's still working. But I'm like, he's still young. He's not that old. He's still young. He's still a multi-millionaire. He still has a podcast. Like, the majority of these girls, all they want is a Chanel bag. You got Chanel bag money? You got Chanel bag? Do you know how many girls in LA will be out here giving like, do you know how many of these girls in LA out there are out there struggling, not having food, will do anything for a Chanel bag? As long as you got Chanel bag money, you're going to be just fine. Matt can buy a whole bunch of Chanel bags.
24 at Masika Kalisha. Stay tuned. Hold that thought. We'll be back to Masika. At Autumn London. Jasmine, we ain't got no pictures. Okay, so at Autumn London, allegedly her place on January 20th. Oh, gross. So he pulled out a Masika and on January 20th and went and put it in her. She allegedly told me it's been going on for 6 years. At Portia Thomas, allegedly, according to messages, she put allegedly heavy in this. At I am Liz _, allegedly, according to messages, we have the women. Okay. At Corinne Silverberg from At the Face of Childhood Hunger which is a nonprofit organization. Allegedly, she told me it's been going on 7 years. At It's Ashley Lord. At It's Ashley Lord. She allegedly currently does our car insurance. She's selling more than insurance. It's like she's selling pussy. At I Am the Prototype, allegedly according to messages. This is a black chick. Jasmine, she black? She darker than me. I didn't even know he liked black chicks. Matt. Don't tell me you was taking the anger you had for me out on her. And then she put Haley Camden. Do we have a picture of her, Jasmine? Haley Camden, allegedly according to messages. And then she puts, y'all can have him. I love her. So you know me, I'm petty, right? I'm real petty.
You see, and where is the sisterhood? Where is the sisterhood? For the most part, he's smashing black girls, right? Where's the sisterhood at? When bills have to be paid, they will come for your man's boo-boo, okay? Because y'all remember Masika had a baby with a one-eyed man, okay? Masika had a baby with a cyclops. Masika had a baby with Fetty Wap, right? Fetty ain't got no money no more. Fetty in prison, right? She can't sustain her lifestyle. The vast majority of these women cannot sustain their lifestyles. They need a man. So as long as she got bills to pay, she gonna glug, 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 the guac 3,000 on your man, okay? There is no sisterhood, okay? And the foot, because remember Masika and her ashy foot, okay? My point is, these are all sisters, and you can't tell me don't know that Matt Barter is with Anissa. They know. They watch the show. They watch the show. They know, and they still doing it. They're still doing it, right? They are still doing it. Because as long as these bills have to be paid, because the vast majority of girls can't pay their rent, they can't pay for this, they can't pay for that. I told you, the vast majority of homeless people are women. Okay? The vast majority of people are women. They're homeless. They'll be like, oh, I don't need a man, but she'll use your man. I'm independent. Oh, there's nobody out there that I want unless it's somebody else's man. Right? Go get your own husband, right? They don't want to have their own because they intend to share. They do. They do. They intend to share. I never fall for this. I don't want no man. No man. Yeah. Because there's somebody else's husband you want, right? There's somebody else's man you want. They intend to share. She gonna come after your man. Okay, that sisterhood became sister wives to be. They're not good people. You see, Masika always out here being so self-righteous and always giving all this great advice the whole time because she's starving. She chose to have a baby with a cyclops, okay? Fetty Wap and his one eye. And now he's in prison. So there's no money. And I'm sure he squandered all his money. He got so many kids. He has so many children, right? But I'm like, Anissa, if you did all this just to stay with Matt Barnes, we're going to have a problem.
I studied the list and everything, right? And so here's the thing. Masika, he got the hoes now saying to come out. Talking about deny. And so Masika, Kalisha came out and said she's never seen the man. She don't talk to him. I ain't never seen him. Now we all know that Masika is a career sex worker. She was with Molly Mall and them. They was selling her back then. Okay. And so I'm not surprised that she flew out January 18th and 19th to allegedly accompany Matt on a trip to Denver.
Y'all, sorry. Mavi is here entertaining himself, so y'all, I apologize, right? But there's two different things. You can propose to a woman. That does not mean you're going to be monogamous. Right? Did he ever tell Anissa he was the type to be monogamous? She's not telling you everything. She's not telling you everything. You are assuming. But somebody could propose to you assuming that you know the kind of man he is. Right? And sometimes these girls are crying for a ring. So, okay, sure, I'll just give you a ring so you can shut the hell up. Sometimes many of these guys will give these girls rings to get them to shut up. Here you go. right? Because she wants it. Okay, sure, here you go. But I don't think because you propose to a woman, it means that you agree to be monogamous. No, these are two different things. He agreed, okay, you're gonna be the woman, you're gonna be in the house, because he got all these kids, and she helps him with the kids. But to say, oh, if you propose, it means you're gonna be monogamous. Where? No, he is not a one-woman man. I don't think the vast majority of basketball players, athletes, are one-woman man. Exactly. So he gave her, so he gave her a ring just to shut up. Right? He got married once. He doesn't want to do it again. And most likely he's not going to do it again. So that's that.
While he had a fiance at the house, and then the fiance dropped the flights, dates, and times and hotels. Okay. And so Masika says she ain't never been with him. Well, the receipts say we got time today. Travel memo, Matt Barnes, okay, flew out of LAX on January 18th, 2025 at 7:40 p.m. This is right after he threatened me, okay. Sat in first class. Masika flew as well and sat in first class. They checked into the Omni Hotel, reservation 52651 on January 18th. And checked out on the 19th, January, reservation 52733. She also pulled the United Airlines flight that they were on and pulled Masika Tucker's seat, and she sat right beside Matt. He was in 2A, she was in 2B, so they sat right beside each other, okay? She also pulled, let me see, the Uber receipt as well, too, and it was under Masika Tucker as well, okay? NASA is not playing. She actually pulled the actual Uber.
Y'all, let's look at this hotel channel and see what it's giving. This is not expensive. Shit. Masika, you is a low budget trick. What is this? No, I am muted because Maverick is loud, so I'm looking for the pictures. Hold on. I want to see what it looks like. Hold on, y'all. I'm looking for pictures. I mean, guys, sorry. America's so loud. America's loud. I mean, this is not a 400. Even the suite is $400. Masika, like seriously, Masika, girl, About the like, this is where he took you, sis. Masika, you was a disappointment, girl. Girl, 274, 264. Masika. Girl, I'm disappointed. I am so the Omni suite. Girl, you better have been in a suite, girl. Because what is this, right? So this is where he took her. I mean, it's not really impressive. Like, I'm looking for the pictures and stuff. Where are the pictures? View more. Okay, what you got? Where are the pictures? Child. What is this? I mean, girl. Where are we? But I'm like, they have luxury. Hold on, let's look, y'all. Luxury hotels. Let's see. Okay, Masika, why you couldn't ask for this? Oh, see, okay, you know what I'm trying to say? Matt got the money. Okay, Matt has the money. So what they have the 4 seasons exactly. Look at their website. Masika, if you're gonna sell it, at least make it expensive, Masika. Okay, exactly. This is given. Photos and videos. Let's do it. Okay. All right, let me see the pictures real quick. Exactly, Masika. Why weren't you there? Why he didn't take you here, Masika? $400, girl. Okay. $400 a night. That's all. That's all. Masika, you was a low budget. You are a low budget heifer. Okay. Okay. You got to be a luxury escort. Okay. See, y'all, this is giving, y'all. This is nice. But it's like, what, $3,000 a night? Okay. That is crazy. Oh, I'm not even showing y'all. So, oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. I thought y'all were here. Oh, my gosh. I'm so sorry. Okay. I'm like, they got the 4 seasons and stuff. I'm like, okay. See, this is more like it. Look at the rooms and stuff. Masika, if you're gonna be a sex worker, you can't be a little sex worker, girl. You've been out here for far too long. Your name gotta mean something out here. Look at the dining. Okay, luxury. You need to be a luxury escort. Because if you're gonna sell it, get exposed by the wife, it better be worth it. And that way you go there and then you meet your next client. Okay, just meet your next client. But I'm like, he should have taken you to the 4 season. Oh, yes. Matt got the money. Matt has the money. Make the man pay the money. Let's see. Okay. Oh, yeah. The 4 season child private retreats. I know that's right. Ooh, yes, Masika. Yes, this is what you should have asked for. Not a damn room that costs $400 a night. What is this? Oh, no, ma'am. Oh, no, no, no. Very nice, very good. Girl, the Uber was only $80. Oh, no, ma'am. And he gave a tip for $11, $12. He came and do $20. He's so damn cheap. Matt is so cheap.
That took them from the airport to the hotel January 19th and back to the airport and showed the receipts on that.
Oh, cheap.
She's getting ready to sue him. Yeah, damn, bro. Yo, bro. You know how that little 15-year-old boy was talking to DJ?
As far as Masika's been out here in the game, if you go, my thing is, let me tell you this, right? I don't recommend sex work to nobody. I don't think you should be a sex worker. I don't think you should be a little sex worker. But my thing is, when you've been out here for so long, you've been on TV, you got a baby with a rapper, you know what I'm saying? You got a little show with love hip hop with the LA. On top of that, the client ain't cheap. It's a rich client. So I'm just saying, if you're gonna you're gonna do it right. Because the point is, do it so you don't have to do it no more for the next 3 months or the next 6 months, right? But I'm like, you gotta make Matt pay a little bit of money. But $400? You gonna fly all this far? You flew all the way to Colorado for $8 Uber ride. and to get banged up. And you know he gonna ask you for a whole lot. He gonna ask you for the stuff she ain't gonna do. Is you a creamer or a squirter? That demands a premium. Y'all, I wish I wasn't a child of God. I'd be somebody's manager. How much you want a cream? Or cream? Cream is like $5,000. Squirting is an experience. 7,000. Sprinkle. Okay. But $400. And I'm pretty sure the mattress is not even good quality. But if you're gonna be scandalous, you might as well go down in luxury and be scandalous. Okay? But this ain't no cheap client. Overcharge his ass. What the heck? I mean, that's insane. That is insane. $400, Masika? Nah. You gotta do better than this. You gotta do better than this.
Academics, someone. So what would you do? Would you smash an 18-year-old? All young boys lost their virginity to older women. He was like, yo, bro, you trying to put a case on me, bro. Hey, bro, don't do that. I'm 15, bro. 15, bro. Hey, Matt. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. She finna put a case on you, bro.
Shit.
She finna put a case on you, bro. So you know what I did? Because I ain't answered his DM last time. I ain't had time for Matt. I had all the receipts I needed, okay? But today I got a little petty. Tasha Cat got just a little petty, and I pulled up to his DM today. I decided to respond back, and I said, hey, Matt. Here's what I said. I said, hey, Matt. You want to discuss this cheating list that your ex-fiance dropped to me? You know me, the black chick. My office hours are open 24 hours. 24 hours.
Shit.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. Now we got to go. Bye.
Yeah, bye, Tasha. Yeah, this is a lot. Right? But I'm like, girl, I don't know. For me, I feel like you should kind of know who Matt Barn is, though. So, I don't know. He's a lot. He truly is a lot. Okay. That's crazy. That's insane. That is insane. Let me see his ass. That is crazy. But I just hope that she didn't expose this man and she's going to sit there and stay with the man, because then that would have been extremely ridiculous. Okay. That would have been extremely, yeah. I'm like, this is insanity. This is crazy. If you're going to do this, if this is going to be your business, like, you need to require more, Masika, because $200 a night, $400 a night, y'all might as well stay in LA. What's the point of doing all this? But if you're going to go out to Colorado, like, you need to have a whole experience, like 4 seasons or nothing else. 4 seasons. Okay? 4 seasons or nothing else. Oh, we don't want it. We do not want it. We do not want it. All right. These DEI people are just too much. I don't know why these people are just giving so much energy to this whole DEI stuff. It's crazy. Mm-mm-mm. 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 Let's see this.
Welcome back. I'm Shaq. We got ourselves another video. We got a video.
Hey.
How you doing?
So my question is, why do men act like plus size women have to settle for just anything just because we're plus size, that we're supposed to settle?
She fixed it. It's not settled for anything. It's settled. You do have to settle because you're plus size. Broke man has to settle. Plus size man also has to settle unless he has lots of money. Then he don't really have to settle.
Let me ask you a question, okay? And I'm gonna package it up with love, okay, baby? Is it the men who act like that, or is that a personal insecurity within yourself? And I ask that because I see a lot of men who are with plus size women and who are attracted to only plus size women. And I see a lot of plus size women who are with a lot of fine men who are taking care of them and doing a lot of things. So
that is a lie. You are lying. She's such a liar. Most times, if you see an overweight woman with a man that's highly attractive, she's paying the bills. Like, stop. Oh, well, really? What happened? She got her feelings. Stop lying to people. Like, stop lying. Like, unless she was skinny when they first got married, now she's older, so she's overweight. Okay, that's fine. But when they first got together, she was skinny. Like Pierce Brosnan, for example, like 007, right? His wife was extremely skinny when they first got together. Now she's overweight. But it's like, okay, like it's been decades. But when they first met, she was skinny, okay, right? But in this day and age, like you outside and you see a man that's with a woman that's overweight. Yeah, most likely she makes most of the money. Most likely she pays the bill. So that's why he's there. Because he don't want to work. So it's like there's always a trade-off. Okay. But my that was so funny about her question. Like, oh, why do men who act like if you're overweight, you have to settle? But my thing is, when you're asking a man to be with a woman that's overweight and you asking him to settle, why would he want to be with somebody who can't even breathe? Like, I just don't get the part. Like, girl, do you not understand the own irony in your question? If you're overweight and you're saying to a man, oh, you could be with a skinny girl, but be with me, what are you asking him to do? To settle. Right? Why would somebody want to be with somebody that can't even breathe? Why would somebody want to be with somebody that can't even go up the stairs? Girl. If you're like, I don't know, what can you even do in bed? Can you even breathe? Like, nobody wants to be held responsible if you die because they try to have sex with you. They're stupid. What is wrong with these people? You can't even breathe. Like, girl, when was the last time you walked up a flight of stairs? Like, be so for real. Okay? You are insane. You want something you cannot have. You want something that you're not willing to work for. So you want him to settle. You are crazy. You was a scammer. Stop lying to people. Stop lying to people. Because when you're saying he should not settle, like, so actually nobody should settle. Nobody's first choice is a morbidly obese person, man or woman. Nobody's first choice is going to be a morbidly obese person. Stop lying to yourself. Just like nobody's first choice is going to be someone with no money. If people could have their way, they want to be with someone that has some kind of money. Don't do that. Okay? Do not do that. And you, Brian, what's her name? Cheyenne, stop lying to people. If you see a man that's with a man that's fine, that's dating a woman that's overweight, and they haven't been together that long, it's because she has the money and he doesn't want to work. She gives him a very nice lifestyle. He's like, you know what? Sure, whatever. And maybe also he has somebody on the side. Don't lie to people. Do not lie to people. This is ridiculous. What is this?
Where? What fine men who don't have some type of thing going on here is just with plus size women? You're just saying words right now. I'm going to need you to back that up, Miss Fake Doctor. I'm going to need you to back that up, what you just said. There's a lot of them. What's a lot? 5?
I want to ask you, is that a personal issue that you're not aware of? And for you, that creates a stigma that men see you that way? Because we usually see in others who we are, not who they are.
Exactly.
I used to, but I mean, I also know that it was the way I was raised, because I had a mother that just never said I loved you or anything, and I was just told different things. But the older I got, I raised 2 women. My daughters are 24 and 28 now, and I've done it on my own. But I've also noticed that guys that, do approach me or whatever, that's the first thing they're like, well, your standards are too high. And my thing is, I have high standards because
But my thing is, don't you think you should look like your standards? I wish I could talk to this lady. We don't have a problem with your standards, but you should look like your standards. Oh, I have standards for people, but I ain't got shit for myself. No, you need to look like your standards. But it's like we can tell that you don't have standards for yourself, right? That's why you're like morbidly obese. So you don't even have standards for yourself. but you want to have standards for somebody else. You are extremely unhinged. Don't ask for people what you're not even willing to give yourself, because the first relationship that matters is the one that you have with yourself. Nobody looks at you and says, wow, she really loves herself. No, you are neglecting yourself. You have neglected yourself, and you've been neglecting yourself, right? You don't even have love for yourself, because there's no way that you live your life at this size and you're not hurting. You are in pain. You have to be in pain, right? It's not comfortable being this size. So my thing is, instead of even worrying about men and this and that, you need to worry about what you're going to do for yourself to make sure that you can live long, be with your daughters, see your grandkids, and hopefully see your great-grandkids, right? That should be your first concern. You're not even in a space where you go, oh, I need to worry about dating. I need to worry about men and worry about that. No, you need to worry about how you're going to fight for your life. Because if this woman is not on if she's not on high blood pressure medication, if she's not on pre-diabetic medication, I don't believe this. Or she's about to be. But it's like, I'm like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? It's horrible. It is horrible. You're not even in a place where you need to worry about dating. You need to be there for yourself. You got to fight for your life, because you're morbidly obese. You know, like you could die. But I'm like, you have to be on medication. There's no way she's not on medication. This is so unhealthy. So why are we worried about dating and men when you need to find a way to get with a doctor and get on a plan on how you're going to lose this weight, even if it means getting the surgery? But you can't continue to carry this weight, because if you continue to carry this weight, you don't have much to live. You don't have much to live. Like, stop lying to people. Oh, Cheyenne, she's always somewhere because she's getting paid too now, huh?
I'm also I raised girls, so I just didn't tolerate anything.
Your standards have nothing to do with your children. You can have high standards if you choose to have high standards. The thing about standards, men who cannot reach those standards do not qualify. So you never change your idea of how you see your standards. It is not about who you raising.
Is he a simp? Another one saying to this one what she wants to hear. If somebody has high standards, they have to look like their standards. Otherwise, you're a hypocrite. Otherwise, you're greedy. Otherwise, you are intellectually dishonest. Otherwise, you don't have integrity. Because what you ask from people, you should be able to give that to yourself. Don't lie to people. That is extremely disgusting, right? You're looking at a sister that's morbidly obese. You don't even asking her, are you on are you on blood pressure medication? Are you diabetic? Are you pre-diabetic? Most likely she's on medication, right? So if you don't even have standards for yourself to get off this medication and to reclaim your health, can you really say, oh, I need to have standards for other people? You don't even have standards for yourself. How did we get here? Right? Some people need to understand, for you right now, where you are in your life, dating is the least of your concerns. Like, you're not even there yet, boo-boo. You're not even there yet. You need to fight for your life. So if that means, if you are crazy, not read Ezekiel. Oh my God. You guys are insane. But my point is, at this point in time, you raise your daughters. Now it's time for you to fight for your life. They're grown. Let them live the life. Get with your doctor. Get with a trainer. Get with a nutritionist and see how you can lose as much weight as possible. If you really can't do it by yourself, get the surgery and lose the weight. Then now once you lose the weight, at that point we can have another conversation, right? But I'm like, the last thing you need to worry about is dating. Because what you want ain't gonna want you back. So it's the thing. You can say, oh, I have high standards for myself. I'm gonna get straight A's a semester. Well, if you don't study like somebody who wants to get straight A's, you ain't gonna have those A's. So it doesn't matter what your standards are. What do you do to reach those standards, to keep those standards, right? And also, you have to look like your standards. You have to look like your standards. If you don't look like your standards, well, you're not gonna have it. You're delusional. You are extremely delusional.
It's not about how you were raised. It's solely about what you prefer, your preference. And if a man cannot reach that bar, he can't reach that bar.
And I want.
So y'all found another ace in Derek Jackson? Like, I'm gonna throw up. What's wrong?
It's really not the men who who are feeling that way. I feel like you carry that with you.
Yeah, I was about to say, Trip, because you was about to say the same thing. Probably. I would like to have a real nigga conversation. Yep. Even if you do still have some insecurities, anybody who is outside the very small box that this country says beauty is has insecurities, and it's small because it's skinny white girls. That's still the beauty standard of a.
Now he's going to talk about the white women. What do white girls have to do with this? Bunch of simps. You see, $600. I think the cheapest ticket is like $200. They pay to be lied to. That money, I'm not trying to be offensive, right? That money that lady paid right there. She could have used that money. That could have got her at least like 2 months at Orange Theory. Because sometimes, especially in the new year, they'll give you at least 1 month for free. That $200 she paid, that could have got her like a platinum membership for the whole year at Planet Fitness. You see, these women have money for trainers. They have money for gym memberships. They even have money for the latest Nike shoes, running shoes, walking shoes, you name it. You understand? But they will do everything besides losing weight because they're lazy as hell. So many black women are lazy. It's not even a joke. Lazy as hell. Lazy as hell. And they think all they're going to do is weaponize being black and having the JJs and coerce black men into loving him. No, you have to earn the man you want. I said it. I'm going to say it again. Kevin, go on. If Kevin was here, he'll tell you. Men are the prize. Men are the prize. You want a man. The man don't want you. Okay? So you got to make the man want you. But I'm like, look at Cheyenne look at you, look at Cheyenne, and look at this one. Lonnie, what's her name? The girl, this one right here. I forgot her name, right? Okay. You see you and these two girls, these two ladies, right? If we put all three of y'all together, why you think it's easy for Cheyenne to get a man? Because she's pretty and she look good. Her body look good. This sis right here. Why you think it's going to be easy for her to get a man? Because she pretty and she look good. Nobody going to pick you. Why is that? It's your weight. So you stop lying to her because you're trying to sell her overpriced tickets. Shut up. It's your weight. Stop being so damn lazy. And then stop wasting your money on foolishness. That $200, maybe you even paid $700. Maybe that's why you to the mic. Maybe only VIP people come to the mic. So we know how much y'all pay. Because Keita told us it is $600. $600. You could have hired a nutritionist for that. You could have hired somebody that would have make all your meal plans for you. Right? That's enough money to get that's enough money to go see the doctor. That's enough money to get a trainer. But you don't want to do the work. Once again, I have standards. I got standards. Girl, shut up. Nobody gives a damn about your dreams. People care about what you're about to do. You gonna do the work or not? Otherwise, shut up. Standards, standards, standards. Shut up. When was the last time you ate a salad? Shut the hell up. Of course, not all men are the prize, of course. But I don't even know. I don't even know about that later. Elena, I don't know, man. Elena, I don't know. Depending on the girl, he might be a prize. Girl, I have seen some things, Elena. I have seen some things. I've seen some things, Elena. I ain't gonna lie to you. I have seen some things like, what the what? Girl, she don't give that man a baby. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Jesus. These girls are extremely problematic, Elena. I swear, the stuff I see, I'm like, oh, my Lord, my head hurts. You know, if I wanted to sit here, you guys, let me tell you something, right? If I wanted to sit here every day of the year, like, if I want to sit here, like, let's say I say, oh, I'm going to do a live every day until December 31st. Do you know I will not run out of content? And mind you, I'm not even talking like sitting here and doing a live for like 1 hour. No, I can sit here from now until December 31st and do like maybe 8-hour lives. I will not run out of content. These women, they never fail to embarrass me. It's like these ladies just give you content. Between the ladies and Donald Trump, I'm actually overwhelmed. It's like there's so much content to make. I'm overwhelmed. Does that even make sense? Trump, he overwhelms me. These ladies, they overwhelm me. Like, these people are so overwhelming. They're so overwhelming. Does that even make sense, right? Trump, if I want to make content about this man, I'm going to make so much content. I might even lose my mind. Like, this is just so much content. When it comes to these ladies also, I can make content every day. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. It's like, oh my gosh, what is going on? You know what I'm saying? But it's like it's a sheer level of laziness because they have the money. They have the money, right? That money would have been better spent with somebody that can help her regain control of her life. But she wants to pay money to be lied to. That's some sick shit. That's why I say, like, the vast majority of them people, you're narcissists. You're narcissists. You are willing to pay crazy money for people who are not even certified for them to lie to you, as opposed to take the money to go to people who are actually certified, a doctor, nutritionist, a trainer who actually went to school. So that way the people can help you get your life back in order. $600. Oh, see, Kevin is back. Kevin must have heard his name. Kevin must have heard his name. I'm play back because Kevin is here. Kevin must have heard his name. This is insanity. This is insanity. If you know that you're morbidly obese and you got $600, take that money and actually go see somebody that can help you get your weight under control. You have no business being there. And then it's funny how everybody on that panel telling you there's nothing wrong with being fat. How come they're not fat? He's not fat because he probably vegan and woke. She ain't fat. He's not fat. Ace is not fat. Ace got a bunch of muscles. The first guy with the nose ring, he ain't fat. Nobody on that panel is morbidly obese. But yet they're telling you, oh, there's nothing wrong with your side. How come they ain't fat? Because they know it ain't right. They know it's not right. Hold on, Kevin. Hold on. Kevin is here. Hold on. Let me start over.
Oh, that doo-doo, man. What's your name? What's your question?
My name is April. Hi everybody.
Hey. How you doing?
So my question is, why do men act like plus size women have to settle for just anything, just because we're plus size, that we're supposed to settle?
She fixed it. It's not settle for anything. It's settle. You do have to settle because you're plus size. Broke man has to settle. Plus size man also has to settle unless he has lots of money. Then he don't really have to settle.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, look at the panel. Is anybody on here fat on the panel? Is anybody on this panel fat? Because at the end of the day, men are the problem. I told you. I said if Kevin was here, he would write it for me. Okay? Is anybody on this panel fat? You see Ace, whether we like Ace or not, Ace has a lot of muscles. Like he has a lot of muscle. There is nobody on this panel that is overweight. Nobody is fat. But now they want to tell you, oh, there's nothing wrong with that. Then how come they're not fat? How come they're not morbidly obese? Right? Nobody on here. Yes, they could lose, like they could probably lose a little bit of weight. But for the vast majority, they're not fat like that. They're not fat. And nobody on here is morbidly obese. Everybody looks good. Everybody here can climb up the stairs without huffing and puffing, come back down the stairs without huffing and puffing. They can walk without sweating. Nobody is fat. But they're going to tell this woman, oh, ain't nothing wrong with you being the size that you are. Like, stop. Stop. That is just gross. That is seriously gross. That's just gross to me. This is insanity. What is this?
Okay, and I'm going to package it up with love. Okay, baby? Is it the men who act like that? Or is that a personal insecurity within yourself?
You see?
And I ask that because I see a lot of men who are with plus size women and who are attracted to only plus size women. And I see a lot of plus size women who are with a lot of fine men who are taking care of them and doing a lot of.
Most men who are only attracted to plus size women, it's a fetish. It is a fetish. If a man is only attracted to plus size women, it is a fetish. That is not cute. You should not be a fetish. Like, that is weird. You should not be a fetish. It is a fetish. It is not complimentary. Okay? It's a fetish. Now, if you see a man that's fine with a woman that's like excessively obese, yes, she pays the bills. She pays the bills. She pays the majority of the bills. And you go, and if y'all care to be nasty, when it even comes to intimacy, right? Most likely she'll but he's not gonna to her. Okay, never done it, right? And there's only a certain position they're doing, and most likely he's not going submarine on her. Oh, that's a nice way to put it. That's not a nice way to put it, right? Most likely he's not going submarine. Why? Because he's not interested. And my thing is, if we care to be honest, but if you're offended, I get it, right? If we care to be honest, when you're that size, yeah, most likely you have a lot of yeast infections, okay? Because you're insulin resistant, right? You have a lot of sugar in your blood. You are insulin resistant. So when you eat too much sugar, it's going to trigger a yeast infection because you're too big. You have too much sugar in your blood. Your pancreas not even working right no more, right? So people are like, the man is definitely not going to go submarine on you because you're prone to yeast infections. All right? Let's not play these games. Okay? Exactly. Non-qualified life coaches who just will sit here and take her money. All right? So you got to think about these things. But it's a real thing. You are insulin resistant. So, yeah, you need to get healthy. You are not healthy. You're not healthy. So why are you even thinking about dating? That makes no sense. You're not healthy. You should be thinking about restoring your health. So you have no business even being there. You have no business wasting your money on something that right now is not something that you should concern yourself with. Once you reclaim your health, then you can talk about dating people. But you're not healthy. Right? You're not healthy. So make it make sense. This is crazy.
I think so.
Where? What fine men who don't have some type of thing going on here is just with plus size women? You're just saying words right now. I'm going to need you to back that up, Miss Fake Doctor. I'm going to need you to back that up, what you just said. There's a lot of them. What's a lot? 5?
I want to ask you, is that a personal issue that you're not aware of? And for you, that creates a stigma that men see you that way? Because we usually see in others who we are, not who they are.
I used to, but I mean, I also know that it was the way I was raised because I had a mother that just never said I loved you or anything, and I was just told different things. But the older I got, I raised 2 women. My daughters are 24 and 28 now. And I've done it on my own, but I've also noticed that guys that, do approach me or whatever, that's the first thing they're like, well, your standards are too high. And my thing is I have high standards because I'm also I raised girls. So I just didn't tolerate anything.
Your standards have nothing to do with your children. You can have high standards if you choose to have high standards. The thing about standards, men who cannot reach those standards do not qualify. So you never change your idea of how you see your standards. It's not about who you're raising. It's not about how you were raised. It's solely about what you prefer, your preference. And if a man cannot reach that bar, he can't reach that bar.
And I want
Oh, so y'all found another ace in Derek Jackson? Like, I'm gonna throw up. What's wrong with you? Why are you lying? First off, she got it.
I want you to work on shifting your perception because it sounds like you said, from a young child, you didn't receive the love or the validation or the affirmations. And so you grew up to be this adult woman who has this dogma within yourself. And so I feel like it's really not the men who are feeling that way. I feel like you carry that with you.
Yeah, I was about to say, trip, because you was about to say the same thing, probably.
I would like to have a real nigga conversation.
Yep.
Even if you do still have some insecurities, anybody who is outside the very small box that this country says beauty is has insecurities. And it's small because it's skinny white girls. That's still the beauty standard of America. Can we be realistic?
This nigga.
When have larger black women ever been anything but a contrast to white women and propping up their beauty?
This is even insulting. We know that we have thick black women. We know what they look like. And black women that are thick are properly appreciated because people know what a thick black woman is. Right? Cool. This ain't it. This lady is morbidly obese. She might be 400 pounds. That's not thick, right? That is not thick. So it's like, what are we even talking about? Yeah, they get paid to lie to these women, right? We know what thick is. We have seen thick women. I don't know who I can think of right now, but some black women are thick. We know what that is. But to sit here and act like, oh yeah, like, oh, she just happens to be thick. This lady is not thick. This lady is morbidly obese. So honest people will say to her, yes, babe, I get it. You have standards, but you also have to understand in this life, You have to look like your standards. Right? Because nobody will look at you and even think you have standards. Well, oh, what standards do you even have for yourself? Right? But like I said, to me, the most important thing right now, right? Exactly. Okay, good. Thank you. Like something like that. Exactly. Right. We know what thick is. We have seen thick. Even Lori Harvey, like before she lost all this weight, we have seen thick. We know what thick is. But thick is something cool, very specific. And when you're thick, people still see your silhouette, right? Like when a woman is thick, she still has a silhouette, right? When a woman is morbidly obese, everything is just a circle. It's oval. It's like bloop. Okay? Makes sense? Let me see if I can pull up this picture. Hold on. Okay. Like you see Lori here on this side, right? And the black leggings, right? To me, that's thick. Like she's thick. She's not fat. She's just thick. So we know what that is. She's thick, right? What you're giving, that is morbidly obese. It's not the same thing. And most men know, they know the difference between a thick woman and a morbidly obese woman. Because when you're thick, you still have your silhouette. You're just thick. That's it. Right? But you still have a silhouette. When you are morbidly obese, it's like everything is just oblong. Like everything is just bloop, just oval or a circle. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe that's what I want to tell her. You know what I mean? But it's not okay to do this. Like, it's really not okay to lie to people like this. It's actually, it's evil.
My bad if I'm like getting too deep for the entertainment and stuff like that, but what that causes in men, even men who are attracted to big women, to be attracted to them in secret.
No, you playing games right now, Trip. Black men have always found black women attractive. They have always found them attractive. Black men found Pam attractive when they were trying to make everybody believe, who's that lady? Paris Hilton or something like that. You know, skinny white women seem attractive. Black men were still into athletically built women. Don't you start throwing this thing around as if black men just completely submit to white guy standards. No, they don't. Y'all are playing games with, oh, that was a bad thing to stop this video on. Her eyes look crazy. Don't do that, Mr. Tripp. That's offensive. I'm appalled, okay? And we're both bald. You do that.
Because the further you get from the beauty standard, the lower your expectations and standards are supposed to be. So first of all, you're a black woman. Then on top of that, you a big girl. So you ain't supposed to have nothing close to confidence because you don't look like what confidence is. So because even if I really am attracted to big women, because
you know what the bullshit is? You know what the bullshit is, right? Because she's a black woman, she has the genetics to lose the weight, right? Because why is she this big? Because today we ain't got no standards. If we were back in slavery time, would she be this big? I bet she wouldn't be this big, right? If we were back after slavery, like 1920s, whatever, she would never be this big. Because you're black, you should not gain, you should not have all this weight on. Because black women have incredible genetics. Black women have incredible genetics. So we know if she really committed herself, she will be freaking amazing because black women have incredible genetics. I don't get this. It's like one woman, y'all believe, oh, we're black women, we're queens, black women, melanin. Exactly. You have incredible genetics because you're a black woman. And that's why when it comes to anything having to do with athleticism, right? It's usually black people. Black people are extremely athletic. Both men and women. Why? Because we have incredible genetics. Right? So because you're black, you should lose the weight. Because you are a black woman, you should believe that you have genetics. Right? You have powerful genetics that can help you lose this weight if you decide to lose this weight. Because being black is not a curse, it's a blessing. So if you put up your mind to it, you will see that those Black genetics, they're powerful. Because you are Black, you should not waste your genetics. Because you have great genetics. That's why the vast majority of athletes are Black people. Right? There's the reason. Because we have great genetics. So because we have great genetics, you should not be wasting your genetics. Because the way you're saying Black women is, oh, you're a Black woman, so it's okay. No, because you are Black, you have great genetics. You have great genetics. People use our stem cells in science. What are we talking about? People use Black people's stem cells to save other people. Right? Okay. So because I'm Black, I have great genetics. Because I have great genetics, I have to believe that if I commit myself to this, and that, my body's going to look amazing. Why? Because I'm Black. That should be your mindset, right? That's why everywhere you look, the vast majority of athletic people are Black people. And they usually win because they're Black. They have great genetics. And you have the same genetics. But you're not putting your genetics to work. You're destroying your genetics. Right? You're destroying your DNA. You're destroying your body. Even though you have great genetics. You should not even be on this. I think she's on medication. So if she is, you shouldn't be on this medication. Right? So that's the way it should be. Because I'm Black, I have great genetics. Because I have great genetics, I have to push myself. No, I'm Black and systemic racism. No, whatever. No. When you see all these Black people in sports, we are all connected. We are all related. If they can do it, you can do it too. Maybe not at their level, but because they're professionals, but you can. Because you have great genetics. If you want to start running, you can. You want to start swimming, you can. You want to start walking, you can. Right? So, yeah, you have great genetics. Don't waste your genes. Right? You have great genetics. But you're destroying your genetics because you're doing anything useful with your genetics. You have to exercise. Got to eat healthy. And you'll see your body shape up because Black people have great genetics. Right? That's the way your mind should be. I am Black. I have great genetics. You see it. It's all around you. Look, like all these athletes, the vast majority are Black people. Why? Because Black people have great genetics. So you gotta take care of your genetics, and you have to work on your genetics. And you cannot let yourself become morbidly obese. It's not fair. It's not fair. Right? It's not fair. Now you gotta change that. You're Black. You can mold your body into anything you want to because you have great genetics. So you shouldn't let this happen. Right? That's it. That's that. So I don't even know what they're talking about. Yeah.
Insecure about it. I'm going to project that insecurity onto you, big woman, and assume that you just as insecure. So you going to fuck with me on the low and by convenience because I'm not brave enough to fuck with you out loud. Right? The same.
It has nothing to do with bravery. It's about taking advantage. Right? About taking advantage.
But way you shouldn't be brave because you big.
But if you're brave, you're going to lose the weight, sir. She was not born this way. She was not born to be this big. She was not born this way. She made herself this way. Right? So if you're a good person, you have to encourage her to fight for her life and get her life back. She wasn't born this way. It's the food. Right? It's the food. Like the food is so toxic. Like eating out of convenience, eating when you're sad, eating when you're this. Like she's going through something. But we have to tell her she has to lose the weight. That's why I said instead of coming to y'all, because y'all a bunch of clowns, it would have been better for her to take her $600, either book a session or a few actually with a nutritionist, right? Or go see a trainer, go see a doctor. But my thing is, with $600, she could have had an appointment with a nutritionist. She could have had an appointment with her doctor, did her whole blood work to see if there's something wrong. Maybe something is wrong. She could also have thyroid issues. So maybe that's why she's also having a harder time with the weight, right? We could check, we can do blood work and see what's going on. She could also have met a trainer. But instead, she chose to waste her $600 coming to see you fools just so you could lie to her and honestly not offer her any proper solution. That's exactly what Tony Gaskins was talking about. Y'all cause more confusion. You're not good people, right? But also she's lazy because she wants to hear what she wants to hear, and she's willing to pay $600 to hear lies instead of paying $600 to 3 different people and have those people come up with a plan for her to get her life back, to get her health back. Because dating is cute, but what if she dies? You want to fight for your life. You have 2 daughters. You got to fight to be healthy. And if they have kids, you want to be able to enjoy your grandkids. Run with your grandkids. Go places with your grandchildren. But right now, she can't do none of that. So she shouldn't spend the money with y'all.
So this is what we run into. I'm not saying that you're not projecting. I'm not saying that you're not insecure, and maybe that informs the way you see the world. Sure, that's probably true as. But we're not going to act like the world isn't being taught to see you some type of way.
You're supposed to work out. Are y'all acting like...
Don't blame the world for this. Because even if the world wasn't involved, sir, she's in pain. Don't do that.
Y'all lying to these barrel-built...
Daddy, chill.
Because we are. That's what's going on. We're taught that you are less than beautiful. Actively. You're just now, within the last 5 to 7 years, seeing big girls as models on the front page. Big girls as models on the big ad. That's just now. For the women.
You are so full of shit. If she really felt like she was beautiful, she would do beautiful people things. Right? If she truly felt like she was beautiful, she'd be like, nah, I deserve better. But if you don't do anything to change your situation, you don't really believe that you're beautiful. So don't put that on other people. It's her life. When you're beautiful, you do beautiful people things. That's why, for the most part, when people start losing weight, they start changing their wardrobe. They start changing this, changing that. Why? Because now they feel beautiful. And when you feel beautiful, you do the things that beautiful people do. Self-care. There you go. Right? So if you're not doing it, if she's not doing it because she doesn't feel beautiful. Right? And the thing is, you can be born beautiful, but you got to work on feeling beautiful. You're not going to just feel beautiful just because. You're going to have to work. The older you get, you're going to have to work. Exactly. So it's not about, oh, they're trying to make her not feel, nah. If she really felt beautiful from the inside, she'd be working on this right now. If she's not doing anything about it, then she doesn't feel beautiful. Because when you feel beautiful, you will do the things that beautiful people do, which is, what is that? Self-care. Right? And you wouldn't even need anybody to tell you. You just be doing it. So if you're not taking care of yourself, and it just goes, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Very soon, she's going to have a cane because all that weight on her bones. And sometimes people put on so much weight, it changes the legs of their bones. Like their legs start to look funny because there's so much weight. The bones start to go this way. So you can't even stand like this. You start to stand like that. Right? The bones completely change because of the weight. It's just too much weight. And that's why if you ever see like morbidly obese people, they have a weird posture because they can't stand straight. It's too much weight on their bones. No, yeah. So she's gonna have to have a cane sooner, right? But it's like, because it's too much weight. It's just too much weight. So the legs, like the bones of the legs, like is it the femur? Let me see if I can show you. Hold on. Like, do you see what I mean? Let me see if you can see it. I don't know if you can see it. But you see, like, the bones were like, they start arcing like that because it's just too much weight. You see his bones? Hold on. Are we here? Okay, here we are. Right? Do you see the bones? You see that? So because there's so much weight, it's like the bones are trying to collapse. It's like a bridge, pretty much, right? The bones are trying to pop. So they start going like this. So like right here, like right here, right? The bones are trying to pop because it's too much weight. So slowly the bones are going like this. That's why if you ever look at the legs of fat people, like morbidly obese people, they can't stand straight. They have the worst posture because their bones are going like this. So that's why they have to walk with a cane. It's not a good thing. This ain't a joke. Do you see this? So these bones are straight. See, this is still straight. But now look at this. It's arching. It's arching. Because it's just too much weight. Yeah. Let me see if I can find her. I think she hides her legs. Okay, there you go. Hold on, you guys. Okay. You see this? You see how she's standing? Right? They can't. It hurts. It really hurts because it's too much weight. It's too much weight. See, even look at this girl, right? They have a hard time. Like they truly have a hard time. It's not easy for them. Yeah, see another one. You see her legs? You see this? Like it's a real thing. It really is. It's obesity is like, especially when you let yourself be like morbidly obese, you are going to disfigure your body. It is not a joke. People think I might be mean. I ain't be mean. Yes, Kevin, you should pay close attention. They cannot stand straight. They can't because these bones are they're going like this. The bones are trying to pop because it's too much weight. It's not normal. So that's why they usually have to have a cane or they have to have a stretcher because the thing is like shaking, like it's like a bridge, like a thing is shaking. It's too much weight. It's just too much weight.
Women who've been having to walk with that for 30, 40, 50 years, that may not be enough to cause an immediate shift.
So are y'all saying that white plus size women look better than athletically built Black women? Is that what y'all trying to say? Because if that's the case, then that means even if you're going by American standards for saying that white small women are up here, next thing is an athletically built Black lady, or just do anything, she's gonna be above the plus size. So instead of y'all trying to act like, how about we just love plus size? How about you go from plus size to the athletically built one, the one that guys literally just always liking and hearting on Instagram?
Like bigger girls don't have to face adversity just by being who they are. Even
it's self-inflicted adversity. She probably has diabetes or she's pre-diabetic and most likely she takes high blood pressure medication. Most likely she does. And it becomes a lot harder to lose weight when you're on blood pressure medication. It becomes harder. Becomes a lot harder. Right? You understand? So, and when you're also, these are nasty ass diseases like high blood pressure, high cholesterol, pre-diabetic, diabetes. These are things you don't want. You don't want that over your life in the name of Jesus. Right? But my thing is the adversities that come from being morbidly obese are self-inflicted. They're self-inflicted. If she works on that, she's no longer going to have those adversities. So get rid of them. Like they're being really evil. They're being evil. That's not good. This is not good. This is evil. This is not nice.
Ones that have confidence, the shit that they had to fight through to gain that, to stand on that, you know what I'm saying? Like we gotta acknowledge that because then it makes
acknowledge what? That they don't know how to stop eating, that they have issues with food, that they have some kind of trauma. Instead of talking about it, they'd rather eat their way through it. Like, what exactly should we acknowledge? Like, when you're morbidly obese, it's self-inflicted. What would you like us to do? Oh my gosh, look at her. She ate her way through her pain. What a warrior. Like nobody's gonna think like that. Nobody is. Nobody is. Right? Nobody is.
The fight that the big girls that do got confidence, it makes they fight null and void. You know what I'm saying? So we got.
Why don't you have enough confidence to lose the weight? I don't get that part. If you are so confident, do something about it. And my thing, if you believe that being obese is so awesome, why don't you do it? Okay, I don't think you weigh more than 120 pounds. Why don't you
acknowledge that these women are going on a journey to gain this confidence? All Black women got to go on it. I'm not saying just big girls have it harder, because the more intersections you add, the more complex the shit get. You feel me? But like, it's a special piece of hate that this country got carved out for big Black women, bruh. You can look up the story of Sarah Bartman, bruh. They displayed that woman, family, displayed her. You feel me? Like, big Black women have always been put on display. So, sweetheart, like, I just want.
Wait a minute. He said Sarah Bartman. Hope that's what he said, because I'm gonna be so upset if I spell it wrong.
That's what he said.
So you're gonna go all the way to the 1700s. 1700.
Say that just for the sake of empathy. You feel me? Like, the confidence that you have, you taught it to your daughters. Make sure your daughters are in communities with other women and teach it to them. Make sure that you continue to spread that shit and pass that shit, and don't worry about no nigga that can't.
You can tell them to work out.
You feel me?
So your dog eat.
And I think low-key might be like, these women are truly in a relationship with food. Food is their lover. Because if you could lose the weight, change how you eat, lose the weight, and have the person that you want, but you're saying, no, I don't want to change how I eat. He needs to accept me the way I am. Then your lover is really the food. You are in love with the food. You are in a relationship with food. Right? And so it's like food has became an idol in your life, because if you have to choose between, right, I can lose this weight, I can lose 50 pounds, 100 pounds, even 200 pounds, then I can have the life I want. I can be with the man that I want. And you're like, no, I don't want to do that. I want to keep eating, be an emotional eater. I don't even want to lose, not even trying to lose like 10 pounds. Nope, I'm losing nothing. But I have high standards. Yeah, because you are in a relationship with food. You don't want this. You don't want to be with the man bad enough, because if you did, you would dump the food and you would go find the man, right? Because food is food. Food is not your friend. Food is not your comfort zone. Food is not your blanket. Food is not your therapy. Food is just food. It's meant to be fuel for the body. When you use food for anything else but what it's meant for, we have a serious problem. And when you don't want to let that go, you have to admit to yourself that you have a food addiction. You are an addict. So you're such an addict that you don't want to give up the food, because anything that anybody tells you to give up the food, no, I ain't gonna do it. But so you don't want to be with a man. You know what I'm saying? Like the Bible says, where your heart is, there also is your treasure. Obviously, your heart is committed to eating food. You want to eat the food. You are in relationship with food. The food is your person. And until you're ready to not see food like that, like until you are ready to treat food as what food should be, which is like fuel for your body, it's not going to work. It's very wicked to not tell people the truth. Like it's really evil.
Thank you for your question. I appreciate it.
Big screen. Yeah. So we ain't gonna just tell our daughters to work out or eat healthy. You're not gonna do that. We tell our sons to go get money. We tell our sons to get a job. And guess what? If they get a job at McDonald's, we still shame them. They get shamed. So what are we doing here? Women want guys for resources and protection. Guys want women bodies. Why you keep adding
insanity? Who's exposing who? You're crazy. I'm like, no, you are crazy. You cannot. We'll probably do this tomorrow. You cannot. I repeat, you cannot force people. You just can't. What happened here? Let's see this one real quick. Hold on. I don't even know how he gets.
Welcome back. I'm Shaq. We got another video.
But to be fair, we.
Oh, you know what that was? Oh, that doo-doo, baby.
time frame, so I'm gonna put up with all of this. So as long as I got the ring, I know I'm getting closer
But
to my goalpost.
to be fair, we have that anxiety that lives in us because of society.
Correct.
Society has told us if you don't have a man, you ain't.
Correct.
If you don't have kids, you're useless.
Correct.
If you're focused, or if you're hyper focused on your career, you are an independent woman, and people are gonna pretty much wash their hands of you. But this is the same society that tells you. Abdul to say something like, "Well, what do you bring to the table?" Well, y'all told me if I was too independent, I was masculine. Y'all told me.
This girl is so, she's so contrite. Women want a ring. I need to find.
If I was over here doing too much, y'all didn't need me, so I wasn't attractive. It's literally just a contradiction after a contradiction after a contradiction. What you about to say?
What the are you talking about, man?
What the hell is over here too much? I'm not attractive. What does that mean?
So the first thing I want to say is, why do women think that men don't date potential either? Most men that say, like, for example, I think that there's two different times that a man is going to propose to a woman.
Mm-hmm.
It's either she's earned it by putting up with whatever they had to go through, or she's worth it. The one who's worth it, it happens a lot faster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She gets it in a year, maybe two.
Maybe 6 months.
Yeah,
Put your hand down.
Okay. You see how fake Randy is. She just said society tells women if you don't have a man, you ain't ish. But she's the same one who's bragging and getting a ring in 6 months. That's how you know she's a grifter. Right? If you believe that having a man does not define a woman, then why then are you bragging that, oh, I got this in 6 months? Nobody cares, right? So see, even you believe those things. And that's why I cannot stand these women. Like, these women are so fake. They believe these things, but because they have to grift, because they have to sell tickets to other women, oh, it's not me, it's society. Girl, shut up. Every time you hear her, oh, I have a husband. I got a husband. She won't fail to tell you she got a husband, right? I got this in 6 months. Nobody cares, Randy. Right? But you see, it makes you feel good to know that you have a man and he proposed to you. So you believe those things. So why are you saying society? Right? You believe it. Otherwise, why even talk about it? Who cares? If you propose in 6 months, 9 months, a year, 2 years, why does it matter? Does faster the proposal? Does that mean it's a better proposal? Like, because you got proposed in 6 months, that mean you got a better man than most people? We don't know. That means nothing. That really doesn't mean anything, right? Being proposed to in 6 months versus, 7 years is crazy, but being proposed to in 6 months or 2 years or 3 years, I don't know who he is, right? You can get proposed to in 6 months, okay? And what does that mean? She's very stupid, this girl, Randy. Like, she's so remedial.
Don't you ever pick your hand up. The guy that got with you, Randy, I don't know what's wrong with him. He might have been drunk or fentanyl. It's one or the other.
One who's earned it. We done been through the trenches together. You still got a lot of you that I want you to work on. I still got a lot of me I want to work on. And we both need to literally.
You see how happy she is that she gave the guy some dap or something? Girl, shut up. Girl, shut up. It's a grift. This is all to make money. These people are sick as hate.
Put the pieces together. But the problem is, we have the women that are realistically looking for that title. Mm-hmm. That's not looking to work on themselves.
Correct. Yeah, you gotta work on yourself.
And so then now that's why that extra year gets added. And then another year gets added because it's like I'm still dealing with the same problems I told you about 6 years ago.
But at that point, to me,
but that don't mean I don't love you.
Yeah. I know.
But wait, hold on. Because I'm being patient with you.
But if a woman did that,
let me rock.
Okay. Go ahead, cook.
Hey, women, because I'm being patient with you. That's why I'm here. See, I understand what you can be, and I'm not trying to change you. I'm actually waiting for you. So that's why those proposals get dragged on. It's not necessarily that man. And sometimes it can be where he don't got his shit together. Like, he's still struggling financially. He doesn't understand how he's going to be able to provide because, just like you said, there's a lot of social pressures on him to be a man.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You know how hard it is to be a man?
I don't have a penis. Thank God.
But the expectations.
But I can imagine.
Yeah. So what happens is that man still loves her, but the problem is he wants her to work on her. So he's being patient with her, but he wants to give her the ring to let her know, listen, when you can get you together, you've got everything that you want.
Can I be honest with you though? Yeah, go ahead. It sounds like that man is lacking leadership skills, and here's why.
Oh my God. He's lacking leadership skills because he's telling you to fix this problem and you ain't fixed it yet. How am I supposed to lead you through your internal problems? The things that you're thinking about, the things that you can easily just lie to me about. How am I supposed to? Oh my God. Let's listen to it.
You aren't you're not dating potential is literally the biggest downfall of most women.
Yes. And men.
We don't get
most
there.
people don't even get there.
Because most times what happens is we paint this pretty picture. And
let's start here. Hold on. Let's start over here, y'all. Hold on.
With the cool kids per usual, let me introduce them. We got Alfonso, the actor. We got Poppy Chula.
And what y'all talk about and agree to. So I don't really think it's a time limit. But I do think personally, if you engage with somebody, 4, 5, 6, 7 years plus, then you're not really looking to get married.
Yeah, that's false shocking.
Because you engaged, right? Yeah. How long you been engaged?
6 years.
No, like 6 months.
Since like February. Yeah, like
okay.
Okay, but you getting married in 2025.
Yeah, because
okay,
sometimes you want to get that money up.
Because you're not trying to postpone and push out because you really love your girl. You really want to be with her, right? Yeah. I think a lot of the times these engagements be so long because of something that 2K has said in the past. A lot of men don't necessarily want to be married. They be trying to pacify y'all. And a lot of y'all be settling with these men, and you be settling with these men. These men really don't rock with you like that. They don't cover you. They don't protect, they don't provide. They don't do any of that. But you just be happy to have a body to sleep next to at night. And let me tell you something, baby. You deserve so much more than that. You do. You deserve.
You're such an idiot, Randy. If she, bye, Callie, enjoy yourselves, right? If she really deserved more, she would have it. Shut up. Stop lying. Maybe some girls, that's all they're ever going to get is a body to sleep next to. Like, seriously. Like, what the heck? People are not stupid. If she could really have more, she wouldn't be here. She wouldn't be here. But if she's there, because that's what she deserves. What are we even talking about? I hate when they do stuff like this. Like, oh, every girl is like this amazing catch. Like, no, she's not. She's exactly this. But they're like, oh, how come Big Sean doesn't marry Janae Aiko? I'm like, is she marriage material? Right? She's exactly what she should be, baby mama. That's good for her. Okay? It was good for her before. It's good for her now. Like, stop lying to people. Oh, no, she deserves. No, she doesn't. This is what she's getting because that's what she deserves. That's it. But if she really felt like she could have more, she would have had more by now. So she has what she deserves. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay? Stop doing this. Stop lying to people. Right? When you can have more, you get more. If more has not showed up by now, then it means more is not for you. Right? You get out of the, I'm like, you get out of this life what you put in. So if you find yourself in a predicament, it's not even the people, it's you. So if this is it, if you're like, oh, hey, then hey, this is it. That's it. You get what you get.
Somebody that's gonna love on you, that's gonna build you up, that's gonna pour into you, that's gonna really protect and provide. When I tell you protect and provide, I don't mean just money. I mean literally cover you like God called a man to do. 2K, what's wrong with your chest looking big right now?
Yeah, because you sitting up here lying to them all.
Exactly.
About what?
Everything you just said was right. Why you think they deserved it?
They do.
If that, listen, this how it goes. I propose because I want you to be my wife, right?
Right.
All right. Now, how long this proposal is determined on you.
How?
You going through my phone, year. You you disrespecting me, another year. Because we have to vet y'all. Okay, and
you didn't vet before you got on your knees.
My only thing is, I will say this: if a man says, me honestly, if a woman is not acting the way you think she should be acting, you should not be proposing. Because then that's manipulation. Okay? If a woman is not acting right, don't propose to her. Because think about this. Think. If you propose to someone that's misbehaving, you are rewarding bad behavior. Right? If you feel like she's crazy, she's disrespectful, she go through your stuff, and then you're gonna go buy her a piece of jewelry, you are validating her bad behavior. So you should not propose. Right? What you should say is, going through my phone, I don't like that. Doing this, I don't like that. Right? Now, I would love to see a change of behavior. So I'm giving you a year to like maybe a year or 2 years to see a change. If I don't, then we're going to break up. Right? But to me, I don't like your behavior. I don't like what you're doing. But I'm going to give you a ring. That's manipulation. Right? It's like you're dangling a carrot in front of somebody. It don't make no sense to me. Right? So you gotta be a real man. If you don't like her behavior, say like this behavior right here, I'm gonna tell you, this is not the kind of behavior that's gonna lead me to propose to you. At the same time, I'm gonna let you change, but I'm gonna probably give like 2 years to change. If you don't change, by that time, we gotta break up. But to say, oh, she's misbehaving, but I'm gonna give her a ring, which is, I think it's a gift, right? Reward, whatever. But I'm gonna expect you to change after I give you the ring. That's some crazy. That don't even make no sense. That makes no sense to me. You're not serious. You yourself don't even know what you want, right? You're not serious. But you're not going to give people gifts for bad behavior and then say, oh, well, I give you the ring hoping that you would change. That makes no sense. She's not going to change. Or if she changes, it's only because she's trying to get to the wedding thing. We shouldn't even go there. Nobody should be fake. If she really can't do it and she can't do it full time, there's no point in keeping this relationship going. And you as a man, you should know this. But because you want to have sex with her, it benefits you to drag it as long as possible because you don't really know what you want. Because you're also taking advantage. And I don't like people who take advantage of people. Right? You don't like the behavior, you let her know. And you let the people know how long you give them to change. If you don't change by then it is what it is. That's it. People need to start acting like adults. Okay? Because there's too much.
To me, there's no reason that you should be dating me after you have gotten on one knee. My grandmother always said, the day that you get on that knee, you better be ready to get married that day. You need to be ready at that point. Now, I have a 2-3-3. It's 2 weeks to plan a date. It's 2 years to figure out what we're doing, and then you got 2 years max because I want a big wedding when I do that. So we need a little bit of extra time.
Time out. Hold on. Wait. So
intention. No, she wasn't saying plan a date as far as wedding. She said plan a date as far as us going out and whatnot 2 weeks. Because what will happen is if you don't give somebody a timeline on when they can plan on hanging out with you, they gon' what you doing you to death. Oh, good morning, sweetheart. Okay, cool. What are we doing here though, cuz? What's really going on here? So you gotta set a standard for when somebody's gonna take you out, because if not, they just gonna keep on playing with your time and your energy.
No, Randy. Well, listen, when I propose, that is my proposal to marry you.
Right.
Okay. This is a proposal. So all of you are doing and bringing to the negotiation table is problems. So guess what? The proposal keeps getting restarted.
It sounds like the proposal should be called off then, because if I go to a business, we're business partners, right? Let's say we're business partners, and I write up a proposal to expand our business.
Okay.
And you say, that's a good idea, but let's wait. That's a good idea, but let's wait.
Yeah.
That's a good idea, but I literally have an entire package that I have put together and shown you why it makes sense for us to expand and go into these different markets and make it, make our brand bigger. No. But if you're not exactly, and that's really what it be. Let's because you're gonna lie. Get into it.
They don't even really, you know what I'm saying? Most of the time when dudes propose to women, right, it's normally the women that says, hey, I plan on being this by this day, right? Mm-hmm. And the dude don't want to lose the girl. At the same time, he's not ready even to marry her. So he'll say, all right, I'll propose to you. So those years is really his intention of how he wants to see you in the first place.
That's manipulation.
Versus being like, okay, I'm actually with you for this and that. Because if you're ready to be, I believe even get on your knee, you have to have a vision of, okay, I'm planning on marrying you at this time.
Exactly.
If it's money, all right, let me go ahead and stack the money up for a year so we can have a nice wedding. You know what I'm saying? So give yourself that maximum. But I ain't gonna get on my knee until I got that plan in my head. Before I say, let's figure it out. You know what I'm saying?
So you reach the next stage when I propose.
That's a real thing, but I think that if you do that, I heard you say manipulation, and I think that's kind of you playing in people's faces when you do that. Because if you propose to somebody, knowing in the back of your mind that you really have in this woman,
just trying to take off the market.
Like you just say, you're trying to take off the market because you benefited from all the perks of her.
Yeah.
And then you know what it's like, so you trying to hold on to that. But at the same time, it's like, that's so selfish.
That is.
But tomorrow is not promised. So I feel like if you're gonna make that commitment, again, like I stated earlier, I don't think it's a certain timeline, but I think that to go 4 or 5 years and you not have any intention of doing that, that's kind of dirty.
I don't think it's a certain timeline, but I do think it's a certain level of being equally yoked. Mm-hmm. So if a woman is a part of a situation where she said, you know what, I want to be a 3-year fiance because I want to finish my degree and have myself together before I get into the situation, all that, I can understand that. My issue comes into play when it happens, like how you said, in regards to, I'm gonna take her off the market to set her down just to shut her up. Mm-hmm. I've had numerous people that I have entertained in the past that has tried that.
Yeah.
And it's like, bro, you know for a fact that you're not my forever mate. You know for a fact that I'm not even made for you because you want to change everything about
So when did you know that? When did it take for you to be like, you playing with me right now? it's not really.
Well, see, you can still redeem
For me,
yourself.
it wasn't really them playing with me. It was the matter of me realizing they were so busy trying to change me that they didn't really even want me. They wanted the version of me that they pictured, that they painted in their head.
Women do that a lot.
Women do that.
Women
do it the most.
99%.
Yeah, because we want to be married. A lot of women are convinced that, like, oh, I want to be married. It's not I want to be married to you.
Yeah,
it's that
they just
I want
to
the
be married.
Identity and the title of being a wife. And you'll deal with so, which is why it's easy to manipulate it. It's because we have this idea, this biological clock, and all these things that go into it, where we're saying, oh, I need this to happen by this time frame, so I'm gonna put up with all of this. So as long as I got the ring, I know I'm getting closer to my goalpost.
To be fair, we have that anxiety that lives in us because of society.
Correct.
Society has told us if you don't have a man, you ain't shit.
Correct.
As if society doesn't send messaging to men also. Like I hate when they do that. Society tells everybody everything. Ultimately, you got to decide what you want to do. A lot of y'all, society tells y'all to do things that are right, but you choose to do wrong. So you pick and choose when, like, oh my gosh, society. Girl, shut up. My point is, men are told certain things. Women are told certain things by society. Children also are told certain things by society. Like, everybody is told certain things by society. Like, it never stops, right? But it's both genders, right? It's both genders. Everybody has pressure. But ultimately, you decide. And obviously, like I said, you, Randy, being married, it's a flex for you. So you like that. So don't do that.
If you don't have kids, you're useless. Correct. If you're focused, or if you're hyper focused on your career, you are an independent woman, and people are going to pretty much wash their hands of you. But this is the same society that tells you, Abdul, to say something like, well, what do you bring to the table? Well, y'all told me if I was too independent, I was masculine.
But it is, that's the fact. If you are too independent, it's masculine. It is. What's the problem?
If I was over here doing too much, y'all didn't need me, so I wasn't attractive. It's literally just a contradiction after a contradiction after a contradiction. What you about to say?
A lot. So the first thing I want to say is, why do women think that men don't date potential either? Most men that say, like, for example, I think that there's two different times that a man is going to propose to a woman.
Mm-hmm.
It's either she's earned it by putting up with whatever the fuck they had to go through, or she's worth it. The one who's worth it, it happens a lot faster.
Yeah,
she gets it in a year, maybe two.
Maybe 6 months.
Yeah, maybe 6 months. The one who's earned it, we done been through the trenches together. You still got a lot of you that I want you to work on. I still got a lot of me I want to work on. And we both need to literally put the pieces together. But the problem is, we have the women that are realistically looking for that title. That's not looking to work on themselves.
Correct. Yeah, you gotta work on yourself.
And so then now that's why that extra year gets added. And then another year gets added, because it's like, I'm still dealing with the same problems I told you about 6 years ago.
Then leave. Why do you even wait 6 years? If she hasn't made any progress in 6 years, what are the odds? Like, what are the odds? You have to leave. But you don't want to stop sleeping with her. You see, that's the problem. Leave.
But at that point, to me,
you don't love her.
I don't love you.
I know.
Because if you, I don't know, maybe it's just me. I just feel as though love enforces consequences, right? If you love somebody and they haven't changed, you have to help them change. So either you stay, you help them change, or you leave so they can change by themselves. But I'm like, it's been 6 years and she's not changing. Then why are you still here? So obviously you are an enabler, right? Like, I'm like, this is crazy for me. Like, this is really insane. Like, why are you still here? 6 years, she hasn't changed, and you haven't left? You're not serious.
But wait, hold on. Because I'm being patient.
No, you're being foolish. You're scared because you probably want something better too, but you don't know that you can find it. So you're just sitting, you're just here waiting until you find what you really want. Like, you make no sense. No, that's a lie.
But if a woman did that,
let me rock.
Okay.
I'm about to live.
Hey, women,
because I'm being patient with you. That's why I'm here.
No.
See, I understand what you can be, and
you're not there for her. You're there for yourself. You're greedy, right? Because in those 6 years that you're waiting for her to change, you didn't find anything better. But if you could have found a better girl, you would have jumped ship. Men are known for that, right? Exactly. 6 years. Because you also, like, you know what you want, but what you want hasn't found you yet. So you're just sitting here wasting time. And you also don't know what you want. But if somebody hasn't changed in 6 years, like, what are the odds they're going to change by tomorrow? It's been 6 years. She hasn't changed. Most likely she's not going to change. So you can either love her the way that she is, or you break up. But you ain't gonna do that because you like having sex with her. So there you go.
And I'm not trying to change you. I'm actually.
What you mean not trying to change her?
Waiting for you.
And if you're not gonna change her, then marry her. It's been 6 years. You make no sense.
So that's why those proposals get dragged on. It's not necessarily that man. And sometimes it can be where he's not. You don't got your shit
You
together.
would never even have like your ish together. Like if you really wanted to, you would. This is ridiculous.
Struggling financially. He doesn't understand.
And why are you proposing to somebody if you don't know how you're going to provide? If you can't even provide for 2 people, how are you going to provide for you and the children? You have no business proposing to someone if you don't know how you're going to provide. Get out of here with that. You are insane. At your big age, you don't know how to provide. That is insane. Yeah, that exactly. You're lazy. Yeah. Like, no, we're not falling for this. This makes no sense. How old are these people?
There's a lot of social pressures on him to be a man.
Absolutely.
You know how hard it is to be a man?
I don't have a penis. Thank
But
God.
but the expectations.
But I can imagine.
Yeah. So what happens is that man still loves her, but the problem is he wants her to work on her. So he's being patient with her, but he wants to get
greedy and he's scared. No, that's not what love looks like. You're taking advantage. 6 years, a person has not changed. The odds of them changing are quite slim. 6 years, you don't see any progress, then this is who she is. So at that point, you got to make a choice. Even 6 years is too far. But hey, you're going to stay, you're going to go. Yeah, decide. It's not that hard. It really is not that hard. Exactly. No, not even dating. He proposed. So what he's saying, the guy's proposing, but why they're not married yet, because he's still waiting for her to change before they get married. I'm like, what? 6 years? She hasn't changed? She ain't changing. No, she's not.
Give her the ring to let her know, listen, when you can get you together, you've got everything that you want.
Can I be honest with
No. How's she gonna have what she wants when you don't even know how you're gonna provide financially? Sir, what? You make no sense.
you though? It sounds like that man is lacking leadership skills, and here's why. You aren't you're not dating potential is literally the biggest downfall of most women.
And men.
We gonna get
most
there.
people don't even get there.
Because most times what happens is we paint this pretty picture in our head of what we think somebody's supposed to be, how they're supposed to show up, how they're going to be in our lives. And they can't even fulfill that. Number one, we haven't communicated that with them for real. But number two, that's just not who they are. So I think this idea of dating potential as a man, to me, it screams I lack leadership, because why in the hell would a leader, the person who's going to be leading the village, the person who's going to be in charge of protecting, providing, and everything else, why are you looking for a person that you still got to work on building up and training and molding to even being a decent human being?
And well, because the best coach, the best coach is a developer.
But when you develop someone,
absolutely, but
there
it's
has to be a time when the product is ready. But you've been with this girl for 6 years, no progress, then you're a horrible coach. I am confused. Like if you work for a corporation, like if you work for the NBA, like if you work on any team in the league, and 6 years, so every year you guys are losing and you're losing, nobody's improving, players are getting hurt, you're going to get fired. No one is going to give you 6 years to work with these people, these players. Makes no sense. If you're a coach and people don't see improvement in your players within even one season, sometimes it's one game, you're gone. But it takes you've been a coach for 6 years and there's no progress, but you are a horrible coach. You're not a good coach. You're not a good coach. So here, she might have a point. But my thing is, I do feel like to some extent, everybody is going to date potential to some extent, because what are the odds that you meet somebody and they have everything together? Like, because then what is there to build together? You know what I mean? So I feel like we're all dating potential to some extent. Now, how much or how less potential, now that's up for debate. But I'm like, to some extent, we're all going to date somebody with potential. You're never going to meet a person that's like 100% ready. Like, I don't.
Things you can't come back from.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, as a man, most men who are able to develop their surroundings, that's why he's there, because I know what you're capable of. You showed me proven concept. I'm not saying that you've never done anything and I'm just wishing for the stars. I'm saying you showed me, that you can be the woman that I believe you can be. I've showed you. I showed you the same thing in retrospect, but what happens is it's not.
Then why are you proposing if it's not consistent? He makes no sense. He really makes no sense. This boy too, he's scared. Bunch of scared people.
So that's what happens when we date potential. I believe that most people who date potential has seen it.
So how long is it going to be potential? And when do you become potential?
And that's what I was about to say.
When you get your shit together.
The conversation of potential be so.
And I think like a guy who talks like that, the way this guy talks, is giving somebody who needs he needs your help paying the bills. He needs your help pay the bills. This is what I'm receiving in my spirit, but then again, it is my spirit, you know. But I do feel like a man who talks like that, he needs help paying the bills. And not only does he need help paying the bills, but it's like he has dreams and aspirations that require him to like save money or put money to the side. So if he pays all the bills, he's not gonna be able to save the money as fast as he wants to save the money. So he needs somebody to pay the bills. So he gonna finesse you in a long-term relationship. Like, oh no, I need you to get your stuff together. Blah, blah. But no, he needs you to help him pay the bills. Right? And maybe it takes him 6 years to realize his dream or even 10 years. But once he has what he wants, he's going to be gone. He was just looking for a roommate that he could have sex with. Because it don't make no sense. Oh, she has potential. She showed me she has potential. But I'm still waiting for her to get her ish together. Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. I don't even know this. I don't really know this guy. But that's what's coming into my spirit. I'm like, you want somebody to help you pay the bills. Yeah, that's what came into my spirit. So you see? I don't even know. I'm not even familiar with his content. I just said he has, oh yeah, he's on record having many conversations about 50-50. So you see, that's what it came in my spirit. Something is not adding up. Something's not adding up. Oh, I'm here to develop you. I'm here to develop you. Okay. It's been 6 years. The client has made no improvement. You're going to be fired. We have seen coaches, like even in football, we have seen coaches get fired after one game. Like, y'all, one game. The team lost. No, get out of here. I'm like, just one game. They ain't got time for this. Football, especially football. You lose one game, then people's done with your ass. Basketball, they might give you a whole season. But my thing is, if them players are not making improvement and they're getting injured, oh, you out of here. You are out of here. You are out of here. You are gone. You are gone. So if a young lady is with you for 6 years and there's no improvement, you're horrible. And that's where I will have to agree with Randy. You have leadership problem. You have leadership. You lack leadership skills. 6 years, we don't see any progress in this young lady. No, you needed somebody to help you pay the bills and have sex with you. That's it. Right now, if you say, "Oh, I proposed to you because I saw potential, but I'm still waiting on," once again, you want somebody to help you pay your bills. And that's exactly what we saw with Gerard, because I think, like I said, for me, I think what he did to Mercy was a love scam. So he thought by giving her a $15,000 engagement ring, she was going to continue to carry that mortgage. She got tired. Right? But the ring is like the carrot. Like, oh, he gave me a ring, so he might propose. He might propose. The whole time, no. He has a dream in his head that he's working on. But if the dream requires money, if he has to pay all these bills, he's not going to be able to save up as much money as fast as possible. So he needs help. So he can't ask his boys. He can't ask any other man because that's not going to make him look manly. So he enters into a romance scam. That's exactly what this is. It's a scam. It is a romance scam. So that way you tell this girl, oh, yeah, I see potential. I see potential. Like, yeah, we could do it. You're going to find her some goofy ass ring somewhere. Right? And then you drag this girl on for 6 years and you make her pay all the bills and have sex with you. And then once you have enough money saved up and your whatever you're working on, your CD, your whatever, your music, whatever, when that definitely takes off, you're going to break up with her. It's giving McMeals, okay? We've seen this before. That don't become like something doesn't make sense to me. Right? But what coach has somebody for 6 years and then the person they're not progressing, they're getting worse. Something is not okay. Something is off. Yes, there's like that's I'm talking. I'm like, yeah, this is what it's like. That's what's coming in my spirit. I'm like, nah, this man is like, he just wants somebody to help him pay the bills, but he doesn't want to say it that way. So he's gonna sell you on a love scam. Oh, that way we can observe each other. Like maybe we should move in so we can observe each other. No. He's looking for somebody to help him pay the bills. Because 6 years. Then that's who she is. You have a choice to make. Either you love her the way that she is, or you got to go. But if you're staying and you're making it, and then you want somebody to help you pay the bills. So, like, no, we're not falling for this. Or something is off.
Because it's like, Like even that, like in regards to, you know, a man saying, you know, okay, well, I'm gonna add another year onto this proposal engagement, so you can develop this character a little bit more, right? And this character flaw and get out this character flaw. What if that character flaw is just who the hell they are?
Yeah,
and
the vows say
okay, so my question to y'all is for the people that's dating the potentials and not the potential. When at what point do you say, okay, it's not about you making certain adjustments and changing because you're consistently the person who I don't want.
So what I'm saying is,
because if a woman was sitting up here saying this, y'all would literally be like, "Hold the mirror up, bitch."
But hold on, so
I think if you have a conversation, this is what I'm trying to say to kind of circumvent everybody's point. I think if you just really sit down with your mate and have a adult conversation, you know, shortcomings, the do's and the don't, whatever the case, whatever your thing is, you got to sit down and really communicate and talk to your partner to understand what needs to happen. And then you kind of just go from there, because there is really no rule book. You just go what works for the two of you. And if you don't have that communication, it's not going to work.
Anytime you have an adult conversation with a woman, it's just a bunch of lying, bro. Women are great interviewers. They know what to say. They always say the right thing. But when it's time to do it, they're going to relapse.
So then you got a choice to make. You're going to stay, you're going to go. That's it. Because this is where I will agree with Randy, right? Maybe what you want from this girl, she will never be able to give you that, right? She will never be that woman. So you have a choice to make. But is it fair to give somebody an assignment that you know they will never complete the assignment according to your specification? Like, you will never be happy because she can't do it. What you're asking from her, she don't have it in her. That's just not who she is. So at what point do you say, you know what? I wanted to see that in you, but I have to realize that you will never be that person. So either I can love you the way that you are, or I truly can't. I got to go. Right? So that's why I will agree with Randy. Like, you lack leadership skills. Because men should be able to make tough decisions, right? She's a woman. Oh, I don't want to leave. Oh my God, it's been 6 years. I want to stay. But you as the man, you go, okay, the woman I want, she's like this. We've tried. You can't be like this. So I'm either going to love you the way that you are, or honestly, it's not fair to you, because there's somebody out there where whatever you got for them is perfect. For me, it's not. So then you got to go. Otherwise, you're taking advantage. And you're leading this young woman on. And that to me is gross. Like, it really is gross. Because like I said, just like with Monique trying to turn Chris into a poet, I'm like, he can't do it. It's not fair. He's not a poet. Okay? That's ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. Don't give people assignments you know they're going to fail. How's that even fair? Right? It got to be reasonable. But if you have reasonable expectations and this young lady can't meet reasonable expectations, then it's okay. The sooner you cut this off, the better. And maybe then she won't even hate your ass because you were honest and you cut it off as soon as possible. You didn't let that stuff linger and lie and drag her on. And now she's so hateful. She hates men. She hates everybody. It's just so toxic. You don't have to damage people. You should tell her at some, there has to be a point where you tell her, the woman that I want, this is how she is. Then the young lady, either she can do it, she can try. If you feel like, okay, maybe it's like, it's good, it's not good, you have to let her know. Then you got to decide. You're either going to stay and love her the way that she is, or you're going to go. Otherwise, you're taking advantage. And that to me is not okay. Don't play with people's hearts. Like, I really do not like that. Like, don't play with a person's heart, because it's really hard to love and it's really hard to overcome a bad breakup. Don't play with people. Some people are extremely sensitive and some people are like, they're extremely attached. So if you know she can't change, the sooner you tell her, the better. Then you can go about your business. You know what I mean? I'm like, because that's really crazy to me. But I think some of you guys, especially the light skin one, I think he's a homosexual.
And that's the reason why you can't get a ring. Now, hold on. Marriage is your thing. Okay? Listen, so marriage is your thing. You want to be married. I'm perfectly fine with staying with you forever as a girlfriend.
Oh, then don't get married.
But hold on, time out.
Why would you get married?
Y'all want that title.
But
I'm gonna love you the same way. Listen, since I've been with my girls, I've been married. I got a time I need to be at the crib. I can't fuck other hoes no more. So I've been married. I've been gave you all of me. You just want the title.
It's funny.
But this is what she want me to do. She want me to bet half of my lifetime earnings on her bullshit. No.
Hey, look.
No, but if that's your fear, then just get a prenup. Like, you're quite immature, sir. If that is your fear, then just get a prenup. You can have a prenup. You can write what you want in there. Just write a prenup. If your fear is maybe she's pretending to be something she's not because she wants to marry me, and then she'll find any reason to get mad and divorce me, that's what prenups are for. Right? And then my thing is also, if you think that she can be that type of deceitful, that she's just pretending to be something she's not because she wants you to marry her, then she's going to take your money, then let her go, because obviously she doesn't have integrity. But not to be offensive, but I don't even think he's that rich. So what are you afraid of? Like, you're not a Russell, like you're not Russell Wilson. You're not, I don't even think you have $100,000 in the bank. So what do you have for a woman to take? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a multimillionaire, I can see why you might have the anxiety. But you're a regular dude on Anton's podcast. Like, chill. You're doing too much. Exactly. Like, I'm like, what money do you have? What money do you have? You're not a multimillionaire. You're on Anton's podcast. Like, chill. You're doing too much.
Says the married nigga.
No.
Oh,
my wife got it right.
No, but you know what though? You sit up here and talk all this shit. 2K is actually a good man and a good husband.
Sometimes.
You be wanting to be the bad guy so bad, but you really are a good man.
Because you don't relapse. That don't mean it's not in him. He can hold it down for his family. That's it.
And I want to touch on that point that Rico said, you know, as far as like potential or whatever. I think most people need to understand, like, everything else is a cherry on top. Like, your discernment is so key. Like, when you meet somebody, you got to be okay with that person being that person for the rest of their life.
True.
Yeah. You know, that goes for women and men, because most women be like, no, I want you to become this 2.0. Like, maybe this is what I have right here. So you need to have more discernment. Stay by yourself a little bit more before you jump in.
What here is so, like, it's so important, because sometimes you'll have a woman, she'll meet a man who works 9 to 5, and then she'll want to turn that man who works 9 to 5, like a career job, into an entrepreneur. And he might never be that person. He might not be interested. You know what I mean? Then you'll have somebody who'll meet a man who's an entrepreneur. So, I want him to eventually like settle down and not do too much, and pretty much I have like a regular, like a lot of 9 to 5. He's not that person. Not that person. Right? Gotta be very careful. Right? If you want an extremely ambitious man, he might not be the one. He might never be that. He might just be this. Gonna work his job, come home, chill. That's just who he is. You got to make sure you can take that. Don't try to change people. You know?
Next relationship. That's why these shits be lasting 2 to 6 months, because you think, I'm finna 3.0 this nigga because I feel like I'm like that, versus you being like, nah, I don't want to date this person because they might always be this person. Yeah. Or I want to be with this person because they might always be this person. Yeah. It all depends.
I agree with that. I
got a question for you. So first of all, congrats on your recent proposal.
Come on, bro.
Definitely. And my question is, I'm going to assume first that you've dated multiple women before this. And then I'm also going to assume that you even thought about proposing a woman before this.
Yeah.
Now, what makes her different from this woman that you're now with, that you're actually actively trying to get married to?
The person prior, it was just, we grew apart, and she wasn't my person anymore, and I wasn't hers. And we had spent so much time together, and the relationship, I thought at the time, was so strong, and it wasn't.
How so?
And then at the end of the day, I'm not really sure if that's something that she even wanted to do, because when the conversation would come up, she didn't really seem too invested in it.
See, with that answer, you ain't gonna last long in marriage. So we gonna cut that tape. Ask the question again. Dog out. I'm telling you, don't like your fiance. She ain't gonna hit that shit. Either you gonna dog the ex out, or you gonna big hug.
You can't play the middle. That's what I'm saying.
That conversation. Like me and now, so
Very
it's like she know.
It's
you know what I'm saying, but at the same time, it's like the person I'm with now, supportive. You know, even when I'm feeling like, damn, I'm in a dump, she see the good in me sometimes when you can't see it in yourself.
Yeah.
When you got somebody that can breathe life into you and not suck the shit out of you.
Come on.
That mean a whole lot more.
So, okay. So you're not mentally resilient. You need a woman to pour life into you. So you don't know how to hype yourself up. I don't like that. I don't like that. So the other woman got tired of putting life into you. That's what I'm receiving in my spirit. Right? So you have low self-esteem.
Than really anything. Everything else is easy.
It's okay to breathe the life in, suck the life out.
Wow.
If you know what I mean.
Bro, but don't get me screwed. Women are like vacuum cleaners. After a while, the suction stop, bro.
No, it don't.
Yeah, it do.
Your woman like a vacuum cleaner.
The only thing
Ask JT.
The only thing they suck in is they better for a picture. And I'm telling you, cause you got to be ready for the whatever, bro. So make sure that you know that you okay with this girl walking away with half of your shit on the fly.
Do you know half of these men, not up here, but the men that's going to be watching this, you niggas, do you know they don't have half of shit to take?
You taking half of his mental, you taking half of his feelings, you taking half of his
bitch niggas don't even know how to control themselves.
It's a reciprocal relationship. I'm also getting half myself in this relationship.
She leaving with my half. She got more than me.
You know what the crazy
You took
thing
half
is?
of mine. We just swapped.
I'll be honest, right? And if you take half of my, I'd have made a lot of fucking money in my life.
Right?
I'd have lost a lot of fucking money.
Come on now, talk.
But I made the shit back, and I lost it again.
Come on.
And I made the shit back. So if you take the shit, I'm gonna make it again.
Come on.
Right? So like for me, it's not about half of the shit anymore. Right? It's really like, and I'm looking at just wealth as our community in total. And I was blessed to even come across a video for somebody who actually broke down the stats of our community equating to the wealth and the percentage of marriages. We are at the bottom in America.
Hell yeah.
At about 30% marriage rate.
Yeah.
Right? The top is, I think he said, East Indians.
Mhm.
It's about 90
the
plus,
arranged marriage.
95.
Yeah.
Yep. And which I did business with an arranged marriage Indian family, and they good.
Come
They
on.
taught me a lot, right?
Come on.
But when I look at the cultural perspectives and the dynamics, I feel like we get so worried about you taking half of our shit. First of all, if I tell you that half of the people here in America that are African American don't make more in the household than 55,000, what is you taking?
Exactly.
So
That's exactly what is it? What is it to take? Shut up. You're talking like you're a I said that, like you're not even a multimillionaire. What is it to take? Shut up. Now I understand like the fear of custody, like, oh, what if I really love my children and you get mad and then you take the kids away? Like that part I get. But money, no. What is there to take? Please.
No, 25. But fuck the 25.
Fuck the 25.
Yo, that 25 is actually
That's not life-changing money. Like you have a small brain. That's your brain is smooth. Like that's crazy.
our poverty line. So realistically, with or without it, we in poverty.
Yeah.
Right? So now, but wait, hold on. I'm at the land. Right? So what I'm trying to say is we're so worried about losing shit that we're not building shit.
Exactly.
And
Take half of the shit that, like, if you've been around for a long time.
Like obviously
Scarcity mindset. And that's funny how people who have like arranged marriages, like you were young, like, they force people to get married. But it's funny how a lot of people that have arranged marriages usually have better marriages and they have long-lasting marriages. Like even Huda Beauty, her parents, it's an arranged marriage. They met the day they got married and they worked it out. Because I'm like, sometimes maybe people get into their heads. Maybe your parents know you best, his parents know him best, so they like, yeah, I know her best, I know him best, so we're gonna decide for those kids. But it's funny how a lot of people who have arranged marriages have better marriages than people who got to pick their own person. That is crazy.
you have the discernment.
Yeah.
Make sure she ain't no, you know what I'm saying, no slouch. She's gonna represent you, your family, and whatever it is that y'all got planned together, the legacy, the name, all of those things. But at the same time, if you scared to lose, you'll never win. I don't care if it's business or relationship.
That's a fact.
Rico,
you know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
You said life insurance?
Huh?
You said life insurance?
I do not. I have it though.
Huh?
I have it. I don't sell it. I got
Man,
it.
look.
But listen, that's what you selling me, a wolf ticket right now. Okay? that little resilient, get it. I lost it, got it back. You're gonna need that for them reoccurring payments every month.
Hey, look, you know what I don't understand,
let me finish.
He's just a class clown, this one. Let's not take him seriously.
Right.
Because see, I like Rico. I watch a lot of his content, but see that advice there, that's lazy. Because that's the insurance policy. Give me money and just hope that something happen or don't happen. And I'm
what he's saying is, if you lose something, believe that you can have it again. So it's not a big deal. But I'm saying, like you're saying, on average, 55,000. What is there to take?
That study just feeding it to you.
I don't know, ladies. It sounds like you need to get you an up north nigga because them down south niggas don't share.
Yeah, dog.
But up north niggas don't play. So you gotta pick and choose your battle.
North niggas not north.
When you with us, you're not walking around like that. It don't equate the same.
Do y'all think that it's no case where taking half is okay? I think If you've been with me for a certain amount of time, you can take half or whatever. Because for one, I don't want you to be dealing with nobody else that might be.
He getting married soon, and he's scared to lose half. You right here. I don't know about this. I'm scared of you.
Abusing my kids. Yeah. Because you trying to go for the upper. And now this person looking at you. You feel me?
Why you care about her safety?
Why you care about her safety? She chose to lead no leadership, and you want to reward her?
No, I think if you come into a scenario where you already rich and she was not, she came.
And that's different.
You know what I'm saying? Then that's a conversation.
Yeah, that's a conversation.
You might have to prenup, protect yourself. But that's a conversation.
Yeah.
But if she helped you build your empire,
if
she was with you shooting in the gym,
I
you know what that is.
She gotta ask.
Okay, so
She gotta ask.
hold on. Let's set the scene.
I don't need a cheerleader.
No,
I need a shooter.
JT owns a company called Capital Marketing and Promotions.
Right.
The primary client for Capital Marketing and Promotions, one of the primary clients is the Randy Rosario brand. Okay. I've helped to make his company, the Capital brand. I brought it notoriety and I brought it income.
Right.
If we were to separate or divorce, am I not entitled to part
Absolutely.
of that? So that's what I'm saying. Like
you have put in the sweat equity.
Yeah.
A lot of women just sit home and do what they would have did anyway.
But be clear. Sitting at home sometimes often equates to giving you the opportunity to be out here doing your thing. Pause. Let me finish. Because here we go, Ash. Hold on 1 second, Ash. What are you saying now?
There's so much emotional labor that goes into taking care of a man. You can make all the choices you want to. You don't have, but it has to be done. And I'm freeing up brain space for you. I'm giving you creative power that you would not have otherwise. I'm making sure that you have the capacity to do the things you need to do in business to support us by taking these tasks off your heads. Now you can go pay somebody to do these things if you want to, but you're still paying. In the same way that you would make an investment into any business, you make an investment into that relationship.
It becomes prostitution because first of all,
how is it any different than investing money?
I'm paying you to take care of your kids, and you will let me hit it now.
It's
prostitution.
It's not
prostitution. It's a forever prostitution.
My thing is this: I agree with him on this, right? So like, Brandy, you and your husband have a great dynamic team. Together, everything, right? Mm-hmm. It's different.
What bullshit you about to say?
You putting in the work.
Yeah, okay.
All these other women ain't putting in the work.
I know a lot of women that's doing more work than men, but I
can tell you like this: in my house, and God, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I pray for this, and it works. I haven't had a job in 8 years.
Amen.
Right, and I don't have a 9-to-5 life, so I'm with my kids the same amount as my girls with the kids. Me too. Ain't no, I'm leaving, like obviously right here, yeah, but come on, I done flew out maybe 4 or 5 weekends to do work this year.
Yeah.
Everything else, I done got an office around the corner from the crib. I'm doing everything to make sure that I can actually make time for my kids because I don't want to be a working father. I want to be an active parent. Right?
Yeah, but then something is off because if you haven't had a job, so you're an entrepreneur, your hours are not static. So some days you might work more, some days you might work less, right? Entrepreneurs don't have steady hours. So just because you work around the block, somebody is spending more time with the kids than other parent. There's no way that parents can say, me and this parent, it's 50-50. Like even me in this house with James, it's not 50-50. It isn't. Somebody's going to spend more time, even if it's like 30 more minutes, somebody's doing it. But if you're an entrepreneur, whoever's the entrepreneur most likely spends more time at work, working. Right. And also, I'm going to say this. Just because you see your kids like, oh, I might see Trey. Oh, I might see Stefan. Hey, Stefan. Hey, Trey. How was your day? That's one thing. But actually, like sitting down with them and like doing work and studying and stuff like that, it's not the same. You can see your kids, but it doesn't mean that you are actually like actively spending quality time with your children. Hello. Right. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if your thing is like, oh, I work half the time, so I don't have to really pay her child support. No. Oh, I only flew out 3 or 4 weekends. Okay, so you fly out. Does she fly out? No. So when you fly out, who has to watch the kids? She does. So I'm like, if we look at the hours, most likely she spends more hours. I don't like his mindset. Yeah, because I'm like, this is crazy. You know what I mean? Now, the thing about Randy, what Randy's doing right now, right? Randy just has to be okay with something. You can say, hey, my husband had a business. He had a marketing business. But so far, it seems as though you're the most important client on his roster, right? So you're the most important client. So your husband probably makes the most money with you, right? You have to be okay with the fact that one day, if you guys don't stay together, you would have built this man up and he's going to take the money he made with you and build the next woman. We've seen that happen. So as long as you're okay with that, right? Because it could be that he also married you and proposed in 6 months because he saw your social media and he happened to have a marketing agency. And once again, it's easier to marry you, and control your funds. That could be the case. Right? It could be the case. We will never know. I mean, well, maybe one day we'll know. I don't know. Right? Yeah, because I'm like, if you haven't worked in 8 years and you're an entrepreneur, you work crazy hours. Your hours are not static, right? So you can't believe, I'm not going to sit here and believe that you spend the equal amount of time as this woman with the kids. I don't believe that. I've had my own business, and sometimes like when you work for yourself, you always on the clock. It's a lot. It's a lot. But this whole, I want to be a present father. You know, I don't think a man can be as present as a woman. If you have an opportunity to make money, you should go make the money. That's what fathers should do. Do whatever it takes for you to make the money. Hello? Somebody. Right? But otherwise, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Because I'm not buying this.
So because I have that emotional labor, it doesn't exist in my household.
When you were building that legacy, though, when you were getting to this point, did you still have that same luxury, or was she keeping the kids?
I had this luxury since I was 25 years old. So this was before she even came.
Before you had kids.
Before I even had kids, I had this, right?
So you didn't have to deal with a lot of those elements. You were able to get yourself to a position, which is the way you're supposed to do it. A lot of times we rush through these things and we end up in positions where now we have to backtrack and find ways to mediate the situations we put ourselves in.
So in a scenario like that, she's not entitled to half. She was already had this going, right?
You get what I'm saying? And not only did I have it going, but I'm a good man that can balance. So if a man can balance his life and his work, I think it's different than a man who's prioritizing hhis work to sacrifice his life, right? There's a difference because some men have to do it, right? Some
speaking out of privilege.
See, what my wife,
it's not privilege. It is a privilege you have.
See, into what you're saying, my wife, she wanted the last 2 kids. Okay, so
how many kids you got?
I got 3.
Okay.
So she wanted the last 2.
Okay.
So wasn't no way I made her quit her job. Because wasn't no way I was gonna keep the kids and work while you go to work, and I had to take care of them. So you get to keep your check, and I just no. So you got to quit your job, and I don't think if we leave, you entitled to half of the money for the seasons that you want. Yeah.
You had a good time having sex with her to make them kids. Stop fucking playing with me.
Well, listen,
you could have
sure?
said no.
He said, remember, he said you gotta like his conversation more.
No, hold on.
He's just trolling.
You've been in a relationship. This is me setting because this is a scenario. I don't know shit about her personal life. You've been in a relationship for 3 years. You and your man are on the up and up. Y'all doing good, or woman, I don't know what you into. Y'all doing good, and he proposes. You go to set a wedding date, and he doesn't want to give you an actual date. He doesn't want to actually plan an actual date. He's like, oh, let's just go with the flow type thing. What's your next move?
The first thing I need to know why. Why do you not want to set a date? And I'm hitting that head on because you're not going to keep evading me. So why do you not want to have a date? If I ask that question, I don't get a clear answer. Now we're on a ticking time clock because I'm not interested. Again, I said 2, 3, 3. That's 2 weeks to plan a date. That's 2 years to date and figure out the exclusivity. And then there's 2 years for engagement. It doesn't have to be 2 years, but it takes wedding venues, it takes a long time. So I'm giving it that span of time. I'm not going to be in these spaces for longer than that because I know what I'm trying to do in this. And if
my issue is, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I just feel like when you date somebody, y'all should have this conversation. Like, because why did y'all date it? Why did y'all date it? What the heck? Why did y'all date in the first place, right? Because when you date, especially like when you're of a certain age, if y'all met in high school or college, I can kind of see. But I'm like, if it's like grown people life and like y'all dating, whatever, you should ask the person that. Do you want to get married? Because all this is too much. Like, oh, you about to take half. You about to do this. Oh, child, this is too much. Oh, this is too much, right? When you're dating people, you should date people who want to be married. The whole point of dating somebody is to know, hey, are you interested in marriage? When do you see yourself get married? What would you need to get married? I think the problem is people have sex first. That's what I really think what it is. I think people meet people, go on a few days, start having sex, and then casually, like get into a relationship because we're having sex so much. Okay, we might as well be together, but it's not really intentional, right? Because I'm like, when you date people, you should ask all these questions like, do you want to get married? Do you see yourself get married? Do you want to have children? How many kids do you have? Would you like to have? What kind of mom do you see yourself being? What kind of dad do you see yourself being? Like, and also you should take premarital counseling. Like, you should know that kind of stuff, but you should know. Because if somebody says, oh, I don't really want to get married, and you know you want to get married, don't even do it. Don't waste your time having sex with them. Because they told you. Because everything else after that is going to be you forcing it out of the person. And that's not what you want. Because then it's like you're begging for love. Nah, that ain't cool. No. I think you should ask the person like, hey, that's what dating is for, to ask these questions. Then if it's like, okay, I want to be married. I want to have kids. I wouldn't mind if my wife stayed at home. I wouldn't mind this, and that. Okay, cool. Then we can sit down. Let's go to the next phase, right? Which is like, okay, let's start the relationship, right? But we know I want to be married. You want to be married. You know what I mean? Otherwise, why are we over here wasting time like this? This is giving me anxiety. This is giving me anxiety. Like, no.
Give me ambiguity. All I can think at that point is that I'm going to have this happen throughout our relationship. And so now I don't trust your leadership because you're not consistent and you're not confident in the decisions you're making.
You should have checked that when you were first dating him. Why are you in a relationship and now you want to test his leadership skills? That's bizarre to me. That's what dating is for. When you date him, you should see how consistent he is. Like I said, I think a lot of ladies also do not have sexual discipline. The guys definitely don't have it. The girls don't have it. So now here we are, right? You sleep with him. Now you're like, oh, by the way, girl. No.
It pertains to me.
You gonna question my leadership?
If you can't give me a wedding date, I don't trust your leadership. No. How you gonna propose to me and then not be able to give me a date?
Your time frame.
You didn't give me another date.
What if mine was 666?
Did you give me that date?
Hold on, you goddamn devil.
Yeah, I'm
skip past it. No. If you gave me a time frame, if I say I want to get married in 2 years and you say, baby, I need 3 or 4 years, I'm gonna ask you why. If you can give me a reasonable answer, that's a different conversation.
Why do you need 2?
That's my time frame.
No, but why? So you want him to explain himself, but you got to explain yours too. You can't ask for something from somebody but not willing to do the same thing. So if you say that 6 is good or 6 ain't good, I need to know your reason. And he says, all right, well, 2 is too fast. I need to know your reason. What's your reason?
Again, as I said, I was taught if.
But when you guys were, oh my gosh, do y'all get what I'm trying to say here? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Right? If you know that the way you see yourself, you're dating for marriage. Per your culture, your tradition, and what your grandma told you is 2, 2, 2, whatever it is, right? He should know this when he starts dating you. So that way, nobody can play games like, oh, I didn't know. Well, why it got to be this? Well, why is it this? Why is it so fast? Well, blah, 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 blah. No, people should know this from the jump. That way, there's no confusion. So that I mean, like that way, if it's for her, it's like 2, 2, 2, and then you're like, oh no, I'm more like 3, 3, 3. Maybe give okay, we can settle like 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. Right? And that's why. And one thing I've come to realize, I think you have some girls out there. The guys they want don't really want them. So these girls compromise. They compromise. I'm going to first start sleeping with him. I'm going to try to get him to love me. And then slowly she starts introducing, oh, my culture says this. My requirements are these. Right? Because you didn't think that if you told this man what you really wanted from the jump, you didn't think he was going to stay. Right? But he should have known this from the jump. Like, I forgot, who was it? Was it Pop the Balloon? We watched this one episode of Pop the Balloon, and I told y'all, like, the girl should have said from the jump that she had a daughter and she needed a man that's a Christian. No, she was celibate. Remember the girl who was celibate on Pop the Balloon? She's a Christian and she's celibate. And I said, she should have said that from the jump. Like, hey, I'm a Christian and I'm celibate. I don't see myself having sex for the next like 5 years. No, she waits until she's the last person. Then she's like, oh, do you think that you can practice celibacy? And I'm like, and he was like, what? And the man didn't know how to answer that. And I'm like, why did you wait till the last minute to say that? Right? Say who you are. Like, tell people who you really are. Tell people what you really want and tell people what really means a lot to you. If something is your culture, that is your culture. And if you don't get that, it's going to make you miserable. It's going to make you miserable. You shouldn't lie. Don't lie. Don't be somebody you're not. Right? If what your grandma told you, it means a lot to you. And growing up, you always said to yourself, I'm going to do exactly what my grandma told me. Right? then that's what you have to be. That's what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? And some guys might be like, okay, that's too much for me. And somebody, the right person, went, okay, yeah, that's okay with me, because maybe his grandma told him the same thing, right? Don't be afraid to be who you are. Don't be afraid of your culture. Don't be afraid of how you were raised. That's who you are. And if you don't have that, it's going to make you sad, because maybe to you, it might be like, you know what? That's the promise that I broke, that I promised my grandma I was going to do it. Now I didn't get it done. And now it's a broken promise. And now you might hold that against this man, but nobody knew that it meant that much to you to honor the promise that you gave your grandmother. Don't do it. You know who you are. Be who you are. Be brave enough to be who you are. That's it. You know what I'm saying? That's it. What else can you do but be yourself?
You get ready to propose to a woman, you need to be ready to get married that same day.
But
so the day you
woman
asked
told
me to
you
marry
that.
me,
She ain't no proposal.
you don't know who
nobody.
told me that.
You said your grandma told you that.
Oh, she did. You're right.
Damn. That's why you gotta be quiet sometimes.
Your grandma ain't never had to take care of a nigga before.
My
She
grandma
don't
was
have
married
responsibility
until
that
my
come
grandfather
with it.
passed. Both of my grandparents were married. And
No, I
widowed,
know. I'm saying your grandma could tell you something like that because she don't have the responsibility and the burden of taking care of a whole fucking family.
What are you talking?
Yes, she does. Yes, she does. You just talk too damn much. That's why Anton has you on here.
She can only tell you about the other side.
The receiving end. But
I'm
now
a
the real
woman, so what I was taught in my experience may be different from yours, but you asked me what my experience and my reason.
So my question to you is if he doesn't meet the timeline, and he gives you a legitimate reason that's legitimate for him, like your reason is legitimate for you, but that doesn't work for you, you just walk away from that relationship?
You should. You should.
If he gives me a legitimate reason that doesn't work for me, it really is contextual because it depends on the reason.
Yeah, it depends on the person.
I need to know what the reason is.
You can wait 10 years.
What if the reason? Okay, let's say the reason is.
And my thing is, this is like, to me, are you guys still here? Do I still have a channel? My thing is, to me, this is some bull crap, because we've known, even per the culture, like the people of yesteryears, right? Black men were getting married with so much less. They were getting married with so much less. That's why I think a lot of these guys are full of shit. Like, I don't know you guys, I just feel like a lot of these black guys are full of shit to me, because black men of yesteryears were getting married with so much less. So much less. Today, even if the average black man is not the wealthiest, you have a car, you have a house, like you do something for self. So if you really wanted to, you would. Do you not show up at your job every day? Okay, why? Because it matters to you to have a paycheck, right? So my thing is, if you really want to be married and you really want to have a family, you will do it. This is fugazi. Like, this is for the birds. Like I said, feed it to the migrants. I don't have time for this. Okay? Just like I said, like, when a woman is in love, we'll see her do all kinds of stuff out here. I do believe if a man really is in love, if he even has to get 2 jobs, he gonna get 2 jobs. You know, once upon a time, when I was a young woman, really cute, really thin, really sexy. Yes. When I was a young maiden, okay, I used to love Bishop Jakes. Before he met Oprah Winfrey, okay? Before he met Oprah Winfrey. And I will say this. One thing that always got me when it came to Bishop Jakes is how much he loved his wife. Because y'all know they poor. Like, they were really, really poor. They were so poor, y'all. They were so poor. They're so poor. They were so poor. It's sad, funny. Like, it's sad, but it's so sad it's funny. Like, damn, y'all was so damn poor. Y'all was crazy. Y'all had no business getting married. Y'all so damn poor. Y'all, one time, Bishop Jakes talked about how he didn't have no gas. He said he didn't have no gas to make it home. So he had to put the car in neutral. He was on a hill. He said he had no gas to get home. So, like, he was on this hill because he had to push the car up the hill. So he said there was no gas. So he put the car in neutral and then he just pushed the car down. That story. My thing is, he was just so poor. He was so poor. It's not even funny, but it's funny. He was just so poor. He was so poor. He was so poor. Bishop just said that nobody else that was so poor. But one thing about Bishop loves Mother Serena. He loves his wife. Child, Bishop Jake was so poor. He was so poor. But he told this woman he was gonna give her a better life. And he did. You know, he has his flaws. You know, I'm not a fan of him anymore. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a fan of him no more. But he really loved her. Like they were so poor. They were just so poor. He was like, sometimes he would go preaching, encouraging people. He said when he goes to the house is dark. It's not even funny, but it's funny. He said, I just left this bright church full of lights. And I get to my house. I'm like, where is my house? Because the house is dark because they cut off the electricity. I said, but damn, Bishop, how poor were you, Bishop? Bishop had no money. Bishop had no money. Bishop had no money. Bishop had no money. He was so damn poor. You understand? But like he told his wife, he told his wife he's going to give her a better life. And he did. He really did. You understand me? So I'm like, if you really wanted to, you would. You know, even like Pastor John always talks about how they had no money because he used to work for the city in DC. I think he was like an electrician or something. I don't know. But he used to do maintenance for the city. He used to work for the city. And he's talking about when he marries his wife. What's her name? Oh my gosh, she's so sweet. I forgot her name. But Pastor John Jenkins, what's her name? I can see her face. He's like, they used to sleep on the floor because all he could afford was a mattress. He talks about it all the time. Pastor John, hold on, let me find his ass. Hold on. What's his wife's name? She's right here. Hold on. I'm gonna find his wife. Here she is. Oh, Miss Trina. Yeah, Mother Trina, right? Oh, y'all, they were so poor. He talks about it all the time. That they used to sleep on the mattress because he had no money. And he was like, but you know, that it stopped me from having sex because he loves kids and he loves sex, right? He never fails to tell you how much he loves to be nasty. He's so crazy, that man, right? But they so rich nowadays. They so rich. You know, same thing with my other bishop, Bishop Owens. They used to live on top of the church. They had their first church, Greater Mount Calvary, like not the building, but they had a smaller building, and they used to live on top of the church. You know, and he talks about that. They had no money, right? Today, they rich, right? But I'm like, you people, you are full of it. You are really, really full of it. You are full of it. It's like, even if you're a black man and you don't make too much money, you love a woman, you can even go in the military. Now that might be a little scary, but my point is, you can go to the military, like what, 3 years, 4 years, whatever it is, right? When you come out of the military, you have all the loans for military people. You have all the benefits for military people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes they'll even give you a stipend. My point is, when I really do believe, like, when you love a woman, you will find a way to give her the life she wants. You will find a way. Even if that means going into the military for the benefits that come with being in the military. Because a lot of people that are in the military don't pay rent. The government pays their rent. The army pays their rent. They don't pay rent. Right? They have a lot of benefits. Like when you join the military, they know they're full of it. You just don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. I have seen black men with less. The average black man today has way more. He has a $1,200 phone. He drives an expensive ass car. He gets his hair cut for $100 every 2 weeks. He wears all kinds of Jordans. They're like $250. Like, you know what I'm saying? He has all kinds of subscription. He might even have the nasty stuff subscription. Shut up. You have the money. The money's there. But you're just mean. I'm like, you're really mean. You're wicked. And you're greedy. That's really what it is. Because I'm like, this is not possible. We have seen people marry people with so little. And the promise, like, wife, I don't have a lot today, but one day I'm going to give you a better life. And these men would be like, not even sleeping, just working and working until one day, everything that man said he going to do, he did it. She's like, wow. When I met this man, he could barely afford gas. I'm not like Bishop Jakes when he would tell these stories, like it's funny, but it's not like it's sad funny. Like it's sad, but it's funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, like you were so poor, it's actually funny. You know what I'm trying to say? But it's like it just goes to say, like, when a man really loves a woman, he would give her, like, he's gonna do whatever it takes for her to have that life because that's how much he loves her. But when you out here and you talking all this, people who talk too much. I mean, I know I talk too much, but I'm a woman, so it's okay. But men that talk a whole lot of nothing, it gives me anxiety because I feel like I'm getting scammed. You know what I mean? Talk less, but be about that action, right? Like, because a man talks too much, it really, really gives me anxiety. Because what are we talking about, right? But I'm like, we have seen people marry people with so little, so little. And then they work so hard and they give that woman an incredible life, even though that's not how they started, because he wanted her to have that life. Right? I truly believe that that's why I said this whole conversation about making 100,000. It's because these guys don't really want to make it. They don't want to make it. They don't want to make it because you're wicked. But if you really want to make that kind of money, you will find a way to make that kind of money. If you have to stay up all night, read books, watch podcasts, like sit here on YouTube and every day you watch books about like how videos on how to invest, how to do this, how to even start an ebook, how to do that. If you really wanted to, you would. If you had to go back to school, get your degree, wump, right? You would. You just don't want to do it because you're mean, because you're wicked, and you're greedy. Y'all get me? Right? Because if you really wanted to, you would. But if you're not doing it because you don't want to do it, you really don't want to do it. You don't want to give her that lifestyle. You don't want to do it. You're being wicked. That's it. So now you're just talking and talking and talking and saying a whole bunch of nothing. Exactly. And I think sometimes, I told my mom this one time. I was like, one thing I feel like is like, I think for a lot of guys, like if they didn't see their mom have a good life, like let's say, oh, his mom struggled, she was a single mom, she worked herself to the bone. It's like, well, my mom did it with little, so why you? Because their mom didn't have it, and I guess she managed, she survived. Like, well, if it was good enough for my mom, it's good enough for you. They don't want to do better. They're wicked. They're wicked. Because they might be like, yo, even if your mom managed, you'd be like, you know what? It's not even normal. Like, nobody should survive on that. Because you should recognize, like, even psychologically, she probably has trauma from that. So when you become a husband, like, nah, I never want any woman, I don't want my wife to go through what my mom had to go through. You know what I mean? But I think some guys, it's a form of punishment. It's like, well, if my mom put up with it, who are you not to put up with this? If my mom barely had, who are you to ask for this, and that? But do you not realize that your mom, she was like, she was hanging on by a thread. Psychologically, was your mom okay? But I'm like, I have seen a lot of people marry people with so much less. You understand? Right? And everything they said they're going to do, they did it. They did it. I don't know where I can find this. I'm gonna look it up one day. I'm gonna find a way to, I don't know. But I remember like he talked about let me see if I can find it. Hold on. But I'm like, those things used to be so funny. I'm like, Bishop, you are crazy. Bishop's gonna be out here, child. He gonna preach. He gonna preach. He gonna preach. He gonna go to this church, go to that church, go to this church, preach and preach and preach and preach. Right? Because he wanted Mother Sarita to have a better life. And that's why if you ever see her, y'all, even if nobody dances, even if nobody gets up, she gonna get up for her husband. Oh, child. That's like, she's like, yes, husband, yes. You know what I mean? She loves him because he's done a lot. But when they got married, they didn't have all this. They were so poor. They were just so poor. You're like, wow.
It's like what we said earlier. Let's say they're like, oh, let me just put up finish this master's program.
That's reasonable. I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Now I don't want to ask you this question because it's not.
Yeah, there are plenty of people who do their masters and get married. It happened for me. And my thing is all this, like, oh, we need 2 years. Y'all don't need shit. If you really want to get married, go to the courthouse. This is some bullshit. All these proposal stuff, it's all marketing. I think all this is a Ponzi scheme. It's all marketing. It's all a scam. If you love her, master's degrees or not, you all can go to the courthouse and get married. It ain't that hard. Marriage certificate, I don't know, not maybe with inflation, it might be $100, but I think it was like $50 or like $20, right? Jimmy and I, we got married. Like we went to the courthouse, we got married. You get the stuff, you get the license. You understand? But that's it. But for me, I don't know. I mean, I do now. I don't believe that. I don't believe it takes that much to. I really don't believe that. If you really want to give this woman a better life, you're going to give her a better life. And I think even as a man, you're going to be so proud of yourself because like, wow, like when I met this girl, I probably didn't have this, and that, but I told her I was going to do it and I did it. And I think that in itself is going to make you so proud. You're not going to be sitting there, oh, is she about to take half? These are some weird thoughts. These are some weird ass thoughts. So what goes through your head is how much you're going to take. And then it's like we're saying, like, what is there to take? If you're a multimillionaire, that's one thing, but you're not. Yeah, Bishop used to, oh my gosh, Lonnie is so sad. Like I'm saying, I'm laughing now, but it's not funny though. Like he would talk, he's like, yeah, he'll go preaching for people. He talks about having faith. He goes home, the entire house is pitch black. Power cut off, no money. You know? And it's embarrassing. You know, it's embarrassing. He's like, he had no gas. He said he had to push that car. And then when he got to the hill, he put the car in neutral and then he just he ran to the car. He pushed the car, then he's chasing the car so he can get. I'm like, what is this? What is going on? Like he oh my God. I used to love Bishop Jakes. I wish he never met Oprah Winfrey. That crazy ass Aquarius. Yeah. And I mean, honestly, I think it's wickedness. Because to me, it's like the Indian man, he's not special. But once you like, if the Indian man is able to beat the white man, then you can also do it. You just don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. Don't want to do it. And you can see if the mindset is, oh, she's about to take half. So because she's going to take half, you say, oh, let me work the least I can work. Let me make the least amount of money. That way, if she takes it, she's not going to take too much. You see that mindset? And that's the same thing with the parables of talent. The man, he said, oh, he didn't put the money in the bank because, oh, you're a wicked man. And so we said, I know you reap where you did not sow. So the man said, but okay, if you know I'm wicked and I reap where I don't sow, why not just put the money in the bank? So at least I could have had interest. He didn't even try to multiply the money. He was like, you could have at least put the money in the bank. You see? So when you have a mindset of, oh, if she divorces me, she's going to take half. So therefore what? I'm going to work as the least amount of hours. I'm going to push myself. I'm barely going to push myself. Because if she ever leaves me, I need to make sure that she don't take shit. You see that mindset? And that's why I said poor people also are greedy. Because they're withholding something from society. You hear me, right? Rich man, he greedy in his own way. He don't want to share. He don't want to share his money. But you don't want to share your talents because if I make more money, then if she divorces me, she'll take more. Does that make sense, Lonnie? So if I only work 55, if I only make 55,000, hey, Miss Christy, if I only make 55,000, if she divorces me, she's only getting 25. She ain't gonna go far. You see the mindset, right? But if I push myself and then I make 300,000, if she divorces me, she's gonna take 150. So now that's money that can change her life, right? Oh, hell no. You see, that's the mindset. So because of you, how much you gonna take? He doesn't want to compete. Whereas like that, the light-skinned boy said, those Indian people, they're not even thinking about she gonna take half. So he's pushing himself exceedingly. Hey, if I can make $1 million, I'm gonna take $1 million. Because he's not even thinking about, oh, is she gonna leave? Because why would she leave? Right? But the black man is saying to himself, oh, she gonna take half. So I need to work the least amount of hours, like just status quo, just do enough just to get by. That is wickedness. And that's why I said like poor people are wicked. Do y'all get my point? People have trained us to only see evil in rich people. I said no. Even a poor person can also be greedy. Because why are you holding back? If you are healthy enough, right? You have, I will say kids are poor because they don't make an income, right? Old people, old people too. But if you are of a working age, you're healthy, you're not sick, you don't have any mental retardation, like you have none of these problems, right? But you're withholding your potential just because you don't want to share. Okay? Just because you don't want to share. You understand me, right? then that makes you a wicked person. Because a good man will say, I'm going to give him my all. Now, if she decides to take half, that's on her. But my children, I'm not going to deny my children. I'm not going to deny myself, right? I'm not going to deny myself, right? Make sense? I'm not going to deny myself because I believe, right, that my children can't go without. My children can't go without. So for your kids, you should go as far as you can. But his mind is, oh, she's going to take something from me. So therefore, if she takes something from me, I need to make sure, I don't know, just going, I banned the person, right? So therefore, I need to make sure that if she takes the least amount of stuff possible. She got to take the least amount of money possible. Exactly. And to me, that's very dishonest. Because if you're in the master's program, okay, you're an adult, you have a marriage age. Y'all can go get married at the courthouse, and then when you're done with the masters, then we can have the party, right? Because you got to get the license. So what you go to the courthouse, it's like $50. It's not that hard. Oh, I got to finish my master's first, because you're hoping that by the time you finish your master, you might meet a better person. Otherwise, like I said, Bishop Jakes, he was super poor. So if you're in the master's program, what are you waiting for? It don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So I'm like, it's like, to me, it's like, it makes no sense. It really makes no sense, right? If you really want to, you would. If you love this woman and you feel like this is the one, you are willing to work, fight, sacrifice for her, go to the courthouse. It's not a big deal. But I'm like, we know a lot of people who got married with so little. Like, I know a lot of people who got married with so little. And today, those couples have so much money. They have so much money. And it's like, you see how much joy the man has seeing his wife and how much money he has. Like, yeah, that's my wife. She's spending that money. Like, they're actually proud of their wives spending their money. They like it when their wives spend their money. It's like, yeah, I got it. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, it pains you that she's spending your money. You gotta work on your mindset. This ain't it.
But my issue when I hear things like that is a lot of women want to compare with their mother or their grandmother, the expectations that they set, but they're half the woman of that one. You can be half the woman of your grandmother that taught you this. Or half the woman of your mother that taught you this. So you're not willing to do what they were willing to do. Your threshold is so far beneath that you don't have the luxury to buy that time that they bought.
I'll give you an experience. My very last relationship, the way that it went was that man told me very early on he planned to marry me. He wanted to be married. We had these conversations. He was very clear about the fact that he wanted to reach certain financial goals before we got to that point. I made a point to make sure he was reaching those goals. By the time I left that relationship off, he was 10 times better than when I came into the relationship. I was the person that decided to end the relationship anyway. So it was okay. But what I'm saying is I'm not less than anything. You know what I'm going to, if you tell me that this is your goal as a woman, as the other half in this partnership, my job is to get you there.
No, that is not your job, baby. That is not your job. That's not your job. You're not his financial coach. That's not your job. That's his job. These are his goals. He has to make it happen. That's not your job. That's not your job. Your job is to be here, raise his kids, and get out the way. He's the man. You think most men who are self-driven wait for their wives to pour into them, to motivate them, and to do this? No. You think Nick Bear, he wakes up in the morning, oh, what's his name? Stephanie. Oh, Stephanie. No. Before he married Stephanie, he already had his vision. Before he married Stephanie, he was out here running like a crazy man. And one day he told us, like, there's this girl named Stephanie that he thinks he wants to be with her. Okay, cool. Okay. Stephanie came. Nick was still doing what Nick is going to do. If anything, maybe it increases the drive. But I don't think she's out here waking up this man. Oh, Nick, you got to go run now. Hey, Nick, you said you needed to reach $3 million on this day. Hey, Nick, no. That's not your job. You're not his personal coach. You're not his financial coach. You're not his guru. And you see, and eventually when you do that, you're going to resent his ass. Okay. Like, yeah, they're really they're really, really crazy. Okay. So I'm like, that makes no sense to me. Yeah, that's crazy. Don't do that. He should know what he wants. He should know what he wants. But I'm like, if he's waiting for you to pour in, like the big guy right here, or she put this one, this new one, she pours into me. She pours into me. Let's listen to Bishop Jakes real quick. Hold on. Let's listen to Bishop.
With her kids, notice how poverty is generational.
Mm-hmm.
It has its own culture.
Yeah.
It has its own mentality.
Mm-hmm.
And poverty is not as much about not having money. It's about a mindset. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. And once you get in that poverty mentality, money won't bring you out.
Mm-hmm.
Because your mind will always rob you of the opportunity your money gave you. It's a mindset. You have to break the culture of it. It's the way you think. It's the way you can't move. A woman telling you she's getting ready to die with her kids.
Yeah, it's a
Notice
mindset.
how poverty is generational.
It's very mean. It's very, very mean. It is really mean.
It has its own culture.
It's mean.
It has its own mentality.
It's mean.
And poverty is not as much about not having money.
Yeah.
It's about a mindset.
Yeah. He's very
mean.
It's
a mindset. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. And once you get in that poverty mentality, money won't bring you out. Because your mind will always rob you of the opportunity your money gave you. It's a mindset. You have to break the culture of it. It's the way you think. It's the way you handle stuff. It's the way you perceive value. It's a mindset. You gain something just being raised in a house where there's some prosperity. You get to hear conversations you wouldn't hear. You get a mentality that you wouldn't get. You get a way of processing problems that you wouldn't get. When your daddy's solution for not having money is to run that cable cord out the window, Helen, over to the neighbor's house, ain't nobody... That's a mindset.
Mm-hmm.
That's a mindset. That get over spirit is a mindset. And so even when you start doing better, you still acquiesce to the culture of poverty. And there you are making $70,000 a year talking about run that cold out the window. And you're stealing something you could have paid for because it's a mindset. The woman telling you she's getting ready to die with her.
Because when you're saying, oh, because he said, oh, I made her quit her job because I'm not going to work and you're going to have to check, whatever. He said, you're going to quit your job for the kids that you chose to have. I'm like, what are you talking about? Oh, she's going to take half my stuff. I'm like, what kind of mindset is this? Scarcity mindset. It's a scarcity mindset because he's so afraid of how much money you're going to take from him. He's going to work the least amount, the least job he can take. He's going to do everything in his power not to have promotion. I mean, he's just enough to be a C student because he's thinking about what you about to take. You see how mean that is, right? Where's that a good person will say, is that on my face? That's actually, oh yeah, that's my skin. A person will actually say, you know what? I want my kids to have the best. I want my wife to have the best. So therefore, I'm going to push myself as much as I can. You're not even thinking about how she about to take half. And my thing is, even though, yes, some women are trifling, no problem. But my thing is, I don't see why a woman who has a man who's working hard, killing himself, being a great provider, being a great husband, I don't think leaving him is on her mind. Why would she leave? That makes no sense. Like, who leaves a happy marriage? Like, who leaves a marriage where you have a husband who loves you, takes care of you, provides for you, and he's doing it with a joyful heart? I don't know. I need to meet that person. I need to meet a man who says to me, Maureen, I love my wife so much. I took care of her. I worked for her for the kid. And she just woke up one day and she just left me and took half my money. I really need to meet that because I have yet to see that. Why would any woman leave that? I don't know. I'm really, really confused. I'm seriously. Yeah, exactly. Like this. I'm like, this is really, really crazy. I'm like, I don't know why would she leave? That makes no sense. You're just saying all kinds of BS. Why would she leave? Why would she leave? That makes no sense. That really makes no sense.
I think you can't move from a place. You can't move from a place when you think that you belong in the place. You can never move from poverty if poverty has become your normal. The day you accept it is the day you're defeated. You can't move from a place when
I need to find.
If a man is at home all the time and he's the breadwinner, that's a bad sign.
Exactly. That's what we're saying. That young man, it don't make sense. Oh, I'm an entrepreneur, and that don't make no sense.
If a man is at home all the time and he's the breadwinner, that's a bad sign. And the problem with being a father is you can never get it 100. If I give you time, we don't have money. If I get the money, you don't have me. I can't be there and earn a living at the same time. I'm limited, and I have an obligation to make sure your life is better than mine. All the things that you...
And that's really what it is. How can you, like, when you're a husband, you have an obligation to make sure that your wife and your children have a better life. That's what it always means to be a husband. But to say, she about to take half, so I take half. You see? Lazy. And that's what we see in the parable of talent. And the men, he got cursed, and they took his talent. And the Bible says that to who? If they give you something and you don't do nothing with it, they're going to take it from you. They're going to take it from you. You know? That ain't right.
Called normal were our miracles. Your normal is your daddy's miracle.
I hate when they put...
Never met anybody who became incredibly successful in any area of their life until they had suffered and sweated.
I need to find, like...
.96% business. Whenever.
How?
What is this one? Hold on.
96% business. The kingdom suffereth. Now, people today don't want to talk about suffering. We want to talk about success, but we don't want to talk about suffering. But I came to tell you that success is a derivative of suffering. Oh, you don't hear what I'm saying? I'm going to go over that again.
And the problem is, let me tell you this. The problem is, no, when I tell you Bishop Jakes never should have met Oprah Winfrey. Oh, Lonnie. Oh, Bishop. Oh, Bishop used to be my life. Bishop. When I tell you, like, when I growing up, the way I was addicted to TBN, so my thing was like Young and the Rest. I used to watch all the I used to watch all those shows like Young and the Restless, Guiding Light. Oh yes, the soap operas. I used to love those things. Okay, and then after that, once I was done watching soap operas, then I would go to TBN. That was my life. It was soap operas and TBN. I was like, it made me so happy. Like when I was a kid, hearing preachers just made me happy. Like I just love hearing Bible stories. Like I said, I used to give all my lunch money. I used to save my lunch money. I just give it away. Okay, I used to get all the Paula White. I used to get all her books, all my money, right? But it's like, oh, he never should have met Oprah Winfrey. That evil Aquarius, evil Aquarius, right? But I'm like, Bishop used to preach the word of God. Like, oh God, it was so beautiful. It was so beautiful. But this is what Keon wants. But Keon, you don't want to suffer. Okay? You don't want to suffer. And I think we have a huge faction of men today who don't want to suffer for their families. Don't want to suffer for their wives. Don't want to suffer for their children. They're like, I guess they're soft boy era. I don't know. But they're full of it. They are really, really full of it. If you want to get married, you would. If you wanted to be a provider, you would. If you want to give her a better life, you would. Just don't want to. Because you're wicked. You're wicked, and you still carry some broken little boy inside. right? You got to get over that. You have to get over that. And I think sometimes, people that have a poverty mindset, people that have a scarcity mindset, a lot of times too, it's like, oh, well, nobody did this for me, so why would I do that for her? Nobody did that for me, so why would I do that for her? It's their mindset. It is their mindset. They have a poverty mindset. And poor people don't like being nice to other people. Well, nobody was nice to me. Well, nobody gave me a break. Well, nobody made my life easy. You're a man. Shut up. Okay? But when you're a man, you should take pride in making your wife's life easier and your children's life easier. That's the whole part of manhood. They don't want to go through that. Absolute foolishness.
Success is a derivative of suffering. We talk about all of the inventions that Einstein and other people, Alexander Graham Bell and all of these great inventors have made, but we don't talk about how many times they had to fail before they got to the success. The success was made out of the failed attempts to have accomplishment. You learn more about
him.
Some of you are so afraid of doing it wrong that you'll never do it right. In fact, you'll never do anything at all. And no, you don't do anything wrong because you don't do anything. And you want to be successful, but the only way to successfully create something is to go through a series of failures and struggles and struggling and pain and agony and finally derive a conclusion from your suffering. That if
my thing is, any man who wants to make 100,000 can. You don't want to suffer for that. So you settle. That's it. So you're leaving money on the table. Because the moment you realize the Asian man is doing it, the South Asian man is doing it, they're doing it so well that they're even beating the white man. White man that used to be the standard. Today, white men are falling behind the Asian man. So I guess white men are getting lazy too, huh? Because too many of the women is becoming sex workers. That could be the problem. That could be the problem. Right? But my thing is, when other people are making more than you and you're not, what that mean? You are leaving money on the table. And to me, if you leave money on the table, then I will interpret that as you don't love your wife enough, you don't love your kids enough. Because there's no way that you have children to feed and you are leaving money on that table. You're not a good man. You are really not a good man. If a man wants to make 100,000, even if that means having 2 jobs, he gonna make that money. So if you're not making it because you choose not to make it, and that right there makes you wicked. Makes you wicked. And you know that on average, most Black women will put up with your mediocrity. That's why you're doing it. That's why you're doing it. Everybody's sick. Do you have pneumonia? You have the flu? Pneumonia? Everybody been sick. Well, I hope you feel better.
96% business. The kingdom, the only way to successfully create something is to go through a series of failures and struggles and struggling and pain and agony and finally derive a conclusion from your suffering that if it had not been for the Lord that was on my side, I would have been swallowed up. You can't get that kind of anointing off of tape. You can't get that kind of anointing out of a book. You can't get that kind of anointing out of somebody blowing on you and spitting on your forehead. But by the time you go through hell and high water, Jesus said, the Bible said, after you suffered a while, the kingdom suffereth.
It's really, because y'all like think about Bishop, right? Bishop has one skill. Bishop, he preaches well. That's what made him rich. But I'm like, you think about it, right? Because one day I was like, damn, like Bishop, say what you want, not right now, he's not really my favorite, but Kevin, how many hours of sermons does Bishop Jakes have? My God, there's no way this man does not have like over 1 million hours of preaching. He's just preaching and preaching and preaching and preaching and preaching and preaching. This man can preach. It's like me, I can talk for hours. Bishop gonna talk, y'all. Bishop gonna preach. Give this man a microphone. He gonna tell you something about God. That's it. That's all he has. Was his voice. He gonna preach. He gonna preach. And that, mind you, that consider the hours before he made it to TV. Like, so all the time he was preaching in these small churches. You guys, this man is so sad, but it's funny. right? But all the years he was preaching, the decades he was preaching before he even became a household name. Then those names, then when he becomes a household name, how many hours from that? Not add YouTube, like how many hours? I'm like, there's no way Bishop he doesn't have over 1 million hours of preaching. Oh, this man could preach. What? But you do something for over 1 million hours, you're bound to be successful, because that is a lot of preaching. Oh my Lord. Oh my God. That's his voice. That's it. So it's like, I don't understand how you an engineer, but you're not making it because you're not in love with it enough. Okay. You know how to fix more cars. There's like a lot of people, and you see, Kevin, like you get to a place and you realize like people really don't have passion. A lot of men today don't have passion. A lot of these men out here do not have passion. A lot of black men don't have passion. They don't really know what they want to do. They don't really have passion, and they don't really have conviction, because I do believe that passion comes with conviction. And where there is conviction, you're gonna find passion. But a lot of people, they're not passionate. You know, they're lazy. It's convenience. Oh, I have a car, I have a little bit of cash, I got a little bit of a job, and I got a little few girls I can sleep with. So that's it. He good. A little bit of food, that's it. Don't want much. Got a few Jordans, he happy. You know? But then when people say people are lazy, people get offended. But if you're not lazy, why are you at the bottom? Why are you at the bottom? Right? I saw this one video where Jeffrey was like, I don't know, he's going around and saying, oh, you know, because Jeffrey's Nigerian, right? So he's going around saying like, oh, African people, they look at Black Americans and they think, oh, they lazy. I'm like, oh, Jeffrey, shut the hell up. When these people are saying that, what did you say? Why don't you correct them when they're saying it? Shut up. If you heard people saying you don't agree with it, why didn't you correct them when they said it? Oh, well, I just came back to tell you what they said. Why don't you say something when they were saying it? Idiot. Stupid ass. So my point is, irrespective of that, at the end of the day, when people look at the numbers, if you're not lazy, why are you here? Why are you here? This Indian man, why he's making 100,000? He's making twice what you make. So that means there's a problem. Either you're not working hard enough, you're quitting too soon, but something is wrong. Because why are you here? Right? And I'm like, a lot of people need to be honest with themselves. Stop trying to blame people all the time. Oh, but why would you say that? Oh, shut up. Why are you here? Right? So it's like there's a lack of passion. And where there's a lack of passion, there's a lack of conviction. Because where there's conviction, there will be passion. If you really believe you could, you would. But this whole argument, oh, but the ladies need to know that only this amount of men make 100,000, because only this amount of men believe in themselves. If you believe that you can make 100,000 and you give yourself to making it, you're going to make that kind of money. You don't want to make the money. Because in your mind, if I make the money, she's going to take my money. There you go. That's why you don't want to make the money. If I make the money, she's going to ask me for more child support. If I make the money, she's going to take half my money. That is your mindset. That's horrible. So you want to rob everybody because you're thinking, oh, if I make more money, I'm going to have to pay more in child support. And so what? What if you do? Or maybe make it so she don't leave. So if you don't leave, you ain't going to have to pay child support. But my thing is, sometimes this whole child support conversation, I'm like, you know what? If them kids was with you and you love your kids, you probably just spend just as much. Tyrese was here crying about over 10,000. I'm like, Tyrese, 10 grand a month for you and nothing. That's $120,000 a year. It is nothing for you. Shut up. Shut up. You probably pay your assistant that much money. Just be quiet. It's just about control. Shut up. I'm like 100,000, 120,000 is really going to break or make you, Tyrese. Shut up. Pay the lady and go about your business. No, he's crying about 10 grand every month, but then he's already spent like 400,000 on lawyers. He spent 400,000 on lawyers, and he had to put 400,000 in escrow account. So I'm like, so you have $1 million to fight this lady? Man, shut up. So because if you're paying her 120 grand a year, 10 years make 1.2 million. If you've already spent $1 million on legal fees, then you have the money. Shut up. You're wasting our time. Pay her. Matter of fact, pay her in advance. Pay 10 years up front. Oh, here you go. Leave me alone. Tired. For dinner, he has to cry. You gotta cry. Gotta cry. Go over here and cry. Go over here and cry. Go on the Joe Biden podcast and cry. Tyrese, shut up. Tyrese, do you know Tyrese has a Starbucks store on his campus, like on his property, like his house property? There's a Starbucks on the property. But he wants us to believe that, oh my gosh, 10 grand is just so much money. Shut up. 120,000. It's nothing to you, Tyrese. It's nothing to you. So far, even I'm in the last I look, it was 400,000. So who knows how much it is now? But he spent almost $500,000 on legal fees. Then he had to put money in an escrow account. He had to put 400,000 in an escrow account. I'm like, okay, we're already at 850,000. So you have the money. Just give her the money. Foolishness. Just foolishness. Like, what is this?
I was watching a video by T.D. Jakes. If I call some of the preachers I used to listen to as a young man, some of you don't know them. But I was watching a video by T.D. Jakes. And in that meeting, yes, it was his wife that they brought up to introduce him before he starts preaching. I never forget it. Never. And she climbed the pulpit. I have never heard that story. It's not in any of T.D. Jakes' books. The ones I've read. Let me say the ones I've read. It's not there. And she said, we got married, I can't remember how many years ago, because that one was not important to me. And a few weeks after their wedding, they were in an accident. And she became paralyzed from her head to her toe. Couple that just got married. And she said, I thought that he would leave me. There was no reason for him to stay with me. He said, but every day, he will walk into my room. He will carry me from the bed. Not a house help. Carry her from the bed. Put her in her wheelchair. Then he will hold her hand and raise her up and say, honey, take a step. She said she will struggle. He will say, it's okay, sit down. Not knowing that when he finishes, he will go back to his cave and go and meet God and say, the woman you told me to marry is for destiny. You are the one that told me she cannot be crippled. Then he will come out of the cave again, go through the same process, put her in the wheelchair and say, honey, take a step. She said that every time after he leaves, she will cry on the bed, begging God to take her life. Because she saw the way his heart was burning for her to walk, and she feared that she will never walk again. She said one day, after about 2 months, he came. He said, take a step, and she found that strength entered her leg, and she took one step. He didn't ask her for another. He said, that's enough. Put her back in the wheelchair. Came the next 3 days. He said, honey, take a step. He took one. He said, another step. She took another step. He came 4 days later. He said, take a step. By this time, his faith had begun to wow. The reason he could operate like that was before he married her, he knew what God said. He said, after a while, he told her, run. Then she raised her head on the pulpit. She said, that is the man I introduced you to you tonight. All he will tell you tonight is take a step. And whatever he tells you, my God will bring it to pass. I've never seen T.D. Jakes like that. He cried. He could not preach. He cried. Now we want to marry because the woman has a big bust or a big backside. So if you like her, just go and tell her. If you like him, my brother and my sister, your marriage, it might succeed in this realm. When we die, we will know those who truly lived. You may hate the preacher and call him names. I've told you, posterity will prove that I did not lie. I was watching a video by T.D. Jakes. If I call some of the preachers,
and I even feel as though men who are also afraid of marriage and talk all this stuff, I think it's because they really do not have a relationship with God. I really do. Okay? I really do. So because they don't really know God, they have anxiety about marriage. I really do believe that. Okay? I really, really do believe that. I really, really do. But I'm like, if you know God, if a man knows God, he's going to know that marriage is part of his ministry. Like, you know what I'm saying? He's going to know that maybe, I'm like, he's going to know that marriage is part of his ministry. He's not going to have anxiety about it. But people, I'm like, these boys right here, they don't have a relationship with God. And girls should run away from these people. They should run as fast as they can because this ain't it.
It's not just about doing laundry. It's not just about fucking. It's not just about raising kids. It's about being an actual partner in this unit.
No, we not
and
partners. Stop saying it.
You're not partners.
Listen, don't nobody listen, bro. When you get with a dude, you want somebody that's smarter, they got more money, that's stronger, that got better leadership skills. We ain't partners, baby.
When I left the relationship, he was smarter. He was making more money. His leadership skills were better. His decision making was better. And that's not from my opinion. I could call him. He'll tell you the same thing.
It wasn't because he couldn't get there.
Then why didn't he get there before me?
That's he would have eventually. I'm saying that it wasn't better.
No, that's not necessarily true. You said he'd eventually got there. That's not necessarily
No,
true.
no. I'm saying he wasn't better. He wasn't
today.
what he was saying, in my opinion. And I don't know the situation. I'm just speaking from the outside looking in. If somebody is better, you are a addition. You are not the backbone.
That's all women are multipliers by nature. That's what we do.
Now, man, that's having kids.
But
that's across the board.
But women have to understand that being a multiplier and being a foundation is not the same.
Ooh.
Right? So you are his foundation. You are not his multiplier. You didn't take something that he had and amplified it. You actually gave him structure because he didn't have it.
I would say the contrary. I didn't build his foundation. He is who he is. I came in and multiplied his abilities and gave him the position and confidence and space to do more with what he already had.
I think that there's a scenario
where he doesn't see that if you do that sometime for a man, he might even resent you. He might even resent you because he can't impress you. So he'll take what you gave him, have more money, go find a younger girl that can't do none of that for him. And then he'll like impress her. She'll, oh my gosh, look at him. He's so amazing. He's so amazing. Men want most women that they're with to be impressed by them. Right? So you were not impressed by this man because you built him up from scratch. No, don't do that.
What you're saying exists. And I don't know if that necessarily applies to her scenario, but I have been that person. I've been that woman that got into a situation, saw somebody's potential and said, oh, your goals are to own your own studio, to be a Grammy nominated studio engineer and to do this. Oh, let me hit the pavement and help you out. And that's where women fuck up.
Exactly.
Let these niggas do what they need to do on their own. Let these men literally establish their own identity, figure out who they are, figure out what they want out of life, and then you build with them.
Yeah.
You do not get with somebody who's still trying to put the puzzle pieces together and don't even have all the puzzle pieces. That's where we drop the ball at so often. And it was almost a trigger when you talked about men dating potential, because it's like, bro, we can't all be out here just, oh, you cool, you cute, oh, that you might work, oh, that might work. We can't all be out here just all over the place. So somebody has to lead the situation. And I really feel like that this is the reason why it's so much piss in the dating pool. And we also talk about the pissy ass dating pool, because in reality, instead of us focusing on ourselves, looking within, getting ourselves together, we will literally be like, oh, I'm going to date you. 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 And then we become sad piss. Y'all, I'm tired. I'm so tired of these people in these horrible relationships. I don't know what y'all need. Y'all need like some marriage boot camps or some shit or what?
They just dating convenience. They just dating the motherfucker that goes to work with them. That's their favorite club, their favorite Starbucks. They around the corner. They just literally pulling up on that person and saying, yo, you look cool. I've been seeing you like 5 times this week. Let's get together. And now you seen COVID happen. I don't like your ass. I want to beat you. I want to do this and that. Look what happened. People don't like each other for real. They just want somebody warm next to them. It's a convenient roommate, a freaky roommate, something that you can do this with. You can go on about your day, because they only spending 3 hours a day with each other, 3 to 5 hours. Then you go to sleep for the other hours. You're not really with that person for real.
No, that's real. What you got to say, Alfonso?
No, I was just gonna piggyback. Like, it's just for the convenience of it all. Like you said, when somebody that stay cross town versus somebody stay next door.
Come on.
Like, I don't know how smart next door is, but I mean, you would probably consider that more so than driving 45 minutes versus walking right next door.
Look at the hoods. The hoods be having babies with the people in the hood.
Yeah.
In their same building, in their same area. They don't be having babies with niggas across the street. Like, you know what I'm saying? Down the across the
But that goes on a bigger scale, right? Because I really just think that people meet and they procreate, or they, affiliate with the people that are at their level. So when we say that there's piss in the dating pool, it's because you're a pissy person. How about that? That nigga ain't shit. That bitch ain't shit. Both of you ain't shit.
Community piss.
Yeah, it's community piss.
If all of you have piss all over yourselves, go ahead and go to soapsudsandssuch.com and get you a bar of soap. It smells amazing. Thank you guys for watching this episode of Let's Rant About It. We'll see you guys next week. Think about it.
Okay, y'all, these people are crazy. So I guess we're done for today. I want to finish this. Yeah, this is Anton. Anton, I guess, maybe because he said buy tickets. Okay, I see it. So I think Anton is realizing what's that man's name? Okay. All right. I see it. So Anton is trying to do what Ace Metaphor did. Okay. It's making sense. Because I'm like, what? Oh, he has cards too. Okay. I see it. It's making a whole lot of sense. So DC, let's see how much they charge. Let's look at the prices. Okay. Select tickets. Where are tickets again? All right. $40, 55, 140, 275. Okay. So Anton is trying to do what's that man's name? Ace Metaphor is doing. Okay. Pretty much the same business model. Okay. It makes more sense. Because I'm like, why is he doing this? But my thing is, I really do believe like he should have had another channel. Like it should have been a whole nother YouTube channel. It should have been a channel to itself. You know what, you guys? Kevin, Lonnie, okay. Maybe we should do this also. What y'all think? We should go on tour, y'all. Because we actually gonna save the people. Maybe we should do it. Maybe we should do it too. What the heck? Okay. So Anton saw how lucrative it is for Ace Metaphor, and now he's doing his own thing with the whole panel. Okay. It's making a whole lot of sense. He is. Anton struggled, man. Yeah, maybe we should, like you, me, Lonnie. Maybe we'll have Done Told You. We gotta have like one white boy in the mix. Who else wants to join us? Mark gonna be on there. Okay, maybe we should do it, you guys. Maybe we should do it. Okay, and I think ours will do a lot better because we're actually honest. So maybe we're not gonna do better, but maybe we'll. I don't know, right? But I'm like, okay, it's making sense. They go on tour. Okay, that's a lot of cities, huh? Philly, DC, Dallas, Houston. Just oh my God, Houston, Chicago, St. Louis, New Orleans, Cleveland, Detroit, Atlanta. Okay. Then they have a game. And you see how they get you. Use the code. Hey, cousin. I ain't your cousin. Shut up. The game is okay. T-shirts, hoodies. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. Well. You don't say. Yeah, Val. Yeah, exactly. Val said, yeah, we should. I will watch and buy tickets. No, Val, you're going to be on the panel. She said, I will watch. Watch what? You're going to sit on the panel with a microphone. Here you go. Say something. Okay. Yeah. I see what this is. My only thing is, the sad part is they just lying to people. If y'all going to do the show, y'all need to be honest. Because I'm like, why is Anton doing this? Okay. It makes more sense. Okay. So he's also doing the whole tour thingy. All right, we're going to see how it goes. I guess there's a lot of money to be made, huh? That's crazy. That is really, really crazy. It's sad. I guess people really want to have these conversations, huh? I guess people really, really want to have these conversations. Wow. That's crazy. That's really crazy, y'all. All right, my peoples. I did my little 10 hours or more, maybe a little bit more. Hope you enjoyed today's live. Hope you learned something. Hope you had fun. Maybe one day we'll go on tour. Okay. Marlene Uncensored with the posse. Kevin, Mark, Val, Bruna. Done Told You, all of us. Lonnie, we're all on tour. Okay. Hope you enjoyed this. Gotta go. I gotta pick up my night shift. Because I do the night shift with Maverick. Oh, hey, Ninja. Oh, Ninja gonna come on tour too, huh? My little atheist. Okay. Hey, Janelle. Yes. Okay. Love y'all. Hope you guys had fun. Hopefully. Yeah, we need a tour. We need a real tour. Okay. You're gonna be like, what? Oh, champ. Okay. My little atheist. Yeah, you're gonna be on the tour. You're gonna give him money advice. Okay. Yeah, I gotta go pick up my night shift. Me and the little baby. Because James came like nighttime. No, his dad is gone. He let that little baby cry. That's crazy. Love y'all. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the show. Thank you for being outside. Bisous. Love y'all. Don't get mad. Don't be offended, y'all. It is what it is. It is what it is. Don't hold it against me. I'll see you in the morning. Bisous. Gotta go.